She endured a prolonged wait of 3 years for her husband, the general, only to find him returning with a pregnant woman whom he intended to take as his concubine. What a delusion! I am the daughter of a wealthy family, and from this moment onward, I shall seek a divorce and pursue my own ambitions. She, a revered princess, found herself coerced by the prince and her mother to accept her younger sister, a delicate flower, into the palace on the very day of her delivery. Yet, how can the world be so generous as to allow such audacity? Sister, you have unwittingly walked into your own trap. Chapter 1. The Businesswoman Part 1. I am the daughter of the wealthiest family in the capital, with a fortune that could sustain me for many lifetimes, yet I am still bound by the fate of becoming someone's wife. Marrying General Yuan would have sufficed, but who would have imagined he would bring back a pregnant woman to be his concubine? There are countless men in the world. I am not confined to him alone. From this moment, I shall seek a divorce and build my own career. The general has returned from his expedition, and he has brought back a pregnant woman. Firecrackers erupted in the front courtyard, heralding Yuan Yichen's triumphant return. Meanwhile, my esteemed mother-in-law insisted that I remain in the painting frost chamber, citing that a woman of the household should not meet with men from outside. Miaoing rushed back from the front yard, breathless, urging, "Miss, why are you not reacting?" I paused in my calculations, feigning profundity as I shook my head. He is a general and a noble lord. I cannot scold him or confront him. It is better to conserve my energy and earn more silver. Compared to my husband taking a concubine, I found the prospect of poverty far more terrifying. I am a merchant by birth, and marrying Yuan Yichen was considered a high match. My father, worried about my well-being, provided me with a dowry of 12 streets of shops. Jewelry stores, silk shops, cosmetic boutiques, inns, and restaurants. I had it all, yielding substantial profits each year. With wealth at my disposal, life was not too unbearable. Yet, those within the Yuan household continued to look down upon my background. My mother-in-law had publicly declared in front of the other ladies that I was unworthy of notice, and my womb had proven unfruitful for 2 years, failing to produce an heir for the Yuan family. Yet she knew full well that on our wedding day, Yuan Yichen was dispatched to the frontier and could only hastily lift my veil. He had been away for 2 years. I feared he might not even remember what I looked like. Had my womb been fruitful, I would have been in a far more dire predicament. The autumn wind howled, and the leaves of the phoenix trees in the painting frost chamber began to yellow, teetering on the brink of falling. Miaoying, filled with frustration, sat across from me, picked up an account book, and sighed. "You have enough silver to last several lifetimes. What use is there in hoarding so much wealth?" I found her reasoning quite sensible. The most agonizing fate is to die with unspent riches. The thought that my hard-earned wealth might benefit some unfortunate child pierced my heart deeply. I immediately retrieved 100,000 taels in silver notes from my treasure chest and handed them to Miaoing, instructing, "Help me purchase land in the western suburbs. Buy as much as you can." The western suburbs held 1,000 acres of fertile land that once belonged to a certain minister. However, it was said that his only son had offended the Ming king, leading to the family's ruin and forcing them to sell even their ancestral estate to save that wayward child. Though I lacked for nothing, land was indeed scarce. In the event of a calamity, possessing land would be more advantageous than mere wealth. Stockpiling grain was the sensible course of action. Miaoying clearly agreed with my sentiment, disregarding the matters of the front yard, and approached me with a smile, saying, "Miss, since we are buying, why not also acquire the apricot orchard in the western mountains? In spring, one could enjoy the blooming apricot blossoms, and when the weather warmed, fresh apricots could be savored, with any surplus easily sold for profit." I pondered for a moment and found it delightful. Waving my hand, approved. Spending money always brought such joy. Upon reviewing the account book, I noticed the profits from the shops had increased significantly, and I could not help but exclaim, "The rate at which I spend is far too slow. It is truly vexing." Miaoing looked at me in disbelief. Later that evening, a maid from the front courtyard came to inform me that the matriarch requested my presence for dinner. I changed into a new outfit, luxurious, yet elegant, adorned with colorful gemstones that complemented my fair complexion, making me appear radiant. I entered the front courtyard like a resplendent golden peacock, only to see my mother-in-law's smile turn to disdain upon my arrival. "Shun, come meet your sister." To my surprise, standing behind Yuan Yichen was a woman I had not seen in ages, her abdomen not yet visibly swollen. Her bashful demeanor, cheeks flushed, and hair a dull yellow hinted at malnourishment. It was no wonder. Yet Yuan Yichen treated her with utmost care, as if fearing I would inflict harm upon her, positioning her protectively behind him. I smiled and remarked, "Is this the young lady your husband brought back? She truly possesses a refreshing appearance." The girl's face froze, nearly bringing her to tears. Yuan Yichen gazed at her with newfound affection, casting a cold glance my way. Why must my wife make things difficult for Ruo? The surrounding onlookers glared at me, yet I had done nothing to warrant such ire. In fact, I was the one wronged. My husband had fathered a child with another woman and brazenly brought her home. Though no one voiced their opinions openly, by morning, I would become the laughingstock among the ladies of the household. None cared about the truth in their eyes. I was a jealous harpy tormenting a pitiable young girl. The servants could only harbor their discontent silently, and my mother-in-law would not trouble herself. She decisively declared, "Since Ruer is already with child by Yichen, we cannot let her suffer. She shall be welcomed into the household as a concubine for the time being." Temporarily? I laughed inwardly. If Ruer were to give birth to a son, would she not then be elevated to the status of a legitimate wife? Or perhaps, even worse, my position as the primary wife could be usurped to make way for her. I glanced at Yuan Yichen, who wore a look of agreement. The room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I remained silent, lifting the teacup to sip, the cool, fragrant aroma spreading through my mouth. This was premium snow bud tea, harvested by tea farmers braving the snow to gather the tenderest buds before spring. 1 liang of tea equaled 1,000 taels of gold. I had presented it eagerly, yet received no praise, only to be chastised for extravagance by my mother-in-law. Nevertheless, she had no qualms about the tea, consuming over 10 pounds in 2 years. Seeing everyone maintain their silence, the least conspicuous Ruer could no longer restrain herself and spoke. "Sister, I know you do not favor me, but my love for Yichen is sincere. I beg you not to hold it against us." She resembled a fragile white flower, ready to wilt at the slightest breeze. Thus, I became the villain, enduring a barrage of disdainful glances. It was a pity Miaoying was not present, otherwise she could learn what it truly meant to be a woman. "Miss Ruer, since both mother and husband favor you, I shall not oppose. Let us heed mother's wishes and consider you a concubine." After all, I was powerless to hinder his decisions, so I might as well play the part of the benefactor. "The windbell chamber is still vacant. I shall have someone tidy it up for you to reside there." The windbell chamber was closest to the hefoam chamber where Yuan Yichen stayed, which could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, Yuan Yichen rejected my offer without hesitation. "No need, Ruer shall stay with me." This was truly humiliating, grinding my dignity into the dust. I forced a smile, suppressing the urge to hurl the tea at his face. "As long as you are happy, my husband." With their objectives achieved, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and instructed the servants to prepare the meal. Dishes of exquisite delicacies, rich in flavor and aroma, were served, yet I could barely muster the energy to lift my chopsticks. Ruer gazed intently, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yuan Yichen attentively served her dishes, their mutual affection drawing envious glances from onlookers. My heart bled at the sight. The Donghai yellow fish cost 220 taels, the braised fish fins were 80 taels, the 5-snake soup 100 taels, and the clear soup bird's nest 200 taels. The cook at home truly excels. It has been ages since my son has savored such delicious fare, Yuan Yichen remarked, devouring his second bowl of rice and requesting a third. Seeing her son with such a hearty appetite, my mother-in-law beamed with joy, exclaiming, "As long as you enjoy it, I shall have the kitchen prepare more tomorrow." "More tomorrow?"
I scoffed internally at her audacity.
Setting aside the expense, the ingredients were treasures that one could only hope to find. I had spent a month sourcing these items, initially intending to celebrate my father's birthday. He has no particular hobbies, save for a profound love of fine food. Now, it seemed, I had spent a month preparing a feast for others instead. Ruer feasted with abandon, her mouth greased with food, while the old lady also seemed to find an extra pleasure in today's meal, finishing a bowl of soup herself. I sighed, lamenting my dwindling finances. Chapter 2. The Businesswoman Part 2. After a day's rest at home, Yuan Yichen returned to court, where the emperor was in high spirits, offering much praise but meager rewards. Strangely, I was unexpectedly granted a title. Miaoying, too, brought back good news. Despite many suitors for the land in the western suburbs, my considerable wealth allowed me to secure it at a price exceeding 20% above market value. It was the planting season, and the land in the western suburbs was only half arable, the other half lying fallow, a sheer waste. As a merchant, it is imperative to utilize resources to their fullest. I calculated swiftly, producing a stack of silver notes. We shall use the other half of the land to build a restaurant and an inn, and construct a road leading directly to the peak of Shishan. Do you comprehend my vision? This notion stemmed from my observations prior to my marriage, when a young lady in Jiangnan opened a restaurant and inn at the foot of a mountain, branding it as rural leisure. Initially, all mocked her, certain she would incur monumental losses. However, once the inn was established, coinciding with the blooming of peach blossoms, tourists flocked and her restaurant flourished, brimming with profits. Miao Ying, having witnessed this, understood instantly and suggested, the capital is never short of wealthy patrons. The fear lies not in price, but in insufficient pricing. Why not emulate Miss Yu and implement a membership system, where the more one spends, the higher the rank? Surely, there will be fools willing to lavish their wealth. I affectionately patted her head, proud of her kind-heartedness, as she was not one to profit off the impoverished. I entrusted this venture to Miao Ying, for she comprehended its intricacies well. Despite her tender age, her methods were impressive. As I envisioned the silver soon flowing into my coffers, a maid suddenly arrived to announce that Miss Xie had come. Ruer, whose real name is Xie Ro, hails from a farming family at the borders, often affected by the ravages of war and struggling to find sustenance. Fortuitously, she encountered Yuan Yichen and ascended to a new life. I bore no ill will towards her, having encountered various characters in the business realm. My tolerance had grown considerably. Upon her arrival, she presented herself bashfully, her face reddening before she could speak. Miss Ruer, please feel free to express your thoughts, I urged, my fingers idly playing with my golden abacus, its beads clattering melodically. This abacus, crafted from pure gold, was small and exquisite, a birthday gift from my father when I turned 10. Xie Ro gazed at the abacus, her eyes alight with a peculiar gleam. Sister, my husband sent me to discuss the matter of my marriage. You know, it has been delayed, and it is becoming inconvenient for my health, she added, glancing at her abdomen. I was taken aback. Was there really a need for such grand arrangements for merely taking a concubine? Yet, upon observing Xie Ro's expression, it appeared Yuan Yichen indeed held such intentions. Speechless for a moment, I supported my forehead, feeling the weight of the dilemma. Miss Ruer, my mother still governs the household. Consulting me would be futile, I replied earnestly. This was no deception. All matters in the Yuan household were dictated by the matriarch, and I was but a minor player. Were it not for my wealth, I would likely have been cast out long ago. Xie Ro lowered her head, seemingly contemplating something, before abruptly rising, her demeanor turning cool. Then I shall not trouble you further, sister. Her maid hastily assisted her, as if she struggled to walk. I initially dismissed the incident, but that evening, Yuan Yichen stormed into the Huashuang courtyard, seeking retribution. He claimed that Xie Ro had begun to experience abdominal pains after leaving my presence, nearly suffering a miscarriage. He was convinced that I, out of jealousy, sought to harm her child. How absurd! I had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in account ledgers. Where would I find the time to harm her? Husband, do you truly distrust me so? I retorted. His face twisted with disdain as he declared, Shen Huaizhuang, should anything happen to Ruer, I will not spare you. A chill swept through me, and I responded with a sardonic smile. If you believe me to be so venomous, let us part ways amicably. The union between Yuan Yichen and myself had always been a mistake. One could argue we were never meant to be, our marriage merely a transaction orchestrated by my father. The late Duke Qing'an had passed away early, and before Yuan Yichen's rise, the Yuan family had already begun to decline, left with only an empty title and a hollow shell. My father, perceiving Yuan Yichen as a promising young man, devoted to filial piety, believed he would make a commendable husband, and thus invested heavily in him. When the emperor commanded him to guard the frontier, it was my father who provided the provisions when the winter chill set in. It was my father who supplied the warm clothing. Had it not been for the prohibition on privately crafting weapons, he might have even sent swords. Consequently, the matriarch lowered her lofty head and consented to my union with Yuan Yichen. Yet my father, despite his meticulous planning, could never have foreseen that Yuan Yichen would indeed make a fine husband, just not for me. Since I announced my desire for a divorce, Yuan Yichen has not set foot in the Huashuang courtyard, and I have found a certain peace in my solitude. To claim I was heartbroken would be an exaggeration. After all, the encounters we shared could be counted on one hand. Not to mention any semblance of marital intimacy. Presently, he is preoccupied with marrying his beloved, leaving him no leisure to concern himself with me. In the Yuan household, festivity reigns. Vibrant red silk flowers adorn every corner, making it seem as though preparations are underway for a wedding. Yuan Yichen, unwilling to see Xiao suffer any indignities, spares no expense in providing the finest for her. The porcelain must be from the renowned kiln, the furniture crafted from rosewood, and the wedding gown intricately embroidered with gold thread. This lavish display surpasses even that of our own wedding, as he seeks to ensure that all are aware of his favoritism towards his concubine. As I manipulated the golden abacus, I could not help but marvel when he married me. The Yuan family lamented their poverty, adhering to simplicity and spending less than 2,000 taels. Now, it appears they have prospered, as marrying a concubine costs at least 50,000 taels. While strolling through the estate, I unexpectedly encountered Xiao again. Her complexion appeared much improved, as the capital's climate indeed nurtures vitality. She seemed to have gained a slight roundness about her middle, her expression one of pride. "Sister, I owe my marriage to your efforts, and I am here to express my gratitude," she said. I hastily refuted. "Your marriage arrangements are solely the work of my mother, and, husband, I have had no part in it." I was keen to distance myself from any potential repercussions should matters go awry. Remembering the previous misfortune, I instinctively took a few steps back, wary of any attempt at deceit. Xiao's smile faltered momentarily before she stiffly shifted the conversation, gently caressing her belly. "My husband has promised that once I give birth to a son, he will elevate me to the status of a legitimate wife. He worries that you may not agree, but I know you are not a jealous woman." My countenance suddenly turned frigid. In the past, I could tolerate their antics. After all, I was merely a concubine. No matter how much he favored her, she could never truly rise above her station. The charge of favoring a concubine over a legitimate wife, should the censors report it, would be sufficient to strip Yuan Yichen of the emperor's favor. The current sovereign is a legitimate son, who once narrowly escaped losing his throne to a younger half-brother. Had it not been for his brother, the Prince Ming, who vowed unwavering support, another might be seated upon the dragon throne at this very moment. Thus, he harbors a deep disdain for officials who favor concubines over their legitimate wives. Though a primary wife, she remains but a concubine at heart, albeit with a more palatable title. Yet, Xiao proclaimed that once she bore the heir. It appears that even before her child has taken its first breath, Yuan Yichen has resolved to declare it the heir apparent. The legitimate wife has not yet perished, and he is already planning to elevate a bastard to that esteemed position. Does he presume that I am destined to remain childless for all my days? Very well, for I never wished to bear his offspring. These past 2 years have been akin to feeding a dog a forcibly harvested fruit is not only unsweet but also rotting and foul. It is time I grant myself the freedom I deserve. Meeting Xiao's gaze, brimming with a cheerful glimmer, I replied with icy indifference. "I am." She endured 3 long years waiting for the general to return from battle, only to discover that her husband had brought back a pregnant woman, intending to take her as a concubine. What a foolish dream. I am the daughter of a wealthy magnate, and from this moment on, I shall seek a divorce and pursue my own ambitions. She is a revered princess, yet on the day of her childbirth, she was compelled by the prince and her mother to welcome her delicate younger sister into the palace. But how can one profit from such a situation? Sister, you have willingly walked into your own trap. Chapter 1. The Businesswoman Part 1. I am the daughter of the wealthiest family in the capital, with enough riches to last several lifetimes, yet I cannot escape the fate of becoming someone's wife. I married General Yuan, hoping for a life of eternal companionship, only to find that he brought home a pregnant woman to be his concubine. There are countless men in this world, I need not be bound to him any longer. From this moment forth, I shall seek a divorce and build my own career. The general has returned from his expedition, and he has brought back a pregnant woman. The firecrackers crackled in the courtyard, celebrating Yuan Yichen's triumphant return. My esteemed mother-in-law commanded me to wait in the frost-painting courtyard, citing that a woman of the inner chamber should not meet with men from outside. Miaoying rushed back from the front courtyard, breathless and urging, "Miss, why are you not reacting?" I paused momentarily in my calculations, pretending to be profound as I shook my head. He is a general, and a noble marquis, at that I cannot scold him, nor can I overpower him. It is wiser to conserve my strength and earn more silver instead. Compared to my husband taking a concubine, I find the prospect of poverty even more terrifying. I am of merchant status, and marrying Yuan Yichen is considered a significant elevation. My father, concerned for my well-being, provided me with a dowry of 12 shops across the streets upon our marriage. Jewelry stores, silk shops, cosmetic boutiques, taverns, and in everything one could desire, yielding substantial profits each year. With wealth at my disposal, life is not so unbearable. Yet, the people of the Yuan household have always looked down upon my origins. My mother-in-law once stated in front of numerous ladies that I was not worthy of their status, and my inability to bear children for the Yuan family after 2 years was a source of shame. But she was well aware that on our wedding day, Yuan Yichen was dispatched to the border and merely hastily lifted my veil. He has been gone for 2 years. He likely does not even remember what I look like. If I were to bear a child, it would indeed be a stain upon my honor. As autumn winds rustled, the leaves of the parasol trees in the frost-painting courtyard began to turn yellow, hanging precariously. Miao Ying, filled with frustration, sat across from me, picking up a ledger, and sighed. "You have enough silver to last several lifetimes. What use is there for so much money?" Her words resonated with me. The greatest agony in life is to die with unspent riches. The thought of my hard-earned money potentially benefiting some unfortunate child caused my heart to ache profoundly. I promptly retrieved 100,000 taels of silver notes from my treasure chest and handed them to Miao Ying, instructing, "Help me purchase land in the western suburbs by as much as possible." The western suburbs hold 1,000 acres of fertile land, originally belonging to a certain minister. However, it is said that their only son offended the Ming king, losing their fortune and even selling their ancestral estate to save that wastrel. Though I do not lack for money, there is indeed little land available. In the face of natural disasters, wealth pales in comparison to land. Stockpiling grains is the prudent choice. Miao Ying evidently agreed with my perspective, quickly disregarding the events of the front courtyard, and leaned closer with a smile, suggesting, "Miss, since we are buying, why not acquire the apricot orchard in the western mountains as well? In the spring, one can admire the apricot blossoms, and when the weather warms, enjoy the fresh apricots, with any surplus available for sale certainly a worthwhile investment." After a moment of contemplation, I found it an excellent idea and waved my hand decisively. Approved. Spending money always brings immense joy. Upon reviewing the ledger, I noted that the profits from my shops had increased significantly, and I could not help but exclaim, "The rate at which I spend is far too slow. It is quite vexing." Miao Ying looked at me, speechless. That evening, a maid from the front courtyard came to inform me that the matriarch requested my presence for dinner. I took care to change into a new outfit, a luxurious, yet elegant cloud-patterned silk adorned with colorful gemstones, complemented by a jade bracelet that made my complexion appear as fair as snow and exceedingly radiant. Like a resplendent golden peacock, I strutted into the front courtyard, only to see the smile on my mother-in-law's face turn into one of disdain upon my arrival. "Shun, come and meet your sister." To my surprise, standing behind Yuan Yichen was a woman I had not seen in a long time, her belly not yet visibly rounded. With a shy demeanor, her cheeks flushed, and her hair appeared somewhat lackluster, as if lacking proper nourishment. It was hardly surprising. Yet Yuan Yichen showed great concern for her, as if afraid I might harm her, shielding her behind him in a protective stance. I smiled and remarked, "So this is the young lady my husband has brought back. She truly is refreshing." The young lady's expression stiffened, nearly brought to tears. Yuan Yichen's affection for her surged, and he coldly glared at me. Why must my wife make things difficult for Roa? The onlookers cast furious glares in my direction, yet I had done nothing wrong. In fact, I was the true victim. My husband had fathered a child with another woman and brazenly brought her home. Though no one openly spoke against me, by the next day, I would become the laughingstock among the ladies. Yet none cared in their eyes. I was merely a jealous harpy tormenting a fragile young girl. The servants could only hold their tongues, while my mother-in-law, unwilling to make things difficult for herself, decisively proclaimed, "Roa is already carrying Yichen's child. We cannot let her suffer, so let her enter the household as a valued concubine." Temporarily? I smiled wryly. If Roa were to bear a son in the future, would she not be elevated to the status of a legitimate wife? Or worse, might I be cast aside so she could take my place? I glanced at Yuan Yichen, who wore an expression of agreement. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I remained silent, lifting my teacup to sip, the cool fragrance enveloping my senses. This was premium snow bud tea, harvested by tea farmers braving heavy snow to gather the tenderest buds before spring arrived. 1 tael of tea is worth 1,000 taels of gold. I had gone to great lengths to present it, yet instead of praise, I was chastised for extravagance. However, she did not seem to mind the tea, having consumed over 10 pounds in 2 years. As everyone maintained their silence, the least significant presence, Rower, could no longer contain herself. Sister, I know you do not favor me, but Yuan and I truly love each other. Please do not blame us. She resembled a delicate flower, easily swayed by the wind. Thus, I became the villain, unjustly receiving scornful glares. Though I regretted that Miaoying was not present, otherwise, I would have shown her what it meant to be a woman. Miss Rower, since both mother and husband favor you, I shall not object. I shall heed my mother's wishes and allow you to be a concubine. After all, I was powerless to prevent his decisions. It was better to gain a favor. The Fengling courtyard is still unoccupied. I will have someone tidy it up for you to reside there. The Fengling courtyard is closest to the Hefeng courtyard where Yuan Yichen resides, a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, Yuan Yichen, lacking appreciation, coldly refused. No need. Rower will stay with me. This truly trod upon my dignity. I forced a smile, suppressing the impulse to splash tea upon his face. As you wish, husband. With their objectives achieved, the three of them sighed in relief and ordered the meal to be served. A feast of exquisite delicacies, pleasing to the eye and palate, yet I could not even muster the energy to lift my chopsticks. Ruer gazed intently, her eyes shimmering with delight. Yuan Yichen, attentive and caring, served her dishes, a scene of mutual affection that elicited envy from those around us. My heart ached as I observed this. The East Sea yellow croaker cost 220 taels, the braised shark fin, 80 taels, the 5-snake soup, 100 taels, and the clear soup bird's nest, 200 taels. The culinary skills of our household are unmatched. It has been a long time since my son has savored such exquisite flavors, Yuan Yichen remarked, finishing his second bowl of rice and requesting a third. Seeing her son with such a hearty appetite, my mother-in-law was overjoyed. If you enjoy it, I shall have the kitchen prepare more for you tomorrow. Tomorrow?
I skoftinmodelige her audacity.
Setting aside the costs, the ingredients were rare treasures, hard to come by. It took me a month to gather these items, initially intended to celebrate my father's birthday. He, unlike many, had a singular passion for fine food. Now, it seemed, I had spent a month's worth of effort preparing for someone else's feast. Rua ate heartily, grease adorning her lips, while my mother-in-law seemed particularly fond of today's meal, indulging in an extra bowl of soup. I sighed, lamenting my dwindling wealth. Chapter 2. The Merchant Part 2. Yuan Yichen returned to court after resting for a day. The emperor was in high spirits, lavishing praise, though the rewards were disappointingly meager. Strangely, I was inexplicably granted a noble title. Miaoying also brought good news. Despite many eyes on the land in the western suburbs, my substantial wealth allowed me to secure it at over 20% above market value. Now was the season for sowing, and the land was only half arable, the other half lying fallow, a true waste. As a merchant, one must utilize resources to their fullest potential. With a quick calculation, I produced a stack of silver notes. We shall use the other half of the land to build a restaurant and an inn, and construct a road leading directly to the summit of West Mountain. Do you understand my intention? This was inspired by a young lady I had encountered before my marriage, who opened an establishment at the foot of the mountain, charmingly dubbed Farmhouse Delights. Initially, everyone mocked her, certain she would suffer catastrophic losses. Yet, upon completion, her inn coincided with a blooming of peach blossoms, drawing a steady stream of visitors, and her restaurant flourished, yielding abundant profits. Miaoying, having witnessed this, understood well. Her eyes sparkled as she proposed. The capital is never short of wealthy patrons. They are not deterred by high prices, only by insufficient exclusivity. Why not adopt a membership system, where the more one spends, the higher their status? There will undoubtedly be fools eager to spend extravagantly. I affectionately patted her head in approval. Having grown up alongside me, her kind nature ensured she would not profit at the expense of the less fortunate. I entrusted this venture to Miaoying, who grasped the intricacies despite her youth, displaying impressive acumen. Just as I envisioned silver flowing into my coffers, a maid approached to report that Miss Xia had arrived. Ruer, whose real name was Xia Ro, was a peasant girl from the border, often affected by the ravages of war, living in hunger. Fortuitously, she had encountered Yuan Yichen, ascending to a new life. I harbored no ill will towards her, having seen various intrigues in the business world. My tolerance for such matters had grown considerably. She approached me, still shy, her face flushing before she even spoke. Miss Ruer, please feel free to speak your mind, I urged, idly toying with my gold abacus, its beads clicking rhythmically. This exquisite abacus, crafted from pure gold, was a birthday gift from my father when I turned 10. Xia Ro's gaze lingered on it, a curious glow in her eyes. Sister, my husband sent me to discuss our marriage arrangements. You know, the longer we delay, the more inconvenient it becomes for me, she said, glancing at her abdomen. I was taken aback. Was it necessary to make such a grand affair for merely taking concubine? Yet, her expression suggested that Yuan Yichen indeed wished for this. After a moment of silence, I sighed, resting my forehead in despair. Miss Ruer, my mother still oversees the household. Consulting me will bear no fruit. I spoke truthfully. All affairs within the Yuan residence were dictated by the matriarch. What was I in the grand scheme? Had I not been wealthy, I might have been cast aside long ago. Xiao lowered her head, deep in thought, before abruptly standing, her demeanor cooling. Then I shall not trouble you further, sister. Her maid hurried to assist her, as if she were unsteady on her feet. I initially dismissed this matter, but that evening, Yuan Yichen stormed into the Huashuang courtyard, accusing me. He claimed that after Xiao visited me, she experienced abdominal pain, nearly resulting in a miscarriage. He was convinced that I harbored jealousy toward Xiao, intending to harm her child. What an absurd notion. I had spent the entire afternoon poring over ledgers. How could I have had time to plot against her? Husband, do you truly suspect me so? I replied, feigning hurt. His face twisted in disgust as he retorted, Shen Huizhuang, should anything happen to Ruer, I shall not spare you. A chill ran through me, and I responded with a smile. If you believe me to possess a heart of venom, then let us part ways amicably. The marriage between Yuan Yichen and myself was a miscalculation from the start. We were never truly fated to be. A union forged solely through my father's financial endeavors. The late Duke Qing'an had passed away too soon. By the time Yuan Yichen rose to prominence, the Yuan family had already declined, left with only a hollow title and a mere shell of its former glory. My father, seeing promise in the ambitious young man, believed he would make a good husband, and thus invested heavily in his future. When the emperor dispatched him to defend the borders, my father provided food supplies when warmth was needed. My father sent clothing. Had it not been for the prohibition against private arms manufacturing, he might have even sent weapons. Hence, the matriarch lowered her noble head, consenting to my marriage with Yuan Yichen. Yet, my father, in his meticulous planning, could never have foreseen that Yuan Yichen would indeed make a commendable husband, just not for me. Since I declared my intention to part ways, Yuan Yichen had not set foot in the Huashuang courtyard again, and I relished the tranquility. To say I was devastated would be an exaggeration. After all, our encounters could be counted on one hand. Not to mention any semblance of marital intimacy. He was now preoccupied with marrying his beloved. He had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with me. Joy permeated the Yuan residence, vibrant red silk flowers adorning every corner, leading the uninformed to believe a wedding was imminent. Yuan Yichen, unwilling to see Xiao suffer any slight, insisted on the finest of everything. The porcelain was to be custom-made, the furniture crafted from Wangwali wood, and the embroidery on her wedding gown was to be adorned with gold thread. The extravagance being lavish now far surpassed what was afforded during my own wedding, which had been a frugal affair, costing less than 2,000 taels. Now, it seemed he had prospered. Marrying a concubine would cost at least 50,000 taels. While strolling through the estate, I unexpectedly encountered Xiao again. Her complexion noticeably improved indeed. The capital's climate was nurturing. Her belly appeared slightly rounder, and a hint of pride graced her features. Sister, I owe my marriage to your efforts, and I wish to express my gratitude, she said. I quickly denied her claim. Your marriage arrangements are solely managed by mother and your husband. I have had no involvement. I distanced myself, wary of any repercussions should things go awry, recalling the previous misfortunes I had endured. Xiao's smile faltered, and she awkwardly redirected the conversation, gently caressing her belly. My husband says that once I give birth to a son, he shall elevate me to the status of a principal wife. He worries you may not agree, but I know you are not the type to be envious. My countenance suddenly turned frigid. In the past, when they indulged in their mischief, I could tolerate it. After all, I was merely a concubine. No matter how much affection he lavished upon me, it would never stir the waters of fate. The crime of favoring a concubine over a wife could easily be recorded by the censors, sufficient to strip Yuan Yichen of the emperor's favor. The current sovereign is a legitimate son who once nearly lost the throne to a bastard. Had it not been for his brother, the Ming Wang, who swore unwavering support, it is likely that someone else would occupy the dragon throne at this moment. Thus, he harbors a profound disdain for ministers who favor concubines over their wives. A legitimate wife, even when referred to as such, remains merely a concubine, albeit with a more palatable title. Yet, Xiao remarked that once she bore the heir, it seems that even before her child is born, Yuan Yichen has already resolved to designate it as the heir apparent. The legitimate wife has yet to perish, and he has already planned to elevate the bastard to the status of heir. Does he presume that I shall never bear children in my lifetime? Very well, for I have no desire to procreate with him. The past 2 years have been akin to feeding a dog a forcibly twisted melon is not only unpalatable but also rotten and foul. It is time I release myself from this plight. Meeting Xiao's beaming gaze, I responded coldly, I am. Chapter 3. The Businesswoman, Part 3. The invitation from the Yuan residence was dispatched far and wide, ostentatiously proclaiming to the world, Yuan Yichen favors his concubine over his wife. Come and witness. The court had been devoid of significant events for some time, and the censors, eager to assert their presence before His Majesty, seized upon this opportunity. Not only did His Majesty publicly reprimand Yuan Yichen, but he also demoted his title from Marquis to Earl. I sat in a tea house, sipping tea while eavesdropping on the gossip from the neighboring table. The patrons spoke with such conviction that their words seemed almost authentic. This tea house, part of my holdings, catered to the elite. Its clientele was either affluent or noble. The second floor featured private rooms, and to prevent eavesdropping, the paper on the windows was but a thin layer. The space was ample enough that, with a modicum of discretion, conversations could remain unheard by those next door. However, the raucous patrons next door cared little for discretion, vociferously berating Yuan Yichen as if they were scolding a street ruffian. I savored my mung bean cake, thoroughly entertained by their tirade. After half an hour of invective, having devoured a plate of mung bean cakes and drained my teacup, silence fell upon them, prompting me to rise and take my leave. Yet, just as I was about to exit, the conversation took an unexpected turn. The warrior who had been lambasting Yuan Yichen exclaimed, Have we yet discovered who purchased the land in the western suburbs? A timid voice responded, It was Miss Shen. She offered 90,000 taels. We in the Wang residence simply do not possess such funds. My foot, poised to step out, hesitated. I adjusted my attire and instructed the waiter to bring another pot of tea. The warrior seemed momentarily speechless, and when he finally spoke again, his voice dripped with disdain. After the way Yuan Yichen treated her, she still aided him in acquiring land? What foolishness! They are all worthless scoundrels. My tea suddenly lost its flavor. Had I offended anyone? It was one thing to criticize Yuan Yichen, but what wrong had I committed? Who claimed that the land was purchased for him? The warrior, seemingly incensed, threw down his chopsticks and stormed off. As he passed by my door, he halted inexplicably, his gaze penetrating the thin paper of the window and landing upon me. Fortunately, he did not enter. After finishing my second pot of tea, I could no longer restrain myself and stepped out, feeling light and unburdened as I made my way home. As I departed, I casually remarked, The paper on the second-floor windows is far too thin. The proprietor noted it down, responding with utmost respect, Rest assured, I shall have someone address this matter at once. I nodded and boarded my carriage. Throughout the journey, I pondered the identity of the warrior next door. They had alluded to the royal residence and the land in the western suburbs. Could he be the Ming prince? His voice bore a semblance. But what would he want with land? Lost in thought, the carriage came to a halt. I had arrived at the Yuan residence. The red silk on the stone lion had been removed, and upon entering, the once vibrant red decorations had vanished, leaving the estate shrouded in gloom. Was it true what the warrior had said? Had Yuan Yichen truly been stripped of his title? Upon my return, the matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at me, rebuking, The family has fallen into disarray, and you still have the audacity to roam about. You are a harbinger of misfortune. I refrained from engaging in a dispute, observing the accumulated furniture and items in the courtyard, nearly bursting into laughter. If I were not mistaken, this was likely the entirety of the Yuan family's possessions, sacrificed by Yuan Yichen for the sake of his beloved. When I married him, rumors had circulated throughout the city, branding Yuan Yichen as a man who thrived on his wife's wealth. The matriarch had harbored resentment towards me for a long time, and now, with an opportunity at hand, she was eager to announce to the world that the Yuan family had prospered and that wealth was abundant. Therefore, rather than curtailing Yuan Yichen's extravagant spending, she had only encouraged it further. Xiao appeared pale, seemingly startled by the upheaval, still grappling with the gravity of the situation. I smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Miss Ro. As long as your husband holds you dear, These material concerns are inconsequential. She regarded me with a look of resentment rather than gratitude. After enduring several more complaints from the matriarch, I learned that His Majesty had issued a decree. Siero, hailing from the borders, could not be guaranteed free from the influence of enemy spies. The marriage could be postponed. What had initially been a hope to recoup some dowry now seemed a complete loss. Yuan Yichen, once a man of merit with a promising future, would now face considerable obstacles in his aspirations. The matriarch's expression grew darker, and her demeanor towards Siero shifted dramatically. She coldly declared, "Since His Majesty himself has issued a decree, the marriage is off. Were it not for her condition, she would likely be cast out immediately." I remained silent. After all, this was not my concern. Yuan Yichen appeared less inclined to defend Siero than before, ignoring his mother's words. His expression was dark, fists clenched. Had it not been for the Ming prince's constant interference, I would not be subjected to this punishment. The Ming prince? It truly was him. Life in the Yuan residence grew increasingly dire, with daily provisions dwindling. Although Yuan Yichen's salary was substantial, the expenses were even greater. The household expenditures were one matter, but the cost of gifts was a considerable burden. In the court, relationships were paramount. One must spend lavishly on occasions of joy and sorrow alike. If one failed to present an appropriate gift, they risked finding themselves without allies when difficulties arose. Previously, I had been generous with my gifts. Anything that could be resolved with money was of no concern to me. Despite my humble origins, I had managed to cultivate a respectable reputation among the wives of the nobility. However, since Yuan Yichen returned with Siero, I had refrained from spending a single tael. While we were still a family, it was justifiable for me to spend on him. Now that we were on the verge of separation, I would be foolish to part with my wealth. After a few gifts, Yuan Yichen's already tarnished reputation had worsened. He had once been extravagant while preparing the betrothal gifts. Yet now he appeared miserly in his offerings. Did he truly believe that a dignified minister of the court should be overshadowed by a mere concubine? Yuan Yichen bore his grievances in silence, visiting the Huashuang courtyard a few times to express his dissatisfaction, subtly suggesting that I should contribute financially, yet I remained unresponsive. Seeing him return empty-handed, he resembled a dejected rooster, head hung low. As the Yuan residents faced misfortune, I felt compelled to adorn myself in finery, donning gold and jewels. In the twilight hours, a messenger from a cosmetic shop delivered new products, each possessing its own unique charm. Intrigued, I opened all the boxes, nearly overwhelmed by the array of colors. Before I could test them, a maidservant from the matriarch approached, requesting my presence for dinner. I leisurely adorned myself, donning a delicate bracelet before rising gracefully. I noticed the maidservant's eyes were full of disdain. Clearly, she was envious of my beauty. The courtyard was littered with fallen leaves from the phoenix trees, and I paused to admire the scene, lamenting how swiftly time passed. The maidservant dared not urge me, instead joining me in observing the trees, seemingly unaware of their true worth. I shook my head, sighing. Young women with discerning taste like meowing were becoming increasingly rare. These phoenix trees were also part of my dowry, a rare variety transported from Jiangnan, expertly pruned by a master craftsman. Planted in a location meticulously chosen by a feng shui master, each tree was worth a fortune. The Yuan family had initially deemed me overly ostentatious, yet they failed to realize that those understated treasures were often far more valuable. Upon reaching the Sihui Hall, I found Yuan Yichen present, while Siero was conspicuously absent. The matriarch, upon seeing me adorned in jewels, surprisingly refrained from disparaging me and even displayed a touch of warmth. "Huaizhuang, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea." Surprisingly, they did not address me as Lady Shen. It seems they harbor ill intentions, perhaps even wishing to poison me. With a hint of suspicion, I lifted the teacup, reasoning that they could not be so audacious, and thus took a cautious sip. The commonplace pu'er tea was merely sufficient to quench my thirst, not worthy of being called fine tea. I finally comprehended that the elderly lady expected me to contribute financially to the household. I concealed my thoughts, sipping one cup and then refilling it, feigning ignorance of any difference. The old lady, visibly agitated, furrowed her brows and asked incredulously, "Haven't you noticed anything unusual about this tea?" My expression of bewilderment was perfectly timed as I responded with an appropriate smile. "Mother's tea is undoubtedly excellent." Her countenance darkened, and she remarked, "The tea you sent previously was rather decent." Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is challenging. Once accustomed to delicacies, one struggles to consume plain fare. Alas, it was you who chose this simple sustenance. Shuya tea truly is a fine brew, yet it is scarce and priceless. I fear it won't be available until next spring. Currently, it is simply unobtainable, and I possess only a few dozen pounds in my private stash. If I cannot consume it, I might as well use it to make tea eggs. The old lady could say nothing further. Families of stature value their reputation too highly to directly request a daughter-in-law to contribute her private funds for household expenses. Such a revelation would disgrace the Yuan family for generations. Yet, the old lady persisted, stating, on the 6th of next month, the heir of the Duke of Chun is getting married. You should prepare a generous gift for Chen. He is quite busy with official duties. So you ought to take more care. I chuckled lightly. The 5th of next month is my father's birthday. Currently, I am preoccupied with preparing a birthday gift and cannot spare the time. Why not let mother personally prepare a gift for your husband? You're discerning. I will undoubtedly select a gift that pleases the Duke's household. The old lady wished to argue further, but Yuan Yichen gritted his teeth and interjected, Mother, if she is unwilling, we should not force her. What ambition he possesses. Chapter 4. The Businesswoman, Part 4. I presumed that since the FA had been shattered, Yuan Yichen would soon consent to a divorce. To my surprise, he dragged the matter into spring, consistently refusing to relent. Miaoying accompanied me with a sigh. She had just returned from the Shin residence, relaying that my father was so saddened by my plight that he had eaten half a bowl less. While I was lamenting our father-daughter bond, Yuan Yichen unexpectedly arrived, holding a piece of paper. I could hardly muster the energy for pretense and directly asked, What brings you here? His face betrayed an uncontainable joy as he tossed the divorce decree at me, dispelling the gloom of the past. You are no longer a member of the Yuan family. You should leave Yuan Manor as soon as possible. I was taken aback. Was this truly a stroke of good fortune? It was only after Miaoying urged me to read the divorce decree that I comprehended the situation, examining it closely. I must admit, Yuan Yichen remained as shameless as ever. His reason for divorce was the lack of offspring. Did he not understand why I had been unable to bear children? Was it necessary for me to suffer under such stigma? Well, if leaving was the only requirement, then so be it. I felt no inclination to delay and swiftly began packing my belongings. Fortunately, I had multiple residences and there was one close to Yuan Manor. Miaoying went outside and summoned dozens of Shin family members to transfer my dowry to the Shin estate. My dowry had amounted to 99 items, and once moved, the storeroom appeared desolate. As for the other items I had acquired, they were all to be taken as well. The sheets, bedding, clothing, furniture, and kitchenware all had cost a pretty penny, and exchanging them for silver at a pawnshop would suffice. I made sure not to overlook anything in Yuan Yichen's courtyard, personally supervising the transfer, my gaze meticulously scanning for any missed items. While I was sipping porridge, Xiao, disregarding her dignity, approached me, her pregnant belly prominent, and questioned, What are you doing? Your husband has divorced you. On what grounds do you take the Yuan family's possessions? I smiled, realizing why she always regarded me with such inexplicable expressions, as if I owed her money. It turned out she believed my wealth and status stemmed from the Yuan family, hence her eagerness to usurp my place. You are new to the capital, so it is understandable you are unaware of my status. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the sole daughter of Shin Zaixian, the wealthiest merchant in Deqi. The bed you sleep on, the tables and chairs, the utensils, and even the fabric you wear, all were purchased with my money. Considering you carry a child, I generously chose to leave your belongings intact. Before sunset, I gracefully exited Yuan Manor. Behind me, attendants struggled to carry the now sprouting parasol trees, panting heavily. As for the old lady of Yuan Manor, who gazed at the barren home and the large pits in the yard, fainting in fury was certainly no concern of mine. All I knew was that the moment I crossed the threshold of the Yuan family was the most liberating and joyous moment of the past 2 years. As for becoming a laughingstock and a topic of gossip, I was utterly indifferent. After all, I could still adore myself in the finest garments, wear exquisite jewelry, and earn substantial wealth. I did not return to the Shin family, for my elder brother had already taken a wife. While he would not mind my return, I was still a divorced woman, and such a return would not reflect well. Miaoying and I sought out a charming residence, living freely and lavishly without concern for how my actions might tarnish the family's name. The taverns in the western suburbs were beginning to take shape, Judging by their initial form, they could rival the finest establishments in the capital. Once completed, their grandeur would be beyond imagination. Life suddenly blossomed with vibrancy. With ample time, I meticulously surveyed my enterprises, and after calculating with my golden abacus, I arrived at an astonishing figure. I marveled. With such wealth, not only 8 lifetimes would be insufficient to exhaust it, but even 800 lifetimes would fall short. Miaoying cast me a longing glance before urging me to treat her to a meal. Come, miss, let me take you to spend some money. I tucked a wad of silver notes into my pocket, smiling brightly. Miaoying rolled her eyes, saying, "The entire tavern belongs to you. Why spend any money?" I was momentarily speechless, unable to refute her. If one were to inquire where the most gossip could be found, it would be either brothels or taverns. The main hall was bustling with activity. Miaoying and I sat in a corner while 2 elegantly dressed young men at the adjacent table discussed my former husband. I wondered what Princess Jingzhao saw in him. In terms of status, talent, and appearance, he possesses no remarkable qualities. It was said that he even divorced his humble wife for the princess, a conduct truly deserving of scorn. Miaoying suppressed her laughter, while I silently thought, I am not humble at all. However, it finally dawned on me why Yuan Chen had suddenly agreed to let me go. He must have found a new partner. Although I was wealthy, my status paled in comparison to that of the princess. A fool would know whom to choose. The 2 young men derided Yuan Chen before shifting their conversation to the princess's brother, the Ming prince. I heard that the Ming prince intends to marry. Your sister finally has a chance. The other young man jested. We could never aspire to such heights. Who knows when we might lose our ancestral home? I pondered their words while cracking sunflower seeds, and Miaoying occasionally stifled laughter. I shook my head, sighing that the Ming prince was deserving of mockery. The tales of the Ming prince are hardly secrets. In short, it is a story of a prodigal son. As the emperor's brother, he enjoys the emperor's trust. In his early years, he built a residence outside the palace, receiving endless rewards, basking in glory. Yet one day, a precious imperial item appeared in a pawnshop, sending shockwaves through the capital. Only then did the emperor realize that his most favored brother had fallen to the depths of living off pawning his possessions. To elucidate the royal family's wealth, it is undoubtedly substantial, encompassing salaries, rewards, and fiefs, which, under ordinary circumstances, would be sufficient to last for 8 lifetimes. However, the Ming monarch possesses an unusual penchant for commerce. The De Qi dynasty exhibits considerable leniency towards merchants, even encouraging trade, with a significant portion of the court's revenue derived from them. Thus, astute businesspeople like my father are regarded as contributors to the state in the emperor's eyes. Yet, the Ming monarch is a rare anomaly, a once-in-a-century commercial prodigy who invariably incurs losses in his ventures. Any shop in which he invests inevitably closes its doors within 3 months. Many shopkeepers, upon realizing his interest, hastily shut down their businesses and fled. 3 years ago, he personally approached the Shun family, expressing his desire to collaborate in opening a silk shop in the frigid northwestern regions. With unwavering confidence, he claimed that the locals donned coarse garments and that the absence of a proper silk shop presented a golden opportunity for profit. My father and I exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sentiment, and we coldly declined the Ming monarch's proposal. Undeterred, he ventured to the northwest to establish his silk shop, pouring in a stream of silver with nary a ripple of success, and returned to the capital in disgrace. By then, I had married into the Yuan family and seldom heard news of him. I never anticipated that his sister would take a liking to Yuan Chen. Chapter 5. The Female Merchant, Part 5. In the spirit of gossip, Miao Ying and I indulged in a lavish feast, only to realize, upon regaining our senses, that our bellies were greatly distended. Feeling uncomfortable, I discreetly loosened my waistband for a modicum of relief. Miss, you must be mindful of your image. In this state, how can you ever hope to marry? Miaoying remarked, adjusting her skirt, a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Fortunately, we were seated in a corner, away from prying eyes. At that moment, the dining hour had passed, and the hall was somewhat deserted. The 2 young gentlemen, who had been animatedly conversing, wiped their mouths and crossed their legs, now engrossed in gossiping about the Ming monarch's romantic history. Just as I was becoming immersed in their tales, the 2 men suddenly gasped, tumbling from their chairs to the floor. Ignoring their pain, they sprang to their feet, bowing. We pay our respects to the prince. I turned to see a man clad in a rich, deep purple robe, his visage resembling that of a jade crown, exuding an enchanting grace. Although this was not our first encounter, I remained captivated by the Ming monarch's beauty. Such a striking figure, even in his prodigality, inspired no disdain. "Miss, what shall we do?" Miaoing, recognizing the Ming monarch, seemed anxious, but I felt it prudent to feign ignorance. He appeared in good spirits. Yet an inexplicable fear gripped me, as if his next utterance would be an invitation for me to join him in the northwest to sell cloth. We bowed our heads, pretending to be engrossed in our own affairs when a clear voice rang above us. "Miss Shen, it has been a long time." I raised my head and managed a forced smile. "Your Highness, you remain as dashing as ever." A soft chuckle arose from behind the Ming monarch, belonging to a youthful figure, who then spoke with a feminine voice. "Brother, I have finally met your Miss Shen. She truly is a remarkable person." To call the Ming monarch brother, she must be the esteemed Princess Jingzhao. What she said was of little consequence. The Ming monarch frowned, seemingly displeased with the princess's remarks, and glanced at me, hesitating to speak. In such moments, I deemed it best to remain silent, observing with my eyes while keeping my thoughts to myself. "Miss Shen, should you find the time, do visit the royal residence." After a moment of reflection, he added, "My sister will also be present." I readily assented, though whether I would actually go was a matter for another time. I had yet to see Princess Jingzhao again when I heard news of her impending marriage. Whispers circulated through the streets, and Yuan Yichen became the butt of jokes once more. It turned out that the emperor had bestowed the hand of Princess Jingzhao upon the heir of the Duke of Qingda, with no connection to Yuan Yichen whatsoever. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense that such a charming young lady could not possibly be wed to that fool. Upon learning that the princess had a penchant for painting, I promptly retrieved a scroll from the Wu family depicting celestial beings and instructed Miaoing to deliver it to the Ming monarch's residence. What I thought was a trivial gesture took an unexpected turn the following day when the Ming monarch himself came to express his gratitude. I hastily changed my attire to receive him, only to encounter a throng of unfamiliar faces, some carrying boxes and others holding packages. Just as confusion set in, the Ming monarch emerged to greet me, calmly stating, "The gift from Miss Shen is far too extravagant. I feel unworthy of such generosity. In return, I have selected some ordinary items from my residence to present to you, and I hope you will accept them." I thought to myself that the items were not intended for him, and I turned to Miaoing, who was equally taken aback. It appeared that the gift had been misdirected. At this point, I could not retract my words, so I merely replied awkwardly, "Your Highness is too kind. As long as you appreciate them, they are of little value." Years ago, prior to the Wu family's rise to fame, they had been guests at the Shen residence, and it would have been impolite to partake in their hospitality without offering something in return, hence the many paintings gifted to my father. Once the Wu family gained renown, their artworks became priceless, and my father ordered that the numerous paintings be carefully stored away. Indeed, they were not worth much, merely the cost of a few meals. The Ming monarch remained silent for a moment before remarking, "Miss Shen, you are truly generous." I opted for silence, as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. I discreetly examined the items he had brought. At first glance, they were resplendent and exquisite, but upon further inspection, something felt amiss. The golden phoenix hairpin, the double phoenixes adorned with pearls, and the gold-threaded brocade. Were these meant to be my demise? I trembled, my voice quivering, nearly prostrating myself. "Your Highness, I have no desire to perish." He appeared taken aback. "Who wishes for your demise?" Judging by his expression, could it be that he was unaware of the nature of the gifts he had presented? A mere common girl has no need for such phoenix motifs. "Your Highness is overwhelming me." He glanced at the items he had brought, fell into silence for a moment, and then calmly replied, "Keep them. They will surely prove useful in the future. Such items are reserved for the empresses, princesses, and noble consorts of the imperial harem. I would never have use for them, even until the end of time." Wait, could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Or perhaps he is merely interested in my wealth? After a moment of contemplation, I concluded that the latter was far more plausible. Considering the Shen family's assets and the Ming monarch's prodigious spending, I shook my head, dispelling that dreadful notion. He did not linger any longer, and before departing, he shared a piece of the latest gossip. Yuan Yichen has begun to sell off his possessions. I was taken aback to discover that even a prince concerns himself with gossip, and I felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. My smile brightening as I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." As for what I was thanking him for, he surely understood. In May, The weather grew warm, and the number of visitors to the western outskirts began to swell. Leaning against the railing, I beheld an endless expanse of golden wheat fields on one side and lush apricot orchards on the other. Upon entering, one would find branches heavy with ripe, orange-yellow apricots. On the inaugural day of the Wudong restaurant, I attended in splendid attire, donning a dark red brocade dress. In keeping with the occasion, I had embroidered large clusters of apricot blossoms in gold thread along the hem of my gown, harmonizing with the golden apricot blossom hairpin adorning my head. I confidently faced the scrutiny of the guests, instructing the servers to present each table with a plate of freshly picked yellow apricots. The sweet and tangy apricots delighted the crowd, prompting many to decide to visit the Western Mountains to pick apricots after their meal, ensuring their outing was worthwhile. The road to the Western Mountains was lined with merchants offering an array of goods, creating a vibrant atmosphere that contrasted with the bustle of the city. The Ming monarch, too, graced us with his presence, and upon seeing me, his eyes seemed to brighten. "Miss Shen, this place is truly delightful. Might I inquire if I could invest?" I racked my brain on how to refuse him, yet he was remarkably perceptive, taking the initiative to say, "I was merely jesting." "Very well. You possess a fine sense of humor." We strolled side by side along the bluestone path, a gentle breeze wafting through the mountains, rendering the heat negligible. It seemed that the prince had also contemplated purchasing this plot of land. Whenever I pondered this, I felt immense relief, grateful for the substantial amount of money I had invested. The Ming prince halted, deep in thought, and suddenly broke into a smile. In that fleeting moment, the splendid scenery around us faded to obscurity, leaving only his exquisite visage in focus. I had once promised a little girl that I would cultivate the largest plot of land, growing the most abundant grains, ensuring she would never run out of sweet green bean cakes. He sighed. "What a pity. My purse is rather light." I furrowed my brow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with his words. It seemed that a small boy had once said something similar to me in my childhood. At that time, Dichi was suffering from a devastating flood, causing grain prices to soar, and many citizens found themselves unable to afford food. Refugees from distant lands flocked to the capital in search of survival, and every day, lifeless bodies littered the streets. The Shen family had a considerable stockpile of grain. Yet to the hundreds of thousands of refugees, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. My father set up a porridge stall to provide aid, yet as the porridge simmered, it grew increasingly thin, until the final pot contained barely a handful of rice, resembling clear water. As I sipped the watery porridge, that delicate, finely carved little boy held a green bean cake, its sweet aroma instantly making my mouth water. I traded a bowl of porridge for the green bean cake and crumbled it into the pot. With so many refugees, the porridge was scarce and had to be rationed, primarily for the children. One by one, the emaciated children devoured the porridge, licking their bowls clean, savoring the faint sweetness. The boy and I sat quietly beside one another. As he watched me drool, the pot was scraped clean, and I ultimately never got to taste the green bean cake. Chapter 6. The Female Merchant, Part 6. Until our parting, the boy told me he would cultivate the largest plot of land for me, growing the most grains and making endless green bean cakes. He sat in a luxurious carriage, his expression earnest and serious. I replied, "I shall become the most formidable female merchant in Dichi, earning the most money, and I will buy your land and green bean cakes." The individual before me blurred with the memory of the boy, creating an odd juxtaposition, yet it was still somewhat understandable. He had evidently kept that childhood promise close to his heart, and I felt a wave of emotion, tinged with a hint of heartache. "So, you squandered your fortune for me?" The thought of the lost silver made my heart ache, and my flesh felt the sting as well. As the most formidable female merchant of Dichi, I detest three things above all. First, losing money. Second, losing money. And third, losing money. Casting a glance at the Ming prince's face, I sighed silently. Well, this amount of money is still bearable. The view from the mountaintop was breathtaking, with 100 acres of apricot orchards and 1,000 acres of fertile fields sprawling before me. The flow of tourists filled me with joy. 10 taels, 20 taels, 30 taels. Within a short span, I amassed several hundred taels in earnings. This approach mirrored that of the esteemed Miss Jiang Nanyu. To enter the mountains, one must first pay. The guards stationed at the foot of the mountain were specifically dispatched by the Ming prince, as if to declare to all that I was under his protection, unafraid of others refusing payment. Although he lacked wealth, his status was exalted, standing just below the emperor, rendering him unafraid of offending others. Seated in a pavilion, the Ming prince's smile never waned. I wondered what could possibly be so amusing. Huaizhuang, what do you think of me? His eyes resembled a clear spring, and as the mountain breeze stirred, it created ripples in the air. As my gaze swept over his jawline, I swallowed hard, ready to speak, only to be interrupted. Your Highness? We pay our respects to your Highness. A throng of young nobles crowded outside the pavilion, among them a familiar face. I remained silent, quietly observing as the Ming prince's expression shifted from red to black. Yet, the group showed no intention of leaving, engaging in animated conversation. After a lengthy discourse, one nobleman remarked, "Brother Yuan, you were blessed with a daughter yesterday. Today, encountering the prince here is indeed a rare fate. Might we ask the prince to bestow a name upon her?" The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and someone tugged at the speaker's sleeve, signaling him to cease. Yuan Yichen's face stiffened, but he had no choice but to step forward. Your Highness's words are worth their weight in gold. I do not dare to hope for such a favor. Green bean. The Ming prince replied impassively, 2,000 gold. Ensure it is delivered to my residence. So, Yuan Yichen's daughter is named Yuan Greenbean? How unexpectedly charming. Yuan Yichen gritted his teeth and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you for bestowing a name, Your Highness." To break the awkward atmosphere, someone closed their eyes and began to praise. Green symbolizes hope, and bean signifies the return of harvest for sowing. Yuan Greenbean is truly an exquisite name. I could not help but cast a look of approval. If the next literary champion is not you, I would be the first to disagree. The Ming prince shot a cold glance, his impatience almost palpable. Even the simplest of minds understood it was time to depart. Your Highness, I take my leave. Your Highness, I take my leave. Your Highness and the princess. I take my leave. The people beside him hastily covered his mouth, and seeing the Ming prince remain silent, they quickly pulled him away, whispering a reprimand. You fool! The prince is not yet wed. The man replied innocently, I just arrived in the capital. I was unaware. But truly, the prince and that girl make a splendid match. I silently face-bombed. Such whispers were far from discreet. The Ming prince lowered his head to adjust his attire, yet I distinctly observed him stifling a laugh. Eventually, only Yuan Yichen remained, having aged considerably in just 2 short months. His somewhat worn clothing was still the outfit I had tailored for him during my time at the Yuan residence. His foundation was shallow, and the old matriarch had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. It was said that after my departure, she had not curbed her extravagance. With such a meager fortune, I wondered how long they could indulge. Your Highness, I feel compelled to remind you that the woman beside you is my discarded wife. Known for her arrogance and extravagant nature, he bitterly asserted, your esteemed status must not be tarnished by associating with a discarded woman. Upon reflection, his words held some merit. I indeed lacked discretion and had once been married. Apart from my beauty and wealth, I found myself lacking in all else. A man of the Ming prince's caliber was not one I should covet. Suddenly, I felt a warmth envelop my hand. I turned to see a large hand clasping my small one. You are blind. I am not. His cold voice lacked warmth, and I realized he possessed an imposing aura as well. I have already sought permission from my elder brother to marry Huaizhuang. Should we meet again, she shall be the most esteemed princess of Deqi. The Ming prince held my hand tightly, striding down the mountain without a backward glance. I was still reeling from the events that had transpired. The warmth in my palm felt so real. I gently struggled, only to be gripped more firmly. Your Highness, you're going the wrong way. He paused, muttering, I am Fu Jingming. I naturally knew his name was Fu Jingming. Yet daring to call him by it was another matter. What I said earlier was true. This time, I shall not let you slip away. He began to ramble, sharing much. It turned out that 3 years prior, he visited the Shin family, not for a partnership in selling cloth, but to propose to my father. My father had set conditions. If he could indeed open a silk shop in the bitter cold lands, he would grant my hand in marriage. This was clearly a refusal. Yet he pretended not to understand, and genuinely pursued it, only to discover my marriage news in the northwest. He hurried back to the capital to ensure that on the day of my wedding, the emperor sent Yuan Yichen to the border. Xie Ro was also arranged by you? They were already deeply enamored, with mutual feelings, and I merely acted as a catalyst. He felt no remorse for his shortcomings. Yuan Yichen, despite appearing upright, was in truth selfish and self-serving, lacking even a trace of Lord Cheng'en's noble character. I firmly believed this to be true. My father likely favored him, thinking that a man of Lord Chingan's caliber must have a worthy son. Little did he know, Yuan Yichen had wholly inherited his mother's traits. So, would you consent to be my princess? His gaze burned with intensity, and his handsome visage radiated sincerity, as if to refuse him would render me a villain of the highest order. Being of a kind heart, I could not accept such a role. A smile graced my lips, mirroring the joy in my eyes, as I continued, I think you are quite admirable. Yet, before his smile could bloom, I doused it with cold reality. However, the silk shop in the northwest has yet to open, Fu Jingming. I calculated in my mind the sum of silver required. A sigh escaped my lips. It seemed I must work harder to earn money, especially since I would need to support a spendthrift. It was not until I had walked some distance that the sound of laughter echoed behind me, as Fu Jingming called out, Xin Huaizhuang, we have plenty of time ahead. Author. By Liu Ai Chi Chapter 7. The Great Een embraces the blue. My legitimate sister, born with a fate befitting a phoenix, became the empress of the Han court and sought to claim the man I loved. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that it was my father who deceived her. I was the one capable of toppling kingdoms. Upon her birth, a lama foretold that she possessed the bearing of one who could rule the world. At 16, the Han court sent emissaries to bestow upon her the title of Guolan princess and to declare her a favored concubine of the emperor. On the eve of her departure, I took the unprecedented step of visiting her chamber and tossed a letter at her feet. Nalan, as you prepare to journey south and assume the role of empress, I implore you to release Nuki. You have kept him dangling for years. It is time to let go. Why do you say such things, sister? I have always regarded Nuki as a brother, she replied, her facade of innocence intact. But he harbors feelings for me, which has caused me considerable distress. I was grateful that we would not see each other again, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. She resumed her smile, her delicate voice tauntingly asking, then why write to him at all? Angered, I thought to myself that had I not anticipated her cunning and sent someone to monitor her actions, this letter would have surely found its way to Nuki's bedside. She grinned cruelly. Long elder sister, I simply wish to make your life miserable. While I may not love him, you do. Her laughter rang out, transforming the warmth in her eyes into a venomous glare. Father may claim to favor me, but in truth, you are the apple of his eye. I bristled at her words, realizing that if I could not win father's affection, I would seize the one she cherished. My face hardened. I could no longer bear to witness her smug expression, yet even after shutting the door, her triumphant laughter lingered in the air. Once the brilliance behind the door faded, I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I strolled into the courtyard. Before long, Ao and several others brought forth a man clad in sturdy garments. I lowered my head and personally removed the cloth gag from his mouth, observing the mixture of shame and shock in his eyes. I couldn't help but smirk. Nuki, are you finally clear-headed? I am Notching, born on the same day as Nalan, and although I have the legitimate wife of my father as my mother, I am overshadowed by her prophetic words. From an early age, I was allowed to run wild, reveling in the vastness of the grasslands. I could ride the fiercest steed and hunt the most formidable wolves. Naturally, it was Nuki who played an instrumental role in taming both horse and wolf. At the age of 12, in a period of youthful arrogance, I heard of a legendary steed from distant pastures, capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night. This horse was wild, throwing off even the most skilled riders from our tribe. Undeterred, I covertly pursued it, accompanied only by my trusted guards. Seizing an opportunity, I mounted the steed, but it broke free of my guard's grasp and galloped deeper into the grasslands. Clinging tightly to its body, I utilized my honed skills to maintain my seat. The horse, sensing its solitude, changed tactics, leaping and bucking wildly in an attempt to dislodge me. At 12, I was still young, and when my strength waned, I was thrown from its back. Had I fallen hard, I would undoubtedly have met a dire fate. Just then, Nuki rode by, leaping from his horse to save me. I cannot recall the exact details, only that his resolute face bore a pair of utterly dark eyes, shining like gemstones, brighter than the moon above. The horse, having thrown me, did not flee but stood nearby, exhaling heavily. Nuki steadied me and pointed at the horse, saying, "It seems this horse has accepted you to some degree. Do you wish to give it another try?" He looked at me with those dark eyes, reassuring me, "Do not worry, I will be here to catch you. You will not be harmed." Under his influence, I believed his words, despite our brief acquaintance. I mounted the horse, once more, striving to regain control. The horse, of course, attempted to throw me off again, but Nookie remained steadfast beside me. Each time I fell, he was there to catch me. I lost count of how many times I found myself cradled in his arms before the horse finally submitted, standing still for me to ride. I raised my face, a wild smile illuminating my features. "I am Notching. Who are you?" "Nookie," he replied, his eyes piercing through the night, the determination within them reflecting the wolf lurking behind me, causing his expression to change in an instant. The wolf bared its fangs at me and the horse, prompting him to draw his curved blade and charge forward without hesitation. With no time to hesitate, he engaged the wolf in fierce combat, while I steadied my racing heart, drawing an arrow from my quiver and aiming for the wolf's head. With a swift release, the wolf howled in agony and collapsed. Nookie, bloodied, gave me a thumbs up. Yet I knew that had he not distracted the wolf, I would never have succeeded in my shot. The night air was frigid, yet having tamed the steed and slain the wolf, my heart surged with warmth. Though his form swayed, he continued to smile at me. That smile etched itself into my heart. I had initially believed that he would come to admire me, the brave and spirited jewel of the grasslands, but to my dismay, he fell for Naylan, captivated by the romantic allure that only a Han beauty could inspire. My father, the chieftain of the Wanyan tribe, the foremost among the 7 tribes of the grasslands, had only 2 daughters. With Naylan destined for empress, he placed all his hopes upon me, yearning for me to procure a worthy suitor to strengthen our tribe. The reason he chose not to accompany Naylan on her wedding day was to orchestrate a grand courtship for me. Father dotes on Naylan for her imperial destiny. He cherishes me for the essence of who I am. Despite her years of training, Naylan maintained a perfectly composed smile, even while harboring bitterness. Little did she know, Nookie's instantaneous infatuation with her granted her the opportunity for revenge against me. Her elusive demeanor drove Nookie into a frenzy. Yet I would never overlook her spiteful glee directed at me. Just days prior, the Han court had sent for her to enter the palace, and she immediately penned a letter to Nookie, filled with sentiments of reluctance and the helplessness of her impending marriage. If this letter were to fall into the hands of Nookie, with his self-proclaimed profound affections, he might undoubtedly engage in some reckless actions. I shall not allow such a situation to transpire, not solely for the sake of my own affections but also for the survival of my entire clan. The emperor's woman cannot be coveted by others. My mother is the rightful mistress of the household, and as the legitimate eldest daughter, I possess my own network of trusted allies. I quietly replaced the original letter, stating only that there were important matters to discuss and inviting him to meet. When Nookie scaled the wall, my people swiftly apprehended him, muffling him with a cloth to stifle his voice while allowing him to overhear Naylan's true feelings for him. Naylan did not disappoint my expectations, as he finally voiced his resentment towards me and his feigned regard for Nookie before departing, thus facilitating my grand performance. Chapter 8. The Great Ean of Notching, Part 2. I stood with my hands behind my back beneath the corridor, personally removing the cloth from Nookie's mouth, declaring, "Nookie, my heart is drawn to you. Tomorrow is my husband's selection ceremony. If you wish to attend, I shall await your arrival. Though I lack the imperial stature of Naylan's queen, I hold the formidable power of the Wanyan clan in my hands. Should I devote my entire clan's strength to assist you, who is to say we cannot succeed?" He lifted his astonished gaze, his pupils darkening. I smiled proudly. "You are the legitimate eldest son of the Yaha clan, yet due to the early demise of your mother, you have been marginalized by your stepmother, even losing your right to inherit the clan to your half-brother Shuqing. You cannot be willing to relinquish your ambitions. Yet you are hindered by a lack of military force and financial resources. If you were to become my husband, the Wanyan clan would serve as your robust support." With that, I turned and left, indifferent to his immediate response. At the wrestling arena the following day, his arrival or absence would signify his final decision. Yet despite this, I found myself restless throughout the night, tossing and turning in bed as memories of the past 4 years flooded my mind. The day we trained horses and hunted wolves together was the very day he was cast out by his stepmother from the Yaha clan. My father, unable to refuse me, took him in, and he proved his worth through his abilities. Over the 4 years, he accompanied my father on numerous military campaigns, contributing significantly to the expansion of the Wanyan clan. He would race horses with me across the vast grasslands in his leisure time and would confront the noble youths who sought to curry favor with me. He once said I was the bright sun of the grasslands, and the stars shone brilliantly in his eyes. I naturally sensed the burgeoning affection between us. Had it not been for Naelin's later interference, we would have sworn eternal vows to each other. The result of a restless night was evident in the dark circles under my eyes the next day. Nevertheless, my heart brimmed with joy as I glimpsed his figure at the forefront of the suitors, his gaze devoid of the confusion from the previous day. Wrestling, horseback riding, archery, and tactical challenges, he excelled in all. I returned to my chamber to catch up on sleep, knowing from the moment he appeared that the outcome was predetermined. That evening, my father, with a gleam of delight in his eyes, came to see me alongside my mother. He looked at me with affectionate eyes and exclaimed, "Good daughter. Do you know what Nuki said to me?" My bewildered expression amused him, and he clapped his hands in laughter. Nuki pledged to grow old with you, a pair united. Truly, he had studied the handbook for years, and even his speech had become quite ornate. I feigned surprise and joy, listening as my father discussed the wedding ceremony with my mother. Of course, none of us took that statement seriously, neither my father nor my mother, nor I and him. He is an unyielding eagle of the grasslands. How could he be confined to my modest Wanyan clan? From the moment I fought wolves alongside him, I discerned the ambition that lay in his heart. The 7 tribes of the grasslands have always engaged in relentless warfare, with clans vying for greater gains, continuously merging and fracturing. The submission of each tribe signifies that the victorious chieftain must take the women of the defeated leaders under his wing. This is the custom of the grassland people, a fundamental means of quelling internal strife within a tribe. 5 years after our marriage, he, empowered by my father's delegation of authority, took command of the Wanyan clan, leading it to conquer vast territories with his unmatched valor. As the number of courtesans in the household grew, the once renowned 7 tribes of the grasslands dwindled rapidly under his conquests. By the time I turned 21, he had set the iron hooves of the Wanyan clan upon the Pucha, Oler, and Tudan tribes, and stood in defiance against the Yeha clan, which had absorbed 3 other tribes, leaving only the Wendu clan teetering on the brink of collapse. It was common knowledge that Wendu could not survive independently on the grasslands. It would either align with Yeha or submit to Wanyan. Wendu did not disappoint expectations, announcing its intention to select a son-in-law for its daughter. The date was set for the 3rd day of the 3rd month, with the venue at the border of the newly formed 3 tribes. The Wendu chieftain, Kyu, was a burly man, yet he had a daughter named Shigo, renowned as the most beautiful woman on the grasslands. A beauty such as hers would naturally seek the most valiant heroes of the plains. This compelled the leaders of both clans to declare their intentions, with the Yeha chieftain, Shuqing, promptly dismissing his legitimate wife to make way for a new union, while Nuki, however, held my hand tightly, leaving only the position of a secondary wife open for consideration. In the span of 5 years, I had borne him 2 sons and a daughter. He continued to cherish and respect me as his primary wife. Even amidst the numerous concubines of noble birth within the household, none could shake my standing. Yet, I could not suppress my concerns. Why, among so many esteemed women, did Jigo alone merit the position of a secondary wife? On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, the Yeha and Wanyan clans gathered at Wendu, and I secretly infiltrated the guard team to follow along. Clad in protective armor, I caught sight of Jigo and did not miss the admiration that shone in Nuki's eyes. After 5 years of marriage, I still observed the fleeting glimmer of ambition that followed her beauty. This ambition sent shivers down my spine. Jigo bore a striking resemblance to Naelin of yore, her every smile and frown imbued with charm. The beauty, holding a silk fan, smiled and cast a glance at Nuki, seemingly quite satisfied. I was no longer the sole daughter of the former chieftain of the Wanyan clan, nor was he the forsaken child of the Yeha clan. Jigo, hailing from the most prestigious family on the grasslands, held the power to influence the balance of power among the tribes. Should Nuki take her under his wing, it would pose a significant threat to my position as the primary wife. Thus, when Nuki and the clan leaders deliberated on how to subdue Kyu, I stepped forward without hesitation. Wendu had already set its sights on Yeha, using the pretext of a marriage alliance to conspire with them to eliminate the Wanyan clan. Nuki had already discerned their scheming and arrived prepared. The original plan was for him to infiltrate Kyu's tent and subdue him personally, but his subordinates would not allow him to take such a risk and proposed alternative candidates. Just as everyone was at a loss, I removed my armor, approaching Nuki amidst their astonished yet hopeful gazes. They all knew that my close combat skills surpassed Nuki's, and under the cover of the guards, I could surely complete the task. Nuki gripped my hand tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. I smiled at him, squeezing his hand fiercely as I declared, "If I perish, my 2 sons must be the only legitimate heirs. If I survive, you're forbidden from taking Jiga." That night, dressed in dark clothing, I stealthily entered Kiyu's tent, waiting for him to appear so I could end his life with a swift strike. I concealed myself behind a chest for what felt like an eternity until I finally heard the sound of the curtain being lifted. By the light of the candle, I caught sight of the weary Kiyu. In a flash, I sprang forth with my dagger in hand. His figure resembled that of a sword drawn from its sheath. Once unleashed, it could not return. The sharp dagger gleamed with an eerie blue light, piercing precisely into his throat. Until his last breath, he refused to close his eyes, gripping the dagger tightly in his hands. As I prepared to withdraw the blade, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind me. I swiftly twisted my waist to evade, utilizing my nimbleness to maneuver within the confines of the tent. Chapter 9. The Great Een and Naching, Part 3. Alas, the tent afforded only a limited space, and my opponent's punches were relentless, grazing my face time and again. I retreated repeatedly, yet as I attempted to leap out of the tent, he yanked me back with a forceful grip. I caught a glimpse of his eyes, mirroring the shape of the crossbow, yet glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. I heard his sinister laughter. "Isn't this my dear sister-in-law? Who would have thought that after failing to embrace you 5 years ago, today I would still have the chance to fulfill my desires? My dear sister-in-law is so impatient. She cannot wait for me to personally slay her despicable brother before offering herself to me. I must not disappoint her kindness." With that, he pressed me down onto the bed, beside which lay the lifeless face of Kuyu, who could not find peace even in death. Anger surged within me, and I struggled with increasing fervor. But alas, the disparity in strength between us was insurmountable. He was as heavy as a mountain, rendering me immobile. He seemed utterly confident in the collaboration with Wendu, believing that this battle was destined to be his, and thus he took his time, still binding my hands and feet. Leaning down to tease me in a whisper, I miss my sister-in-law's scent. His heavy breath made me turn my head away in disgust, which only fueled his arrogance. Grasping both of my wrists with one hand, he used the other to manipulate my face. In that moment, I darkened my gaze, seizing the opportunity to leap up, drawing another dagger from my boot and driving it fiercely into his abdomen. He staggered and half kneeled on the ground, seemingly incredulous that I could counterattack successfully. I drove the dagger deeper, the smile in my eyes growing. Do not underestimate the women of the grasslands. Do you think I am still the Naching of old? When I married the crossbowman, Shu Qi represented he to congratulate us. I could not tolerate his disdainful gaze towards Shu Qi, so I stealthily attacked him in the back garden while he was intoxicated. To my surprise, he was remarkably strong, quickly subduing me in just a few exchanges. Had it not been for Shu Qi's timely rescue, I would have been thoroughly violated. Since then, I began to practice close combat vigorously, never anticipating that the day would come when I could take vengeance upon him. He attempted to draw his weapon against me, but before he could rise, he crumpled to the ground. The toxic substance I procured at great expense from the Han court was meant to ensure that the wounded could not recover. Outside, the battle was nearing its conclusion, and Shu Qi led the troops into the tent. I watched him with a calm smile as he beheld the shocking sight of Kuyu and Shu Qi's corpses. Gothshi followed closely behind him, and upon seeing her father's lifeless body, she let out a wail and rushed forward. Tears glistened in her eyes, harboring a blend of despair and rage. Kuyu sought to ally with Yi He, yet he failed to consider his daughter's choice. Goji had already sent a secret letter, expressing her willingness to serve Shu Qi and bring her entire clan to surrender. Now, her Wenda tribe had capitulated, yet I had violated the trust by killing her father. She raised her long sword towards me, her teeth chattering in fury. "You killed my father. You are the one who murdered my father." In a frenzy, she lunged at me with her curved blade. I did not flinch or evade, fixing my gaze beyond her. Finally, the blade halted just a breath away from my chest. Meanwhile, another curved blade had already found its way into her heart. Shu Qi withdrew the blade, helplessly brushing my hair. "You always find a way to force me into making choices." I smiled brightly, elated by his unhesitating act of rescue. Although he harbored affections for Goji, he still remembered that I was his wife, genuinely aiding him, wholly devoted to him, and his steadfast companion. The Wenda tribe resolved to ally with Wan Yan, infuriating the chief of Yi He. who not only killed the Wenda chief Kuyu, but also the most beautiful woman of the grasslands, Gaji. History is always written by the victors. And this news reached Yihe before Shuqi and I. The Yihe tribe, leaderless, saw the elders advocating for peace. After all, the leader of the Wanyan tribe, Shuqi, was the legitimate son of the Yihe clan. I held his hand and smiled. You see, only I am worthy to stand by your side, and only I can accompany you in conquering vast territories. From the day I married Shuqi, I began to send envoys to engage with the elders of the Yihe tribe. Promises built upon wealth and glory would ultimately reveal the harsh realities to most. Shuqi conquered Yihe without a single soldier lost, leading to the complete unification of the grasslands. He united the 7 tribes under the Een banner, declaring himself the Khan and proclaiming independence from the Han court. The Han court, unwilling to witness the unification of the 7 tribes, swiftly dispatched a large army northward to quell the rebellion. Clad in armor, I painfully sent my children back to the Wanyan homeland while I stood at the forefront of the Een army, fighting alongside Shuqi for dominion. My father raised me with a boy-esque education, meticulously instructing me in matters of the tribe and strategies of warfare. This was my capital in the military. I wanted the entire Een army to remember that the founder of the Great Een was I, Wanyan Na Ching, and that it would always be me. Years passed, and the Han court suffered significant losses, retreating with the remnants of their army in disarray. Fearing their might yet unable to swallow their resentment, they executed the imperial concubine Nalan, who had married into the capital, as a warning to others. Nalan's demise, occurring just a breath away from the position of empress, became an eternal distance. I grasped Shuqi's hand, soothing his trembling with the warmth of my palm. Since his youth he had cherished Nalan, and even after learning she viewed him merely as a pawn, he could not bring himself to hate her, having long endured the pain of separation. Had Nalan lived, he would still remember this humiliation. Yet she had died, perishing beneath the brilliance of his conquests. From then on, Nalan remained the vermilion mole on his heart, the white moonlight in his eyes. For me, while I may feel jealousy, I also found complete peace in my heart. His lingering thoughts of Nalan meant that no one else could truly enter his heart, thus ensuring that no other woman could ever shake my position.
Now,
with the Han court in decline and internal strife rampant, it showed signs of impending collapse. Shuqi, you are the pride of the heavens, the eagle of the grasslands. Destined to lead us into the realm and conquer the world, I asserted firmly as I held his hand. He finally ceased trembling, calmly grasping my hand. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a desire for dominion. Na Qing, will you accompany me? His gaze was intense as he placed my hand against his chest, declaring that if we were to conquer this vast land together, no one could ever challenge my status as his legitimate wife. He understood, comprehended my worries and hesitations, my sorrows and fears. With pride, I raised my brow and kneeled, offering him the proper military salute. I donned my armor, once more, fighting alongside him amidst the throngs of soldiers. The valiant elite cavalry was an unstoppable force on the grasslands, and together we advanced through the cacophony of cannon fire. War proved far more brutal than we had imagined, and the once impregnable walls of the Han court stood resolutely, keeping us firmly outside the Shanhaiguan Pass. It was a deadlock. We could not breach their defenses, and they, while fortified, could do little against us. Chapter 10. The Great Een and Na Qing, Part 4. It was not until the arrival of one individual that this deadlock was finally broken. He was a pale-faced scholar, possessing delicate features reminiscent of a frail literati, yet his words carried weight and authority. He is certainly no mere scholar. He is the general guarding the Shanhaiguan Pass. Yet he remains infatuated with a love that he should not possess. If you deliver her to me, I shall open the Shanhaiguan. This is his condition. The one he desires is my sister Nalan. At the negotiation table, when he uttered these words, Nuki's expression changed dramatically, and he gripped my hands with all his strength, barely restraining his fury. My sister is not dead. The assassins my father sent her were no amateurs. They swiftly found a suitable substitute to feign her death and tirelessly escorted her back to the grasslands. Nuki is well aware that Nalan is currently in his courtyard, the most cherished of his concubines. I also know that I personally delivered Nalan to his tent upon her return. On the battlefield, I accompany him in his conquests across the lands. I am his legitimate wife, his comrade in arms, his indispensable strategist. In the courtyard, Nalan whispers sweet nothings to him, Nayland possesses a refinement that the children of the grasslands lack. Her every smile and frown embodies the delicate beauty of the southern lands.
Now,
Someone seeks to exchange the key that opens the gates of a vast empire for his beloved moonlight, though he bears the weight of his emotions with stoic resilience. The crimson hue in his gaze betrays the brilliance of his once radiant eyes. If the Khan is reluctant, I am prepared to step back. The scholar, fanning himself, cast a glance towards me. Aware that Nayland is prophesied to embody the essence of a motherly ruler, I dare not contend with the Khan for dominion. Then let the Khan grant me Wanyan notching to alleviate my heart's yearning. He professes that from the moment Nayland entered the palace, he fell deeply in love with her, longing for nearly a decade, and he requires an outlet for his emotions. He has given Nookie a 3-day ultimatum, either I or Nayland, and Nookie must choose one. I kneel and beseech. Nookie, after I depart, please take good care of our child. Rather than wait for him to plead with me, I proactively seek a path for my offspring. He gazes at me in shock, yet he does not acquiesce to my request. He envelopes me in his embrace, fiercely and tightly, leaving no room for even a sliver of space. Years ago, a llama prophesied that Nayland would surely embody the essence of a motherly ruler. In the past, I mocked the llama's words. Now, I realize it was perhaps a fate ordained by the heavens. Take good care of Nayland, and fulfill your grand ambitions. Tears stream down my face as I voice my sorrow. I am the brightest sun upon the grasslands, resilient and steadfast as the sun itself. How could I weep so easily, resembling a fragile maiden? Yet now, as I utter these words of betrayal, I cannot help but feel bitterness cloud my eyes. I withdraw from his embrace and softly inquire, Nookie, did you ever love me? He remains silent, his hands frozen in midair. Disappointed, I turn away, lifting my head defiantly, refusing to let a single tear escape. Just as I am about to leave, he chases after me, enveloping me from behind, holding me tightly. It is as if I am his eternal love, the sole person he holds dear in his heart. Wearily yet resolutely, he declares, You are my only empress. As long as I am here, you shall not go anywhere. These words seem to dispel years of doubt and sorrow. On the day Nayland followed the scholar, she turned back thrice, her gaze towards Nookie filled with desolation. The ruler of the world is nearly decided, yet she is not the one destined to embody a motherly reign. She casts a piercing look at me, as if she could shoot a hole through me. Nookie tightly grasps my hands, slowly positioning himself before me. I ask him, Do you regret it?
no regrets.
His affection runs deep as the ocean. With you, my homeland and empire exist. In the 28th year of the Zhaohe era, the general guarding the Shanhaiguan Pass, enraged for the sake of love, opened the gates to allow the Injun to enter. In the 30th year of Zhaohe, the Injun conquered the Han court, leading to the suicide of the last emperor, Emperor Chongda, in the palace. The leader of the Injun, Nookie, declared himself emperor in the capital, establishing the Great Yin, elevating his legitimate wife, Wanyan Notching, to empress, and naming his eldest son, Yehaingda, as crown prince, marking the beginning of the first year of Taichu, thus initiating an 800-year reign for the Great Yin. In the 8th year of Taichu, I donned the empress's ceremonial attire and entered the prison, witnessing everyone prostrate at my feet, including the once proud Nayland. The passage of time has ultimately diminished the beauty she once took pride in to mere ruins. Her hair has turned gray, yet her gaze remains as fierce as it once was. It was you who orchestrated this. The king of Dingbei never truly loved me. The former scholar has now been conferred the title of the king of Dingbei in the Great Yin. He professes his love for Nayland, yet only grants her the status of a wife. The trusted female officials have long dismissed everyone, and I stand outside the prison, smiling nonchalantly. So what? He has already harbored thoughts of allegiance towards me, and naturally, he must perform substantial deeds for me. The king of Dingbei never expressed a desire for Nayland. Yet I wish to probe into Nookie's true feelings. I have accompanied him in expanding his territories for over a decade. The time spent together, has it left an indelible mark in his heart? And Nayland, after years of tender companionship, has she transformed from a cherished beauty into something dispensable? I have achieved his imperial ambitions with the strength of countless soldiers, and thankfully, he reciprocates my profound devotion with sincere affection. Nayland, you have always claimed to possess the fate of an empress. Do you understand why, in the end, you became a prisoner? I ask with a smile. In the 7th year after Nookie ascended to the throne, the king of Dingbei rebelled, and Nookie personally led his troops to capture him. exterminating his entire clan to quell the rebellion. Perhaps he too harbors his own dreams of emperorship, intending to hold Nayland close and, once sufficiently fortified, to once again disrupt the world.
Why?
I ought to be the empress. I am the one destined for such a role. She screams in despair from within the cage, her eyes poisoned with despair. I glance at the delicate flower in my fingertips, letting out a silent sigh, because the llama's prophecy spoke of me. Years ago, my mother and Nayland's mother gave birth simultaneously. As the llama knelt and spoke, I wept, while Nayland remained in her mother's womb. The llama proclaimed, "This little lady, destined to embody a motherly ruler, would surely choose a husband to assist in seizing the world and establishing the realm." At that time, the 7 tribes of the grasslands were all under the Han court. Such audacious words could cost an entire clan their lives. My father concealed the latter half of the prophecy, pushing Nayland, born moments later, towards the beneficiary of these words, allowing her to shield me from the dangers of entering the Han court. Seizing the world meant taking the Han court's realm. Establishing the kingdom meant establishing the realm of the Great Een. This is also why my parents were willing to fully support Nookie. Simply because he is the husband I have chosen, the sovereign I have designated to dominate the world. Chapter 11. The Beauty of the Eastern Palace, Part 1. I am the crown princess, yet the crown prince does not love me. His affections lie with my talented sister. Marrying me was merely a decree that could not be defied. Thus, on the night of our wedding, he intended to leave me to guard an empty chamber alone. Even in the early days of our marriage, he sought to welcome my sister as a concubine. Even on the day I struggled to give birth, he did not forget to find an opportunity for a clandestine meeting with my sister. And what of me? Am I to resign myself to a life of humiliation and die in silence? I shall not submit to fate. I desire power and love, both. On the 8th day of the 7th month in the 23rd year of the Dwanping era, the glory of my family first fell upon me. The emperor and empress issued a decree to marry me, elevating me to the status of the crown prince's legitimate wife, Shaoli. I held the bright yellow imperial edict, still in disbelief, when I was roughly shoved aside. My third sister, Chiyu, snatched the edict from my hands, lowering her head to repeatedly read it. Sinshirine, Sinshirine. How could it be you? She is the most renowned beauty of the capital, her hair slightly disheveled in moments of emotional turmoil, yet her radiant charm remains captivating. Her gaze is filled with envy. It must be you. You have employed underhanded tactics to usurp the position of the crown princess from me. I am taken aback, recalling a recent family banquet where my mother, smiling gently, had looked at Chiyu and remarked, "Among our 3 daughters, you are the most fortunate." Before I could ponder further, the typically delicate Chiyu had rushed forward, her hand raised high. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the sound of a resounding slap echoed sharply. I released my grip, and Chiyu fell to the ground, clutching her face in disbelief. I looked down at her. What? Is it only permissible for you to harm others, while I am not allowed to retaliate? Chiyu, the imperial decree has been issued. What madness do you still wish to unleash? My mother's gaze flitted between us, and with a deep sigh, she knelt to embrace Chiyu, comforting her. Regardless of whether it's you or Elon, you are both blessings to arts and family. Chiyu immediately broke down in tears in my mother's embrace. He had promised. My mother hurriedly covered her mouth. Chiyu, you are losing your mind. She managed a strained smile at me. Elon, you should return and rest. I will come to your room later. I acknowledged her and, after bowing to my father, who was deep in thought, returned to my chamber. Upon entering, my maid, Taeliu, whispered, "Miss, what of this decree?" I removed the jade bracelet from my wrist. You have been with me day and night. Do you not know what I have done? As for how this decree came to be, I truly have no knowledge. In terms of appearance, talent, and renown, Chiyu far surpasses me. Moreover, it was 6 months prior when Chiyu encountered the crown prince during a covert outing at Hongqi, secretly nurturing her affections. Since then, the copper mirror on my dressing table has only reflected the gloom upon my brow. I poured myself a cup of tea from the pot on my desk. Well, what will be will be. Taelia remarked, precisely so. From that day forward, preparations for my marriage commenced in a flurry of order, during which Chiyu did not make another appearance. 3 months later, the crown prince, Shaoli, formally took me as his consort, and I assumed my rightful place in the Eastern Palace. A cluster of neatly arranged pearls hung from the draperies, and candles shaped like dragons and phoenixes burned brightly, filling the air with the heady scent of precious spices mingled with the sweetness of fruits. For the third time, the attendant presented the Hahuan wine. Under the influence of its fragrant aroma, my cheeks flushed crimson. Once the guest departed, only Xiao Li and I remained in the hall. After the ceremonial greetings, despite my lowered gaze, I could still sense the coldness in his eyes. After a long pause, Xiao Li spoke in a deep voice. "You shall rest alone tonight." As his words lingered in the air, I reached out and seized his sleeve. "You cannot leave." The candle flickered and suddenly burst into flames, dripping wax like tears. I tightened my grip on his sleeve. This was the first hurdle I had to face. If I could not retain the crown prince on our wedding night, I would become a laughingstock in the Eastern Palace and beyond. I reiterated, "You must not leave." Meeting his icy gaze, I implored, "Regardless of how your highness perceives me, this marriage was decreed by the emperor and empress. Your departure tonight would not only embarrass me but would also disgrace them. I beseech you to reconsider." Mentioning the emperor and empress, two formidable figures, I watched as Xiao Li replied nonchalantly, "You worry too much." Yet, regardless of his indifference, he ultimately sat down again. As dawn approached, I slowly opened my eyes, finding the man beside me still lost in slumber. His eyes were shut tightly, the contours of his face sharp and defined. In terms of appearance, he and Chiyu were indeed a perfect match. Yet, as I lay beside him, the distinction between us was stark and almost laughable. I am not naive. The crown prince's coldness stems from his affections for Chiyu. He sees me as a usurper, claiming everything that rightfully belongs to her. In the depths of the palace, without the support of a husband, my path is fraught with challenges. Yet therein lies the peculiarity of fate. Emotions within the palace are both the most precious and the most trivial commodities. Power and status are the true foundations of existence. As long as I embody the virtue of being wise and virtuous, even if Xiao Li does not love me, he will lack the power to discard me. I closed my eyes once more, silently clenching my fists beneath the silken quilt. In the treacherous confines of the palace, fate has brought me to this juncture. I cannot allow myself to be quietly submerged within these depths. In the chill of November, as I stepped out of the palace warmed by the heating stoves, a wave of cold surged from my feet to my core. The newly appointed maid, Yaoshu, shivered as she walked beside the palanquin. The current empress is the crown prince's birth mother, the former princess Hijing of the Southern Dynasty. She was honored as a virtuous consort by the emperor and later gave birth to his legitimate eldest son. After the fall of the Southern Dynasty, the emperor elevated her to empress, and their son was named crown prince. Although her health is frail and her vision impaired, the emperor has always shown her great affection. Peering out from the palanquin, I caught a glimpse of the smiling Yaoshu. The honor of the empress's bestowed name was evident on her face. Yet, I pondered whether the name was granted on a whim or held deeper significance. As Yaoshu's mistress, I could not afford to overlook such considerations. Finally reaching the inner hall, I intended to give Yaoshu instructions, but my legs weakened and I nearly collapsed. This startled Yaoshu, who exclaimed, "Crown Princess, are you all right? Should I summon the imperial physician?" She helped me to a lavish couch, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps I am merely fatigued from recent exertions. There is no need to call for a physician. Yaoshu cautiously observed my complexion, softly advising, "Everyone in the palace knows that the empress is reserved and does not enjoy lively gatherings. You need not attend to her every morning and evening." I gently shook my head, a sardonic smile creeping onto my lips as I retorted, "If you were in my position, what would you do?" Yaoshu was rendered speechless, and I sighed. If one lacks extraordinary beauty, one must possess exceptional virtue. In terms of looks, I cannot be deemed ugly. Yet amidst the throngs of beautiful concubines in the palace, I ultimately remain ordinary. My third sister, Chiyu, who once shared an affection with the crown prince, is a striking beauty. Relying solely on beauty is not my path. Perhaps I am indeed weary today, for an unprecedented fatigue enveloped me. Yaoshu, I shall take a short nap. Please come to awaken me in half an hour. The crown prince is hunting today, and he will surely return with rich food. I must cook for him myself. Once Yaoshu departed, I slowly closed my eyes. Chapter 12. The Beauties of the Eastern Palace, Part 2. Though my time in the palace has been brief, many matters have revealed their truths. The emperor is stern, and the empress is aloof. Under such parents, the crown prince, Xiao Li, has grown into a composed and unerring figure. Yet beneath this exterior lies a simmering fire. ready to ignite at the slightest breeze. He has encountered too many who seek to flatter him. What he desires is someone who can devote themselves wholeheartedly, viewing him as a deity, an omnipotent being. Thus, it is no surprise that Xiaoli has taken a liking to Qiyu. Qiyu, having been cherished by her parents since childhood, has grown amidst praise, developing an innocent and passionate disposition, captivating all who lay eyes on her. As evening approached, Xiaoli indeed returned, and the attendants presented the spoils of his hunt. I casually examined the prepared pelts of the game, praising, "Your Highness has had a bountiful harvest." After he bathed and changed, a feast was laid out in the hall. Xiaoli seemed disinterested, eating only a few bites before pausing to say, "I have something to discuss with you. Please, Your Highness, go ahead." Under the flickering lights, I exchanged glances with him, observing the hesitation that flickered across his handsome visage. There was little left for me to decipher. I picked up my chopsticks and meticulously removed the small bones from the fish before placing it onto his plate. He did not glance at the pristine dish. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, "It is Qiyu." I rose and bowed solemnly, preemptively stating, "Your Highness, please enjoy your meal. I am unwell and must take my leave." The maid, Yao Su, who stood nearby, witnessed my departure without a backward glance and, in a moment of urgency, boldly interjected, "Your Highness, the crown princess has indeed been overworked these days and is feeling rather unwell." Abandoned in place. Xiaoli's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "If she is unwell, why not summon the imperial physician?" Yao Su knelt with a thud. I informed her of the need to call for one, but the crown princess refused, saying she only needed to rest for a while. Today, after finally acquiring some leisure, she lay down for merely half an hour before rising again to prepare your dinner. The lotus seeds in the porridge were personally selected by the crown princess. As night descended, noble carriages occasionally passed along the expansive palace path. I stood not far from the Qingyuan gate, allowing the chilly night breeze to billow my cloak. Not long ago I had been carried through that very gate. I lingered there, my heart growing clearer in the cold wind. Upon returning to the East Palace, Yao Su, who had been waiting for a long time, approached me with concern etched on her face. "Crown Princess." I signaled to Yao Su to reassure her, and then proceeded to the hot spring in the inner hall. The warmth seeped into my limbs as I heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Within the East Palace, the only person permitted to enter the Crown Princess's bathing pool, aside from my husband Xiaoli, could be none other than him. I turned around, allowing my long hair to cascade down, concealing my alluring features. With a barely audible sigh, I reached for a white cloth from the edge of the pool and stepped forward to assist Xiaoli in drying himself. His broad back met my touch as my hand, through the fabric, grazed his straight shoulder, and I spoke softly, "Qiyu cannot enter the palace." In that instant, Xiaoli's gaze upon the water was laden with meaning. I continued, "I have heard it said that it is easy for a mediocre father and son to coexist, yet difficult for an illustrious pair to do so. If a son does not reveal his talents, he risks his father's disdain. However, if he shines too brightly, he may provoke suspicion from his father. You and His Majesty are, after all, the most illustrious father and son in the realm." I wrung the cloth again, gently adding, "Your Highness, I understand your intentions. Recently, I informed my mother that with my marriage into the East Palace, my sister's marriage should also be discussed in due course to avoid missing a favorable opportunity. As husband and wife, we share our fortunes and misfortunes. Thus, I will speak plainly. No matter which noble lady you desire as your crown princess, I shall be prepared to welcome her. However, Qiyu is not suitable. Had His Majesty permitted her entry into the palace previously, it would have been her here and not me. She cannot hold the position of crown princess. A momentary indulgence may bring joy, yet both you and she would struggle to bear the ensuing consequences. Even if you insist on allowing Qiyu into the palace, I shall never plead on your behalf. I cannot bear to witness the rift between you and His Majesty." The man before me gazed silently, and after a long pause, he spoke in a deep voice, "Though you and Qiyu are sisters, your temperaments are entirely different. You are meticulous and considerate. Indeed a suitable choice for the crown princess." I gently embraced him, resting my face against his back, my expression unchanged, yet my voice brimmed with affection. From the moment I received the crown jewel, I knew that my life's happiness and disgrace were bound to you. As the water splashed, Xiaoli turned to embrace me, and I nestled into his arms, knowing I had passed a significant trial. When the new year arrived, news of my 3-month pregnancy spread throughout the palace. prompting my mother to donate several statues of bodhisattvas to the temple. Yao Su informed me of this, and I frowned. Such expense seems excessive.
Yao Su đáp lidt.
Madam believes this pregnancy is due to the blessings of the Buddha, and she wishes to reciprocate. I chuckled, is that so? As the hour approached, I hurried to pay respects to the Empress. Though I was pregnant, I insisted on attending the Empress daily. One day, I encountered His Majesty in the Empress's palace, earning a remark of filial piety and chastity. His Majesty's words were of utmost importance to me. Upon arriving at the Zhaoyang Palace, the Empress's maid, Lu La, came out to greet me, saying, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness, the Empress is changing." Knowing she was a favored attendant, I replied warmly, "I must have arrived too early." After a while, the Empress indeed emerged, her eyes unbound by medicinal cloth, her hair elegantly styled, her gown swaying slightly with her movements. Even if youth had faded, her face remained stunningly beautiful, perhaps one of the reasons for her enduring favor over the years. As the Empress settled, Lula brought in some seasonal fruits, saying, "Now that you are expecting, the palace incense is no longer appropriate. Yesterday, the Empress specifically instructed me that in the future, when the Crown Princess visits, we should use fruits to scent the chambers." I quickly rose to bow. "Thank you, Empress." The Empress raised her hand. "No need for formalities. Now that you are pregnant, you must be more cautious." I gazed at her tranquil expression, smiling gently, and placed my hand on my abdomen. "At 3 months. I cannot yet feel much. I wonder if the Crown Prince troubled you during your pregnancy?" The Empress seemed lost in thought for a moment, perhaps reminiscing. And after a while, she remarked, "The Crown Prince was very good." Lu La nearby chuckled. "Your Majesty, you cannot hide the truth from the Crown Princess." She explained to me, when the Empress was carrying the Crown Prince, she could not keep anything down, and her legs and feet swelled so much that she could hardly wear shoes. That night in the East Palace, I mentioned this incident to Xiaoli, embellishing a few details, and finally sighed, "I wonder if our child will take after you, and also give me a hard time." Xiaoli's slender fingers rested on my abdomen, pausing for a moment before he said, "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to visit the Empress." I nestled against his shoulder. "That would be wonderful. Lu La prepares excellent dishes, and you must help me plead with the Empress to let me learn from her secretly." Xiaoli playfully pinched my nose, his eyes glimmering with affection. "It's getting late. We should sleep." Yet I was reluctant, twisting his fingers, continuing to inquire, "Does your Highness desire a son or a daughter?" Xiaoli replied, "Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, I will bring the best of everything in the world to them." I smiled slightly, closing my eyes, for his words were precisely what I wished to hear. Chapter 13. The Beauty of the East Palace. Part 3. At present, I have garnered the affection of the Empress and Emperor, my bond with Xiaoli deepening. And with child, my status as Crown Princess is as solid as a mountain, the path ahead proving even smoother than I had once anticipated. Outside the palace, the night deepened, and the guards patrolled tirelessly. In the dark of night, I felt at ease and drifted into a deep slumber. Days passed, and my pregnancy became more evident. After several months, I finally reached my due date. My child, being both legitimate and the firstborn son, allowed my mother to enter the palace to accompany me, ensuring a smooth delivery. On a twilight evening, as the sky was ablaze with sunset hues, my water broke. The people of the East Palace were well prepared. Those swift in action hurried to inform the Emperor and Empress, while the summoned physicians and midwives rushed to attend. My mother accompanied the midwives, and after cleansing her hands, she offered me slices of ginseng to suck on. The cold sweat on my body had already soaked through my plain, white undergarments. In this moment, I finally comprehend that the agony of childbirth surpasses all else. Tears cascade uncontrollably, blurring my vision, while the midwife's urgent exhortations echo in my ears. "Your Highness, push." At this instant, there exists no princely consort, only a frail and ordinary woman. I can no longer endure the pain. "Mother, save me. It hurts." My mother rushes to grasp my arm. "Elon, push." Cold sweat pours from me as I fight for the life of Xiaoli. He must understand my suffering and the tribulations I face. With all my strength, I cry out, "Your Highness, where are you?" In the haze, I see my mother hesitantly withdraw her hand. As I open my mouth, I find that no sound emerges, my eyelids growing heavier. Beside me, Yao Xu shouts, "The prince is on his way. I shall go to meet him." "Your Highness, you must push. The child cannot be without a mother." The midwife, in a state of panic, presses her hands against my abdomen. Pain envelopes me, and a piercing scream reverberates throughout the chamber.
Amitudi?
No, I cannot perish. I bite my lip until it bleeds. Yet I detect a strong medicinal scent. The labor-inducing potion is being handed to my mother by a palace maid. My mother cradles the bowl of medicine, tears cascading like beads into it. Drink, my daughter. The midwife supports me, and just as my mother approaches my bedside, a figure rushes in, twisting my arm sharply.
It is Yao Xiu.
Tears stream down her face as she kneels beside me, whispering in my ear, "The third miss is in the East Palace. She is with the prince." My lady, you must endure. My eyes widen in disbelief. In the next moment, pain surges like a tide, distorting my features. In the depths of despair, I realize that in this palace, apart from myself, there is no one to rely upon. I clutch Yao Xiu's sleeve tightly, my veins bulging, and grit my teeth. Remove the labor-inducing potion. I will give birth myself. The midwife trembles at my side, and I glare at her. Help me. If anything happens to me or the child, can you and your entire clan withstand the wrath of the royal family? After a prolonged struggle, at midnight, I finally deliver my child, a boy. The tiny infant, with a red face, cries loudly in his bright yellow swaddling. After the initial joy, a wave of fear washes over me. My mother holds the child carefully. I will take him to show the prince. I nod slightly, a sense of helplessness enveloping me. At this moment, Yao Xiu collapses to the ground. On the brink of death, the one who truly shares my heart is not my husband or mother but Yao Xiu, who has served me for many years. I feign the need to rest, dismissing everyone, leaving only Yao Xiu behind. Yao Xiu, tell me everything you saw just now, without omission. Yao Xiu says, you faced such a perilous situation, yet the prince was nowhere to be found. I searched high and low in the East Palace, eventually locating him in his study along the long corridor. The one guarding the door was Wenlan, who you once aided. He signaled to me upon seeing my arrival. Inside the study was a chilling sensation surged through my heart, and Yao Xiu cast a worried glance at me. Continue. I have braved the gates of death. What else can I not withstand? The third miss is in the study, in an indecent situation with the prince. I suddenly burst into laughter, mocking them as well as myself. Sin Elon. Oh, Sin Elon, you consider yourself clever yet remain heedless, played with like a puppet. I nearly sacrificed my life for Shaoli, yet he, at the moment of my peril, is entangled with my own sister. What a husband! What a sister! Yao Xiu comforts me. Your Highness, your most pressing concern now is to nurture your health. With a royal son by your side, your fortune awaits you. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, I regained my thoughts, gazing at the disheveled Yao Xiu before me, and solemnly promised in the radiant light, Yao Xiu, for your loyalty, I shall not fail you. There are two prominent maidservants by the queen's side, one named Ulvian, whose standing you have seen, the other, Bi Hui, has married and left the palace. I shall ensure that your remaining years far surpass theirs. The grand chamber was suffused with a rich fragrance, rendering one drowsy. Since my entry into the palace, this was my first meeting with Chiyu. Yet, being married changed everything. At home, we were equals as sisters. Now, I sat while Chiyu knelt at my feet. She was originally a delicate beauty, but now seemed even more diminished. I leaned slightly, my fingers lifting her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. What a beautiful face! I murmured. The flowers bloom and the moon dims in the light mist. Tonight is perfect to seek the embrace of my beloved, trailing fragrant steps, holding golden-threaded shoes. This was a verse from a previous dynasty, coincidentally describing the illicit affair between my sister and brother-in-law. Chiyu's face turned pale, her soft, petal-like lip bitten tightly. My mother stood nearby and upon witnessing the scene, urged, Elon, it is my fault. I led your sister in. I smiled. Turning to my mother, among the 3 daughters of the Tsin family, the eldest managed the household before her marriage, earning father's favor. Chiyu, being frail and beautiful, has always been favored by you. I am talentless and unworthy, thus I should expect no praise from my parents. Yet even if I am foolish, I am still your daughter. Why did you bring Chiyu into the palace at the moment I teetered on the brink of death? To conspire with her brother-in-law and stab me in the heart? My mother could not meet my gaze, turning her face away. I laughed. Is it that you hope, should I perish, that with Chiyu's affair with the prince, she might take my place? After all, The prince's consort is still a daughter of the Tsin family. My child must call Chiyu aunt. Mustn't he?
Ilan.
My mother exclaimed, disappointment flooding her eyes. Alas, I am no longer the uncherished second daughter of the Tsin family, striving to win my parents' approval. Their regard no longer holds sway over me. The family has abandoned me in favor of Chiyu, so why should I cling to them? Does my mother find my words harsh? Then let me tell you, I can speak harshly, and I can also commit harsh deeds. I sip my tea, mother. You should leave now, allowing me to speak with Chiyu alone. Yaoshu stepped forward to support my mother. She was ushered out, glancing back one last time, calling my name, but I feigned indifference. As the palace doors opened, a sliver of light seeped in, only to be swiftly blocked again. Now it is finally just Chiyu and me. My gaze falls upon her face. Chiyu, are you still as pristine as before? Chiyu remained silent, and her silence itself was an answer, a testament to Yaoshu's words. Chapter 14. The Beauty of the East Palace, Part 4. A slap sent her reeling, my fingertips trembling. Yet she turned back, her face raised, eyes blazing with anger and resentment. You hit me. What right do you have? I encountered Shaoli first. He and I share mutual affection. The position of the prince's consort should rightfully be mine.
Ha!
I crouched down, meeting her resentful gaze.
Fool.
Since childhood, I have willingly yielded to you. Last year, the palace presented hairpins to noble ladies of the capital. We were each to receive one, yet did they not end up adorning your hair? Just to see you hesitate at the sight of the phoenix hairpin, I willingly let it go. Have I not treated you well? I let out a cold laugh, retrieving a jade tablet from my wide sleeves, its surface densely inscribed with fine characters. Since the position of the crown princess is beyond your reach, you should clarify your own standing. Every household listed on this jade tablet has been meticulously selected for you. Behind you stands the Tsin family and me. What splendid matches you could have if you simply waited for me to arrange them after I bear my child. Yet you rushed to present yourself to the Eastern Palace. Chiyu protested, but I encountered him first. It was I. I straightened up and threw the jade tablet to the ground. Chiyu, listen carefully. The position of crown princess is granted by the empress. It was never yours to seize from me. You may be fervently wishing to be the crown princess. Yet no one has ever asked me whether I am willing to take on this role. Since you have already become his, and considering our blood relation, I will assist you one last time to fulfill your desire. However, you must remember that from the moment you step into the Eastern Palace as a consort, our sisterly bond is irrevocably severed. I would spare no effort in striking down anyone who threatens my child's status. That is my bottom line as a mother. On the day of my son's first month celebration, I sought a decree from the empress. Soon, news spread throughout the capital that the crown prince had officially recognized two favored consorts. Aside from Chiyu, there was also a daughter from the Su family. Although deemed a secondary daughter, her family had no legitimate sisters, and with her father and brothers being military generals, they cherished her dearly, leading to her fiery temperament. The day after Shaoli favored the Su lady, he came to my palace, visibly irritated as he mentioned, "What a sharp tongue she has." She nearly took a piece of flesh from my shoulder. I couldn't help but laugh. In the past, Shaoli would never have shared such matters with me. Perhaps it was due to the child. Or perhaps the situation with Chiyu entering the palace led him to believe that I was indeed virtuous and would not harbor jealousy. In any case, it was undoubtedly a good thing. I remarked, "It's precisely such a spirited sister who should temper his highness, lest he think all the consorts in the Eastern Palace are pliable and meek, easily bullied by him." Shaoli chuckled. "Pray tell, how have I bullied you?" We laughed together, engaging in playful banter while tending to our son, Xiao Sun. As for how Chiyu entered the palace and how I obtained the decree from the empress, it seemed as if we could pretend nothing had ever transpired. As if it had always been this way. Who could see my tears in the long night? The imperial edict summoned me to the palace. And the imperial power thrust me into my current position. Behind me was an abyss. Without contention, my child and I would find ourselves without a path forward. When my son Xiao Sun turned 6, the emperor unexpectedly announced his abdication, taking on the title of retired sovereign. Following this were the series of palace relocations, including the change of ownership of the Zhaoyang Palace, where the empress resided. In these 6 years, my position in the inner palace grew increasingly stable. I had never neglected the matters of courtly greetings, and the affairs of the Eastern Palace were organized under my guidance. Secretly, I exerted influence to bring back my elder sister Xiang Yuan and her family, who had been clearing southern waterways. In the intricate web of power within the inner palace, I indeed required some informants to gather intelligence, but they need not necessarily be from the Tsin family. When Shaoli ascended as emperor, I naturally became the empress. At the court ceremony, I stood resplendent alongside Shaoli, my dragon and phoenix crown glinting brilliantly under the sun. Amidst the resounding praises, I realized that these 6 years had allowed me a seamless transition from crown princess to empress, yet each subsequent step would be fraught with peril. For Shaoli, now emperor, did not have only one child. During these 6 years, the Eastern Palace had welcomed 3 sons and 1 daughter. Once Chi Yu and the Su lady became pregnant, I immediately raised up a younger, more beautiful rival to share his affections. Although I had not borne a child during this time, their presence undeniably diluted the frequency of Xiao Li's visits to them. The Su lady gave birth prematurely to a second son, resembling a kitten, while Chi Yu skillfully chose the auspicious day of the emperor's longevity festival to deliver her child. The third son. I, too, had a daughter, who was subsequently titled Princess Lo One by her father. When Shaoli rejected the Su lady's elevation to De Fei and Chi Yu's promotion to Xian Fei and reversed their titles, I began to fathom his intentions. Though both Da and Xian were among the 4 favored consorts, the ranking of De Fei was above that of Xian Fei. Human nature is indeed fickle. While Shaoli occupied the position of crown prince, he was fearful of his father's suspicions and would have gone to great lengths to prove his loyalty. Yet upon becoming emperor, he grew concerned that the inner palace and his offspring might exceed his control, thereby threatening his sovereignty. In the past, when he cherished Chi Yu, he merely sought to contest for her a little. Should there be any obstruction, he would abandon the pursuit.
Now,
his favoritism towards Chi Yu in terms of titles, was it due to past affections or the emperor's need for balance? Thus, each time Chi Yu and the consorts came to pay their respects, I made my favoritism towards Chi Yu glaringly apparent. The topics of conversation among the women of the inner palace were invariably limited. Aside from the shared man, they discussed food and attire, which were singularly mundane. When one claimed to enjoy pre-arranged Longjing tea, I would counter that Chi Yu exclusively adored Sichuan Ming tea. As such conversations occurred repeatedly one day, I learned of the emperor rebuking De Fei. Xiao Li merely sought to instigate a rivalry between Chi Yu and me. We were both daughters of the Tsin family, and the emperor was naturally wary of the power of the maternal relatives. What he desired was discord between us. Should we maintain a warm bond, he would find it untenable. And finally, Chi Yu's retaliation arrived. During the sweltering summer, 2 princes suddenly fell into the lotus pond of the imperial garden. Chi Yu, who lived nearby, arrived first. Upon hearing her son claim, the crown prince pushed me. She, without a moment's hesitation, approached the drenched Xiao Sun and struck him across the face. The protective ornament on her hand left a bloody mark on the tender skin of the boy's cheek. Years ago, she had knelt before me and received a slap. Now, she returned the favor in this manner. I rushed to the scene, witnessing the unfolding drama with a cold glare, commanding, "De Fei." Chi Yu's eyes sparkled with coldness as she retorted, "Did the Empress not hear Ah Xiao's words?" I stepped forward, placing my hand on my son's shoulder. Ah Sun also fell into the water. The account cannot rely solely on Ah Xiao's testimony. Even if Ah Sun is at fault, as his legitimate mother, it is for the Emperor and me to discipline him. When did it become De Fei's place to interfere? Chi Yu paused, then smiled gently. "Sister, do not forget, I am not only Ah Sun's stepmother, but also his aunt." She lowered her gaze and extended her hand toward my son. "Good child, did your auntie hurt you?" Ah Sun instinctively recoiled in fear. I coolly instructed someone, "Summon His Majesty." The situation was not difficult to discern. Each prince was attended by palace maids. Ah Sun had arrived first, captivated by a pair of lotus flowers in the pond, while Ah Xiao arrived later, wanting the same. In their tug-of-war, both fell into the water. Upon hearing the palace maids recount the events, Xiao Li's expression darkened. Such shallow-mindedness. Is a pair of lotus flowers worth fighting over? Ah Xiao, being younger and favored, boldly declared, "Mother loves the lotus flowers." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's expression softened considerably, and he praised, "That is indeed filial." He glanced at Xiao Sun and admonished, "You are older than a Xiao. Do you not understand the principle of brotherly love?" My gaze darkened, yet I retorted, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that a month ago, when a Sun led a group of cousins to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, he was praised for his brotherly affection? Children do quarrel at times. There is no need to wear a stern face and frighten both a Xiao and a Sun." Before Xiao Li could respond, I continued, as the saying goes, a son of 1,000 gold should not lounge in a grand hall. You too fell into the water this time, causing everyone in the palace to worry for you. Punishment is still necessary. In my opinion, how about copying the classic of filial piety 100 times? After all, I am the empress, in front of many witnesses. Xiao Li would not disregard my wishes. He nodded. We shall do as you say. Chapter 15. The Beauty of the Eastern Palace, Part 5. That night, a palace maid conveyed that His Majesty was resting in the Chiyu Hall. I sighed softly. During the day's incident, His Majesty only reprimanded Asun, yet he did not mention the slap dealt by Chiyu, nor did he utter a word of reproach. Having shared many years of marriage with Xiao Li, my heart had already grown cold since the night of childbirth. But how could a 6-year-old child like Asun not feel aggrieved? When I brought a late-night snack to see Asun, the child had already begun copying the classic of filial piety. Upon seeing me, he remained silent, but tears welled in his eyes. How could I not feel heartache? Eat something. You can continue tomorrow. He lowered his head and said, Mother, it is my fault for not pleasing father. I placed my hand on his shoulder, my heart heavy with sorrow, and explained, You are the child I cherish most. You are wonderful. As for your father, he favors De Fei more than me, naturally favoring a Xiao, who is born of her. Moreover, you are different from a Xiao. You are the legitimate child of the Empress, and your growth signifies your father's aging. He fears you, thus cannot love you wholeheartedly. But you still have your mother. Most children in the palace mature quickly. That night, Xiao Sun silently finished copying the classic of filial piety 100 times. At dawn, he finally stopped writing and softly said to me, Mother, I know you also cherish the twin lotus flowers. He mentioned the twin lotus. And suddenly, I recalled the lotus hairpins bestowed upon me years ago. It was the 2nd year after I gave birth to Lewin, when, by chance, I learned from the Empress Dowager how I became the crown princess of the Eastern Palace. The Empress Dowager said that after Xiao Li requested their approval, the Tsin family secretly sent someone to investigate Chiyu's character. The 2 conspicuous lotus hairpins in Chiyu's hair led His Majesty to perceive her as overly greedy and lacking humility, which resulted in a change of selection. Had I heard this before my marriage, perhaps I would have believed it, but now, having been immersed in the palace for years, I could only laugh. With so many noble ladies in the capital, why would one need to select Chiyu? Ultimately, the late emperor felt that Xiao Li was too indulgent in matters of marriage and meant to send a warning. After all, there had been deposed crown princesses in the past. If I were truly inadequate, they could simply replace me. After Xiao Sun fell asleep, I instructed Yao Su to return home. Yao Su was a child of the household, with both parents being elderly servants in the manor, and without sons. She was meant to accompany me in marriage. Once I entered the palace, her family remained in the manor. A few days later, Asun took his sister out of the palace to visit the longevity villa where the late emperor and empress dowager resided. There was ample open space, allowing Luo Wen's beautiful kites to fly freely without the worry of entanglement. Time in the palace flowed like water. In the 7th year of Shenfeng, the late emperor passed away. Among the many descendants, Asun was the most heartbroken. He frequently visited Longevity Villa, having developed a close bond with the late emperor. Concerned for his health, I prepared nourishing soups. On the day of the late emperor's funeral, in front of numerous officials and royal family members, Asun suddenly coughed up blood, his body swaying violently before collapsing, unconscious. The imperial physician diagnosed it as poisoning. Naturally, Xiao Li was furious, and after investigation, the culprit pointed to the virtuous concubine Su. Asun had been poisoned with a rare toxin from the southwest, and coincidentally, concubine Su's brother had once suppressed the southwestern rebels. Moreover, under strict interrogation, a palace maid confessed that she had received favors from the Su family, dissolving poison in the water and using a cloth dipped in poison water to wipe the utensils used to prepare Asun's meals. Overnight, the Su family was brought down, and even the 3rd prince born of concubine Su was cast aside. As the storm of wrath descended upon the Su family, Chiyu lay in bed recuperating. Time seemed particularly kind to her, refusing to diminish her beauty. Even after a miscarriage, she maintained a sickly beauty reminiscent of a tragic figure. Over the years, she had been pregnant twice, yet neither child was carried to term. Initially, she suspected me or concubine Su of foul play, but her possessions were always carefully guarded, leading me to believe it was due to her inherent frailty. In the 10th year of Shinfeng, I fell gravely ill and did not recover for a long time. Shaoli increasingly believed in Taoism, urging me to offer prayers, which I resolutely refused. As the crown princess and empress, I have a clear conscience and have committed no wrongdoing. Is this truly the case? Only I know the truth. For 17 years of marriage to Shaoli, I have indeed committed many misdeeds. For instance, I discreetly tampered with the fine fabrics my mother sent and the nourishing herbs that Sin family provided for Chiyu, silently ensuring the loss of her offspring. Yet, if given the chance again, I would still make the same choice. Chiyu and I each have our children, and we are like fire and water, leaving me no opportunity to be overshadowed. Accompanied by my 2 children, I ultimately survived this illness. Shortly after my recovery, a petition to appoint our eldest son, Xiao Sun, was swiftly presented to His Majesty. Legally, Xiao Sun's succession was justified, yet Shaoli chose to suppress it. Regardless of his reluctance to establish a crown prince, he could not delay for long. On the day of the Qianqiu festival, during a court banquet, the second prince, who seldom made appearances, attended. When he presented his birthday tribute, he suddenly raised a voice for his mother, claiming injustice. As long-forgotten names resurfaced, His Majesty froze momentarily, recalling the visage of concubine Su. The second prince, kneeling on the ground, appeared gaunt, his eyes wide, staring at himself. Concubine Su had been cast into the cold palace due to the poisoning of her eldest son, Xiao Sun. If she were indeed wronged, then a strange fervor flickered in the eyes of the exalted emperor. You may rise. You claim concubine Su has been wronged. Do you have any evidence? I lowered my eyelashes and gently blew on the hot tea in my cup. Evidence, of course, existed. Under His Majesty's directive, the case of concubine Su was reopened. However, the so-called truth refused to conform to his expectations. Those executed long ago had left families behind. A girl of about 10 knelt on the ground, weeping. Revealing the truth she knew, my mother told me that after my sister entered the palace, she tended to the flowers in the imperial garden. One year, when my mother fell ill, my sister cried in the garden and encountered De Fei. De Fei gave my sister money to take home for my mother's treatment. Later, my sister, by chance, entered the Empress's palace, and De Fei asked her to act as a spy. Later, when my father, drunk, killed someone and faced the death penalty, my sister sought De Fei's help. De Fei said she could assist, but my sister would have to do something for her in return. That task was to poison the crown prince and implicate concubine Su. That is enough. The performance can end here. I coldly declared. What a splendid De Fei. What a cunning plot that achieves 2 objectives with 1 stroke. Had it not been for Sun's modest drinking habits back then, Your Majesty would now be left with only the raucous chaos that she has unleashed. When the evidence was laid bare, just like the virtuous consort of your Chiyu cried out in her innocence. Yet, if cries for justice held any weight, the virtuous consort would not have languished in the cold palace for 3 long years. Upon her release, the years spent in that frigid confinement had aged her beyond her years. Even after emerging, the emperor's favor eluded her grasp. Chiyu, on the other hand, was sent to a temple on the outskirts of the city, where she spent her days in the dim light of ancient candles and the company of solemn Buddha statues. Before she left the palace, I had one last meeting with her. Chiyu was no longer the naive girl of yesteryears. With fury in her eyes, she pointed at me, exclaiming, "It was you. You began plotting against me 3 years ago." I gently shook my head, replying, "Chiyu, you have committed grave errors and yet show no remorse, longing only for the solace of the temple to atone for your sins." Those were the final words I exchanged with her in this lifetime. Years ago, she had imparted a lesson to me. The more one revels in success, the more vigilant one must be. Later, Yao Su informed me of my mother's request for an audience. As I peeled longan for my daughter, I remarked, "Tell mother that the emperor's decision to send Chiyu to the temple is a gesture of leniency. The virtuous consort has suffered 3 years in the cold palace. Though the temple may be austere, it is still preferable to the cold palace." A month later, the emperor appointed his eldest son, Xiao Sun, as crown prince. Given Xiao Sun's esteemed status, he had no other choice but to elevate him. At this point, all that remained was to bide our time. Much like the emperor had done in his days at the Eastern Palace, we must endure until he is willing to abdicate or until his demise, which would mark the end of our struggle. My only concern was whether any remnants of the poison from the southwest still lingered within Xiao Sun. When my son presented me with the poison 3 years ago, I was genuinely taken aback. Yet this strategy, though protracted, has indeed borne fruit. Qiyu's cries of innocence are not misplaced, but the virtuous consort in the cold palace and the third prince have already deemed her the culprit. And the family of the deceased palace maid has also placed the blame upon her. Even with 100 voices, the truth would remain obscured. After all, no one could have anticipated that such a treacherous poison was calculated and consumed by the 13-year-old Xiao Sun himself. Compared to his father of old, Xiao Sun is far more suited to the role of crown prince. He is subject to greater suspicion from the emperor and must navigate the court with far greater caution. In the stillness of the night, I closed my eyes heavily. As I prepared for slumber, I contemplated the need to advise the emperor on the matter of the empty harem, suggesting that he should broaden his selection of beauties. In this era of prosperity, it is hardly unreasonable for an emperor to indulge in pleasure. If the emperor were not misguided, how could the crown prince's virtues shine forth? In a half-dreaming state, I seemed to return to my youthful days. Back then, I could never have imagined that one day I would find myself embroiled in battles against my sisters and the emperor, entangled in schemes and stratagems. Perhaps this is the fate that befalls all women within the depths of the palace. In the dark of night, the sound of a delicate lute echoed from somewhere, melancholic and persistent, weaving through the air like a gentle lament. Chapter 16. The Grand Feast of the Noble Consort. Lu Yuan, the favored consort, possessed a beauty that could captivate nations, enchanting the emperor to the extent that he seemed to lose his very soul. The entire palace was well aware that the empress held no significance, having become little more than a mere ornament in the harem. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, the emperor's true affections lay with the empress. Lu Yuan, the empress, was married to the same man as her sister Lu Yuan. While Lu Yuan held the title of the empress, Lu Yuan basked in the utmost favor as the noble consort. Undoubtedly, Lu Yuan's stunning beauty rendered her a bewitching presence, and rumors spread that she was a reincarnation of a siren, destined to be a source of temptation. Today marked Lu Yuan's birthday, and the palace was awash with a jubilant atmosphere. However, Lu Yuan's countenance revealed discontent, her expression as bland as chewed wax, causing the emperor, Gu Xiangyan, to fret deeply. Inquiring as to the cause of her unhappiness, Lu Yuan turned her head, her gaze landing upon the empress, and with a tone of playful reproach said, "Your Majesty, I find my appetite lacking, and I long for the fragrant rabbit dish that the empress used to prepare. The imperial kitchen-'s offerings have become monotonous, lacking the exquisite touch of the empress's culinary skills." After all, the empress had always delighted in the art of cooking during her time in the manor. The other concubines felt a tightening in their hearts. Only Lu Yuan dared to voice such sentiments. Gu Xiangyan was naturally compliant, yet the empress was the foremost lady of the harem and would not lower her status. To their surprise, the empress Lu Yuan stood up, her demeanor typically gentle, and with a soft smile remarked, "Today is indeed my sister's birthday. It is my oversight not to have prepared in advance. Since my sister wishes to indulge, I shall attend to it immediately." She bowed to the emperor and proceeded to the imperial kitchen, leaving the other concubines in stunned silence. They were well aware of Lu Yuan's overstepping, yet they had not anticipated such audacity, even disregarding the empress. The mention of rabbit meat was merely a pretext. A few days prior, the empress had acquired several small white rabbits, which she cherished dearly and cared for with great affection. However, one day, for reasons unknown, the rabbits vanished entirely, only to be discovered later in the imperial garden, lifeless. Within the palace, who would dare brazenly touch the empress's belongings? Who but the noble consort? At this moment, the deliberate mention of rabbit meat was an overt affront to the empress. Yet, the others reflected, had Lu Yuan not usurped the empress's position, perhaps Lu Yuan would have long ascended to the role of matriarch. The entanglements between the two sisters were not for outsiders to discern. Indeed, the empress and the noble consort were biological sisters. However, the empress was born of a concubine, while the noble consort was the legitimate daughter of the principal wife. The younger sister, gentle and meek, easily deceived, while the elder sister, with her enchanting beauty, was haughty and domineering. Curiosity ran high among the onlookers. How was it that the younger sister became the empress, while the elder sister remained subordinate? This mystery eluded them. What they understood was that as long as the noble consort Lu Yuan held dominion over the harem, the position of the younger sister, Lu Yuan, would be tenuous at best. In the imperial kitchen, Lu Yuan tied on an apron and wiped her delicate hands. She had a natural affinity for cooking, And even after ascending to the central palace, she would still showcase her culinary skills during her leisure time. Her skills had advanced significantly, surpassing those of the imperial chefs. Despite the maid's numerous attempts to dissuade her, claiming that the noble consort was not genuinely hungry but rather seeking to undermine her, she continued to smile gently. Unfazed, "She is my sister. As her younger sister, it is only right to satisfy her culinary desires." The wild rabbit was cleaned, cut into small pieces, briefly blanched in boiling water to remove excess blood, and then simmered in a pot over low heat. Wine was added, along with star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, tied scallions, ginger slices, and a pinch of salt. It was cooked until tender enough to be pierced with chopsticks before being drained. In another pot, oil was heated over high heat. Minced garlic and Sichuan pepper were sautéed until fragrant, then fermented black bean paste was stirred in, followed by the rabbit meat, which was tossed in the wok. Stir-frying required finesse. Too slow would lead to burning, while too fast would prevent the flavors from penetrating. A splash of aged Dukong wine ignited the flames, releasing a crisp aroma that was tantalizing. The rabbit meat was plated, but the dish was not yet complete. To enhance its visual appeal, the oil was heated again, and dried chili peppers, Sichuan pepper, and minced garlic were fried until fragrant, then drizzled over the rabbit meat, crackling delightfully. Finally, a sprinkle of scallions crowned the dish, presenting a culinary masterpiece. The maids were nearly drooling, unable to contain their praise. "Your skill is truly unparalleled, my lady." As the feast progressed into the third course, when the maid brought forth the fragrant rabbit dish, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate, eager to snatch a piece for themselves. Indeed, the Empress's culinary prowess was extraordinary. Perhaps only the noble consort could partake in such exquisite flavors. The fragrant rabbit dish was presented before Lu Yuan, accompanied by a bowl of plain tofu soup. This soup was exceedingly simple, containing only cabbage, minced meat, dried bamboo shoots, tender tofu, golden needle mushrooms, and black fungus. Clearly, this soup was unworthy of the grand feast. However, the aroma of the soup was no less than that of the rabbit meat, wafting through the air with a delightful fragrance that was perfectly balanced. Especially after indulging in rabbit meat, a sip of the soup was exceptionally refreshing, alleviating greasiness, soothing the mind, and aiding digestion, proving to be greatly beneficial. Lu Yuan, rarely smiling, picked up her chopsticks and savored a piece of rabbit meat, declaring it utterly delicious. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she finished the entire plate of rabbit meat and then contentedly drank the soup, savoring the lingering flavors. Wiping her mouth with a cloth, she turned to Lu Yuan with a lazy smile, exclaiming, "The Empress's cooking truly surpasses that of the imperial chefs. Alas, after this meal, I wonder when I shall eat again." Lu Yuan hurriedly replied with a smile, "What does it matter? Whenever you wish to eat, I shall gladly prepare it for you." Lu Yuan's smile was enchanting, and the gold hairpin in her hair jingled softly, its sound crisp and melodious. The tumult had subsided, and the banquet resumed its lively atmosphere, filled with laughter and music. Yet, unseen in the main seat, Gu Xiangyan tightly grasped Lu Yuan's hand, applying such force that it felt as though he might crush her bones, and in a voice only she could hear, he coldly warned, "Lu Yuan, do not push your luck." Lu Yuan maintained her smile, revealing not a hint of displeasure. "Is the emperor concerned for the empress? But what can be done? I simply cannot bear to see you treat her well." As soon as her words fell, she felt a tightening grip around her waist, and the fury in Gu Xiangyan's eyes seemed capable of consuming her. "If you dare to move against her again, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome end." Indeed, there was no love between Lu Yuan and Gu Xiangyan, only a mutual pursuit of interests. She sought the glory of the Lu family, while he craved supreme power. In the beginning, Gu Xiangyan was a powerless and discarded third prince, while Lu Yuan was merely a fading daughter of the Lu family. Once, the Lu family had basked in glory. Lu Yuan's grandfather fought alongside the founding emperor and was honored upon his return, being granted the title of Marquis of Jinnan. During that time, the Lu family was truly magnificent, but following the death of the founding emperor, the family began to decline, particularly under the preceding emperor, who favored literature over martial prowess. The Lu family received little regard, and Lu Yuan's father could only hold the idle title of Duke Anshuan. Yet, her father was not content with the status quo. He yearned for the Lu family's revival, filled with ambition and dissatisfaction. He placed all his hopes on Lu Yuan, training her in the arts of weaponry and subterfuge from a young age. instilling in her the responsibility to resurrect the Liu family. Chapter 17. The Grand Feast of the Noble Consort, Part 2. At that time, the crown prince had already been established, supported by numerous powerful relatives, while the discarded third prince born of Gu Xiangyan had no competitiveness. However, Duke Anshuan saw in him the potential for manipulation, which led to Lu Yuan's repeated approach. With Lu Yuan's beauty, no man could refuse her, yet Gu Xiangyan declined her advances, though he did not reject her invitations. His eyes sparkled with ambition and power that seemed incongruous with his status. He aspired to become emperor. The two quickly struck a deal, agreeing to collaborate. In truth, aiding him to ascend the throne was not impossible. The crown prince was inept and unambitious. Given his position as the firstborn, his eventual downfall was inevitable. The second prince, though supported by many, was superficial and simplistic, lacking true capability. In contrast, Gu Xiangyan's talents and skills were unparalleled. Lu Yuan had witnessed his political acumen, which far surpassed that of his two brothers. If he could be presented before the emperor, it was not unfathomable that he could rise. As the previous emperor's health waned and the crown prince and second prince engaged in a fierce struggle, Gu Xiangyan awaited the moment they would mutually weaken, allowing him to benefit. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan diligently analyzed the political alliances with her father each day, while secretly acquiring the largest brothel in the capital. With various high-ranking officials enticed by fine wine and beautiful women, what secrets could possibly remain hidden? Soon, Lu Yuan amassed a collection of incriminating evidence, awaiting the right moment to deliver it to the crown prince and the second prince. They, believing they had secured leverage against each other, hastily approached the previous emperor, ultimately leading to one being deposed for corruption and the other imprisoned for treason. The moment for Gu Xiangyan had finally arrived. The previous emperor, recognizing his vast talents and appreciating his benevolence, lamented not having nurtured him sooner. Gu Xiangyan showcased astonishing political acumen, effectively addressing the Yellow River flood crisis and successfully conquering a long-defeated border region. Numerous powerful officials sought to marry their daughters to him, but he declined them all. Instead, he petitioned the previous emperor, expressing his love for the Liu family's legitimate daughter, declaring her to be the only one he would marry. The Liu family had long since declined, thus mitigating the threat of external interference, which alleviated the previous emperor's greatest concerns. Thus, 6 months later, the previous emperor penned his abdication, and the new emperor ascended the throne. Everyone anticipated that Lu Yuan would become the empress, yet to their surprise, the new emperor instead named her sister, Lu Wan, as the empress, adorned in a grand ceremonial outfit, carried in a splendid procession, and brought into the palace amidst a sea of red bridal finery. Although Duke Anshuan opposed this decision, Gu Xiangyan had already made up his mind. He stated, initially, "We collaborated for the revival of the Liu family, and I for the pursuit of the throne. Which daughter I choose to establish as empress is of no consequence to you. You shall always remain the national father-in-law." In truth, Lu Yuan had long been aware that Gu Xiangyan had taken an instant liking to Lu Wan, whom he had met only once. Lu Wan's demeanor was gentle and graceful, her eyes perpetually holding a trace of a soft smile. Her gaze was clear and pure, akin to an ethereal orchid, embodying beauty and purity. Unlike Lu Yuan who, despite her captivating allure, was consumed by desires and ambitions, Gu Xiangyan understood her well. He was accustomed to her ruthless methods and had witnessed her decisiveness in killing without a flicker of hesitation. To him, she was a venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment, necessitating constant vigilance against danger. The reason he elevated Lu Yuan to prominence and bestowed upon her unparalleled favor and glory was to make her a target, shielding his beloved from both overt and covert attacks. The connection between the previous dynasty and the inner palace was always intricately intertwined, as his foundation remained unsteady. He required someone to keep watch, and Lu Yuan was the ideal choice. She craved power, and he provided it. Their transaction effectively severed any threats to his claim to the throne. Aside from Lu Yuan, no one knew of his infatuation with Lu Wan. He concealed this affection within his heart, awaiting the day to reveal it. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan adeptly played the role of the favored consort, her methods sharp and her temperament fierce. The other concubines dared not voice their discontent. Even those who wished to compete for favor could not surpass Lu Yuan. The concubines often lamented in secret, unable to vent their frustrations, each shedding tears as they flocked to the empress's palace to seek solace. On this day, the concubines approached Lu Wan once more, Yet she merely smiled softly, encouraging them to remain optimistic, stating that the emperor, youthful and impetuous, would soon recognize their merits. She added, "Sister has endured much hardship. Now that she has tasted the sweetness of life, she can remain by the emperor's side, and we should rejoice for them." Such words were hardly befitting of an empress. The concubines left in indignation, with the foremost among them, Xu Fei, bitterly exclaiming, "How can someone so submissive and compliant be an empress? Truly, she is nothing more than a lowly concubine." Little did they know, these words reached Lu Yuan's ears. And though aimed at Lu Yuan, they tarnished the reputation of the Lu family, a slight Lu Yuan could not endure. Without hesitation, she rushed to Xu Fei's chamber, striking her across the face and fiercely gripping her chin. "How dare you discuss the empress's worth? It is not for you to judge whether she is deserving." Xu Fei clutched her face, tears of resentment and hatred welling in her eyes, but she dared not retaliate, ultimately left with no choice but to endure. After a long while, she softly replied, "Your Highness, you are right. I bear no grievances." Lu Yan's gaze swept over Xu Fei, her inky eyes deep and unfathomable, evoking an inexplicable sense of anxiety in others. She released her grip, adjusted the hairpin atop her head, and casually remarked, "Since you are aware of your mistake, you ought to acknowledge it, lest outsiders claim that our harem lacks decorum. Would you not agree?" Xu Fei's lips nearly bled from biting them. "I understand." When Xu Fei arrived at Fengyi Palace with her swollen face, Lu Yuan was taken aback. Xu Fei solemnly knelt before her, apologizing, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I should not have spoken recklessly, disrespecting my superiors. I realize my error now, and hope you will not take it to heart, granting me your mercy this once." Lu Yuan paid little mind to it, let alone harbor any anger. She helped Xu Fei to her feet and smiled. "You are being too harsh on yourself." "I am not angry. It was merely a misunderstanding, and now that it is resolved, all is well." Xu Fei accepted a wooden box from her maid, opening it to reveal 6 or 7 lively snow frogs. Snow frogs are nourishing and exceedingly precious. Even the imperial kitchen rarely has live specimens, typically only dried ones stored for later use. Xu Fei humbly stated, "I know your Majesty enjoys cooking, and these snow frogs were sought after by my brother from afar. My palace staff are rather clumsy and might waste such fine delicacies. It is better that I present them to you, allowing them to be put to good use." Lu Yuan was initially inclined to decline, but Xu Fei insisted on gifting them, and besides, Lu Yuan had genuinely developed a fondness for the snow frogs. Once Xu Fei departed, she cheerfully instructed her maid, "Quickly inform the small kitchen. I shall prepare snow frog soup for my sister." The maid frowned immediately. "Why is the mistress still being kind to her after she treated you like that?" Lu Yuan maintained her customary gentleness. "Regardless, she will always be my sister." Lu Yuan delivered the prepared snow frog soup to Wanming Palace. As Xu Fei had mentioned, handling live snow frogs is a laborious task, and if not done correctly, it would result in waste. Yet she persevered, attending to every step herself. After thoroughly cleaning them, she carefully sliced them open to extract the milky frog oil, which she then blended with milk. Of course, cooking snow frogs requires considerable thought. The dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen are often either too greasy or too sweet, serving merely as nourishment without being particularly palatable. However, Lu Yuan had her own ideas. The frog meat was chopped into fine cubes, tossed with sesame oil, and added to a broth made from black chicken and dried bamboo shoots, simmering for an hour. Fresh milk and rock sugar were then added for flavor, followed by the frog oil, minced chicken, silver fungus, diced ham, and fresh osmanthus, simmering on low heat for another hour. The resulting snow frog soup was neither overly sweet nor greasy, but rather fragrant and mouth-watering. Lu Yan had not anticipated her visit, her eyes filled with suspicion and detachment. But Lu Yuan seemed unconcerned, affectionately saying, "Sister, I have obtained live snow frogs. Knowing how much you love gourmet food, I hurried to make this for you." Her innocent smile resembled that of a child, making it difficult for Lu Yan to refuse. The enticing aroma of the soup had already permeated the palace, and she instinctively swallowed. One bowl of soup was consumed entirely by Lu Yan, and after finishing, she let out a light burp, her satisfaction evident. Lu Yuan watched her with delight, smiling even more broadly. "I am glad you liked it." However, in the dead of night, Lu Yan was suddenly gripped by excruciating pain, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Upon calling for the imperial physician, it was discovered that she had been poisoned. This poison was unprecedented and exceedingly vicious. leaving them at a loss as to where to begin. The maid, recalling the snow frog soup sent by the queen earlier, insisted that the poison must have originated from it, demanding a confrontation with the queen. Lu Wan hurried over, panic-stricken, her eyes brimming with tears. This cannot be. The snow frog soup was personally prepared by me. It could not possibly be poisoned. Yet the maid was relentless, stating that the mistress had been perfectly well until consuming the snow frog soup, thus it must involve the queen. Lu Wan continued to plead her case, but her arguments fell flat, especially since the snow frogs had been fresh and lively when she obtained them. Had they been poisoned, they would not have survived. All evidence pointed towards her, and she found herself unable to defend her position. The harem has always thrived on gossip, particularly enjoying the drama between the queen and the favored concubine. The other ladies could scarcely wait to witness their rivalry, regardless of who emerged victorious, knowing they would be the ultimate beneficiaries. Thus, rumors surged like a tidal wave, and the queen, far from the simple facade she presented, ultimately reached her limit and took action. Gu Xianyan had also arrived, asserting that the truth must be uncovered. He instructed the palace attendants to escort the queen back before retreating with the imperial physician to the inner chamber. He gazed at Lu Yan, writhing in agony upon the bed, devoid of any tenderness in his eyes. He seized her and gripped her neck, forcing her to meet his gaze. He spoke each word with palpable intensity. "I do not care what means you employ. Do not involve the queen." She struggled to breathe under his grip, her body already in torment, nearly splitting apart. She met his gaze defiantly. "Do you trust her so completely?" He shoved her away violently, turning his back without a single glance, leaving her with a final remark. "You will never surpass her." The physician could not identify the poison, prescribing only a few remedies to alleviate the pain, but even after Lu Yan consumed them, her anguish remained. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on her suffering. She needed to clear the queen's name first. The maid had relayed the events to her, and upon learning that the snow frogs were a gift from Xu Fei, her eyes darkened with cold resolution. "Fu Yurong, so it was you." At that moment, Xu Fei reclined comfortably on her jeweled couch, a maid peeling roasted chestnuts beside her, casually commenting, "You truly are remarkable, but how did you know those snow frogs would be sent to Wanming Palace?" Xu Fei replied with a cold smile, "In this entire harem, any fine items will inevitably find their way to the favored concubine. Even if the queen does not send them, given the favored concubine's nature, she would surely snatch them. Lu Yan, oh Lu Yan, who compelled me to endure your incessant oppression, this time, even the deities cannot save you." She continued her musings. "Indeed, those snow frogs are problematic, but they cannot fathom that Lu Yan is not merely poisoned, she is cursed. The curse resides within the snow frogs, appearing lively, yet it threatens one's life. In just 5 days, she shall surely perish." Outside, the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. "No matter what, they shall never find evidence against me." 3 days later, coinciding with the memorial day of the late emperor, the former crown prince Gu Xianlu and the second prince Gu Xianli, now regional lords, returned to the capital to pay homage together with the emperor. Gu Xiangyan hosted a family banquet for them, and despite previous disagreements among the three brothers, they set aside old grievances upon this long-awaited reunion. Due to Lu Yan's severe poisoning, she could not attend the banquet, leaving Gu Xiangyan to occupy the main seat alone, which delighted the various concubines, who schemed to attract the emperor's attention during the feast, especially Xu Fei, whose beauty was already exceptional, being the daughter of a chancellor. Had it not been for Lu Yan's presence, her status and charm would have allowed her to thrive effortlessly in the harem, and she would have regarded the position of favored concubine with disdain. Yet it was Lu Yan who captivated the emperor daily, rendering her invisible. Now, it seemed, all that remained was for Lu Yan to die, and the harem would belong to her. Fu Yurong. This evening, she donned a pale misty purple silk embroidered gown, modestly attired for the memorial day, but it did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it accentuated her delicate grace, as charming as a rose. During the banquet, she could not tell if it was her imagination, but she felt as though the emperor had glanced her way more than once, causing her heart to race with excitement. In her exhilaration, she indulged in a few more cups, and by the end of the feast, she even believed the emperor had smiled at her. Long after the emperor had departed, she remained entranced, gazing dreamily at his retreating figure. As she prepared to return, a young eunuch rushed over to deliver a letter. Unfolding the paper, she read, The beauty of the lotus shall meet in the garden of Shanglin. Memories of the emperor's gaze flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. She dismissed her maid and made her way to the garden. Slightly intoxicated, her thoughts swirled with visions of the king's extraordinary visage. Perhaps tonight would mark her moment of redemption. Under the silvery moonlight, a tall figure stood beneath the apricot blossom tree, a gentle breeze rustling the petals, which fell gracefully onto her eyes, deepening her allure and softening her heart. As her body weakened, she expected to collapse, but strong arms enveloped her tightly. She gazed into his eyes, and he returned her gaze before leaning down to capture her soft lips. The evening air was fragrant with blossoms, intoxicating in its beauty. However, the tender moment was shattered by a furious roar that echoed through the night. "What are you doing?" Lu Yuan, the weak, commanded attention. The two lovers immediately looked up, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, hastily covered themselves. Although Xu Fei had been dazed moments before, she was now fully alert to the presence of Gu Xiangli, rendering her speechless. "You? How can it be you?" Breathless with disbelief, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, she had been entwined with the emperor. How could this occur? Gu Xiangli, initially startled at being discovered with a concubine, felt a surge of calm, for he had already secured the love of his life. With deep affection, he said, "Rongrong, it's me. Just a moment ago, you professed your deep love for me and vowed to spend her life together." Once betrothed to him, she had been swept away by Xu Fei as sudden slap. "You,
Get out.
Trembling, she clung to Lu Yuan's legs, begging, "Your Highness, I was wrong. Please spare me. I beseech you. Do not tell anyone, or I shall be ruined." In a moment of desperation, she added, "If you help me this time, I shall pledge my loyalty to you for life. I will confess to the emperor that it was I who poisoned him and reveal the antidote." Lu Yuan had been under a curse for 4 days, her complexion as pale as paper, yet she stood tall, looking down upon Xu Fei. "What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me?" With a slight smile, she added, "However, I might consider it." Xu Fei's spirits lifted, and she hurriedly divulged the method to break the curse, bowing repeatedly. "Your Highness, I shall obey you henceforth." Chapter 19. The Grand Feast of the Concubine, Part 4. Just as Xu Fei admitted to her scheme against the concubine, an official presented a memorial in the court accusing Fu Xiang of colluding with Gu Xiangli to incite rebellion, accompanied by substantial evidence. In the past, when Gu Xiangli was merely the second prince, he had numerous supporters, including Fu Xiang, who intended to marry his daughter to him. Had it not been for their defeat, Gu Xiangli would have been Fu Xiang's son-in-law long ago. When the accusation of Xu Fei's affair with Gu Xiangli was raised, the court, once skeptical, now turned pale with realization. Gu Xiangyan's fury was palpable. He immediately dismissed Fu Xiang and condemned him and his entire clan. As Xu Fei was dragged away, her eyes burned with venomous hatred. "Lu Yuan, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Just yesterday, you promised to keep my secret, and now you annihilate my clan. Lu Yuan, I curse you. Your end shall be 1,000 times more painful than mine." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had just freed herself from the curse and was luxuriating in a warm bath, eyes closed in bliss as she muttered to herself, "I, Lu Yuan, am known for not keeping my promises. Trust me, your fate is sealed." Lu Yuan handled the situation with remarkable finesse, achieving multiple objectives, not only clearing the queen's name but also addressing 2 major concerns for Gu Xiangyan. First, as the new emperor, Fu Xiang's power in the court had become too formidable and difficult to control, a thorn in Gu Xiangyan's side. Second, even though Gu Xiangli had been sent away to govern a distant province, his connections could pose a significant threat if left unchecked. With Gu Xiangyan in unusually high spirits, he arrived early at the Wanming Palace, noticing a sumptuous spread laid out, some dishes seemingly prepared by the queen herself. His appetite piqued, he sat beside Lu Yuan, a rare occurrence, as they had previously maintained a facade of indifference towards each other.
"I was right about you," he exclaimed. "You handled this matter adeptly. Now,
what do you desire?" Lu Yuan feigned humility. "I did nothing. If not for your majesty's charm, Xu Yurong would not have acted so willingly. Ultimately, this is all you're doing. I dare not claim any credit." After a moment of silence, Gu Xiangyan replied, "I know what you seek. Tomorrow, I shall bestow the title of Duke of Gua on your father, and the entire Lu family shall receive rewards." At that, Lu Yuan smiled and filled his cup with wine, her voice alluring. Then I shall thank your majesty on behalf of my father.
Please drink this.
She clinked her cup against his, and Gu Xiangyan accepted, consuming the fine wine in one gulp. However, as he finished, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids grew heavy, leading him into a deep slumber. The next morning, Gu Xiangyan awoke groggily to find himself entwined with the unclad Lu Yuan, both stripped bare. The air thick with the remnants of their passionate night. Realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly pushed Lu Yuan away, hastily dressing as he glared at the now-awakened Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, do not overreach. Do not think I would hesitate to kill you. I have already granted your family unmatched glory. What more do you want? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lu Yuan propped herself up nonchalantly. It was your majesty who promised to reward me. I desire nothing but to bear your child. Gu Xiangyan ignored her, his voice booming. Do not assume I am unaware of your clandestine affairs. How dare you expect to carry my child with such shamelessness? I may overlook your indiscretions, but do not push your luck. With that, he strode away. Lu Yuan watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. With the Fu family fallen, the remaining power lay with her own family, particularly as they thrived. It is said that what flourishes must eventually decline, and she was certain Gu Xiangyan would soon see her as a rival. For the past 2 years, Gu Xiangyan had presented himself as a mild-mannered and cultured emperor. Yet he was deeply cunning and strategic, capable of orchestrating events with remarkable deftness. Even without Lu Yuan's assistance, the Fu family would have faced ruin. Thus, she must devise a means to survive. Securing his child might ensure her safety. Little did anyone suspect. 2 months after the emperor conferred the title of Duke of Guar upon her father, the duke met with tragedy while traveling to a temple. Bandits ambushed his carriage, killing all aboard to preserve their own lives, including the duke. Upon learning of this, Gu Xiangyan was furious and immediately dispatched troops to eradicate the bandits, ensuring no stone was left unturned in his quest for vengeance. The court officials lauded the emperor's fidelity and vowed to follow him loyally. Lu Yuan, upon hearing the news, displayed no emotion, merely instructing her servants to prepare a lavish banquet, claiming it was to celebrate the moon with the emperor. Some dishes were prepared by her own hand. Unlike Lu Yuan, her culinary skills were lacking, rendering the food bland and unappetizing. She poured 2 cups of wine early and awaited the emperor's arrival in the pavilion. Gu Xiangyan arrived, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable wariness and hostility. He sat down, glanced at the wine cup before him, then turned his gaze to her. With a cold smile, he remarked, "You seem to be in high spirits. Your father has passed away, yet you still find time to drink and admire the moon." She chuckled softly and raised her wine cup, saying, "It seems that after all these years, we have never truly enjoyed the moon together." However, Gu Xiangyan hesitated, his eyes darkening with suspicion. She looked at him and asked, "Are you afraid I might poison your drink?" He remained noncommittal, replying, "Would you?" She drank deeply, then finished the contents of his cup, adding, "In truth, your majesty need not guard against any treachery from me, nor should you doubt my father's demise. For there was never any affection between us." He did not respond, only coldly remarked, "Is the noble consort drunk? I find it somewhat incomprehensible." She burst into laughter. Illuminated by the moonlight, her beauty magnified. "Indeed, I am intoxicated. Being so allows me to forget everything. These years, I have not lived as myself. Perhaps only in drunkenness can I truly be me." Suddenly, her hand moved toward her waist, as if to retrieve something. Gu Xiangyan frowned and shouted, "What are you doing? Quickly protect the emperor." At his command, 2 groups emerged from the garden. One comprised of masked figures in black, the other a contingent of royal guards. The disparity in their numbers was evident, and within moments, the masked assailants surrendered. Lu Yuan observed the unfolding chaos, retracting her hand and gazing at the unfamiliar and stern emperor. "Your majesty must despise me thoroughly. Well, now I shall no longer be a burden to your eyes." Gu Xiangyan seized a sword from the guards, his expression devoid of compassion or tenderness, marked only by his usual coldness. He raised the sword, and without hesitation thrust it towards Lu Yuan's chest. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Our relationship is solely one of mutual benefit. Now that you have outlived your usefulness, you must die." He then expressionlessly discarded the sword, signaling the guards to finish the task. Upon receiving the order, the guards unleashed a brutal slaughter, and the masked figures fell swiftly. They had naively believed it was merely a performance, pretending to be the consort. thinking that by eliminating her they could ascend the ranks, only to find themselves silenced instead. Lu Yuan's maid rushed to staunch the wound, but blood gushed forth like a torrential flood. The maid cried out to the emperor, "Your Majesty, my mistress has been with child for over a month. Please save her." "Save the child." Gu Xiangyan paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his resolve. "This is her child with that male lover. It cannot be allowed to live." Without a backward glance, he departed resolutely. Chapter 20. The Consort's Delicate Feast. Lu Yuan lay in a pool of blood, struggling to reach for her waist, where a silk handkerchief lay, upon which were inscribed the three characters, Gu Xiangyan. Perhaps she had indeed mastered the art of performance in her life, so well that everyone believed her heart only craved power, never love. Yet she too had loved, once a girl who was madly infatuated and bashful before her beloved. Gu Xiangyan would likely never comprehend why she persuaded her father to support his ascension. He would never know that during the years he poured all his passion into Lu Wan, she had quietly loved him all along. Their first encounter was at the royal hunting grounds, where noble youths and the three princes participated together. Skilled in archery from a young age, she took the lead, eager to claim victory. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the numbers dwindled. With bow and arrow in hand, she cautiously treaded, when suddenly a fierce tiger lunged from the thicket, poised to pounce. Just as she drew her bow, Gu Xiangyan appeared from nowhere, brandishing his sword to shield her, shouting,
"Run!"
Yet, she stood transfixed, unable to move. Gu Xiangyan, though not particularly skilled, fought valiantly against a tiger, ultimately piercing its body with his blade before collapsing in exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, he reassured her, "You are a girl. Stay behind me. I will protect you." She longed to assert her own prowess, yet he continued, "Do not be too reckless. This is a task for boys." Her cheeks flushed deeply, and she finally managed to reply, "All right." From a young age, her father had high expectations of her, and while other children indulged in play, she trained with various weapons. He was strict. Any sign of dissatisfaction meant no food for her, and her memories were filled with hours spent in stances of discipline. Her father instructed her that the women of the Lu family must never be outdone by any man, nor shed a tear. No one ever told her it was acceptable to rest, or that, as a girl, she need not be overly ambitious. That was the first moment she felt a surge of emotion, a realization of her femininity. It is only natural to develop fondness for those who touch our hearts. Henceforth, whenever she accompanied her father to court, her gaze would often linger on the least favored Gu Xiangyan. As she matured, her feelings solidified into a deep affection for him. Even knowing that his heart belonged to Lu Wan, she willingly flew into the flames. Thus, she convinced her father to entrust the rise and fall of the Lu family to him. She willingly became a blade in his hand, ready to clear his path. Branded as the consort who brought calamity to the nation, she bore the slander, she eliminated his enemies, she shielded him from misfortunes. As long as she remained of use, she would give everything for him. Gu Xiangyan remained unaware that she had but a year to live. Although the parasite had been removed, her insides were ravaged. She did not wish for him to know, so she sought out a skilled physician from outside the palace, brewing medicine daily in hopes of extending her life. She even deceived him, claiming she desired a child. This was a clumsy lie. The downfall of the Lu family was inevitable, and a child was unnecessary. She merely wished to bear him a child, for despite his hatred, blood ties might evoke memories of her, and that would suffice. She had long accepted that when she became useless, she would be cast aside, and she hoped he would show some sentiment, perhaps hesitate. Yet, in the moment he drew his sword, she realized she had overestimated her worth. The curse of Fu Yurong rang true. Her death would be even more tragic and painful. In her life, she loved unrequitedly, and brilliance often leads to suffering, so be it. The assassination of the emperor by the consort became known throughout the realm the following day. Consequently, Gu Xiangyan purged the entire Lu clan, ensuring no one within the court would harbor disloyalty. As for Lu Wan, he proclaimed her to be innocent and naive, having no dealings with Lu Yuan, thus remaining oblivious to everything. Immediately after court, he hurried to Fingyi Palace, finally free to love her openly. Initially, Lu Wan felt some trepidation, yet he spoke to her in the gentlest of tones, confessing that he had cherished her since childhood, having endured the pain of suppressing his feelings to protect her. He assured her that he would dedicate his life to her happiness. Gu Xiangyan spoke with such fervor and intensity that Lu Wan's cheeks flushed, and at last, she grasped his hand, I am already yours, your majesty. Wherever you are, my heart will follow. Soon, tales of their deep affection spread, and indeed, Gu Xiangyan treated her with utmost kindness, reciprocated by Lu Wan's tender regard. Each day, she prepared an exquisite feast for him, a banquet filled with sumptuous dishes. And Gu Xiangyan savored every bite, his eyes overflowing with love as he declared, Wan, having you in my life is enough. Lu Wan, bashfully lowering her head, replied, As long as your majesty is pleased. A month has passed, and Lu Wan continues to prepare sumptuous meals. Yet a humble bowl of vegetable and tofu soup has found its way into the array of dishes, creating a stark contrast with the other delicacies. Gu Xiangyan finds this peculiar. As the palace attendants withdraw, Lu Wan meticulously serves the dishes, but that particular soup is not offered to him. Instead, it is placed before her, and she gazes at it in a daze. While Gu Xiangyan eats, he inquires about her unusual demeanor, to which she responds with a smile. Do you know? This soup was a Yuan's favorite. Today marks exactly 1 month since a Yuan's passing. With those words, Gu Xiangyan's chopsticks halt, and as he realizes the weight of her statement, he feels a tightening in his chest, his strength waning. His eyes widen as he stares at her, unable to articulate the words that linger unspoken. Lu Wan ignores him, serving herself a bowl of soup, inhaling its aroma before savoring it wholeheartedly. It is bland yet fragrant. She continues, when we were children and food was scarce, a Yuan would sneak into fields to steal vegetables and pilfer tofu from the local vendors. Without seasonings or embellishments, she would toss them into a pot over boiling water. And thus, this soup was born. After 10 days of hunger, it was the most delectable food we had ever tasted. I still remember its flavor.
Oh.
And you might not know this, but we are not actually the children of the Lu family. The legitimate daughter of the Lu family died at the age of 4. One day, while we were begging on the streets, we encountered old Master Lu. He took a liking to us and brought us to the manor, allowing a Yuan to impersonate the legitimate daughter while I became the illegitimate one. A Yuan endured so much suffering. She was a pawn of the Lu family and later became yours. You all think I am oblivious, but I am fully aware. Her life was spent in protection of those she loved, neglecting her own needs. For instance, those rabbits, their fur coated with poison, would seep into the skin with prolonged contact. She protected me by slaughtering them. In truth, I am the one who has harmed a Yuan. I should have been the elder sister, the one to be used as a pawn. But I lacked the courage to wield a sword, which is why Yuan took my place. The Lu family needed only one daughter. I was meant to be cast aside, but a Yuan pleaded to keep me. For my sake, she became a boy. She was so young and weak, yet she strove to learn swordsmanship, determined to become the daughter the Lu family desired. She never cried, never showed weakness before anyone. But I alone knew that she held all her tears within her heart. She too was fragile. After finishing her soup, Lu Wan approached Gu Xiangyan, forcefully placing food into his mouth with her chopsticks, continuing, I have long seen her love for you. Her devotion to one person. What else could it be but love? She loved you so deeply, yet you hurt and betrayed her. You deserve nothing less than death. With excessive force, blood trickles from his mouth, but she feigns ignorance, relentlessly feeding him until he can no longer swallow, feeling as though he might choke. Finally, she pauses, fixing him with a fierce gaze. You claim to love me, but you love no one. You only covet power, unworthy of a Yuan's love. I have never been of much use, timid and indecisive. Without a Yuan's silent protection, I would not have survived to this day. I cannot avenge her. I can only wait until you trust me completely. After an entire month, I have finally awaited this day. I can kill you with my own hands. The young emperor soon loses consciousness, and under the influence of the poison, Lu Wan's awareness begins to fade. She gently collapses, joyfully proclaiming, "A Yuan, my dear sister. I can finally come to see you." Just before closing her eyes, she seems to return to that afternoon, where verdant leaves cast a vast shade. They toss the stolen vegetables and tofu into the pot, their small eyes fixated on the bubbling broth, the aroma wafting like a gentle stream into their nostrils. They drank every last drop of the soup, then lazily reclined on the grass, the breeze caressing them, the sunlight just right. A Yuan asked her sister, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" She replied with a smile, "I will prepare all sorts of delicious foods for you, so you will never go hungry again."
And you?
A Yuan beamed, revealing her little fangs, her eyes brimming with courage. "I will become extraordinarily powerful. so that I can protect you and ensure you are always safe and happy. Chapter 21. The Dangerous Moon, Part 1. At last, I have become his empress, supporting him to ascend the throne. Yet, upon gaining power, he neglects, schemes against, and harms me, even enabling the palace concubines to conspire against my children. Enduring in silence is not a viable strategy. He must pay the price. An emperor is seldom a virtuous being. Today marks the joyous occasion of the elevation of concubine Shen, and I feign illness to avoid attending the ceremony, choosing instead to lie alone in the Zhongqin palace. Seeking tranquility. In the center of the hall lies a block of ice, and Shu Er sits by my side, fanning me gently. The cool breeze envelopes my limbs, soothing every ache. I comfortably close my eyes and hear Shu Er tentatively say, "Your Majesty, the hearts of rulers are notoriously inscrutable. One often sees only the smiles of the new, so please try to let go of your sorrow." "Ha! Which eye of yours sees me in sorrow?" I retort. "Go fetch 2 bowls of almond milk pudding, chilled." Shu Er hesitates, but the physician has advised you against cold foods. It may harm your delicate constitution and affect future pregnancies. I open my eyes to look at her. Do you think avoiding cold dishes will help me conceive? The emperor hasn't visited Zhongqin Palace in ages. How would I bear a child? Hearing my shift in self-reference, reminiscent of my unmarried days, Shu Er realizes I wish to speak candidly and cautiously glances outside before moving closer to me. Then you must put in more effort. Find ways to keep His Majesty close, or perhaps take the initiative to seek him out. In this deep palace, neither the ruler nor the hearts of men can be trusted. Only children are truly dependable. After saying this, she steps back and kneels. Please do not take offense at my meddling. It is Madame's instruction to encourage you to forget the past. One must look forward in life. The past, now a distant memory, is like breath exhaled by others, easily dissipating. But for me, it crystallizes into water, freezing drop by drop in my heart. By now, the block of ice in the hall has thickened considerably, serving to alleviate the heat.
It chuckles softly, causing Shu Er to grow anxious.
Even disregarding propriety to grasp my hand, "Your Majesty, are you well?" Her concern and fear are palpable, as she worries I might revert to a time of emotional turmoil. I pat her hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will no longer harm myself or cause you worry. He is no longer worth it." Shu Er's mother was my wet nurse, having grown up alongside me, inseparable, transcending the bounds of servant and mistress, becoming like sisters. Her loyalty to me is unwavering, and I confide in her entirely. Thus, she understands the intricacies of my relationship with Xianling, as well as how I have journeyed from youthful exuberance to this heart of ashes, occupying the hollow title of the master of the harem, where even the slightest favored concubines dare to tread upon my head. In regard to the recently ascendant Shenyaohe, her family background lacks any notable distinction. Upon her initial entry into the palace, she was merely granted the inconspicuous title of a common attendant. However, through her own cunning and maneuvering, she has ascended to the esteemed position of a favored consort. Even her father, Shen Zhong, has risen from a 5th-rank official to the esteemed role of Minister of Revenue, wielding significant financial power as a trusted confidant of the emperor. This ascent is not attributed to her beauty, for in this era of the Great Yu dynasty, none can rival my own blend of grace and charm as the foremost beauty. Neither is it a result of her cleverness or schemes. On the contrary, she epitomizes a rather foolish and brash demeanor, often opposing me and resorting to petty schemes behind my back. Although these antics are trivial in their impact, they are laden with strong humiliation. I ponder the audacity she possesses. Does she truly believe she can challenge me, the Empress, granddaughter of the Prime Minister and 2-time imperial tutor? It later became clear that it was Xianying who instilled this courage in her. Fearing my influence, Xianying has subtly nudged her to oppose me while simultaneously supporting her rise to power, aiming to constrain and divide my authority. As for why he chose her, it is likely because of her simplicity, making her easily manipulable. This crowning ceremony, akin to an empress's coronation, is merely a ploy to embarrass me, and I shall not allow myself to be humiliated willingly. Seeing my indifference, Shu'er did not press further, though her small face contorted in concern. During our evening meal, she did not take even a bite of her favorite braised pork. It was not until she assisted me in removing my crown before my bath that she sighed softly. "Miss, it seems you misjudged people back then." I could only offer a bitter smile and shake my head. gazing into the bronze mirror at my delicate brows like wisps of smoke, my smooth black hair cascading to one side, complementing my skin like congealed fat. A small mole on the tip of my nose added to my allure, while my eyes, akin to the deep sea, were filled with melancholy, momentarily concealing a tumult of anger and resentment. After a day of contemplation, I concluded that my mother was indeed correct. I must bear a child to secure my future. Shuer immediately perked up at my words, only to quickly deflate. Today is a grand occasion for consort Shin. The emperor is likely preoccupied in her palace, so there is no need to rush. I scoffed lightly, my fingers curling slightly as the phoenix hairpin scratched the table surface. Some matters are worth contending for in the present moment. As the hour grew late, I reclined on the couch, engrossed in my reading when I was suddenly startled by a cacophony of screams from outside the palace. Shuer rushed in, her face pale with alarm. Your Highness, there is a flood in the Yonghe Palace. What is the situation? Where is His Majesty? I inquired. The fire is substantial, and the firefighting team is working diligently to extinguish it. The Imperial Guard has also rushed over. I believe all is well. Unperturbed, I closed my book. That is good. I find myself a bit hungry. Please fetch me a bowl of fish soup from the kitchen. Yes, Your Highness. You did not eat a single bite of your evening meal, so I kept the soup warm over the fire. I will return shortly. After Shuer hurried out, I slid my shoes on and approached the window, leaning down to inhale the fragrance of the roses on the table. The petals, a delicate blend of pink and white, layered gracefully, with a cluster of blue stamens at the center, their dark green stems swaying gently in the night breeze. I reached out to touch the petals, which felt smooth, as if dusted with fine powder, exuding a faint fragrance with a slightly pungent aftertaste. I involuntarily coughed a couple of times, just as Shuer returned with the fish soup. After consuming half a bowl, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, as though something was churning within me, leading to an unrelenting urge to vomit, until only brown bile, tinged with blood, remained. I curled up on the couch until the physician's acupuncture provided some relief. Just as I regained my breath, Xianying arrived. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, the hem dusted with ash, it was evident he had hurried here. His usual stoic demeanor was softened, and though his eyes were dark, they held a hint of warmth as he regarded me, slightly diminishing his usual aura of coldness. Such a gaze was a rare occurrence indeed. Xianying approached and sat beside me on the couch. What caused this sudden discomfort, and why have you coughed up blood? Are you feeling better now? I remained reclined, not rising to perform the customary greeting, as he had expressed that we need not adhere to such formalities. Once, I believed this to be an indication of his affection. Only later did I realize it was a dull blade meant to slay me. Your concern is appreciated, Your Majesty. I am well. It was merely the news of your peril at Yonghe Palace that hastened my heart. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can rest easy. Truly, you are the Son of Heaven, surely protected by divine favor. And thus, all is well. Xianying, being particularly preoccupied with fate and fortune, I chose to speak in a manner that would please him, and he indeed appeared visibly more at ease. He took the soup from Shuer's hands and personally fed it to me, his gaze focused, reminiscent of the early days of our acquaintance. Chapter 22. The Dangers of the Moon, Part 2. My name is Wei Ying. My grandfather is the Grand Tutor, and my father is the General of Wei Yuan. Though I am a woman, I am the legitimate firstborn and the most cherished in my family. Even my traditionally stern grandfather acquiesced to my insistence to learn martial arts, with my father personally instructing me. Coupled with my remarkable talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and literature, I am regarded as a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess, earning a commendable reputation in the capital. At that time, everyone regarded me with surprise, admiration, and a hint of flattery, except for Xianying, whose gaze was imbued with an unwavering determination. I held little regard for him, utterly perplexed by the source of his blind confidence. Xianying's mother held a low position and passed away early, leaving him with little favor in the presence of the late emperor. His temperament is calm and reserved, neither servile nor arrogant, and he studied under my grandfather, having been praised as a promising student. The first time I encountered him was when my grandfather fell ill. Students visited our home to pay their respects, and Xianying was among them, trailing behind the others, quiet and unobtrusive, yet unable to conceal his brilliance. He stood tall, with a fine appearance and a dignified demeanor, radiating a natural elegance. With my father away at war and my brothers absent, I assumed the role of hostess. After a brief tour of the garden, we engaged in a game of throwing arrows. My skills in martial arts were rudimentary, but I possessed a natural talent for precision, easily besting the royal offspring. They did not mind, each one laughing and praising my prowess, though their compliments were tinged with ulterior motives, fixating on my family's power and my beauty. Only Xianying, caressing the cold, dark arrowhead, quietly asked, "Miss, would you care for a wager? A significant one?" I raised my eyes to him. "What shall we wager?" He smirked slightly, his gaze intensely focused on mine. Winner takes all. The contest was fiercely contested, for Xianying was far superior to his disorganized brothers, exhibiting both strength and precision. While he remained composed, my anxiety grew, and I regretted my hasty acceptance of his challenge. Distracted and flustered, I lost my accuracy, and ultimately the game. Xianying merely smiled. "Thank you for the match, miss," and did not mention the wager again, as if it were merely a jest. I breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear him lean closer and whisper, "Marriage has always been dictated by parental arrangements. I understand you cannot decide for yourself, and I would not wish to burden you. I merely wish to secure my position with this opportunity. Please do not mistake my intentions as frivolous. I am quite serious." Long after he left, I stood in shock, taken aback by his honesty and directness. Once I regained my composure, I felt the intimate nature of our exchange was overly suggestive, and even the arrow he placed in my hand felt like a brand, causing me to drop it in haste, my chest fluttering, and my face instantly flushed. I bit my lip in frustration, vexed at how easily my heart had stirred. It was only later that I realized Xianying was inherently astute, meticulously planning every endeavor. Aware of my pride and accustomed to flattery, he understood that merely pursuing me like others might not guarantee success. Instead, he boldly adopted a daring approach, infused with a clear desire to conquer, effectively stirring my curiosity and intrigue. Though the methods employed may seem trite, they were sufficient for my youthful heart, which had just begun to flutter with the pangs of love. It is a truth universally acknowledged that even the most astute of women find it challenging to maintain absolute clarity in matters of the heart. I am a person of conviction, spoiled by my family, who particularly respects my wishes regarding marriage. Thus, the strategy employed by Xianying, capturing the king to seize the thief, was indeed masterful. Even when our paths diverged, I could not help but admire his adeptness in this regard. My grandfather, a prominent official, harbored reservations about my union with a prince, fearing the emperor's jealousy. He wished for me to marry into a family of esteemed literary lineage, confident that my maternal heritage would spare me from hardship. Alas, I had no desire for such a fate. My affections lay with Xianying, and from the moment we first met, I found myself ensnared, unable to extricate myself. Due to our differing statuses, he seldom visited and dared not send servants with clandestine gifts, resorting instead to shamelessly requesting my grandfather to deliver tokens to me, books, writing tablets, and whimsical trinkets, all discreetly hidden in unremarkable places. Unfinished paintings, cleverly arranged numbers, and riddles delighted me, providing hours of entertainment. Initially, my grandfather did not suspect anything, however. One day, when the palace chef created a new delicacy, Xianying, having excelled in his studies, received a portion as a reward from the late emperor. He could not bring himself to consume it, and instead concealed it in a box of paintings for my grandfather to deliver to me. Unfortunately, my grandfather caught on midway, bombarding me with inquiries. My heart fluttered with sweetness, and my cheeks flushed as I stammered. My grandfather, upon seeing my reaction, understood entirely. He did not oppose my feelings, merely sighed. "Ultimately, you shall step into that perilous realm, Aang. Though you are clever, your heart is naive, and you may find yourself at a disadvantage." I nestled against my grandfather's knee, pouting. "He is merely an unremarkable prince. At most, he will become a leisurely lord, devoid of trouble. If he were to marry you with your family's support, he might not be averse to vying for power. Even if he harbors no ambition, others will perceive him as a rival, compelling him to retaliate. Besides, he is not an ordinary man." My grandfather patted my head, smiling knowingly. "You are aware of this,
which is why you are drawn to him."
I turned my head, blushing, fully cognizant that my grandfather was merely offering an objective analysis, yet my heart skipped a beat. Was Xianying's affection for me merely a means to leverage my grandfather's influence? This fleeting thought vanished quickly, dismissed by my conviction that in a city teeming with nobility, he must have chosen me for love. Naturally, I would not betray him. I gazed up at my grandfather, determination in my eyes. If that day ever comes, I shall do everything in my power to assist him in ascending the throne, not for the sake of glory, but to fulfill his desires. At that time, my heart was wholly devoted to Xianling. Even amidst moments of doubt, love prevailed, and I silently vowed to accompany him for eternity. Now, he reigns as the emperor, and I occupy a secondary position as his lawful wife. Though we sit across from one another, it feels as though we are separated by vast distances. Xianling administered my medicine and helped me lie down, a gesture he had not offered in quite some time, as he often avoided me with indifference. It seemed that the events of this night had indeed borne fruit. The Empress is frail. She must prioritize her health. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send for me. You must not suffer. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with sincerity, yet his enchanting eyes appeared distant and cool, like a thin mist. I nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, my health is lacking, and I fear I cannot manage the affairs of the harem properly. Perhaps it would be best to let concubine Shen take charge, allowing me some respite. Xianling appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my proactive relinquishment of power, especially since I had held authority over the central court even during my most disoriented moments. I had always adhered to propriety, never faltering, and he had found no pretext to wrest control from me. My proposal aligned with his wishes, and his brow relaxed slightly. Very well, the Empress shall focus on her recovery. After Xianling departed, I sat up and retrieved a pill from the pouch beneath my pillow, examining it in my palm. Seeing this, Ro-air brought me a cup of tea. The physician just provided a pill. Is it a tonic? I disregarded the tea and swallowed the pill whole, its bitterness lingering on my tongue, yet it paled in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. It was neither the physician's remedy nor a tonic. It was an antidote. Ro-air gasped. You've been poisoned. Could it be that the fish soup was tainted and the physician failed to recognize it? I shook my head. The poison was self-administered. The physician is in my employ. The lotus flower stamen is harmless. It merely cannot be consumed with fish. I had read this in a collection of strange tales that Xianling gifted me. Consuming corn silk, bitter buckwheat, and dry tangerine peel can counteract it. So, I prepared the antidote in advance, orchestrating a grand performance for Xianling's benefit. Even the fire at Yonghe Palace was part of my design. Chapter 23. The Perilous Moon. Part 3. At the age of 16, I wed Xianling, who had yet to be conferred a title, but had garnered favor from the late emperor, largely due to my grandfather's influence. After all, as the granddaughter of the chief minister, my lineage was enough to overshadow his humble origins. On our wedding night, he was inebriated, and I discerned his discontent, assuming it stemmed from the absence of the late emperor's congratulations. However, his gaze upon me was unsettling, and his hand trembled as it caressed my face, as though he were tormented by inner conflict. Before I could reflect further, he lunged forward and captured my lips with a fervor that seemed to be both a release and a loss of control, leaving my mouth bruised. That night, he was anything but gentle. Though he later apologized with tender words, a barrier had emerged between us. The intimacy and passion were replaced by a formality akin to that of strangers. I observed, contemplated, and attempted to communicate, but my efforts were futile, leading to bouts of frustration. Initially, he would soothe me, yet gradually he began to evade me, refusing to acknowledge the subtle shifts in our relationship. More often than not, he treated me well, even leading me to believe that I was merely being unreasonable. My upbringing and decorum forbade me from behaving like a jealous harpy. So I rationalized it as the fading novelty of a man and the dignity he felt compelled to maintain before his wife. If I embraced this perspective, life could continue. A harmonious existence was still preferable. I could dismiss the dreams of youthful romance as mere fantasies that had never truly existed. Setting aside that point, Xianling was indeed a remarkable husband. He possessed depth and acumen, demonstrating keen insight into politics and governance, unafraid to dream and act. Additionally, his brothers were largely mediocre and fraught with failures, making his excellence all the more pronounced. With my maternal family's support, he swiftly rose to prominence, securing his position in the Eastern Palace within a mere 3 years. Not long after, the late emperor passed away, and Xianling ascended the throne, appointing me as empress. He sat upon the dragon throne, looking down upon me as I knelt in reverence, his expression gentle yet devoid of joy, his demeanor distinctly aloof. In that moment, I realized he was no longer my husband. He had transformed into a sovereign. My heart ached, yet I could only muster a composed smile, observing the indifference in his eyes, which soon gave way to a burgeoning wariness. Yes, wariness. Although he outwardly showered me with affection and respect, Xianling was indeed on guard against me. I recognized this change, but refrained from questioning him as I once had. It was futile and could easily provoke his wrath, for he was no longer the boy who lamented my hardships. I could neither comprehend the reasons behind these transformations nor halt their progression, so I accepted them. Much like the path I had chosen, I could only persevere on my own. I have never confided in my family about these matters, merely hinting to them in both overt and subtle ways to uphold their duties as subjects and to never overstep their bounds. The imperial palace is truly the most opulent cage in the world, one that gradually erodes a person's spirit, ambition, and sincerity. As time passed, my fervor cooled, and I became indifferent to many things, even to the beautiful concubines that Xianling collected for his harem, to whom I could muster a smile of congratulations. Nevertheless, I remained the empress. As long as I could bear a legitimate heir, I would find solace and support, and thus I would no longer cling to my desires. Regrettably, over the span of 4 years, while some concubines had already given birth to 2 children, my womb remained silent. Xianling comforted me, attributing it to my frail constitution, and commanded the royal physician to attend to me with utmost care, ensuring that my tonics and meals were meticulously prepared and never ceased. It was only later that I realized that the tonics and meals combined were merely a folk remedy for contraception. I shall never forget the expression of horror on the face of the old physician my family found for me outside the palace when he conveyed this news. It felt as though an ice pick had pierced through my chest, leaving me numb, and only after a long while did the pain begin to seep in. Yet, I maintained my composure, accepting the tonics and meals with gratitude, only to secretly dispose of them. Along with them, I discarded my affection and hopes, the youthful stirrings of my heart. The most unbearable part was that I could not voice these pains. I could only suffer in solitude. When facing Xianling, I had to force a smile, endure his insincere concern and comfort, and feign happiness in our embraces. At that time, I believed this to be the utmost agony, unaware that greater upheavals awaited me. Soon, during the mid-autumn banquet, Xianling, having indulged in excess, needed to return to the central palace, and I supported him back. He appeared disoriented, squinting at me for a long moment, failing to call my name. In that instant, I realized how estranged we had become. He had not addressed me by name for quite some time, merely referring to me as the Empress. I smiled bitterly and shook my head, leaning down to offer him water, but he suddenly embraced me and murmured, "I'm sorry, Aang. This is fate. You can only sacrifice for me."
I am sorry.
I also wish to be the son. His words were muddled and fragmented. It took me a while to grasp that they were related to destiny, a concept he had always held in high regard. I discreetly sent someone to investigate and soon received a fate analysis paper. It revealed that our birth dates were a rare cosmic contradiction. In essence, I was his shield but also his nemesis. According to the stars, I represented the sun, while he represented the moon. Thus, I could ward off disasters for him and help him soar to great heights. Yet he was dependent on me for existence and could be consumed by my brilliance at any moment. Clutching the fate paper, I collapsed to the ground, laughing hysterically, yet tears streamed down my face, leaving me uncertain whether to mourn for myself or for him. He had schemed to draw close to me, feigning affection while deliberately maintaining distance, wary of me, even hesitant to harm his own kin, yet unable to eliminate me decisively. Xianling truly led a harrowing existence. My chest felt as though it were being twisted by countless daggers, causing me to gasp for breath. I attempted to raise my hand to soothe myself, only to realize that my clenched palm was already bloodied, much like my wounded heart. It dawned on me that he had never truly loved me. I gasped as I coughed up blood and lost consciousness. When I awoke, Xianling sat beside my bed, his gaze laden with meaning. She nodded at me from the side, indicating that she had destroyed the fate paper, and I secretly sighed in relief, only to hear Xianling leisurely announce, "You are pregnant." I was taken aback, instinctively placing my hand on my abdomen, my body covered in goosebumps. However, he displayed no unusual reaction, only gently advising me to take good care of the child. From the following day onward, An array of exquisite meals and tonics for nurturing the unborn child were sent to me without fail. This time, I dared to eat. Since I could conceive, it was evident that I had recognized the prior food issues, and Xianling understood as well, ensuring no further tampering. Yet neither of us spoke of it, maintaining a tacit understanding. In truth, after uncovering those truths, I no longer wished for a child. Yet now that I was with child, I resolved to nurture it well. Alas, fate proved unkind. At that time, Shen Guifei was still Shin Pin, and she showed me considerable disrespect. I had admonished her a few times, but did not take it to heart. However, she harbored resentment and deliberately provoked me, leading to an altercation that resulted in my miscarriage, and the child, not even 3 months along, was lost. I lay on the bed, staring with parched eyes, feeling my blood turn cold, accumulating a profound regret in my chest. Why did I allow myself to fall for Xianling? Why did I not deal with that wretched Shin Pin from the start? Why did I not learn to resist? I understood that all of this had Xuanling's tacit approval. Otherwise, even if Shin Pin were reckless, she would not dare to lay hands on the central palace that carried the air. In the aftermath, she was merely demoted 2 ranks as punishment, and 3 months later, she was reinstated, even favored more than before. Everyone appeared satisfied, yet I was left battered and bruised. Deceived, used, and manipulated, my dignity trampled into pieces, ultimately left with nothing. During that time, I was in a wretched state, either weeping and wailing or laughing foolishly. My mind muddled. The royal physician came to treat me, stating that my grief over the loss of my child had overwhelmed me, causing emotional distress and memory impairment, requiring medication to regulate and a gradual recovery, with no clear timeline. Xianling breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied that I was still alive, feeling no threat from me. He began to lower his guard against me, perhaps suspecting and being cautious, but he felt no guilt. From that moment on, he treated me with greater gentleness, and I smiled at him, yet in my heart, I vowed to seek justice for myself and for my child's life. I did not disclose to anyone that I was feigning amnesia, not even to Shuer, who merely believed I was gradually coming to terms with my situation. Even Xianling failed to notice. He was an exceedingly arrogant person, vigilant when he deemed me a threat, but once he believed I posed no danger, he completely relaxed. Thus, this became my best opportunity. I arranged for someone to set fire to Yonghe Palace, deliberately placing him in danger, while secretly orchestrating his rescue. All while I created the illusion of sudden calamity within my own quarters. Xianling, having turned misfortune into fortune, would naturally think I had shielded him from disaster, inevitably stirring feelings of gratitude and old affections, and he would come to visit me. I then seized the opportunity to propose that Shen Guifei manage the harem on my behalf, completely disarming his suspicions, allowing him to draw closer to me in preparation for my future plans. Everything was only just beginning. Chapter 24. The Perilous Moon, Part 4. Shuer listened to my account, stunned into silence, before finally launching herself at me, enveloping me in an embrace, stifling her sobs. "Miss, you have suffered. No matter how much I endured, it is past. From now on, each day will be one where I allow myself to feel joy." Yet, why would the Empress relinquish her power to Shen Guifei? Wouldn't she abuse her newfound authority to torment you? I narrowed my eyes, a smile tugging at my lips, to bring about another's downfall. One must first drive her to madness. Shen Guifei never fails to meet my expectations. In just over a month, she had turned the harem into a chaotic mess, with complaints echoing everywhere. From time to time, concubines came to me to voice their grievances, yet I feigned illness, citing the need for rest to avoid meeting them. Seeing this, Shen Guifei assumed I was afraid of her, and thus grew even more arrogant, her demeanor surpassing even that of the rightful empress. Yet, her elevated rank and favor made it such that others dared not voice their anger. Han Pin from Shining Palace, once a cautious and patient individual, now came to plead with me, indicating that she had been pushed to her limits. I summoned her to enter, and upon seeing me, her eyes reddened. Empress Shen's relationship with concubine Han had always been strained, or rather, it was a one-sided animosity, as she failed to recognize the shifting tides and did not seek the favor of Empress Shen. Instead, she showed great deference to me, the fallen empress, which was rather unappreciative. Furthermore, she possessed exquisite beauty and remarkable skill in music, being a disciple of the kingdom's foremost musician. Although her demeanor was calm and unambitious, Xianling held her in high regard, always insisting she attend state banquets, thus rendering her a national treasure of sorts. Concubine Shun, hailing from humble beginnings and lacking any notable talents, harbored deep jealousy towards her, often subjecting her to various forms of humiliation. Concubine Han, typically patient, endured these trials. However, as concubine Shun's influence grew, her aggressiveness intensified, even prompting her father, Xinzhong, to conspire against concubine Han's father, leading to the latter's distress. As a deputy minister of revenue, he was only slightly beneath Xinzhong, rendering him powerless to voice his grievances and ultimately succumbing to illness from the stress.
Concubine Han,
With tear-streaked cheeks, knelt before me, pleading, "Your Majesty, I can bear my humiliation, but it is a sin to implicate my father. I beseech you to show mercy and curb concubine Shun's arrogance." I instructed Shuer to assist her. "The current predicament is not the fault of others. It is your own doing. The palace has always been a place of climbing over others and trampling down, and if you continue to endure without taking action, you will only encourage her to escalate her oppression, dragging your father down with you. Is that not so? You are intelligent, yet you choose to seek assistance from a half-hearted empress instead of devising a retaliation strategy. It seems your desire for vengeance is not urgent. If that is the case, why should I aid you?" Concubine Han paused, her tear-stained hands faltering as she stared at me, her expectations and sincerity gradually replaced by a cold resentment and determination. The moment had arrived. I rose and approached her, meeting her gaze with candor. In this imperial palace, patience and tolerance will only lead to further trampling. We are alike in this regard. It took me 8 years to understand this truth. For you, it is not yet too late. Concubine Shin and Xinzhong were indeed intertwined, each sustaining the other. Their fortunes were linked. Although concubine Shin wielded immense power in the palace, should Xinzhong encounter misfortune in the court, her arrogance would surely dissipate, and perhaps your father's affliction could heal without medicine. Upon hearing my final words, a spark ignited in concubine Han's eyes, a revelation dawning upon her, for she was indeed clever. "I understand now. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance." I smiled and nodded. Not long ago, His Majesty nearly faced danger in Yonghe Palace. There are some taboos surrounding it, and he has been reluctant to visit. Your shining palace is known for its elegance, and the sound of the qin can soothe the spirit. I shall encourage His Majesty to spend more time there. Concubine Han knelt once more, offering her respects. I knew that our alliance had been forged. I personally accompanied her to the door, and as she walked alongside me, she spoke. "Your Majesty, have you heard? On the day of the flood in Yonghe Palace, His Majesty was fortunate to evade a collapsing beam, initially believed to be divine intervention. However, recent investigations revealed that it was a guard named Wu Gang who misaligned the beam with iron nails. Strangely, he did not take credit for it, and His Majesty has come to appreciate him even more, promoting him to Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard. Indeed, he is a reliable individual, I concurred. His Majesty now places great trust in him. A swift rise to prominence is surely in his future." Concubine Han then murmured softly, "It is peculiar how such a well-constructed palace could succumb to flames and collapse the beam." I chuckled lightly, gazing at the dusk settling in the west, and sighed. 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant-hole. In this world, the grandest structures often fall due to a single decayed timber. None can withstand it. Concubine Han was quick to act, and within half a month, news from the court reached her. Her father had gathered evidence to accuse Xinzhong of corruption and bribery. Xianling was enraged and ordered the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation. Within 2 days, 5 pages of charges were compiled, including numerous reports from those oppressed by Xinzhong's tyranny. Given Xinzhong's arrogance, bolstered by concubine Shun's favor, he had long been the subject of collective resentment among his peers, who now eagerly contributed to his downfall. The charges were detailed, and the evidence irrefutable. Xianling signed his death warrant, with execution set for 5 days later. Concubine Shin wailed and pleaded in front of Xuanling's chamber, refusing to leave despite repeated attempts to dismiss her, which prompted Xianling to take refuge in my palace. I ordered the kitchen to prepare his favorite pastries and personally brewed a pot of tea. Xianling smiled wryly. "It is in the Empress's presence that I find the greatest comfort, peaceful and considerate, allowing me to relax. As a lowly consort, I should share your burdens. But alas, my frail health prevents me from doing anything significant. I can only offer you companionship to ease your mind." Xianling paused, gazing at me for an extended moment, as if recalling past events, his expression softening. "Your company is more than enough." You have always been a source of goodness. It is I who have failed you, unable to protect you. He continued, and then there is the teacher who has been wholeheartedly devoted to the court. My guilt deepens. My grandfather held great affection for me, naturally harboring dissatisfaction towards Xianling, yet his high position required loyalty to the state and the preservation of the dynasty. No matter how frustrated he might be, he would never toy with national affairs. Such a broad-mindedness and sense of responsibility were beyond Xuanling's comprehension. His guilt would only serve to disgust my grandfather. I scoffed inwardly, yet gently patted his hand. Your Majesty, do not speak so. We are united as husband and wife, bound by shared hearts. My grandfather only wishes for our harmonious relationship. He would surely dedicate himself to the state. As long as I remained in this position as empress, as long as I did not turn against him, he would continue to enjoy my family's support. Surely Xianling could grasp this. His gaze shifted slightly as he wrapped an arm around me, whispering near my ear, I will stay tonight. The next morning, I assisted him in dressing, and Shuer entered with a bowl of medicinal broth, which I accepted and drank in one gulp. Xianling inquired, What is this? I smiled sheepishly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My health is frail, and I do not wish to conceive until I am well again. I consulted the physician and obtained a potion to prevent pregnancy, just to be safe. Xianling was taken aback, but then his expression relaxed. You have worked hard, Empress. I shall visit you after court today. From that day forward, Xianling frequently stayed in my palace, both to display his favor towards me and to avoid concerns about me bearing his child. As for concubine Shen, she demonstrated some wisdom, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile and thus relinquished her power in the harem, choosing instead to reflect on her misdeeds in Yonghe Palace. Xianling intended to show her leniency, and I, discerning the situation, took the initiative to plead on her behalf. Xianling acquiesced, demoting her by 2 ranks and confining her to Yonghe Palace while restoring my authority in the harem. Consequently, the atmosphere in the harem shifted dramatically. The concubines flocked to curry favor with me, vehemently condemning Xin Yaohe in my presence. I did not find joy in this, merely annoyance. And when I mentioned it to Xianling, he too seemed exasperated. They simply love to chatter. There is no need to pay them any mind. I observed that concubine Han remained unperturbed, displaying a commendable temperament. Her father had also accomplished great things, and His Majesty had taken the time to visit her. Xianling chuckled. Empress, do you find my visits excessive? Are you weary of my company? I laughed in response. How could that be? Your Majesty's affection is something I deeply cherish. However, the harem must be treated equitably. I do not wish to be labeled as envious. Furthermore, I had developed a fondness for concubine Han. She already had a son, and if she were to bear another child, I would gladly raise them. Perhaps they would fare better than the fragile offspring of my own body. Xianling, taken aback by my thoughts on not wanting to bear children, eventually consented, visiting Shining Palace that very night. Chapter 25. The Perilous Moon v. Concubine Han was astute, knowing that as long as Xianling visited, she would surely find a way to capture his heart, granting me a respite of half a month. As I casually flipped through the household ledger and calculated the days of the monthly ritual, I instructed Shuer to summon the imperial physician who was under my command. The recent concoctions for preventing pregnancy had all been prepared by him, and their true purpose was to nourish and fortify. After a brief examination, he bowed respectfully and conveyed his congratulations, stating that it had been over a month. I let out a long sigh of relief, instructing him to keep this matter confidential and to continue administering the medicine meticulously to ensure the stability of this pregnancy. Once the physician departed, I had Shuer send a message to Wu Gang. His father served as a deputy general under my father, and we had known each other since childhood, akin to siblings. However, the distinction between male and female necessitated a degree of caution, especially within the palace where rank and status prevailed. Thus few were aware of our acquaintance. This very reason made him my most reliable and unpredictable ally within these palace walls. Currently, the Yonghe Palace remained sealed, so I needed Wu Gang to discreetly convey the truth regarding Xinzhong's demise, allowing Xin Yaohe to inadvertently learn of my involvement. There was no need for elaborate details. It sufficed that she understood I was the architect of his downfall. 3 days later, Wu Gang confirmed that it was accomplished. During lunch, I casually mentioned to Xianling, "It has been 2 months. Perhaps your Majesty could pardon Xin Pin." Xianling looked puzzled. What brings this to mind all of a sudden? It was obvious. If she remained confined, I would find it increasingly difficult to concoct excuses to fend off Xianling's advances, as repeated refusals would inevitably raise suspicions. Earlier that morning, while out for a stroll, I had chanced upon the Yonghe Palace and heard cries from within. It seemed that Shen Pin had realized her errors, and I found her somewhat pitiable. I turned to Xianling and suggested, "Shall I accompany your majesty to visit her? If she is willing to show me a modicum of goodwill, perhaps the harem could enjoy a semblance of harmony." Xianling, visibly pleased, took my hand and led me toward the Yonghe Palace. As I gazed at his profile, a chilling numbness enveloped my heart. Since ascending the throne, he had maintained a fade befitting his royal status, concealing his sordid secrets, and had never before exhibited such intimacy in public. The hands I had longed for now felt as cold and repulsive as a serpent's tongue. Just as his feelings had blossomed in the ruins of my desolation, I believed Xianling might harbor some affection for me, evidenced by his struggles to evade me, his apologies during drunken stupors, and his tenderness revealed after I had softened my demeanor. Yet, that affection paled in comparison to his fervent devotion to power, easily cast aside. This was our first and last moment of walking hand in hand through the palace corridors, a path leading irrevocably to our doom. Previously, Wu Gang had informed me that upon learning the news, Shen Yaohe had caused an uproar in the Yonghe Palace, casting aspersions upon me. Today, upon seeing her, I confirmed the truth. She remained as foolish as ever. Disregarding Xianling, she charged at me with the intent to strike, only to be restrained by him. She collapsed to her knees, hoarsely accusing me of plotting against her father. Xianling, frowning, dismissed her with a wave. Xinzhong's fate was well-deserved. He brought this upon himself. The Empress now governs the harem without holding grudges and has even urged me to see you, yet you repay kindness with such ingratitude. I believe your confinement is too lenient. As he spoke, his impatience grew, and he attempted to leave with me. Hearing that I had regained power, Shen Yaohe panicked and clung desperately to Xianling's leg, pleading. She insisted that her information had come from a trusted source and foolishly accused my grandfather of orchestrating it. The more Xianling listened, the angrier he became, and he kicked her fiercely. Not only had my grandfather remained silent throughout Xinzhong's affair, but the mere fact that a confined concubine could receive outside intelligence rendered her slander far more serious. I watched in admiration as Shen Yaohe squandered her own chances. After being struck, she spat blood and staggered to her feet, her eyes gleaming with madness as they bore into me like daggers. Weighing, you wretched woman. Do you think the Emperor truly loves you? It is merely your fate that he regards. Before she could finish her sentence, her scream was abruptly silenced as Xianling drew a sword from a nearby guard and severed her tongue. A madwoman spouting nonsense is of no use. Feigning shock, I trembled and interposed myself between them. Your Majesty, please, do not stain your hands with her blood. Xianling, seeing my fright, momentarily disregarded Shen Yaohe's words, and with a sigh of relief, ultimately spared her life, ordering the guards to confine her to the cold palace. Wu Gang, who had been by my side, received the order and, before departing, cast me a discreet glance. I subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yaohe must live. She still served a purpose for me. Yet her punishment was inevitable, as others awaited her in the cold palace. Upon returning to the Zhongchen Palace, I remained somewhat shaken, and Xianling gently patted my back. You are too soft-hearted. This was perhaps the most truthful thing he had ever said. Regrettably, the person he referenced had long since been killed by his own hand. The current me would no longer harbor any compassion for the pain and tears of others, including their lives. Shen Yaohe and Xianling must pay for the loss of my child. I clenched my teeth, suppressing the surging tide of hatred, and forced a bitter smile. In half a month, it will be the Longevity Festival. It is unwise to shed blood. Xianling paused, and after a moment, embraced me, sighing, I shall heed your counsel. Then you will entrust the arrangements for the Emperor's birthday banquet to me? I asked. Very well, I shall await the surprise. Leaning against him, I closed my eyes. Your Majesty, do look forward to it. The Emperor's birthday has always been a matter of protocol, with the Ministry of Rites overseeing all arrangements. My role was merely to enhance the festivities. On the eve of the birthday banquet, I clandestinely visited Shen Yaohe in the cold palace. She was curled up in the desolate, frigid chamber, disheveled and ghostly pale, her face gaunt with despair. Upon seeing me, her gaze was vacant, as if the poison I had administered had taken effect, rendering her a puppet that breathed yet remained lifeless. She would only erupt into madness under specific stimuli, particularly that of Xianling. On the night of the Longevity Festival, as the nation celebrated and the palace glowed with lights, Xianling hosted a grand feast for the officials, creating a lively atmosphere. I instructed Wu Gang to discreetly release Xin Yaohe, arranging for her to blend in with the serving girls. She obediently lowered her head until she spotted Xianling's face, at which point she went into a frenzy, drawing a dagger from her sleeve and lunging at him. The Imperial Guards were taken aback and rushed forward, with Wu Gang leading the charge, though he was a moment too late. Xin Yaohe's dagger was already poised to strike Xianling. He sidestepped and, with a swift motion, drove a chopstick through her throat. Blood sprayed forth, staining his face. And she soon succumbed. Screams erupted within the hall, and my complexion paled as I staggered towards Xianling. He took my handkerchief to wipe his face, gulping down his wine in one go, and slammed the cup on the table, exclaiming, "Wretched woman. I spared her life, yet she shows no gratitude. She dares to attempt to assassinate me. She seeks death." I bit my lip. Indeed, I had not anticipated Xin Yaohe would succeed in killing Xianling. His anger only intensified as he overturned the table, rising to bellow, "Where are the guards of the cold palace? How did she escape? And the Imperial Guards? So sluggish in their response. What use are you to me?" A chorus of apologies ensued as everyone knelt in fear. Wu Gang whispered an apology. Just as Xianling was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted to one of shock. His eyes widened, his mouth twitched as if he were being choked. And he fell to the ground. I exhaled discreetly, for this was the true utility of Xin Yaohe. The chronic poison coursing through her veins, when mingled with strong liquor, became lethal. The more agitated Xianling became, the faster it took effect, penetrating deeply into his heart and lungs, leaving no remedy or hope. This was also noted in the collection of odd tales he had gifted me, a treasure I cherished and perused repeatedly over the years. Now returned to him as a final farewell. Xianling soon grew weak, reclining on the dragon couch, his gaze upon me dimmed, rendered speechless. I dismissed the attendants and produced the imperial edict I had prepared in advance, offering him a pen. "You shall write that I temporarily assume power, with my grandfather as regent until I bear a legitimate son, at which point he shall ascend the throne while I oversee governance until he comes of age to reclaim it." Shock and anger flared in Xianling's eyes as he stared at me, clenching his teeth so fiercely that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, staining the bright yellow brocade beneath him. He trembled slightly, yet I remained unperturbed, sitting beside him and gently resting my hand on my abdomen. "You would do well to heed my words. At the very least, this kingdom will ultimately belong to your son. Otherwise, I shall eliminate all of your heirs and elevate a descendant from my family." Xinzhong was reported by Han Pin and her daughter. My grandfather had no part in it, still holding the esteemed position among the court's most revered ministers. "You are the one who has been harmed by Xin Yaohe's vengeance, while my hands remain clean and I still wield power as the queen of the harem." I cast a sidelong glance at him. "You must understand, what I have just articulated is entirely feasible. Thus, Xianling, you have no alternatives." Xianling's breath quickened, his eyes nearly bulging as he faced me for a moment before finally grasping the pen and, word by word, inscribing the last will as I had instructed. He then tossed the pen aside, fixing me with a fierce gaze, tears suddenly streaming down his cheeks as he reached into his bosom and withdrew a pristine phoenix hairpin. But before he could fully present it, he ceased to breathe. I stood by, observing coldly, feeling no turmoil within, only a sense of liberation, followed by a hollow numbness and chill. Xianling had finally passed away. I had avenged that child in myself. Yet the child within me was now devoid of a father. And I, too, felt as though something had died within my heart. For the last time, I gently caressed his face, now slightly cold. "Xianling, I once regarded you as the moon of my life. Now, I must become my own sun. The sun and moon cannot shine together. You and I must part ways, and this is our final conclusion." Chapter 26. The Deposed Empress Schemes Rebellion, Part 1. In an effort to win his favor, I performed a dance, the exquisite palace dance of the consort that captivated the capital. To my astonishment, he mocked me before the assembly, likening me to Dongshi imitating the beauty of Shishir. As I endured the scorn and humiliation inflicted by the favored Lan Guifei, I suddenly recalled his promise to me. "Lianin, I shall grant you unmatched nobility." above all others. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet soon arrived, gathering all the esteemed individuals of the imperial city, yet Gu Ruoxi continued to regard me with a cold demeanor. Nonetheless, I felt no sorrow. At this point, preserving my family was of utmost importance. Due to a landslide in Lu City that obliterated villages for miles, my father's troops were delayed by 3 days, resulting in the demise of Xiao Mulan's entire family. That day, I had coincidentally punished Xiao Mulan to kneel for an hour, and as a tempest approached, her frail body succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she learned of her family's tragic fate and fell ill from the shock for over a month. These events incited the emperor's great wrath. "Your Highness, perhaps you should drink less," Qing Yin gently reminded me, and I suddenly became aware that my cup was empty. Xiao Mulan sat below, adorned in a chest-high skirt. Her outer garment a delicate, sheer garment embroidered with peonies, each movement exuding innate allure. Gu Ruoxi's gaze lingered on her, concerned she might catch a chill, even providing her with a sheepskin cushion. The dishes before her were all her favorite sweet delicacies. I glanced at my own table, realizing that my beloved green plum jelly had not graced it in quite some time. The banquet was lively and vibrant. I quietly slipped away to the side chamber to change into the golden phoenix feather attire, donning the phoenix hairpin he had crafted for me with his own hands. As the music crescendoed and the drums began to beat, I sprang to my feet, standing at the center of the wooden lotus flower. The palace dance tested both my flexibility and strength, qualities that were my weaknesses. When the assembly recognized the performer as the empress, a murmur of surprise and mockery rippled through the hall. I caught snippets of their whispers, a self-deprecating display, unworthy of her position, employing such lowly tactics to vie for affection. Among them, a young princess who had been currying favor with Xiao Mulan feigned astonishment. How remarkable! There exists a dancer so akin to the empress, though her performance lacks finesse. The lady-in-waiting beside her, flustered, urged her to reconsider her words, feigning realization. "I meant no offense to your majesty and his excellency." Yet her eyes sparkled with derision, and the smirk on her lips betrayed her true sentiments. I had heard such veiled barbs before, and quickly steadied my resolve. I evaded their piercing gazes, determined to complete the dance-titled plea for favor, after an awkward and clumsy performance. I raised my eyes to Gu Ruoxi. I forced a smile, proclaiming loudly, "In this beautiful season of the Mid-Autumn Festival, may your majesty's reign resonate like the dragon's roar at dawn, bringing forth all blessings and smooth endeavors." His eyes held no trace of emotion, and even his fingers remained motionless. I closed my eyes, hoping that my humble submission would spare my father. Instead, I was met with a mocking laugh, that of Xiao Mulan. "Sister, you truly embody the empress, capable of mothering the realm and entertaining the masses, though this dance resembles nothing more than a clumsy imitation. Yet we cannot fault you, as you are but a girl raised on the grasslands." Her smile was enchanting, her beauty reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, rendering her capriciousness delightfully charming. Gu Ruoxi was particularly fond of her playful antics. He had established a remarkably low threshold for her, granting her a status and influence that surpassed even my own as the rightful empress. As expected, while he appeared to reprimand Xiao Mulan, his tone was laced with indulgence. "The favored concubine Lan is often unaware of decorum. She ought to be punished." Xiao Mu shot him a glance, leveraging his favoritism to sulk. "Your majesty only defends the empress and fails to consider my dignity before others." The duchess, ever perceptive, immediately chimed in clearly. "The bond between the concubine and his majesty is as strong as gold. Surely, his majesty is merely jesting with the empress." One after another, the compliments flowed, praising the beauty and harmony between the concubine and his majesty. In a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Mulan raised her cup for a toast with everyone. I stood there as the empress, isolated, seemingly forgotten on the stage. Just as I contemplated an escape, Gu Ruoxi finally deigned to look my way. But his words plunged me into despair. "Empress, your imitation of Dong Shi is unbecoming. Consider changing your attire, and you shall be confined to Jingren Palace for a month to refine your etiquette as the mother of the nation, while the Phoenix Seal and all matters of the harem shall be temporarily overseen by concubine Lan." I clenched my fists, yearning to strike him. A fortnight prior, I had pleaded for mercy for my father. He had assured me that as long as I could placate Xiao Mulan, he would release my father from prison. At that moment, Xiao Mulan, perched high above, had provocatively stated, "If you perform the palace dance at the mid-autumn family gathering, sister, your spirits shall surely lift." Such humiliation culminated in nothing more than being compared to Dongshi. A month of confinement in Jingren Palace, while all outside news was sealed away.
Guruochi,
Intent on dismantling my family's influence, would not allow me the opportunity to communicate with my household. The rainy season had little time left, yet a heavy downpour arrived, and amidst the sound of the pattering rain, I felt transported back 8 years to that fearful night. The world was in turmoil, the Zhou dynasty fractured by various warlords. Far away in the borderlands, I was summoned back to the capital by an urgent edict. On that day, my father wore a furrowed brow, while my mother hung her head, both filled with remorse as they addressed me. "Lianine, dear child, we have wronged you." That decree was a marriage edict. The late emperor, after years of lurking, wielded a thunderous hand to vanquish the 5 feudal lords and unify the realm, only to pass away, relieved, at his bedside. Guruosi, still unadorned by the crown, sought the support of the Su family. For the sake of the country and the Su family, I had no choice but to wed Guruosi. On our wedding night, I suppressed the untamed spirit fostered on the grasslands and, with a heart full of trepidation, joined him in Wushan. He was aware of my reluctant acquiescence and knew well that I had already promised my heart to another beloved on the plains. He also understood that I had betrayed the proud youth who cherished me solely. "Rest assured, I shall not be inferior to him," I declared, perhaps naively. "Your Majesty, he is valiant in battle, unmatched on horseback." Guruosi's cheeks flushed as he stammered his vow. He possessed martial prowess, yet I wielded power. "Lianine, I shall grant you unparalleled dignity, above all others." I warmed to his words, lowering my gaze in acceptance. "You are indeed the true dragon, the son of heaven, and undoubtedly worthy of such esteem." Though Guruosi retained a trace of boyishness, he harbored grand ambitions. "What I desire is to unify the realm, to secure peace for generations." In later years, for the sake of this declaration, countless sons of the Su family fought valiantly on the battlefield. The kingdom of Jin retreated time and again. 8 years passed, and Guruosi became a formidable sovereign, dominating the expansive southern territories. Yet, the warriors of the Su family perished and were wounded in droves. Over the years, one truth emerged. All emperors are alike. Under the allure of power, those seated on the dragon throne inevitably succumb to suspicion and paranoia. Years of affection amounted to naught. Long before, he brought the parasitic Xiao Mulan into the palace. Our love and entanglement had transformed into indifference and disdain. It was a pity that the Su family had been loyal for 3 generations to stabilize the court through my ascension. Despite our superficial efforts to maintain harmony, we could not withstand Guruosi's ever-suspicious heart. Since he sought to disrupt the equilibrium, why should I continue to compromise? Chapter 27. The Deposition of the Empress and the Plot for Rebellion. Part 2. The rain fell in torrents, threatening to engulf all. I held up an oil paper umbrella, donning the attire of a young palace maid, and slipped into the imperial garden. To the south of the garden lay an artificial hill, behind which nestled a small cat, a pitch-black creature. Black cats are deemed harbingers of bad luck, and generations have sought to eradicate them. Yet, this one was merely a fragile being, oblivious to the world, yearning only for a full meal today. When I carefully brought it back to Jingren Palace, the rain had nearly ceased. I entered through the back door in disarray, only to find Xiao Mulan waiting for me, surrounded by a throng of palace attendants. She audaciously occupied the warm jade chair I had meticulously arranged, toying with a string of Eastern pearls, her gaze filled with schadenfreude. The courtyard of Jingren Palace was open to the north and south, devoid of winding corridors or pavilions. There was no way for me to evade her. However, within my own palace, there was no need to hide. Having resolved that I need not placate Guruosi any longer, I began to reveal my true nature. Qingyin hurried to my side, and I handed her the black cat, instructing her to take it inside first. "Your Highness, allow me to dry you off." "No need," I replied, taking the handkerchief. "I shall manage myself." As I wiped away the rainwater, I approached Xiao Mulan. She watched me with keen interest, a provocative smile curling on her lips. "Your Highness defies the imperial decree to leave Jingren Palace. Are you not afraid of your sister's complaint?" The afternoon breeze still carried the coolness of the recent rain. After a brief mockery, Xiao Mulan returned to the warm jade chair. I stepped in front of her, my voice icy. Stand up and leave. Her grasp on the Eastern pearls faltered, her smile widening. The Empress is so petty that she won't even allow her sister to sit in the chair. I narrowed my eyes, too weary to exchange further pleasantries. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through Jingren Palace. One strike was insufficient to quell my ire. I raised my other hand, still damp, and struck her again, leaving traces of mud upon her delicate visage. Stunned, she finally reacted, shrieking, "You worthless creature! What are you doing? Help me up!" Her maidservants rushed forward, but I halted them with a commanding voice.
Idare neon.
In Jingren Palace, I would not permit such insolence. The palace maids halted, bowing their heads in submission. I then seized the teapot she had brought, still warm to the touch, and tipped it over, drenching her half with steaming tea. Xiao Mulan trembled, pointing at me with trembling fingers, her eyes venomous. "Your Highness, spare me. I was in the wrong, yet you humiliate me so. Do you not fear the Emperor's wrath?" Feigning submission, she knelt before me, gripping my skirt in a pitiful plea, yet whispered words only we could hear, laced with malice. "I possess the Phoenix seal through the Emperor's favor. What do you have? Remember, the seal rests in my hands. You are but a shadow." A peculiar sense of superiority gleamed in her eyes. I loosened my grip, seized her chin, and with a gentle twist, dislocated it, rendering her speechless. She clutched her jaw in agony, trembling with fear. I smiled faintly, bending down to whisper, "Relying on oneself, is that not sufficient?" She likely did not know. 8 years ago, Su Lianin on the grasslands could stand against 100 soldiers. Unlike her, a petty woman brought back by Gu Ruosi 3 years prior. Foolishly believing that imperial favor equated to supremacy. A woman without familial support, relying solely on affection, and devoid of intellect, I could not be bothered to contend with her. Gu Ruosi, upon witnessing my blatant defiance, grew furious. He openly criticized the Empress's coarseness and imposed a further 3-month house arrest with reduced rations. I shrugged, unafraid. Can you truly starve me? Yet this punishment soon concluded. A month later, emissaries from the kingdom of Jin arrived, heralding the visit of the 6th prince, bearing gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Xiao Mulan's charm could only extend so far. Such a grand banquet could not be realized. The Phoenix seal returned to my possession, and Gu Ruosi, with a patient tone, invited me to orchestrate the banquet beautifully. "Your Majesty, simply entrust it to the Ministry of Rites." I fell ill from the rain a few days prior. He retorted, slightly vexed, "Su Lianin, you shall do as I command, without refusal." Observing his countenance, I noted the departure of youthful innocence, replaced by a hardened demeanor. I threw caution to the wind. "Your Majesty's lack of trust in the Ministry of Rights stems from her guilt over the execution of Lord Zhu Lihuan, does it not?" Zhu Lihuan, a prodigious scholar, after winning the top honor, had diligently served in the ministry for over a decade. Yet he was brutally executed by Gu Ruosi for opposing the elevation of Xiao Mulan to a favored consort. On the day of his death, fear gripped the court, and uncertainty loomed over the officials. It was my father who intervened to stabilize the situation, preventing Gu Ruosi from being overwhelmed by a deluge of memorials. Gu Ruosi paused, soon sneering, "A disobedient minister can be easily disposed of. Lianin, the Empress is no different. Disobedience warrants the same fate." I lifted my chin, exposing my neck, and gritted my teeth, declaring, "Your Majesty may strike. I present my throat for your blade. Yet I wonder, without the Su family, how will you remain comfortably seated upon your dragon throne?" A scene reminiscent of Dongshi imitating the beauty of Shishir allowed me to see Gu Ruosi for what he truly is. Born of lowly and dark origins, he is a rat raised in the sewers. All those past aspirations and youthful exuberance were mere facades. He understands that the general only respects gentlemen and knows his daughter would never favor a coward. Thus, he has devoted himself to playing the role of a righteous emperor and a devoted husband, deceiving me for years. Such a person fears nothing more than having the ground pulled from beneath him. The best course of action is to confront him openly. If my father is executed by his command, not only will the court be disheartened, but the soldiers who have fought alongside my father will rise in anger. He dares not harm my father. Indeed, he gritted his teeth and consulted with me. "State your terms." I steadied my mind, demanding my father's return home.
Impossible.
Gu Ruosi replied, his tone harsh. I paused. "Merely house arrest, Your Majesty? Is your courage truly so feeble?" He fell silent for a moment before departing without a word. I understood then that he had yielded. The national banquet was splendidly arranged, with the elderly matrons beside me being experts left behind by the late empress. The feast was filled with joyous song and dance, grandiose and majestic. The Jin kingdom has long cast a covetous gaze upon our nation, and the border conflicts have never ceased. Their envoy's appearance was merely a fade to maintain diplomacy. Yet, I had not anticipated that he would be the one to arrive. Li Mu and I exchanged glances from afar. He remained strikingly handsome, his eyes concealing enigmatic emotions, though his left cheek bore a silver-black stallion mask. The pride of the Li family had now become an envoy of the Jin kingdom. I couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. The Li family, with a foundation of a century, had also been annihilated by Guruosi under the pretense of colluding with the Jin. Chapter 28. The Deposed Empress's Conspiracy, Part 3. The Jin envoy made a grand display, showering Guruosi with countless lavish gifts. After 3 rounds of wine, Guruosi, in a state of inebriation, became increasingly disrespectful at the banquet. He pointed at Li Mu, his eyes glazed, and remarked how familiar he appeared. With such fair skin and a slender frame, can you truly wield a sword? He laughed heartily at his own jest, and the courtiers joined in mocking Li Mu. A few elder statesmen recognized Li Mu and grew grave, but refrained from admonishing Guruosi in public, only managing to cough discreetly as a warning. Yet Guruosi remained oblivious, further insulting Li Mu by questioning why, as a prince of the Jin kingdom, he did not possess the brawn of a true Jin man, even insinuating that he might not be a true Jin citizen. The Jin men, known for their fiery tempers, were on the verge of losing control, but Li Mu's mere glance quelled them. Li Mu rose calmly, approaching the hall and bowing to Guruosi. Your Majesty is amusing. However, I am here today to congratulate the kingdom of Zhou on its century of prosperity and to present you with fine gifts. He stood tall, nearly 8 feet, his slender shoulders complementing his austere visage. Though beneath Guruosi, his presence overshadowed him. I gazed at him, lost in thought, recalling the days on the grasslands when he taught me to ride, how I clung tightly to his back. Guruosi, evidently intrigued, watched intently. Li Mu clapped his hands, and the palace doors swung open. Entering amidst the flickering candlelight was a woman adorned in a golden carved mask, her delicate nose and red lips visible. She wore a shoulder-bearing gauzy gown, the bells at her waist jingling softly, accompanied by a faint fragrance of orchids. In that instant, I knew the gift was perfectly chosen. As expected, Guruosi's gaze remained glued to the woman. He must have felt immensely fortunate that Xiao Mulan was absent from the banquet. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly embrace the beauty? That night, the Qianqing palace called for water thrice. Li Mu remarked that the woman was a flower maiden meticulously cultivated by the Jin kingdom, skilled in ensnaring souls. Yet, I believe her prowess lay not in her charms, but in the fact that Guruosi, already wed to a woman of noble lineage and gentle disposition, sought this young body to satiate his desires. His current cravings were for indulgence and surrender. The ambitions that once filled the youthful emperor's heart had become lost amid the tumultuous reign of these 8 years. Li Mu strolled into my chamber as if no one were present, speaking of how Guruosi lavished affection upon that woman. My heart remained serene, and I carelessly began to remove my heavy hair ornaments before the mirror. It was only when he sat beside me, wrapped his arms around my waist, and grasped my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze, that I felt a stir within. Su Lianin, are you not happy that I am alive? I looked into his eyes, dimmed with hurt and laced with accusation, as if a mere denial from me would bring him to tears. He had always been this way, confiding in me about others' wrongdoings. Whether it was losing to the eldest son of the Gao family in archery, or having a tumble with the He family's young master in a game of kuju, every trivial matter warranted his complaints to me. In the borderlands, my Su family and the Li family guarded the nation's gates, having grown up together. We were indeed childhood sweethearts. I had little fondness for the rugged and robust men of the frontier, and after being nearly overwhelmed by my parents' marriage proposals in my 2nd year of coming of age, I finally sought Li Mu's hand in marriage. On that expanse of grassland, I halted his golden-brown horse, presenting him with a flower I had plucked from afar, raising my chin and commanding, Li Mu, marry me, and I shall bear you 3 children. His face turned crimson, startled by my fierce demeanor, and he fled, gripping the reins. I pursued him relentlessly, brimming with confidence. I am healthy enough to grow old with you. Why do you run? After several days of persistence, he finally relented, saying I must not let him down. Until later, when I broke my promise and entered the palace. He wept uncontrollably before me, brandishing a knife, insisting on defying the emperor's orders. It was then I realized his love for me was unwavering and pure. After all, how could a youth of unparalleled talent be so easily caught by me? Such a sincere lad, even after witnessing the massacre of his family, continued to trust me unconditionally. For the sake of preserving my family, I was capable of breaking my promises. A selfish person at heart, I gently brushed my fingers against his unburned right cheek, chuckling softly.
Limo.
I never believed you perished. After all, I had personally rescued him from the flames, and it was I who had left him at the Jean Camp's tent. Yet, in my haste to save him, I had neglected to consider his left cheek, which bore the scars of that fateful day. The reason behind the annihilation of the Li family was straightforward. The matriarch of the Li family was the younger sister of the Jean king. After marrying General Li, she severed ties with the Jean kingdom and never revealed her true identity to anyone, yet Guruosi discovered this and accused her of treason. I had initially harbored doubts about the Li matriarch's guilt. Although she was Li Mu's mother, she was not close to us. Moreover, our residence at the border limited our contact with her in the capital. However, as Guruosi gradually revealed his true nature over these past 2 years, I became suspicious of the Li family's tragedy and kept a watchful eye. Upon investigation, it became evident that the Li family's downfall was indeed a frame-up orchestrated by this treacherous emperor. From that moment on, the person beside me transformed into a malevolent specter that I guarded against. Now, with Li Mu elevated to the status of a prince of the Jean kingdom, I ought to rejoice for him, yet I also surmised that his purpose for this journey was revenge. As expected, Li Mu inquired of me, "Lian Yin, do you wish to escape this confining palace?" My hand halted as I removed my hairpin. "How shall we proceed?" He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt before me, his right hand pressed against his heart. I am acutely aware of my own lack of intelligence. Otherwise, I would not have been so foolish as to allow the dog emperor to annihilate my entire family. Now, I am thoroughly prepared, feigning goodwill to lower his guard. "Lian, may I implore the Su family for assistance?"
Rimo's hand trembled.
Once, he was a man of great pride, insisting on competing until he emerged victorious, even in defeat. Yet now he knelt before me, beseeching my aid. Seeing my silence, he pressed on. "Though I have been in the Jean kingdom these years, I have constantly kept an eye on you, Lian. You have not lived happily, nor have you lived freely. You are not one to engage in palace intrigue. Which is why Xiao Mulan has had the audacity to flaunt her power before you. However, Guruosi can no longer afford to wait. 8 years ago, he orchestrated the extermination of my Li family to secure an alliance with the Su family, and he would not hesitate to eliminate all opposition for power now. Lian, the nation that the Su family has guarded for generations will perish at the hands of this tyrant. You understand this, do you not?" "Of course, I do. In fact, I dare say no one comprehends it better than I. Loyal generals have been ruthlessly purged one by one. The contempt of the populace and the disheartenment of his ministers do not sway his ambition for absolute power." I gazed into Li Mu's eyes, resolute and steadfast. The two figures, side by side on the grasslands 8 years ago, vowing to protect the people's peace and prosperity, surfaced in my mind. My heart gradually settled. A coordinated effort, indeed, is a splendid idea. I took his hand and motioned for him to sit beside me. If the Su family were to lend their full support, what would our chances be? Li Mu smiled with relief. He peeled a grape and offered it to me, confidently proclaiming, 10 out of 10. Chapter 29. Conspiring against the deposed Empress, Part 4. Although my father was released, he was tormented to the point of being unrecognizable, with wounds numbering in the hundreds and broken bones that made standing a challenge. Moreover, upon his return home, he fell victim to a grave illness. I knew it was the work of Guruosi, yet he is the emperor, an authority above the law. Just as Guruosi was sending the Jean envoy back, I seized the opportunity to visit the general's residence. My father's hair had turned grayer, and the once formidable man now lay frail and hunched upon his bed, unable to find peace in sleep. My heart ached, and my eyes turned red as I summoned my elder brother to the study, where we spoke for 2 full hours before I returned to the palace. Hardly had I settled in when Xiao Mulan, eager to strike, appeared before me. Her lips were painted in garish hues, and her pure face was grotesquely accentuated by her ostentatious attire, though she seemed oblivious to it. "Your Majesty," I have some fine ginseng here. Would you like me to present it to you for the old general's recovery? Her shrill voice was music to Gu Ruosi's ears, but it was nothing short of grating to mine. As I watered the peony on the table, I parted my lips and replied, "Leave." She was unperturbed, plucking the largest bloom before leaning in to inhale its fragrance. "Your Majesty, do not let embarrassment lead to anger. His Majesty has grown weary of you and the Sioux family for quite some time now. By now, you ought to be accustomed to it." As I gazed at the peony poised to bloom, I lowered my gaze, concealing my murderous intent. Shall the noble consort begin to grow accustomed to the Emperor's fickleness? I heard that a beauty from the Jean Kingdom twisted her ankle the other day, and His Majesty rushed out from your palace to comfort her. Her expression shifted dramatically, a mix of fury and dismay. A mere courtesan from a lowly nation, His Majesty merely seeks novelty. But you need not worry about me. After all, His Majesty favors me the most, so you should be the one to worry about your dwindling share of his affections. His affections? Who covets such a thing? A tarnished heart, a filthy body. Only she, Xiao Mulan, could regard it as treasure. If the noble consort has no further business, you may take your leave. My palace cannot harbor a favored idol. Xiao Mulan scoffed, casting the flower to the ground and trampling it beneath her foot, her tone one of triumph and satisfaction. Your Majesty, I am already with child. Once I give birth to the firstborn of the Zhou dynasty, you must ensure that His Majesty raises his first child well. She smiled slyly, pointing a finger at me, brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. Pregnant? No wonder her words today were even more brazen than before. She must have gained confidence with a child in her womb. I raised an eyebrow, my initial confusion quickly transforming into surprise, and finally, after a moment of contemplation, I could not help but laugh. Your Majesty is indeed magnanimous, able to find amusement in such matters. I feigned innocence, asking, why would I not be able to laugh? Then, fixing my gaze on her eyes, I spoke each word with deliberate clarity. The peony you just inhaled is laced with an odorless, tasteless poison. She gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she clutched her stomach, rendered speechless. Within an hour, not only will the dragon child within you turn to a puddle of blood, but you too shall meet a tragic end. I watched her stagger back, trembling as she waved her hands in panic, shouting for her maid, Someone, call for a carriage to take me back to the palace. Summon the physician." Her venomous glare shot at me as she stormed away, supported by her maid. Yet she did not forget to cradle her belly with one hand. I took my time, continuing to water the flowers, for there would soon be another visitor.
Gu Ruosi,
Without even changing out of his court attire, rushed to me in haste, seizing my arm. "Antidote." I grasped his hand, twisting it, forcing him to release his grip. "Antidote? What antidote?" He glared at me coldly, as if I were the most malevolent woman on earth. "Lianine, you were not like this before. You were carefree and grand, unconcerned with trifles. Yet now, out of jealousy, you would poison Mulan, who carries my child, your husband's child." I pursed my lips, looking at him with an ever-deepening chill in my heart. I raised my hand and struck him soundly, forcing him to turn his face in shock. "Gu Ruosi, what kind of person I am does not require your definition. And I have never harbored jealousy toward Xiao Mulan. It is merely you I disdain." His brow furrowed, disbelief etched in his features. "Disdain? For me? Indeed. From beginning to end, the one I loathed, the one who disgusted me, the one I blamed, has always been you. You are the one who has changed your heart, the one who has broken promises, the one who has deceived my Sioux family, and the ungrateful one has been you. As for Xiao Mulan, that mindless woman, what need have I to contend with her? The one I seek to retaliate against, the one I wish to threaten, has always been you." I articulated this known truth in an exceedingly slow and clear tone. He appeared stunned, his breath heavy, his eyes reddening. For a moment, he could not bear to meet my gaze and abruptly turned his head away. He spoke in a low voice, "Lian, I never intended to depose you. The Sioux family has been rampant for years. I interjected, merely wished to intimidate the Sioux family and uphold your royal dignity." Gu Ruosi, perhaps unwilling to concede to my dominance, quickly resumed his menacing demeanor. "Bring the antidote. I will not hold you accountable for this matter. If Mulan and her unborn child do not survive, I will ensure you and the Sioux family pay the price."
"Ha!
Pay the price? Without Xiao Mulan, you would not spare the Sioux family either. I calmly laid forth my demands. His Majesty has now dispatched the imperial physician to the General's residence to relieve my father's affliction, ensuring that concubine Xiao remains unharmed. He clenched his fists, his jawline taut, striving to contain his emotions, while I met his gaze, exuding an air of shared despair. Only half an hour remained. I trimmed the frayed wick of the candle, the scissors making a crisp sound. My father's illness suddenly abated, and everyone marveled at the divine protection bestowed upon the general. Yet, only I understood that there was no divine intervention, merely the malice of petty individuals. Xiao Mulan, having been struck by my venomous words, finally toned down her arrogance. However, I alone knew that the day she gave birth would herald true despair. Although my father was now well, the charges of treason and conspiracy still loomed over us. Months prior, Guruosi hastily sought to condemn my father. But the hastily fabricated evidence was too flimsy to secure a conviction. Now, after months of relentless torment, his intentions were all too clear. He aimed to force the Su family into rebellion. He underestimated us, believing that as scions of a prominent family, we were hot-headed and devoid of cunning, thinking that humiliation and scorn would easily incite us to revolt. He grossly misjudged the depth of a noble family's resilience. As long as we remain without a name to justify his actions, he cannot touch us. But does the Su family truly lack the ability to oppose him? I gazed out at the tranquil night, the moonlight brighter than the morning sun. Tomorrow would bring another scorching day. The black cat in my arms purred contentedly. I placed it on the small platform by the window and changed into a night outfit. The daughters of the grasslands learn more than just horsemanship and archery. They are also trained in the art of stealth and hidden weapons. From the moment I was born, Su Lianin was not nurtured to be a queen. My parents, despite their yearning, raised me on the grasslands, hoping for their daughter to lead a life of freedom. On the eve of my marriage to the palace, they cried more bitterly than I did. I knew they perpetually felt guilty towards me. If that is the case, let us exploit this guilt to rebel against this unjust heaven. Guruosi seeks to compel the Su family into insurrection, does he not? Then I shall grant him his wish. On the day he believes he has secured his legacy, I shall strike. Chapter 30. The Deposed Empress Conspires. Part 5. The summer sky is often plagued by storms. A month has passed since the last downpour. On a rare sunny day, I placed the black cat in the cave on the back mountain where it used to nest. Hidden within its soft, sleek fur was a rolled-up secret message, which a eunuch arranged by Li Mu would retrieve in the dead of night. Unfortunately, as I returned to the palace through the imperial garden, I fortuitously encountered Xiao Mulan. She greeted me with a pleasant demeanor, beckoning me closer. "Your Majesty, come and rest." I walked calmly into the pavilion, curious to see what tricks she was up to lately. In the pavilion, Xiao Mulan sat leisurely. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I am with child and cannot pay my respects." She has always been one to forget her past pains once healed. She seems to think that the affection of a husband grants her the power to bully others. Yet her confidence is as insubstantial as mist, ready to dissipate at any moment. I looked at her slightly rounded belly and found it ironic. After 8 years of marriage to Guruosi, I remained childless. In truth, I had long suspected that as a daughter of the Su family, I was incapable of bearing a prince. Thus, I always accepted his bowls of plum jelly in a daze. At that time, he favored me, and countless petitions to depose me were torn to shreds by him. Each night, he consoled me, promising that if I could not conceive, he would select a child from a noble family to raise as the heir. What was it he said back then? Oh, I recall now. He uttered that very phrase. "Lianin, I have promised you that I will grant you unparalleled honor above all others. The matter of your deposition, I shall never consent to." A deceiver. Returning to the present, I calmly replied, "Cannot pay respects? You are merely pregnant, not bedridden." Xiao Mulan was momentarily speechless. "Qingyin, since the concubine cannot bend her legs, help her out." Without uttering a word, Qingyin seized her by the collar and forcefully kicked her knee. The speed was such that Xiao Mulan fell to the ground, and only then did her attendants react. However, Qingyin, loyal to me, was not to be trifled with. She dispatched the closest maidservant with a swift kick, leaving her in pain and unable to rise. The remaining attendants froze at my command. "Those who harm this palace shall be executed on the spot." Drawing a dagger from my sleeve, I slowly pressed the blade to Xiao Mulan's forehead. She knelt in agony, speechless, only able to stammer, "Your Majesty, is it permissible for the Empress to wield weapons within the palace?" Such an act is tantamount to treason. I smiled mockingly, settling into the sheepskin chair she had vacated. Oh, I am the Empress. Who dares to take my head? Her breath quickened as she gasped, the Emperor will surely make decisions for me. The cold blade glided across her cheek and throat, pausing at her belly. Then tell me, why do you think he has kept me alive until now? Xiao Mulan clenched her dress, gritting her teeth defiantly. Your Majesty need not flaunt your illustrious lineage. In this palace, the Emperor's favor is what truly matters. And the child within me is even more so. Is that so? I raised the dagger high, devoid of any emotion. Then, what if your child were to perish? The moment the words left my lips, the dagger plunged toward Xiao Mulan's abdomen. The sharp blade sliced through the air with lethal intent. Ah! Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. In an instant, blood gushed from between her legs. I withdrew the untainted dagger and adjusted my slightly disheveled hairpin. I looked down at the trembling eunuchs and maidservants kneeling before me. Concubine Xiao truly startled herself into a faint. How dull. Qingyin, let us return to the palace. Shortly thereafter, Qingyin reported that Xiao Mulan's child had been saved. Though it was unfortunate, this child would serve another purpose, undoubtedly providing Guru Osi with a considerable surprise. Guru Osi, who initially sought to trouble me, found himself entangled in matters concerning the Jin kingdom, overwhelmed with distress. My brother is a strategist of the highest caliber, and to restrain the Su family, Guru Osi concocted some pretext to grant him leave at home. My father, typically astute and composed, was also worn down to the point of illness. Guru Osi was left to contend with the Jin Kingdom's invasion, accompanied only by his band of exceedingly trusted fools, barely managing to cope. Li Mu's feigned setbacks were merely a tactical retreat, yet it bolstered Guru Osi's confidence, leading him to believe he possessed extraordinary martial prowess. In this burgeoning self-assurance, he became increasingly convinced of the Su family's ineffectiveness in the Zhou kingdom. Thus, to coerce my father and brother into relinquishing their military power, he escalated his schemes, framing the collateral branches of the Su family with various charges, resulting in imprisonment or detention. While my father recuperated at home, my brother feigned despondency, drowning his sorrows in drink. I remained secluded within Jingren Palace, not daring to step outside. To Guru Osi, it appeared that the Su family had reached an impasse. Those cornered are often the most dangerous, capable of desperate measures. He meticulously arranged the defenses of the capital. As his excitement grew, he frequently visited the chambers of concubine Rome, indulging in carnal pleasures, lost in dreams of executing all the Su family traitors and reveling in the prospect of his elevated status. However, Xiao Mulan was not faring well. She consistently found reasons to intercept Guru Osi shortly after he entered concubine Rome's chambers, claiming fatigue and discomfort with the dragon's child. Though the women of the Jin kingdom are typically generous and straightforward, they are no easy prey once their boundaries are crossed. On a stormy night, amidst the booming thunder, Guru Osi was summoned away by Xiao Mulan's maid, igniting the wrath of consort Rome. The following day, before the skies had cleared, the damp bluestone bricks were stained with Xiao Mulan's blood. When Qingyin brought the news in the early morning, I lay in a light slumber on my couch. The previous night, with the tempest raging outside, I dared not venture from my bed, curling up tightly to shield myself from the terrifying thunder. Your Highness, the noble consort is in labor. I slowly opened my eyes, gazing at the dew-kissed treetops outside the window, as a chilly breeze wafted through the open casement. Rising to rub my brow, I fully pushed the window open. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the chamber, dispelling the lingering chill. Is it serious? I inquired. Qingyin nodded, explaining that there had been a significant loss of blood, and it was said she had fainted for a quarter of an hour. Currently, the court physicians were attending to her in the consort's palace, and His Majesty was also present. What triggered it? Qingyin handed me a freshly dampened cloth. Last night, the noble consort summoned His Majesty under the pretense of feeling unwell. That was when the labor pain began, and His Majesty could only endure it. Consort Rome clung to him, weeping and refusing to let him go. Initially, His Majesty's heart softened, wanting to stay, but the noble consort was relentless, calling out 5 or 6 times, and thus he departed. I wiped my face, rinsed my mouth with fresh water, and removed the droplets from my lips, clicking my tongue in dismay. The Emperor has quite the burden, having to balance 2 women under such torrential rain. Indeed, Qingyin replied with a light laugh. Even our covert guards spent the entire night on the rooftop, nearly struck by lightning. I chuckled softly, taking a seat before the dressing mirror as Qingyin skillfully began my makeup. Reward the guards from last night with 100 taels of silver, and bring them some medicine for cold ailments. Qingyin applied osmanthus oil to my unruly strands of hair, remarking, "Your Highness, you are so considerate." She continued. Consort Rome cried through the night. Before dawn, she rushed into the noble consort's palace during His Majesty's morning court, ostensibly to pay her respects, but in reality, she brought a box of poisoned pastries, intending to harm the noble consort. Did she eat them? I asked. Qingyin shook her head. No. She smashed the entire box into the muddy ground outside the hall, declaring that the Golden Kingdom's flower girl was unworthy of her respect, fearing that her pastries were as filthy as she was. Consort Rome, already enraged, was incensed by such insulting words. In a fit of rage, she pushed the noble consort down and struck her several times across the abdomen. I was taken aback, surprised by Consort Rome's audacity. Qingyin affixed the final hairpin and echoed, "In a moment of anger, one can understand." This assault did not cease there. The maidservants surrounding the noble consort were taken aback, and Consort Rome seized the opportunity to shove the crushed pastries mixed with mud into the noble consort's mouth. How riveting, I mused silently. By the time those maidservants managed to pull Consort Rome away, the ground beneath the noble consort was soaked in blood, and she had lost consciousness. Once my makeup was complete, I patted my skirt and declared, "Come, let us witness the spectacle." By the time I arrived, Xiao Mulan had awakened, her heart-wrenching cries music to my ears. Guru Osi was shouting that if she could not protect Xiao Mulan and her child, the imperial physicians would accompany them in death. Consort Rome lay bound on the ground, her body marred with injuries. Upon seeing me, her eyes brightened. "Your Majesty, please save me." Guru Osi, incensed by my composed demeanor, stepped forward to confront me. "As the Empress, you failed to manage the concubines. What use is your position to me?" I pierced him with a glare filled with hatred, and he raised his hand. "Su Lianin, I have been far too lenient with you, allowing you to forget who truly reigns over this realm." With that, he swung his hand down without a trace of compassion. I seized his wrist and retaliated with a sharp slap. The crisp sound drowned out Xiao Mulan's agonized cries. The silence in the hall was palpable. Even Consort Rome ceased her pleas. Guru Osi, incredulous, touched his face, his expression darkening. "You dare strike me?" I rubbed my wrist, feeling the strain of my exertion, and taunted. "How could I not? You, a mere puppet who owes your throne to my Su family. Your Majesty, I advise you to reconsider. After all, my family has the power to elevate an emperor, and we can just as easily replace him." As I spoke, the physicians, guards, eunuchs, and maidservants within the hall trembled and knelt, bowing their heads in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Such audacious words shocked Guru Osi. First, he was astonished, then enraged, and finally, a flicker of delight crossed his features as he grasped my intent. I was aware that he suspected we were conspiring against him. At that moment, Xiao Mulan finally gave birth. The wail of the newborn pierced the air. Guru Osi, neglecting everything else, rushed to the doorway, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the child. Soon, the midwife emerged, cradling a wrinkled infant. Guru Osi was ecstatic. After 8 years in power, his first child had finally arrived. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is a prince." His heart finally found solace as he held the child close, unwilling to part with him. Passing by Consort Rome, I caught her muttering under her breath, "The poison must not have been strong enough." Xiao Mulan's complexion was pale, her body drenched in cold sweat. Nevertheless, she did not forget to assert her dominance over me. "Your Majesty, I am ashamed to have given birth before you, but it is for the best. Should you bear a dragon child in the future, the crown prince will have an elder brother to support him." I scoffed silently. Guru Osi coldly interjected, "Who said her son is the crown prince? The child born of Lana, who fought so fiercely for me, is the true crown prince." Xiao Mulan feigned surprise, "Your Majesty. This is against propriety. One must not overshadow their elder sister." "What I say goes," Guru Osi declared. "Lana, rest assured. I promised you that once you give birth to a son, you shall be made empress." I sat in my chair, watching their self-directed drama with indifference, casually eating a grape. Let it be proclaimed, Su Lianin has borne no children for years, unworthy of her position, unable to manage the harem. and due to suspicions of treason against the Su family, she is hereby stripped of her position as empress and demoted to a commoner, never to enter the palace again. Xiao Mulan's face brightened with joy. I nearly choked on my grape from the mirth. Clapping my hands, I stood and bowed to Guruosi. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am finally no longer the wife of this useless man. What a refreshing change. You, I smiled sweetly, just as fireworks erupted outside the palace, their long and resounding crackles filling Guruosi's ears. Then came the sharp alarm bells from the city walls, piercing and shrill. Guruosi's expression shifted dramatically. I deftly removed my outer gown, revealing a fitted armor that glinted coldly with my soft sword at my waist. Your Majesty, sorry to have kept you waiting. With that, I advanced directly, pressing my sword against his throat. The entire hall gasped in shock, yet none dared to step forward. Where are the Imperial Guards?
Someone!
Quickly! Guruosi glared at my sword, the sharp aura rendering him unable to act recklessly. The doors burst open, and the Imperial Guards surged in. Guruosi hastily shouted, Useless fools! Have you no legs?
Say the su lianin.
As my sword drew closer, he immediately softened his tone. Lianin, calm down. I was wrong. I should not have deposed you. Put down your sword. I tilted my head, the blade pressing firmly against his neck. He quickly succumbed to rage and humiliation. Su Lianin, if I die, you shall not live either. Do you think the Imperial Guards will stand idly by? His thunderous voice startled the child into crying, the noise escalating. I shot a glance at Qingyin, who swiftly took the child from me. At this moment, Guruosi finally realized that since the Imperial Guards had entered, they had merely stood in formation without any intention of protecting him. In disbelief, he scanned the palace, shouting frantically several times. It was only when no one inside heeded his commands and the sounds of clashing weapons and screams echoed from outside that he began to feel anxious. Gradually, a pallor of despair crept into his eyes. Xiao Mulan, nestled in Guruosi's embrace, glared at me with rage, yet trembled in fear. You dare to rebel? I raised an eyebrow. Is this not the outcome your husband, the current emperor, has long desired? You have insulted my dignity, harmed my father, endangered my brother, and slaughtered my kin. Is it not your beloved concubine? Oh no. Should I now refer to her as Your Majesty the Empress, who has coerced me into such actions? My voice dripped with veiled malice.
Xiao Mulan,
emboldened by some unknown courage, attempted to restrain me, lunging toward me. Without hesitation, I plunged my sword into her right chest, extracted it without a second thought, and pointed it at Guruosi's heart. He attempted to counter me, but he was a useless waste, having trained poorly in martial arts since childhood. To ensure fairness, I also stabbed him once. Xiao Mulan fainted from the pain, while Guruosi, upon hearing the carnage outside, grew increasingly pale. I grasped his chin, inspecting him closely. Pray tell, how is it that I once placed my trust in you? In that moment, he resembled a stray dog, yet refused to yield. You are but a minister's daughter. It is your honor to be used by me. The emperor's rewards and punishments are all blessings. I marveled at the depths of his shamelessness. Guruosi, I truly underestimated you. Yet, in your relentless quest to manipulate others, have you ever realized that you too are being used? The Xiao Mulan you cherish so dearly has long since consorted with another. And the little prince you so eagerly anticipate is not your seed. His eyes bulged with rage, breath quickening as he turned his head away in disgrace. Do you think I would believe that? Believe? Did he truly think I willingly consumed the bowls of green plum jelly he offered me? From the very first bowl he presented, tainted with safflower liquid, my vengeance had never ceased. If he did not wish to father children with me, then he would never do so in this lifetime. His body had long been ravaged by the fruitless incense in my palace, rendering him incapable of procreation. The imperial physicians had already been instructed by me to inform him that he was aware of his infertility and to refrain from mentioning it in his presence, lest they face annihilation. Chapter 32. The Deposed Empress's Conspiracy. Part 7. If you doubt me, you may inquire of the physicians present in this chamber, or wait for Xiao Mulan to awaken and question her. She has gone to great lengths to bear a child, with several robust men. Perhaps she does not even know the identity of the child's father. Unable to contain my amusement, I laughed freely. Guruosi understood that I never spoke falsehoods. He finally broke down, his eyes a fiery red as he shook Xiao Mulan awake. Vile woman, you dare betray me. Xiao Mulan, awakening in distress, trembled in fear upon opening her eyes. Realizing the cause of his fury from his words, she attempted to feign unconsciousness. Qing promptly dragged several burly men into the hall. Indeed, they were all robust and strong. Gu Ruoxiai, in a frenzy, while Xiao Mulan coughed and struggled, wept with tears and snot streaming down her face. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I only wished to give you a child, but your body cannot bear one. And I truly have no means. She was choked into silence by Gu Ruoxiai, her voice extinguished. It was uncertain whether she was alive or dead. Meanwhile, I reveled in the spectacle, content to sheath my sword. After he released Xiao Mulan's neck, he turned to me, pleading for mercy. Lien Yin, it is my fault. I have been blinded by power, and I have let a rift grow between us. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? I shall never take another concubine, and will spend my life with you as one. Disgusted, I nearly retched the meal I had consumed the previous night. I stretched my muscles, withdrew the sword-shaped hairpin from my head, and without a moment's hesitation, stabbed him 12 times. Each thrust avoided his vital points, until he was too pained to utter a word. I brushed the hair that fell to my eyes aside, beckoning Ru Kairen to step forward. Come, strike. Do not stop. Ru Kairen was indeed a fine weapon by Li Mu's side. Not only was she enchanting, but she was also a first-rate assassin, a master from the Jin Kingdom, with strength surpassing that of 3 men combined. Her eyes sparkled as she rolled up her sleeves, eager for the task at hand. Thank you, miss, for the reward. Though I have no intimate ties with him, I have been sufficiently disgusted. I had a hearty breakfast this morning, and my strength is ample. Li Mu would never sacrifice an innocent woman as a pawn. Those who attended to Gu Ruoxiai's bed in recent days were merely randomly chosen, one of whom bore a resemblance to Ru Kairen. Within moments, Gu Ruoxiai was rendered unconscious from the slaps, his face swollen beyond recognition. I leisurely sat in the Grandmaster chair, sipping tea, waiting for the sounds of battle outside to dwindle until all fell silent. Clad in iron armor, Li Mu entered, carrying a bloodied spear. He grinned, his high ponytail lending him a youthful air, while the bloodstains on his face made him appear like a demon emerging from hell. Lien Yin, I have come. When Gu Ruoxiai threatened to see me at the cost of his life, I was occupied assisting Li Mu in choosing a national title. The character hung was quite fitting, signifying longevity, as well as the cyclical nature of the universe and the balance of yin and yang. Li Mu casually selected the wooden plaque inscribed with hung. After finalizing the title, I proceeded to the dungeon, where Gu Ruoxiai and Xiao Mulan were confined together. Their garments were tattered, mingled with the stench of decay and blood. Upon seeing me, Xiao Mulan's eyes lit up, and she rushed forward to bow before me. Your Majesty, save me. I was in the wrong, but I have never sought your life.
Please save me.
The Emperor wants to kill me. I regarded her coldly, scoffing. You have never sought my life? The humiliations of the past cannot be erased with those 4 words. Had you still been Consort Xiao today, and I merely a demoted commoner, you would surely have cast me into a brothel. Her bowing motion halted abruptly as she froze in horror, realizing that the words I spoke were her own. The hidden guards had recounted her exact words to me. In that moment, she understood that everything was within my control. No longer did she plead, but instead collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. Gu Ruoxiai, what business do you have in summoning your aunt? I reclined comfortably in the chair that had been brought for me, crossing my legs. This was the true me, unafraid of anyone, unperturbed by anything, and unbound by any constraints. Gu Ruoxiai was stripped of his former grandeur, his face marred by grime. Lien Yin, if I were to regret it, could we return to the past? My fingers idly tapped the armrest of a chair. Return to when you schemed against my father and brother, trampling upon my dignity? Or to when you leveraged the Su family's military power to secure your throne while secretly poisoning me? Or to the time you mercilessly slaughtered my fiancé's entire family to marry me? Gu Ruoxiai, our past is fraught with regret. The implication was clear. Forgive you? In your dreams. He smiled bitterly, yet he did not perceive his own faults. When did you orchestrate all of this? I gazed into his eyes, resting my chin on my hand, and slowly replied, Your Majesty requested me to prepare a grand feast for the Jin Kingdom, providing me with a capable assistant. Do you remember the massacre of the Li family 3 days before our wedding 8 years ago? In the dungeon, the anguished wails of other prisoners echoed, while the dim, flickering candlelight cast shadows over our heads. Gu Ruoxiai took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Here he was, Gu Ruoxiai, burdened with your every sin, destined to languish in this lightless dungeon, enduring a life of torment and emptiness. Grasping the bars, he roared in defiance. I am the emperor. I can dethrone anyone I wish. I can take the life of whomever I desire. Why must you, Su Lianin, defy my commands? Why should I, an emperor, be shackled by your family? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. I had already turned to leave. But upon hearing his words, I swiftly pivoted, seizing a branding iron and aimed it at his heart.
Why?
Because your throne and your kingdom were built upon the blood and sacrifice of my family. Why must you, who have reaped the rewards, remain suspicious? Why must you heed the slander that has led to the suffering of my loyal father? And for the sake of a mere Shao Mulan, you imprisoned and tormented my father. He had safeguarded the state of Zhou for 40 years, never imagining that his injuries and broken limbs would come not from defeat, but from the treachery of a petty man. Gu Ruxiai, may you relish your time in this dungeon, suffering for all that you have done to my father. Before departing, I heard Gu Ruxiai's anguished wail echo through the darkness. On the day he relinquished his military power, both he and Shao Mulan perished. After Gu Ruxiai brutally took Shao Mulan's life, he ended his own. I wrapped their family in straw mats and discarded them in a mass grave. The other body was that of the child, poisoned before birth by concubine Rome, and he succumbed shortly after his arrival into this world. It was for the best, sparing me the burden of blood on my hands. Li Mu examined the imperial talisman, glancing about. For this trinket, he annihilated my family and forced yours into rebellion. How ironic. If you no longer desire it, take it back. I hastily waved my hand. Chapter 33. At dawn, as the first light of dawn broke, I found myself on the brink of death, yet simultaneously on the verge of rebirth. Miss, I have inquired. His Majesty has been meeting with several dignitaries at the Mingyuan Pavilion these past 2 days. It is likely that he will conclude around the hour of the rooster. And then he will walk alone to Kuan-Ning Palace to dine with the Queen. I leaned against the window, savoring the refreshing breeze laden with moisture from outside the Zhaixing Pavilion. This was an unprecedented humidity for the nation of He. Glancing at the time, I knew it was nearly time for me to depart. I lazily waved my fan, retrieving a fiery red riding outfit, deciding to wear it today. Are you really going again? Chiu Yu bit her lip, appearing hesitant. I lifted my gaze. What is the matter? You have attempted this numerous times already. Yet the Emperor of Li has not even cast a glance your way. In his eyes, there is only the Empress. Chiu Yu took a deep breath, as if holding back for a long time. The entire court whispers of his deep affection for the Empress. Otherwise, after years of reigning, he would not have a harem with only her as the sole occupant. I raised my chin. What exactly are you trying to say? I wish to say that he is unlike those men who are swayed by beauty. Can you not see this? Chiu Yu shook her head in exasperation. If it were not for the diplomatic ties between our nations, the Emperor of Li would likely not have accepted us at all. After all, you bear the title of princess, yet he grants you no title and merely leaves us here as mere decorations in the Zhaixing Pavilion. Should I then flee back to He and inform my lord of my incompetence? I rose and gracefully moved to the mirror. Should we both be flayed and hung on the city walls? That is not my intention. She averted her gaze. But you must know how harshly the court speaks of you, claiming you shamelessly seduced the emperor, enchanting him, and undermining the bond between the emperor and empress. Moreover, Chiu Yu lowered her voice, the empress is a kind-hearted woman. The last time you and I fell ill, she even sent someone to deliver medicine to us. Yet we are to treat her this way? I arched an eyebrow in surprise. Is this little kindness enough to win you over? That is not the case. Chiu Yu protested urgently. After all these years with you, what kinds of people have I not seen? But I can sense that the Empress is indeed a good person. Not a snake in a saint's guise. She and the Emperor of Li have supported each other through hardships since their youth. Must we truly take away her only source of support? I gazed at my enchanting reflection in the mirror, my fingers caressing my porcelain-like skin. Is this not perfect? I will help her test the sincerity of this man as a form of repayment. Miss, Chiu Yu began, but I interrupted her impatiently. There are no men who remain faithful, be they gods, emperors, or mere commoners. If she has made it this far while remaining so naive, she deserves to face hardships. Furthermore, if the emperor truly has no interest in this face, he would ignore me entirely. In his eyes, I should be no different from any other maid in the palace, yet he dares to look at you, but not linger his gaze upon me, for even a moment. Can you not discern the reason? Xiaoyu stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. But they appear so affectionate. Enough, I said, my expression darkening. A warning glimmering in my eyes. Do not forget the purpose of our journey to Li. One must act for oneself, or perish. If the young empress knows her place, I shall not intentionally make it difficult for her. But if she chooses to be a stumbling block in my path, I closed my eyes, my lips parting slightly. Then I shall have no choice but to crush her. I deliberately revealed a flaw, concealing myself behind a willow tree not far from the Minuan pavilion. Amidst the green, the hem of my fiery red dress fluttered, and I could even glimpse Li Su frequently averting his gaze, his irritation barely concealed. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Su exited the Minuan pavilion with a stern expression, followed closely by the officials of the Honglu temple. As he brushed past, he strode with haste, stirring up a gust of wind, and I retreated a step, bowing my head. Silently counting until I caught sight of a flash of bright yellow fabric, I gracefully knelt. Yao Lang, pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed. I warned you from the beginning not to play tricks under my watch. Li Su said coldly, hands behind his back. You are merely the sister of He Jun. Do you truly consider yourself a genuine princess? I do not dare. I open my mouth, my gaze lowering softly. I have long heard of your majesty's renown during my time in He. To be chosen to serve by your side fills me with joy. Although I hold deep respect and admiration for you, I never dared to entertain any other thoughts. What? I dare not. Li Su scoffed. If you were truly so proper, you would not keep appearing before me time and again. I am wronged. I bit my lip, my eyes turning red as I prostrated before Li Su. My younger brother suffers from a leg ailment, and in the harsh winters of He, I worry for his pain every autumn. It was easier for him when I was there to care for him, but now I blinked, tilting my head to glance past Li Su's shoulder at someone standing 10 steps behind him. I have the audacity to come here only to request the officials of the Honglu temple to deliver some homemade ointment to the envoy from He, hoping they can take it back for my brother. Li Su paused. You came here for your brother? I blinked back tears, replying softly. He is 16 years old, and our parents passed away long ago. I raised him single-handedly. Though we are siblings, our bond is as strong as that of mother and son. Mother and son. Li Su's expression gradually softened, his fingers stroking as if lost in thought. In my youth, my mother's health was poor. I too was raised by the eldest princess. This notion of a bond akin to mother and son resonates with me. Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. I raised my head. Tears that had been held back began to fall. Li Su's gaze flickered over my tears, and he cleared his throat. What ails your brother at such a young age? It was during the Pingyi War. I wiped away my tears and gazed at him calmly. My younger brother, having just entered the military, acted recklessly and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, His Majesty happened to pass by, took pity on his youth, and saved him. However, my brother sustained grave injuries that left him with a permanent limp. I had no recollection of this incident.
Li Su's brows furrowed in contemplation.
The Battle of Pingyi was my first experience on the battlefield, and I was approximately 20 at that time. Your Majesty, you are indeed a true youthful hero, I remarked, smiling gently. I had only heard my brother's accounts and was already captivated. Moreover, His Majesty had saved him, a significant act of grace. Thus, since my arrival in the country, I had longed to find an opportunity to express my gratitude. Li Su met my gaze, momentarily taken aback. Then, why did you not mention this sooner? Previously, when you approached me several times, I thought it was because. I lowered my gaze, offering a faint smile. Your Majesty, upon seeing me, you were left with only annoyance and disdain. I harbor no disdain for you, Li Su replied, averting his eyes. In any case, you may state your needs openly. After all, you represent the Hu country. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I timidly raised my gaze. I wish to prepare a special dish for my hometown, the pear soup, for your Majesty to taste, as a token of my heartfelt gratitude. Li Su opened his mouth slightly, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. After a moment, he almost imperceptibly nodded as you wish. Once his figure vanished around the corner. Xiaoyu helped me to my feet. Miss, according to Hu country customs, the pear soup is traditionally consumed on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival.
He glanced at her sideways.
Indeed, that is precisely what I desire. the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. But during this time of reunion, where the phoenix and the dragon harmonize, His Majesty will only visit the Empress's palace. Xiao Yu said nervously, "You will not be able to see him. Then I shall adjust my hair and remind our Empress." Chapter 34. At Dawn Part 2, Your Majesty. Should this jade rabbit lantern truly be hung in the most prominent position? Through the half-open doors of Kuan-Ning Palace, I saw the head maid, Yan He, peering out from the corridor, her disdain barely concealed. A slender figure in pale blue approached, and the Empress, Xiao Miyu, turned her head, her fair face seemingly radiant. "Yes, hang it where it is most visible. But this ugly girl should not speak nonsense." Old Madame Fong preemptively covered Yan He's mouth. "This lantern was personally crafted by His Majesty for our Empress. If you dare utter a single negative word, be wary of facing charges of great disrespect." "All right, madam. Do not frighten her," the Empress said, accepting the oddly shaped rabbit lantern. Yan He was not mistaken. The lantern was indeed unappealing, its eyes askew. The Empress shook her head in resignation. His craftsmanship was once commendable, now he seems to toy with it like a child. I had long heard of the deep affection between the Empress and His Majesty. As I stepped into the palace and met the Empress's gaze, I was struck by her gentle demeanor. The rumors were indeed true. "Miss Yao Lang," the Empress turned to me, a warm smile gracing her lips. Her pure brown eyes sparkled, and I instinctively averted my gaze, focusing instead on the rabbit lantern. "I just heard you say that His Majesty's lantern-making skills are not what they used to be." After a brief pause, I added, "Perhaps the artisan has grown weary of it. No matter how much one cherishes something, once the novelty wears off, it becomes mere pretense. Regardless of its quality, once obtained, it is often taken for granted, whereas what is unattainable becomes an incessant desire." I reached out to caress the rabbit lantern, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Is this not the essence of human nature?" The Empress chuckled softly, lowering her gaze. She passed the lantern behind her to Yan He. "To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. Your Majesty indeed possesses great wisdom." As I regarded her serene expression, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within me. I had heard that every mid-autumn night, the Emperor and Empress would set aside court matters to enjoy the lanterns and moonlight together, serving as a model couple for the realm. I felt an intense envy. I turned to twirl a silk handkerchief, concealing my smile. Would this year's Mid-Autumn Festival still hold the same significance with the addition of new faces in the palace? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and both old Madame Fong and Yan He shot me a simultaneous, disapproving glance. "Miss Yao Lang, you jest," the Empress said, seemingly oblivious to the provocation in my words. "This is your first time spending the Mid-Autumn Festival away from your family and friends in a foreign land. If you do not mind, you may join us in Kuan-Ning Palace to celebrate." "Your Majesty." Yan He furrowed her brow, tugging at the Empress's sleeve. "The Mid-Autumn Festival has always been a time for you and His Majesty to be alone together. His Majesty would surely dislike being disturbed by outsiders." "It is of no concern." The Empress extended her hand, unexpectedly grasping mine. "Miss Yao Lang, you remind me of myself when I first married His Majesty. Having just left home, all alone, I recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival of the Bingshi year when I was merely 15, and His Majesty was still the sixth prince confined to the royal garden. He was mature beyond his years and maintained a stern demeanor, while I was filled with trepidation at having just left home, barely daring to look at him." The Empress lowered her face slightly, chuckling softly. "He made me a lantern to console me, fearing I would cry for home, promising to spend every Mid-Autumn Festival with me." "Your Majesty married during His Majesty's confinement?" I was taken aback and momentarily speechless. The treatment of princes under confinement was often worse than that of common folk. It was astonishing that someone would be willing to marry their daughter into such a situation, especially given the Xiao family's esteemed status in the country. She looked up, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "He kept his promise, crafting a lantern with me every Mid-Autumn Festival, sharing a cup of wine. I felt fortunate, thinking he might be a good man." "His Majesty's affection for you transcends such simple gestures," old Madame Fong interjected, casting a sidelong glance at me. "Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival of the Bingshi year, when His Majesty was commanded by the late Emperor to quell disturbances, he secretly returned for your sake, did he not? To return to the capital without permission is a grave offense, and the distance of over 800 miles is not something an ordinary person could traverse." The Empress briefly appeared lost in thought, her face softening with tenderness. "That time, I never expected him to come back. Did His Majesty go to such lengths just to spend a mid-autumn night with you? I pondered, my brow furrowing. Indeed, her pale face flushed with warmth. He rode back alone in the night, reckless as a youth. I could almost envision the scene, the night illuminated by the moonlight, the sound of hooves echoing through the air, the crimson cloak billowing in the wind, as he rode like a streak of light, exuding confidence and grace. Softly speaking to his wife, "I have returned to share the moonlight with you." I became lost in thought, inadvertently asking an inappropriate question. Do you love His Majesty, even if he were not an emperor? After a long pause, the Empress chuckled softly and nodded. Yes, I adore His Majesty, for he is the choice I have made for this lifetime. And you, Miss Yaoling? Do you have someone you truly admire? My fingers trembled slightly, and I quickly clenched them into a fist. I am the princess sent in marriage. Naturally, my admiration lies with His Majesty. Throughout life, one is constantly faced with choices. From selecting a lifelong partner to deciding on today's meal, each choice may lead you down a different path. She slowly lifted her gaze to mine, her expression becoming earnest and profound. In life, there is no absolute right or wrong, only choices and their consequences. Therefore, Miss Yaoling, Xiaomi Yu once again smiled warmly. I genuinely wish for you to find a worthy partner, one you will cherish. Miss, are we truly going now? Qiu Yu urgently grabbed my arm. It is merely a soup. It could be delivered tomorrow. No need to insist on the Mid-Autumn Festival. I adjusted my cloak, my expression unchanging. I do not have that much time. But you are clearly aware of their past and understand that the Mid-Autumn Festival holds special significance for them. Qiu Yu said, her small face creased in confusion. Do you not feel even a shred of compassion? Compassion? I scoffed lightly. If I were so easily swayed by compassion, I would have died countless times by now. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ziqing Palace, I loosened my cloak, kneeling in single garments, and raised my voice to request an audience. The young eunuch standing at the door gave me a meaningful glance, waved his feather duster, and turned to enter the hall to deliver my request. Without a moment's delay, the young eunuch lifted the curtain and emerged, his eyes expressing disdain as he languidly remarked, "Your Majesty has numerous affairs of state to attend to today. You should return, my lady. Please have the pear soup presented to His Majesty, as he is deeply engrossed in paperwork and may become parched." I directed my gaze towards the window and raised my voice. As for me, being alone and away from home, I have nothing else to attend to. I implore you to allow me to remain in the courtyard to accompany His Majesty. Let it be a chance to admire the moon. The hall fell silent, and the young eunuch let out a slight scoff, turning away to disregard me. My lady, the night is deep and the dew heavy. His Majesty will soon go to attend the Empress. Why do you persist? Qiu draped a thick cloak over my slightly chilled shoulders, suggesting, let us return and deliberate another time. I pushed aside the cloak and whispered in Qiu's ear. You stay outside Kunning Palace. If the Empress sends someone or comes herself, you must delay them. My lady, go. As the long autumn night wore on, I knelt in solitude, inhaling deeply and tilting my neck, lost in reverie as I gazed at the soft yellow moon. Before long, the halo of light dimly reflected in my pupils, gradually dispersing into an endless sea of yellow sand, with the sorghum fields shrouded in the persistent winds of the He Nation, rustling as if calling me home from afar. In those days, I often indulged in play, clinging to the little insects I caught, reluctant to depart, while that person would coax and console me, carrying me, with tears still wet on my cheeks, towards the direction of the cooking smoke. Suddenly, my reverie was interrupted. I turned at the sound to see Qiu approaching swiftly. My heart leapt, and I stiffened. Why are you back? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on Kunning Palace? No need to watch any longer, Qiu replied with a complex expression. The Empress will not come, nor will her attendants. Kunning Palace has already extinguished its lights and closed its doors. I was taken aback.
Why?
Originally, the Empress stood in the courtyard conversing with Mama Fong, seemingly awaiting His Majesty. However, after a prolonged wait, and with Qiu pausing, a young maid delivered the message that I had gone to Ziqing Hall to deliver soup. The Empress remained silent for a while, and shortly thereafter, she sent someone to extinguish the lights and close the palace. I was stunned. Had His Majesty not permitted me to enter? Did the messenger not inform her? They did. Qiu sighed softly. From a distance, it seemed the Empress uttered something unkind, which led her to refuse my kneeling outside. My lady, how are you? Why do you still kneel? Qiu gently rubbed my hands, concern etched on her face. Has His Majesty not summoned you inside yet? I open my mouth, yes. He does not wish to see me. After a moment, I relaxed and smiled faintly. Chuyue, perhaps the Empress has misunderstood. Perhaps this man is different. Perhaps he truly at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the window. In an instant, the thick palace door was pushed open, and a young eunuch hurriedly emerged. Bowing before me, Miss Yao, His Majesty summons you inside. I momentarily froze, thinking I must have misheard. Miss Yao, quickly go inside. The young eunuch beamed, congratulations. You have finally waited long enough. Regaining my composure, I exhaled slowly. As Chuyue assisted me to my feet, I felt the numbness in my knees from kneeling too long. My lady, you have waited long enough, Chuyue said, looking into my eyes. You have won. I nodded numbly and turned towards the Zicheng Hall. As I stepped forward, an inexplicable heaviness settled in my heart. A wave of melancholy washed over me as I lifted my gaze to the thick, ink-like ceiling, the moon obscured by heavy mist. The sensation was oppressive. I have won. I lowered my lashes, for the first time feeling the chill of the autumn night. Indeed, it was this cold. As the autumn mist gradually dissipated, a dewdrop fell from who knows where, traversing my lashes and shattering upon the stone floor. The bruises on my knees from yesterday had not yet faded, sending sharp pains through me as I bowed my head, immobile. Miss Yao must have knelt in the wrong place, for this is Kunning Palace, not Zicheng Hall. No one would pity your delicate appearance here, Yanhe scoffed, disdainfully glancing at me while crumpling a handkerchief. Chuyue raised her head, seemingly wanting to argue, but I stopped her with a shake of my head, repeating, I seek an audience with the Empress. Before long, a sound emanated from within the hall, and Mama Fong walked out, coldly stating, the Empress summons Miss Yao to enter.
Manga.
Yanhe exclaimed, why does the Empress still wish to see this vixen? She has ill intentions. Mama Fong shot her a sidelong glance, but did not stop her. When has it been your place to speak on the Empress's commands? Moreover, the Empress is the sovereign of the harem. Is it strange for her to summon 1 or 2 servants for inquiry? I had endured far worse insults and remained unfazed, allowing Chuyue to help me as I slowly stepped into the hall. Inside, the Empress stood beside an orchid, gently wiping its leaves. I anxiously scrutinized her expression, only to see her turn toward me with a warm smile, just as before. In an instant, the words I had prepared caught in my throat, making it difficult to speak. Your Majesty, the autumn is chilly. Why have you knelt outside for so long? She raised her hand, signaling me to rise. You have only just recovered from a severe illness. You must not torment your body like this again. His Majesty has not done anything to wrong you, Your Majesty. Please see clearly. It matters not, she replied, her smile slightly fading. This is a matter between him and me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Adhering to my original script, it is because I once had some old ties with His Majesty that last night we merely reminisced and lost track of time. Fearing I would disturb your rest, I boldly suggested that His Majesty come again to Kunning Palace this morning. He only has compassion for my solitude in a foreign land. He harbors no ill will towards you. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the palace door, feigning tears as I implored, I beseech you, Your Majesty, trust in His Majesty. No ill will? The Empress murmured softly, her gaze growing distant. What? Does the Empress doubt my intentions? The situation in the northwest is dire. I spent last night in Zicheng Hall reviewing documents and lost track of time. I did not mean to neglect you. Li Su strode through the door, his expression grim. I merely missed one mid-autumn night, and in the Empress's eyes, I am no different from a heartless and ungrateful man. With the military situation unstable, it pales in comparison to sharing wine and watching the moon with you, does it? The Empress's long lashes fluttered as she leaned on the table, slowly shaking her head. No, yerbo no rajamen. Is that so? Li Su's expression did not soften. Instead, a hint of mockery flickered across his face. Then, why did Minister Xiao present a memorial early this morning? Seeking to annul the truce with the He nation and inciting the courtiers to demand I execute Yaolang to demonstrate the might of our nation? I had no idea that the might of our nation required the execution of a weak woman to be displayed. Moreover, you are well aware that I detest entanglements between the previous dynasty's harem. I merely neglected and slighted you once, and your father dared to report me the next day. The Xiao family wields great power. The Empress stood rigidly, her slender form unwavering. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. Even if my father's words and actions are inappropriate, it is not for personal gain. My father has been determined to assist since your youth. Even when you faced oppression and confinement, he still married his only daughter to you. For all these years, he has harbored no selfish intentions, neither he nor the Shao family, nor I. Her gaze remained fixed on Li Su's eyes. Your Majesty, do you no longer trust me? Seeing Li Su's expression beginning to waver, I quickly covered my mouth and nose, letting out soft sobs while fanning the flames further. I implore you, Your Majesty, to be more understanding of His Majesty. He has always compromised for your sake, even restraining himself last night. Please do not wrong him. If my presence has caused a rift between His Majesty and you, then I truly deserve to die. In the center of the hall, the drip of the water clock moved at a languid pace, the silence oppressive. Suddenly, Li Su stepped forward, coming within mere breaths of the Empress. My heart momentarily slowed as I gazed into Li Su's dark, inscrutable eyes, revealing emotions that eluded comprehension. Miyu. Li Su lowered his gaze, quietly observing her, his voice softening. People do change. Chapter 36. At Dawn. Part 4. The Empress tilted her head back, facing the celestial authority, without flinching. After a long pause, she suddenly chuckled bitterly. Is that so? I have not changed in my relationship with my father. Has Your Majesty changed?
Xiaomi Yu.
Li Su suddenly seized the Empress by the elbow, startling me into a tight grip on my palm. Do you have anything else to say to me? He pulled her forcefully, causing the Empress to stumble dangerously. If Your Majesty believes, I need not say much. If Your Majesty does not believe, every word I utter is mere sophistry. She bowed her head, her pale face devoid of tears. At present, I have nothing to say. For 3 consecutive nights, Li Su stayed at my residence. Xiao Xiang led a group of ministers kneeling outside the Zikan Hall, denouncing the schemes of the Hu state and accusing me of bewitching the ruler, attempting to overthrow the Li state. They knelt from daylight until the palace gates were about to close, intending to bring out the Empress, yet the Kunning Palace claimed illness and remained silent. I was uncertain which of the father and daughter's actions provoked Li Su's ire more. The next day, he insisted that I reside openly in the Zikan Hall, infuriating Xiao Xiang to the point of nearly striking his head against a pillar. I knelt on the bedding, adopting the demeanor of a favored concubine, dismissing all the palace attendants. Xiao Yu, go to Kunning Palace and deliver a message, saying that Xiao Xiang has fainted outside the Zikan Hall. I raised my hand, gently caressing Li Su's drunken profile in my embrace. I'm sorry, I truly do not have the luxury of time to waste here. Xiao Yu's complex gaze lingered on my face. From this moment, they would undoubtedly sever their ties. As the situation neared resolution, I appeared anything but joyful. I was indeed happy. I kept my head bowed, my gaze somewhat unfocused. The Lord of Hu had promised me, just this last time, he would release me henceforth, granting me freedom. How could I not be happy? Of course I am happy. When the time comes, you shall accompany me back to the southern homeland of my mother, a place of exquisite beauty. Xiao Yu sighed softly and turned to leave. I am truly happy. Her voice dissipated in the vast emptiness of the hall, fading away almost immediately. Approximately 15 minutes later, footsteps of a woman approached from the outer hall. I knew it was Xiaomi Yu. The sound grew increasingly near, as if traversing a precarious tightrope. A sheen of sweat broke on my back as I emitted gentle coaxing sounds, covering Li Su's mouth and nose with my hand. The door curtain lifted slightly, revealing a delicate hand. Li Su gasped for air, a muffled sound escaping him, and the hand on the curtain froze abruptly. The bright yellow outer robe lay scattered on the ground, and the indigo fragrance pouch at the waist had gathered dust, with faint footprints that would surely sting the eyes of the person outside. In recent days, Li Su had confided in me after drinking, sharing memories of when he welcomed her as Empress, the very pouch she had personally tied around his waist, containing their intertwined hair and promises of eternal companionship. He once grasped the fragrance pouch, swearing an oath. I, Li Su, shall love but you alone in this lifetime. Should I betray this vow, may my heart be shattered. Time passed silently, yet hearts are fickle. In a fleeting moment, I felt transported back to the dark prison cell of 7 years ago. The stench of damp earth overwhelmed my senses. I was scantily clad, collapsed like mud on the ground, yet my neck remained rigid, fixated on the figures beyond the iron bars. Zhang Wei, with his new bride, a true daughter of nobility, stood resplendently before me. My hollow eyes could no longer shed a single tear. It felt as if a guillotine dangled precariously above my neck. I trembled uncontrollably, and through the thin veil of the bed curtains, I seemed to lock eyes with the woman outside. In that moment, we merged into one, holding onto the remnants of our dignity, yet utterly humbled, silently pleading within our hearts. Zhang Wei, I beseech you.
Visu, e imploro.
Please.
Do not treat me this way.
In a matter of moments, the suffocating silence spread, and the curtain was gently lowered. She finally turned and stepped away. The blade fell heavily. The person in whom I placed my utmost trust had struck me with the sharpest of daggers. I understood then that 25-year-old Xiao Miyu had perished this night, just as I had 7 years prior. Upon the issuance of my promotion to the rank of Liang Pin, an uproar ensued in the court. On the day of receiving the imperial seal, Li Su personally took me to pay respects to the empress. This was Li Su's first visit to the Kunning Palace in many days, seemingly seeking reconciliation. However, the empress claimed illness and refused to see us. We were left waiting in the outer chamber for about the duration of half a teacup, and Li Su's expression darkened increasingly until he ultimately left in a huff. Just as I was about to rise, I was called back by Granny Fong, Miss Yao Liang.
Wait.
The empress wishes to see you. As I stepped into the inner chamber, a heavy scent of medicine enveloped me, causing me to frown involuntarily. I had not expected her to truly be ill.
Yao Liang, come closer.
I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Miyu reclined on the couch, extending her hand toward me. I hurried forward to grasp her hand, which felt chilling to the touch. Your Majesty, have you caught a chill? She shook her head, leaning in to whisper in my ear. No, it is not a chill. I am with child. She smiled softly. More than 3 months now. I looked up in astonishment, a flicker of apprehension crossing my mind. You are with child? He does not know yet.
Xiao Miyu lohret her lases, repling softly.
I had planned to surprise him on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, but unexpected events have arisen. I shall conceal it for as long as I can. I opened my mouth to attempt an explanation, yet my throat felt parched. Then why tell me? Because I regard you as a close friend. She clasped my hand in return, her amber eyes gazing at me serenely. I have no sisters or companions growing up, and I often envied others who had a few close friends. Due to my background, though there were those who sought to befriend me, it was always with ulterior motives or out of fear of me. I could never hear a genuine word, let alone forge a bond. When I met you, Liang, I felt a sense of kinship. Perhaps this is what people refer to as affinity. My lips gradually fell. But I am a cunning vixen, malicious to the core, intent on undermining your marital bond. How could you still wish to be friends with me? Why must men change their hearts and cast us women aside to bear the blame? She smirked, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. This is not your fault, but a matter between him and me. If we are steadfast, no force could pry us apart. If one wishes to change their heart, even without you, there will be Zhang Liang or Li Liang. Moreover, Xiao Miyu's cool fingertips lightly touched my eyelids. Someone with such clear and pure eyes as you cannot possibly be associated with malice. Your Majesty, I urge you to be cautious with your words. I felt an inexplicable panic and swiftly withdrew my hand. Your Majesty, your emotions during pregnancy may be unstable. I shall not take it to heart. Xiao Miyu arched her brows, offering no rebuttal.
I hurriedly fled Kunning Palace.
Had it not been for Qiao Yu's timely support, I would have nearly stumbled down the steps. Chapter 37, At Dawn, Part 5. Miss, be careful. Qiao Yu exclaimed urgently. What shall we do now? Will this child affect our plans? I staggered a few steps, lost in a daze. Miss, what is wrong? I cannot keep it, I murmured, lifting my gaze to fixate on Qiao Yu's face. The child cannot stay. Qiao Yu's terror was palpable, her lips quivering. What do you intend to do? I shook my head, cradling my abdomen, tears silently streaming down my cheeks. That night, I revealed the news of the Empress's pregnancy to Li Su. I gazed at him, initially in a daze, before his handsome features gradually transformed into ecstasy. He repeatedly murmured, Miyu is pregnant, I shall have a son, our first child. She is so frail, how can she endure this? I must go see her at once.
No.
Before I could voice my objections, Li Su abruptly halted at the doorway, declaring, she will not meet me. She now avoids me like the plague. Yao Lang, you must assist me.
Visu suddenly turned to me.
I see that the Empress is rather fond of you. Would you care for her during this pregnancy? My mind went blank, and I nodded numbly. I began to frequent the Kunning Palace. Initially, he meticulously examined the miscarriage preventive medicine I presented before daring to give it to the Empress. Empress Xiao always smiled, claiming it was unnecessary, yet after each dose, she would complain about the bitterness and insist on sharing her newly made sweets with me. Each time, I would meet her trusting gaze only to avert my own. In the dead of night, Qiu anxiously leaned beside my bed, fretting that if the prince were born, would the emperor and empress reconcile, and thus our mission would fail? Miss, will we be killed then? I turned over, wrapping the blanket tighter around myself, whispering, there will be no such time. Rest assured, we shall live. As Empress Xiao entered her 5th month, her belly had grown undeniably prominent, and she boldly stepped out of Kuan Palace to announce it to all. Li Su was overjoyed, personally drafting an edict to grant amnesty across the realm. Alas, before the edict could be issued, Empress Xiao suddenly suffered a miscarriage. Buckets of blood were carried out from the palace, and despite warnings, Li Su insisted on staying by her side, holding her hand tightly. The imperial doctors and midwives surrounded them closely. The fetus had developed, and if it was not expelled, there was grave danger for Xiao Miyue. I stood outside the screen, hesitant to enter, as the Empress's pained yet restrained cries pierced my ears like a dagger. Granny Fong knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for divine intervention to protect the Empress. Yan He, in tears, rushed at me, striking me in fury. It's all your fault. You vixen. You must have poisoned my lady. She trusted you so much and treated you well, yet you repaid her kindness with malice. I will kill you. I made no attempt to defend myself, allowing her fists to rain down upon me. The pain felt distant, and my mouth tasted bitter as my mind spiraled into chaos, devoid of any space for thought. Enough. Enough. She's coming out. A midwife's shout broke the tension, and everyone collectively exhaled in relief. I suddenly felt a weight lift off me, but before I could savor it, a sharp kick struck my chest. The bright yellow hem of a garment swayed as I clutched my aching heart, my vision blurring and spinning. Wretched maid. Li Su's expression was dark as he stood with arms crossed, glaring at me. How could I have been so foolish as to allow you to get close to Miyue? Now you have harmed the prince and poisoned the Empress. Your crimes are unforgivable. You deserve death. With a wave of his hand, several eunuchs rushed in, forcibly pinning me to the ground. Take her to the Ministry of Punishment. Let her experience every method of torture, ensuring she remains alive to suffer. I shut my eyes, my expression blank, yet absurdly, I felt a sense of relief as if a long-held burden had finally been lifted. Xiao Miyue was fortunate to survive, while my own life seemed irretrievably lost. I surrendered to the enveloping darkness, finding a rare tranquility within. Time passed, and eventually, a flicker of light broke through the gloom. With great effort, I opened my heavy eyelids to find a jade Buddha emanating a soft glow, disturbingly out of place in this dark and filthy prison. As I opened my mouth to speak, I was seized by a fit of coughing that racked my battered body, the taste of rust filling my mouth and nose. Do you believe I am responsible? Xiao Miyue, her face devoid of her usual smile, scrutinized me repeatedly before softly sighing. I know it is not you. I am sorry for my late arrival. She extended her hand, gently caressing my scarred face. I have heard you have endured much suffering, yet you remain silent. Do you not feel pain? Do you not fear being here? I mustered the strength to raise my head and meet her gaze. There was no disappointment, no hatred, only a profound compassion akin to that of the guanyin I had worshipped in the temple years ago. A long-suppressed ache welled in my chest, and I wept freely, feeling both pain and fear. The sharpness of the whip terrified me, and the coldness of the blade made me tremble. I am but a mortal, once cherished by my parents. I am not inherently cold or strong. It is simply that in this world, I have no one to rely on, no one to pity, trust, cherish, or love me, no one to embrace me, to soothe my wounds. Expressing pain would only reveal my own sorrow. Yet I too feel pain, and I too fear. I lay in a daze, unaware of how long I had been there or where I was. The soft, plush sensation beneath me almost led me to believe I had found solace, until the bitter taste of medicine flooded my mouth, jolting me back to reality. At last. You are awake, Xiao Miyue said, delicately wiping my lips with a handkerchief. It is all right, Alang. His Majesty has pardoned you. You may rest in Kuan Palace to recover. I slowly turned my eyes, remaining silent for a long while, ultimately swallowing the words that threatened to spill forth. simply nodding in response. All right. During my recovery in Kuanding Palace, Miue was nearly always by my side. We painted, tended to flowers, sipped tea, and conversed about everything and nothing, the passage of time becoming tranquil and elongated. I did not encounter Li Su even once, though I harbored doubts. They quickly dissipated. For within me lay a secret that stirred greater unease. Each day, I wavered between confession and luck until the long-feared event finally transpired. Empress. He burst into the hall with a troop of guards, her face grave. Your Majesty, something has happened. He leaned in urgently. We have received word that the He Kingdom has abruptly torn up the truce and dispatched an army this morning. My heart tightened, and the teacup nearly slipped from my grasp. What is the panic? Xiao Miue steadied my hand. This is not the first battle between the two armies. Whatever happens, it is the front lines where His Majesty will command. This may not be so simple. He shot me a worried glance. The guards have captured several spies from the He Kingdom around the imperial city. His Majesty is extremely furious and fears that traitors may have infiltrated. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly. The captain of the guards bowed, interrupting, I am here on His Majesty's orders to escort you to the Zicheng Hall for safety. Why is that? Is the palace not secure? Xiao Miue's expression turned serious, her posture rigid. Yes, elite troops from the He Kingdom have infiltrated the imperial city. We suspect their intentions are harmful to both His Majesty and the Empress. The captain bowed again. Time is of the essence. Please, Your Majesty, move to a safer location. Very well. Let us depart. I will not go. I suddenly broke free from Xiao Miue's grasp. Aleng, you. I knelt heavily on the ground, my hands clasped and my forehead touching the floor. This bow is to thank you, my lady, for saving my life. I bowed again. This bow is to express my gratitude for the bond of understanding and affection we share, Miue. I lifted my gaze, staring intently at her. Yao Leng had endured a life of solitude, her moments of true happiness few and far between. With her parents long deceased, she relied solely on her foster brother, whom she had believed to be her one true love. Little did she know that he had married a princess in his quest for power, a princess who cast her aside. Thus, she resorted to selling her beauty to the emperor of the Hu Kingdom, becoming a mere pawn, even beneath the status of a courtesan. I once thought I would lead a hollow existence, committing heinous acts and enduring scorn. I managed a faint smile, expressing gratitude to the heavens for allowing me to meet you in the end. The days spent in Kuanding Palace, sharing tea and tending to flowers with Miu, will remain etched in my memory. You are my only true friend. Today, I shall not accompany you, for your sincerity toward me contrasts sharply with my treachery. The emperor of who has already colluded with the king of Cheng. I lowered my lashes, avoiding the piercing gaze above me. I was tasked by the emperor of who to steal the defensive schematics of the Li Kingdom's royal palace, to sow discord between the Xiao family and the Li emperor, and to assist the king of Cheng in his regicide. The day the Hu army seizes the Li royal palace will mark my liberation. I had already arranged for Qiao Yu to deliver the schematics, and I had succeeded in creating strife between the emperor and empress. Yet, my condition is dire. Even if I regain my freedom, my life may be short-lived. Perhaps this is my retribution. I knew you had a heart of stone. He rushed forward, spitting in disdain. You deserve a wretched end. My lashes trembled as I awaited the judgment of that person, whether disappointment or curses. I was prepared for either. After a long silence, I dared to look up, only to find Xiao Miu calmly gazing elsewhere. But did you hear everything? Xiao Miu's eyes narrowed slightly as she swept over several ministers who had appeared at the hall's entrance, instructing them to document every aspect of the king of Cheng's actions, leaving no word unrecorded. Tomorrow in the court, we will rely on you all to ensure that those who secretly support the king of Cheng hear the truth. The ministers exchanged glances before kneeling in compliance. I was bewildered, staring at the unfamiliar face of Xiao Miu. Her once warm demeanor had transformed into an imposing authority. In that moment, my heart became as clear as a mirror, as if struck by enlightenment. I opened my mouth, my body swaying as I prepared to rise. The leader of the Imperial Guard suddenly drew his sword, a chill penetrating my chest. By the Emperor's command, today I am to escort Her Majesty and eliminate the traitor Yao Leng. Outside, reports echoed through the hall. The infiltrating Hu troops had been entirely annihilated, and the King of Cheng had been captured en route to the capital. I collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from my chest. Xiao Miu dismissed all present, Slowly approaching me, her expression once again filled with compassion. After years of struggle against the Hu Emperor, with mutual suspicion and wariness, you were sent by him. Even if the Emperor were infatuated, he would never allow you to reside in the Zicheng Palace, nor would he grant you access to the genuine schematics. So the schematics were false, a deception crafted for me. I whispered, half-truths, designed to outwit the old fox that is the Hu Emperor. Moreover, once news of my quarrel with the Emperor spread, he would have believed it with a fair amount of certainty. Xiao Miyu paused, noting that otherwise, he would not have dispatched his elite forces into danger. The Hu kingdom has suffered significant losses. So, you were aware of everything. You were merely playing a part.
I,
too, had been played, and thus I smiled, though no joy accompanied it. Indeed, a daughter nurtured by the Xiao family could hardly be a naive soul lost in love. I had foolishly believed myself to be the puppeteer, only to find myself the victim of a predatory gaze. Li Su had never enjoyed the favor of the late emperor. Attaining the throne was no small feat. Xiao Miyu continued, as if explaining, the king of Cheng had always enjoyed considerable support. Even after years of the emperor's reign, many court officials still favored the king, especially with the recent wars against the Hu kingdom bolstering his popularity. We need a legitimate reason to end him. It just so happened that he courted death by conspiring with the Hu kingdom for the sake of power. We merely turned the tables on him. Regarding you, she glanced at my wound, her eyes briefly reflecting empathy. You are but a pawn, a trivial sacrifice in the grand contest of formidable figures. Everyone in this world has their own mission. The emperor and the king of Cheng seek the throne. I must support the Xiao family from a secure position, while your monarch aims to conquer more territories. As for you, you chose to become a spy, and must now bear the consequences of losing your dignity and your life. Did I truly have a choice? I felt a profound sorrow within, gazing upward with a bitter smile. As a mere ant, when have I ever had the luxury of choice? Truly was there none? Xiao Miyu knelt, allowing the blood to stain her exquisite gown. Or have you simply grown accustomed to relinquishing your life to others? After a long pause, I chuckled softly, lacking the strength to argue further. Once I chose friendship. Xiao Miyu hesitated, her previous confidence cracking in an instant.
You resent me.
No, at least you have made me realize that I still possess conscience and emotion. I have known pure joy, and I cherish it. I shook my head, feeling a twinge of pity, while you are willing to wager your husband, your unborn child, and your own body. I cannot discern who bears the heavier burden between us. Miyu, are you truly happy in your heart? The memory of her once beautiful visage dimmed instantly. Xiao Miyu swayed, supporting herself with one hand. Our eyes met for a long while before she lowered her long lashes, tears slowly falling. I once believed in the promise of growing old with one person, and I had hoped for a life filled with love and children. The world spoke of the emperor and empress's affection, but in that vast harem, I stood alone. Who knew that Li Su hesitated to take a consort due to the Xiao family's power? I was painfully aware that the medicine intended to preserve the fetus was his doing. She smiled bitterly, shaking her head. He would never allow the Xiao family to bear a son. Yet I, knowing the risks, still dared to gamble on his lingering affection, hoping he would not harm me and our child. Since ancient times, emperors have been heartless, and yet I foolishly believed myself an exception.
Xiao Miyu grittet her teeth.
Her voice trembling despite her efforts to suppress it. We once shared such happiness. But there are no exceptions. All the grievances and resentments in my heart suddenly found release. Life in this world is a journey of both fortune and misfortune, joy and suffering. I have been loved and betrayed, loved others and betrayed them in turn. In the end, love, hatred, obsession, and wealth are but fleeting illusions. I have squandered too much time, betraying my own essence. With a sigh, I mustered the strength to move my arm, reaching out to touch her finger. Miyu, do not cry. Xiao Miyu clasped my hand in return, her tears earnest. Aleng, whether you believe it or not, I have sincerely regarded you as a friend. As my strength ebbed away, I uttered my final concern. Is Qiao Yu well? Rest assured, I know you care for her. I will send someone to escort her to your homeland. She bit her lip.
Trust me one last time.
I smiled faintly and nodded.
Instantly. Xiao Miyu collapsed beside me, weeping uncontrollably.
I wished to comfort her, to tell her that I feared not death, for it would be my liberation, but as I opened my mouth, no sound emerged, only blood bubbles escaped. Why is it so dark outside? I turned my head, gazing steadily at the hall's entrance, feeling my body grow lighter. As the pain faded, a ray of light slipped through the door's crack. Dawn was finally approaching. Chapter 39. The Princess Begins Her Counterattack. Part 1. In my previous life, on the eve of my wedding to the newly appointed top scholar, Ji Lingli, he eloped with the minister's daughter, Xia Yunwan. My father, the emperor, was furious. He knelt in the long street with Xia Yunwan, his heart heavy with emotion. Unable to rise. In the end, he received a punishment that was neither too harsh nor too lenient. Yet I, a princess already devoid of favor, became the laughingstock of the entire capital. I sought out Ji Lingli to demand an explanation, only to find myself imprisoned instead. It was not until the day my identity as a lost prince was restored that he caressed my cheek in the dark confines of a cell, forcing a pained smile as he said, "Sister, do not fear. From now on, your brother shall protect you." When Ji Lingli had come to the capital to take the imperial examination, he had faced numerous humiliations. Poverty-stricken and lacking family connections, he was repeatedly bullied and provoked by a group of aristocratic youths. They even resorted to poisoning his food and drink. Fearing his potential as a formidable competitor due to his eloquence and striking appearance, it was during one of my clandestine escapes from the palace that I stumbled upon him being tormented. Moved by pity, I discreetly aided him multiple times, enabling him to endure until the palace examination, where he ultimately triumphed. At that time, filled with youthful ambition and pride, he had solemnly promised to protect me in return. However, now, as he spoke the same words, he added another layer of identity, brother. The dimness of the cell was suffocating, a haze of incense curling upwards, clouding my thoughts. I turned my head away, cold sweat trickling down my back, unwilling to contemplate the terrifying implications. Yet Ji Lingli grasped my chin, compelling me to face him. His gaze was tender, yet his expression betrayed a flicker of anguish and turmoil. He forced a smile, as though to reassure me and himself simultaneously.
It is as you think, you honor.
During the palace struggles, my mother was on the brink of death, and a trusted eunuch was supposed to send me away. But in a moment of carelessness, he allowed me to be abducted by traffickers for 19 long years. It was only on the eve of our wedding that he finally recognized me and returned my token. Ji Lingli shut his eyes, inhaling deeply. Fortunately, no great disaster has befallen us. From now on, I shall be your imperial brother, and you shall simply be my sister. Despite these words, he continued to confine me, showing no intention of releasing me. Each day, I sat by the window in a daze, while he came to the cell to recount the affairs of the court, detailing how he was marginalized by other princes and how he retaliated in turn. Furthermore, he began to cultivate relationships with court officials, particularly the influential Xia family, revealing his blatant ambition. However, regardless of what he shared, I remained unresponsive, as if in a trance. Finally, Ji Lingli could no longer tolerate my silence. He abruptly stood, crossing the invisible boundary that separated us, and turned my body to face him. "What discontent do you harbor? Speak freely. Why present such a countenance before me?" I replied simply, "Let me go." Ji Lingli quickly added, "Aside from that." Before I could utter another word, he resumed his persuasive manner, imploring me, "Is it not better to remain with me? Whatever you desire, I can procure for you at once. If you return, you will only find yourself alone in that vast palace, surrounded by those disdainful servants who treat you coldly. Have you forgotten?" I shrugged off his hand and stood to meet his gaze. There is no difference between how I am regarded here and in the palace. During my time in confinement, I have come to clarity. Since it is a karmic bond and Ji Lingli has clearly delineated his position, I shall no longer cling desperately to this illusion. I have learned well that nothing in this world belongs to me. If it is not mine, then even a glance is a transgression. I walked past the screen towards the inner chamber. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Ji Lingli had followed. His countenance darkened at my words. I called out sharply, "I wish to change. Did you still wish to approach?" We both knew this was merely an excuse. Yet Ji Lingli halted abruptly, standing behind the screen. After a long silence, his voice, laden with guilt, broke through. "I did not intend to elope. The circumstances were pressing, and I had no better alternatives. As for Miss Xia, she merely assisted me in a charade. There are no romantic entanglements between us." His words left me frozen, lingering in disbelief. But it was not a sense of joy or relief that gripped me. Rather, it was fury. The cold laughter in my eyes could almost coalesce into substance. Did Ji Lingli take me for a fool? Did he believe I still harbored deep affection for him, that I would feel sorrow upon hearing of his elopement, or delight upon learning of his innocence with another woman. Such arrogance was laughable. He was the one who spoke of brotherhood, yet could not relinquish his feelings, still justifying his actions to me. My impatience flared, and I declared, enough. Seeing my sudden emotional upheaval, Ji Lingli assumed I was still envious of him and Xie Yunwan.
His gaze softening.
Yuana, do you believe? I raised my hand to interrupt him, coldly exposing the truth. I know not what reasons you employed to persuade Xie Yunwan to partake in this elopement, but what follows? You claim you are innocent. Yet do you truly intend to forsake the support of the Minister of War? You could have directly petitioned the Emperor to annul our engagement. Yet you chose to involve Xie Yunwan in your flight. To my mind, you did not lack options. You risked everything to pave a path that favored you. Ji Lingli had initially aimed for the backing of the minister's house, seizing upon Xie Yunwan's dissatisfaction with our betrothal. Thus, they conspired together, brazenly eloping. This act led the world to believe I was the force tearing apart a loving couple, forcing them to flee.
Subsequently,
Ji Lingli must have revealed his identity to the emperor, presenting the token. Even if the emperor harbored doubts, he could no longer permit our marriage. And thus the actions of these two were treated lightly, with the blame falling squarely upon me. In an instant, I became the reviled and scorned venomous princess in the eyes of the world. Ji Lingli's refusal to release me likely stemmed from a desire to shield me from the gossip swirling outside. I believed that the matter of Ji Lingli and Xie Yunwan's union would soon be on the agenda, a source of joy for all, except for me, the so-called princess whose reputation lay in ruins. Confined here, barred from stepping beyond the threshold, I had come to understand much. Yet I refrained from voicing my thoughts, for they would serve no purpose. Ji Lingli's notion of protecting me was merely a pretense of shielding me from others while secretly wounding me in the back. It was a classic case of self-deception. I regarded Ji Lingli's shifting expressions with calmness and inquired, given that my brothers are of little use, I presume the position of the Eastern Palace is already within your grasp? Do I still hold any value? If so, please speak frankly. I shall do my utmost to cooperate, only hoping that after my compliance, you will allow me to leave. Ji Lingli's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "You honor. I never intended to use you. Please do not say such things." I inquired, "When is the wedding with Xie Yunwan?" Ji Lingli's complexion paled, and he fell silent. I let out a derisive laugh. Wishing to avoid him, I turned and fiddled with the branches of the peach blossom in the pot, declaring, "Unless you intend to release me, do not come here again. Your presence disgusts me." Ji Lingli's body trembled violently, disbelief evident in his gaze. The atmosphere in the room grew stifling. In the end, Ji Lingli said nothing more, offering a bitter smile before turning to leave. Chapter 40. The Princess Begins Her Counterattack. Part 2. After that departure, he did not return for a long time. I remained trapped within this chamber. Yet, being confined within the palace bore little distinction. I had never been favored. As a child, I was less charming and affectionate than my sisters, failing to win my father's affection. As I grew older, my mother became preoccupied with my younger brother, often neglecting me. Tragically, my brother passed away at the tender age of 3, leaving my mother in profound despair, as if hope had abandoned her. On that same rainy night when he departed, she chose to end her own life. My father, with many children, paid me no heed, and I felt inconsequential. Yet my mother had endured great suffering to bring me into this world. Afterward, on countless rainy nights, I would awaken in tears, clutching my blanket, weeping bitterly in the empty palace. No one cared for me. The night watchman had long since slipped away to sleep, or upon hearing my cries, chose to ignore me. My tears nearly ran dry, and I even contemplated following my mother. But then I thought of her, perhaps joyfully reunited with my brother. My arrival would be superfluous. Thus, from that moment on, I vowed not to shed another tear. I resolved that if no one would love me, I would live for myself. Even if I were to encounter a disloyal partner again, it mattered not. A princess's title is but a name, and given its current tarnished state, I would gladly relinquish it. When Ji Lingli finally released me, I would not return to the palace. Leaving the capital, the world is vast, and I could call anywhere home. Yet I had not anticipated that I would not live to see that day. Not only that, but I would also leave my life behind here. A thunderclap resounded, and torrential rain poured down. The sound of crimson blood dripping onto the floor was entirely drowned out by the rain. Ji Lingli looked down at the hairpin embedded in his bright red ceremonial robe, dangerously close to his heart, still reeling from the shock. His fair complexion flushed crimson, and the heavy stench of wine permeated his breath. It was supposed to be his joyous day with Siak Yunwan. Yet he stood in my room. My fingers trembled as I attempted to adjust the garment slipping from my shoulders, striving to maintain my composure. Get out. However, a frenzied expression crossed Ji Lingli's face. Clutching his bleeding chest, seemingly oblivious to the pain, he staggered closer, murmuring, "It's all wrong. Everything is wrong. We are not siblings, Yuana. You should be my wife."
I was taken aback.
Before I could contemplate the depth of his words, Ji Lingli abruptly pushed me onto the bed. Unable to endure it any longer, I drew the dagger hidden beneath my pillow and thrust it toward him. Yet, Ji Lingli was prepared. He seized my wrist and twisted it forcefully, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Ji Lingli, inebriated and somewhat disoriented, reddened as the veins on his forehead bulged, suddenly gripping my neck with a vice-like hold. He questioned me in anguish. "Do you wish to kill me too? Why? Am I not good enough for you?" His grip tightened further, and I struggled desperately, my vision beginning to blur. In my fading consciousness, I seemed to hear Ji Lingli's anguished whisper. "This secret must not be discovered by others. I have schemed for days. I cannot let it all be in vain, Yuana, forgive me." The sounds of the world faded away. I was dead, yet I was unwilling to accept it. Why must my life be riddled with disdain, rejection, and suffering? Even in death, must I endure such humiliation? My soul trembled violently, years of suppressed discontent and resentment erupting like molten lava from the earth's crust. In the darkness, I raged and flailed until I burst forth into the light. Urgent calls reached my ears. "Princess! Princess!" I opened my eyes abruptly, the surrounding voices flooding in like a tide. My maid anxiously urged, "His Majesty is asking for you. Please respond." Still disoriented, I instinctively maintained composure, casting a calm gaze around the scene. It appeared to be a banquet in the palace, with various officials and their families in attendance. My eyes caught sight of Ji Lingli, dressed in white, sitting elegantly in a subordinate position, causing my pupils to constrict. "Why is there not a suitable match for my Yuana?" The displeased voice of my father echoed from the dragon throne. Realizing the situation, I understood that my prolonged solitude had led to my unmarried status at 18. Fearing my father might hastily marry me off, I had taken the initiative to mention my concerns. By invoking the memory of my deceased mother and royal brother, I had elicited a modicum of pity for my father. He agreed to host a banquet, allowing me to choose my suitor. Thus, I found myself reborn amidst the selection of suitors. I accepted this turn of events with grace, even feeling a surge of delight within. I turned to Ji Lingli, who had long since promised me his heart. Yet he sat silently, drinking alone. In my previous life, I had been foolish enough to think he was merely anxious, failing to perceive the anxiety and reluctance in his eyes. He did not wish to marry me, and was likely already contemplating how to flee if I chose him. With a smile, I addressed my father. "There is indeed someone I have long admired." Given my protection of Ji Lingli, many in the court were already aware of our friendship. At that moment, the surrounding guests began to congratulate the talented scholar. Ji Lingli nodded in acknowledgement, though his smile appeared strained. However, when I uttered my next statement, the entire hall fell silent. "I wish to marry the young general of the north, Gu Xianying." As soon as the words left my lips, Ji Lingli's head shot up. The assembly erupted in murmurs. Even my father furrowed his brow, hesitating as he asked, "You mean the youngest son of the Gu family, the one currently stationed at the border?" I remained composed, ignoring the heated gaze directed at me, and nodded, "Indeed." The emperor leaned slightly in my direction, reaffirming, "News from the front lines reports that he narrowly won a battle 3 months ago, yet he has since gone missing on the battlefield, with his fate still uncertain. Are you aware of this?" I rose, approached my father, and knelt before him, performing a deep bow. With a firm voice, I declared, "I am aware. And if he is alive, I shall wait for his return to marry him. If he is dead, I shall remain loyal to his memory." A sudden, crisp sound drew everyone's attention. It was Ji Lingli, who, in an ungraceful manner, had accidentally knocked over his wine cup. Yet no one reprimanded him for this minor faux pas, for his face was pale, his breath uneven, and after a few sharp gasps, he unexpectedly stepped forward and knelt before the emperor. He proclaimed loudly, "I, the newly appointed top scholar Ji Lingli, wish to marry the princess." I hope your majesty will grant this request. An uproar ensued. The emperor glanced at him, then at me, and with evident interest, took a sip of his wine, asking, "Your Honor, how do you choose?" I frowned, uncertain of Ji Lingli's sudden audacity. However, I was certain that if I were to agree to him now, he would soon regret it. I had made one wrong choice before, paying a heavy price for it. This time, I wished to take control of my own life. Therefore, I bowed my head deeply to the ground, imploring my father for his grace. I, your humble daughter, am willing to be Gu's wife. The emperor pondered for a moment before granting. Then I shall bestow a marriage contract upon you and Gu Xianing, and permit you to establish a residence outside the palace. Should he return safely, you shall wed at once.
With a sigh,
The emperor looked towards the Gu family members present and said regretfully, "The Gu family is known for its loyalty, should he perish in battle. You may erect a memorial tablet for him within the princess's residence." Allowing me to leave the palace and establish the princess's residence was a sign of respect towards me, while permitting me to serve Gu Xianying's memorial tablet as a princess honored the Gu family. The primary aim was to pacify and win over the remaining factions of the Gu family. Thus, not only I, but all present from the Gu family knelt in gratitude for the emperor's favor. After so many years on the throne, my father, despite his usual incompetence, was indeed skilled in the art of imperial diplomacy. As I returned to my place, the emperor turned his gaze towards Ji Lingli, who remained kneeling in a daze. Suddenly, he declared, "Ji Qing, I will grant you the daughter of Minister Xia in marriage." How does that sound? Before Ji Lingli could respond, Minister Xia hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, my daughter Yunwan is already betrothed." However, he was cut off by a spirited young lady from the female section, who boldly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am willing to marry the top scholar." With that, she raised an eyebrow and shot a challenging look at Minister Xia, inciting his ire. This was Xia Yunwan. I observed quietly, realizing the connections that had eluded me in my past life. Xia Yunwan had been coerced into an engagement with the son of a close friend of Minister Xia, a scion she found unworthy. Coincidentally, the appearance of Ji Lingli, a man of remarkable talent and striking looks, provided her an opportunity to shift her affections. It was no wonder she had agreed to elope with him in my previous life. The emperor laughed heartily, praising her vivacity, and promptly arranged her marriage to Ji Lingli, setting a date for their wedding. The process had changed, yet the outcome remained identical to my past life. What would come next? Would I still meet my demise at Ji Lingli's hands? Feigning a drink, I glanced at Ji Lingli, only to meet his sorrowful gaze. After a moment, I averted my eyes, concealing my murderous intent deep within. Having firmly allied with the Gu family's interests, I urged them to expedite matters, and a month later, I moved from the palace into the princess's residence. Living outside granted me greater freedom, allowing me to act without constraint. Ji Lingli sought me out several times, but I remained unreachable, until one day, as I was out, he blocked my carriage in the street. I lifted the curtain to coldly regard him, and he gritted his teeth, murmuring, "Princess, may I have a word?" Leaning against the door, I had no intention of moving. Thus, disregarding all else, he demanded, "Why did you choose Gu Xianing? Am I the only one who took our promise seriously? Yuana, what did I do wrong to deserve this humiliation?" His conviction that I was a heartless betrayer was rather amusing. I remained unfazed by his accusations and retorted, "On the day the emperor betrothed you to Xia Yunwan, why did you not refuse? Had you forgotten our vows?" Reversing the question left his countenance darkened. "Was it not because you abandoned me for another?" I scoffed. "If I had chosen you that day, Ji Lingli, would you truly have been willing to marry me?" His pupils flickered, his expression shifting dramatically. He glanced around, noting the onlookers, and lowered his voice further. "What do you know?" I had no intention of alerting him to my awareness. Instead, I mentioned Xia Yunwan, diverting his focus. "I heard that before the banquet, you had many dealings with the Xia family. I fear your heart has already strayed."
Yeringle subtly exhaled.
His demeanor softening as he explained, "I merely sought guidance from Minister Xia on certain matters. It has nothing to do with his daughter. I have never met Xia Yunwan before. It is all innocent." Yet, past innocence mattered little now that he was engaged. I lowered the curtain, signaling the coachman to continue, and coldly reminded Ji Lingli, "Our respective marriages are now unchangeable. Even for your fiancée's sake, you should maintain your distance from me."
Yeringle, do not seek me again.
The wheels rolled on, dispersing the crowd. Ji Lingli finally ceased his obstruction. I glanced back at him, and long after, he remained rooted in place, unmoving. In the past, I, too, believed in his sincerity towards me. Yet, before the overwhelming power and ambition, his feelings had been utterly insignificant. Now, I yearned to experience the intoxicating allure of the supreme power that countless others revered. The events unfolded remarkably smoothly. Merely half a month later, the emperor proclaimed to the world that he had recovered the 9th prince, who had been lost for many years. Alas, this 9th prince was not Ji Lingli. On the day the decree was issued, Ji Lingli, regardless of the consequences, stormed into my princess's residence, his eyes bloodshot. As he approached me, the guards of the residence restrained him. He struggled violently, his expression a tumult of pain, regret, resentment, and fury, trembling all over. He incredulously asked, "You knew all along,
Didn't you?
You were aware that the 9th prince is an impostor, while I am the true one. Why send him to the palace, deceiving the emperor?" His madness contrasted sharply with my calm demeanor. I even found the leisure to tend to my flowers. At his inquiry, I merely smiled and replied, "Do you have any evidence?"
What?
I set down the water ladle and smiled as I asked him, "You claim the one in the palace is an impostor. Do you have any evidence?" I slowly approached him and whispered in his ear, "To deceive the emperor is a capital offense. Who do you think Father Emperor will believe? You or me?" Ji Lingli, being astute, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The token he had hidden might already be lost, and the old eunuch who had once entrusted it to him was now deceased, leaving him without a witness. Thus, there were 2 princes, one devoid of any possessions, and the other with the token in hand and my support as a princess. It was evident whom Father Emperor would choose to believe, especially since he had already declared the false prince to the world. If someone were to suddenly emerge claiming he had mistaken his son, would that not be courting death? Gradually, Ji Lingli composed himself. For the moment, he chose to remain still. He was still the newly crowned top scholar, a rising star in the court, and a trusted minister of the emperor. After coming to this realization, he looked up and met my gaze, his eyes betraying an uncontainable sorrow. In a hushed voice, he asked, "Yuana, I am your royal brother. Why must you treat me this way?" "No, you are not," I retorted, recalling his words from my previous life before his demise. I scoffed, though that eunuch was loyal. He lost you for over a decade and was frail with age. Are you truly certain he recognized you as the little prince from back then? Or did he merely wish to provide himself and his former master with an explanation by entrusting the token to you? My words were harsh, but undeniably true. From the moment I was reborn, I began my investigation and eventually uncovered the truth. Chapter 42. The Princess Begins Her Counterattack, Part 4. In the past, when Consort Li witnessed a mere palace maid gaining the emperor's favor and giving birth to the dragon heir before her, she harbored malicious intentions to harm the mother and child. However, the maid was already aware of the danger and entrusted a trusted eunuch to deliver the prince to the emperor. Consort Li sent people to pursue them, blocking their path. The eunuch managed to escape through a dog hole. The little prince was not abducted by human traffickers. Rather, the eunuch had entrusted him to a friend outside the palace to divert attention. This friend was a gambler, often found in the casinos. And due to the inconvenience of having a child, he left the infant at home. The frail little prince, neglected and without care, cried himself hoarse and perished in the house. By the time the friend returned and realized something was amiss, it was far too late. To evade responsibility, he lied to the eunuch, claiming the child had been taken by traffickers, while the little prince's remains were buried beneath an old locust tree behind the house. Thus, whether in this life or the last, Ji Lingli is merely Ji Lingli, a parentless orphan, not some lost prince. In his previous life, he should have quickly discovered the identity of that gambler, just as I did. Yet, his choice was to eliminate me to secure his claim to the exalted throne. In this life, Ji Lingli remains unchanged. He refuses to heed my words and instead glares at me with a darkened expression, asking, "Yuana, do you truly wish to oppose me?" I gestured for the guards to release him. He rubbed his shoulders, straightened up, and we stood facing each other. A battle of wills. A gentle breeze stirred my long, black hair, fragrant flowers filled the courtyard, and dragonflies danced in the air. Everything felt so vividly real. I recalled the despair and agony of being used, imprisoned, and ultimately suffocated by him in my previous life. Suddenly, I smirked and declared, "It is not only you I oppose. Ji Lingli, I seek your life."
Iringlias pupils qui veret.
He was taken aback by the intensity of my hatred towards him. Where did this animosity stem from? Yet, such thoughts were inconsequential. What mattered was that from this day forth, there would be no love between us. Only an unyielding vendetta. Ji Lingli began to ingratiate himself with Minister Xia. He appeared to be getting along splendidly with his fiancée, enjoying leisurely boat rides and horseback excursions, resembling a pair of celestial lovers in perfect harmony. Everyone spoke of the emperor having orchestrated a beautiful tale. Minister Xia, initially aloof, grew increasingly fond of this scholarly son-in-law. I stood by the window of the tea-house, watching the Xia family's carriage depart for the hunting grounds. I turned to my companion, Xiao Yu, and inquired, "Are you confident?" Clad in dark attire, Xiao Yu's youthful yet composed demeanor exuded a remarkable grace. He replied with a calm smile, "The Empress has already informed me of Miss Xia's preferences. How could I lack confidence?" Recalling the astonishing secret I had uncovered about Xia Yunwan, I felt a tinge of sympathy for Ji Lingli. Xiao Yu proved to be the one I trusted most. With his intervention, success was nearly assured. That afternoon, the Xia family's carriage returned, yet Xia Yunwan was still missing. As Ji Lingli, having left court, arrived at the Xia residence in search of his fiancée, he waited impatiently, but no trace of Xia Yunwan could be found. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon and anxiety mounted, preparing to search for her, Xia Yunwan and Xiao Yu appeared, sharing a horse, engaged in lively conversation as they returned at a leisurely pace. Seeing his fiancée so intimately close to another man, Ji Lingli's countenance darkened. He furrowed his brow and stepped forward, saying Yunwan. Xia Yunwan, supported by Xiao Yu as she dismounted, still wore a cheerful expression, unaware of the tension. She pulled Xiao Yu closer to introduce him. "Brother Ji, this is the 9th prince. It is his first outing since being acknowledged by the emperor. I believe this is your first meeting. You have no idea. His archery skills surpass even mine." Ji Lingli regarded the aloof Xiao Yu, who stood with arms crossed, his demeanor cool and indifferent. He forced a polite greeting, "Greetings, your highness." Xia Yunwan, oblivious to the hostility brewing between the two, cheerfully remarked to Ji Lingli, "No need for such formalities. The 9th prince is quite approachable and does not concern himself with trivialities, right?" Upon meeting her gaze, the cold Xiao Yu unexpectedly revealed a hint of a smile and nodded. This display of affection struck Ji Lingli as painfully irksome. He grasped Xia Yunwan's arm, unable to contain his frustration, chastising her. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. You may act recklessly at times, but before a prince, you must conduct yourself with decorum, especially since the 9th prince is not yet married. Such behavior could tarnish your reputation. Xia Yunwan grew increasingly impatient with his admonitions. Moreover, Ji Lingli's veiled insinuations were impossible to ignore. She shrugged off his hand, her bright demeanor dimming as she retorted, "We are not even married yet. And you dare to dictate my actions? The 9th prince does not mind. Why should you?" Ji Lingli, taken aback by her response, felt an urge to erupt in fury. "What do I care? Xia Yunwan, I am your fiancé." Xia Yunwan nonchalantly cleared her ears, her expression unreadable, and said, "Oh, so, what of a fiancé? If you find me displeasing, you might as well break off the engagement." Xia Yunwan's mindset was so different from the norm. Ji Lingli often struggled to keep pace with her whimsical thoughts, and now he found her utterly incomprehensible. He had tolerated much, but her attitude had reached a tipping point, igniting a simmering frustration within him. However, it was inconceivable for him to truly heed her words and annul the engagement. He felt superfluous standing there, and in a fit of anger, he flung his sleeves and departed. No one cared. Xia Yunwan complained for a moment, but Xiao Yu soothed her with a smile. Before long, Xia Yunwan cheered up again, making plans to challenge each other in the training grounds next time. Upon returning to the tea-house, Xiao Yu recounted the day's events to me. I couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Yunwan was indeed a remarkable character. Xiao Yu poured himself a cup of tea, and, upon hearing my amusement, remarked with a smile, "The schemes of the Empress are soon to come to fruition." We clinked our cups, our eyes reflecting the ambitions we had long harbored. Xia Yunwan had called off her engagement for the reason that she had fallen in love with the 9th prince, Xiao Yu. She knelt before the palace gates, unable to rise, her deep affections moving even the heavens. It was reminiscent of the scene from my past life when I eloped with Ji Lingli and knelt together in devotion. Meanwhile, our father had been unwell recently, confined to his sickbed, and I served him in the palace. I helped to smooth over a few words regarding the matter. Father had neglected state affairs. even more so the trivialities of personal matters, and simply waved his hand in acquiescence. I heard that when Xia Yunwan returned home, her father chased her around the courtyard with a rolling pin, causing quite a ruckus. Yet, she refused to relent, declaring that this time it was for real. She would marry no one but the ninth prince. As Xiao Yu and I exited the palace, he spoke of the incident with a wry smile. Chapter 43. The princess begins her counterattack. Suddenly, we halted in our tracks. Standing before us was Ji Lingli, his anger transformed into a sardonic smile. He approached me slowly, and Xiao Yu instinctively positioned himself in front of me. Noticing this, Ji Lingli stopped, gazing at me with softened eyes. Yuan, you need not worry. Even with your current stance, I could never bring myself to harm you. I simply cannot comprehend how we have arrived at this juncture. I brushed past Xiao Yu and stepped forward calmly. He would never understand why I targeted him so fiercely, obstructing all his ambitions. Just as I had failed to understand in my previous life. Despite his apparent deep affection for me, willing to be my devoted love and dutiful protector, he had never wished to spare my life. Before he turned against me, I had harbored no hatred towards him. I merely blamed my own folly. Foolishness aside, I yearned to continue living, far away from the palace and from him, aspiring to be a simpleton leading a mundane life. Yet, from the very beginning, no one afforded me that opportunity. I said to him, because the path you wish to tread is one I now desire to explore as well. The insincere smile on Ji Lingli's lips faded gradually, his complexion paling as he seemed taken aback by my audacious declaration. What path did he wish to pursue? One where, as a prince, he would ascend to the Eastern Palace and contest for the imperial throne. He regarded me as if I were a stranger he had never encountered. Then his gaze shifted slowly to Xiao Yu beside me. Ji Lingli suddenly retreated a few steps, saying nothing more, turning away with a hint of panic in his demeanor. He was not one to easily concede. I understood that he would employ every means at his disposal to undermine Xiao Yu. That was precisely what I desired. As twilight descended, the palace walls loomed ominously, obscuring the sky and trapping many lives within. Occasionally, a solitary bird would dart across the pale horizon, resembling a drop of ink staining a pristine sheet of paper. The place I once desperately sought to escape now beckoned me to wander without return. This time, the power of life and death lay in my hands. 1 month later, Ji Lingli stormed through the palace gates at night, claiming to have pressing matters to present to the emperor. He sprinted through the palace corridors, disregarding his gentlemanly demeanor, overly excited and oblivious to the obstacles he easily breached along the way. He failed to notice the unnerving silence enveloping the palace that night. He moved swiftly until he was stopped by the imperial guards before me. Now, upon seeing me, he no longer feigned pretense. There was no longer any talk of affection. I had usurped what was his, and his gaze turned crimson with rage, as though he wished to tear me apart. I barred him from entering to see our father. In fury, he raised the evidence he had collected, addressing all present. Xiao Yuan, how dare you deceive the emperor and the court? Listen to me. The so-called ninth prince is nothing but an impostor. Not only is he not a prince, but he is also a woman. Ji Lingli bellowed, his chest heaving with agitation. His eyes fixed on me with a fierce intensity. Yet soon he recognized something amiss. The bright moon hung high, the night was eerily still, and all the guards, eunuchs, and maidservants merely bowed their heads, as if they had not heard his shocking revelation. I regarded him calmly, a faint smile gradually forming on my lips. Behind me, the head eunuch hurriedly exited the emperor's quarters, unfurling a golden edict in his hands, dramatically proclaiming, by the emperor's decree, the ninth prince, Xiao Yu, is endowed with virtue and talent, possessing noble character, and thus is to be established as the crown prince. Ji Lingli's eyes widened in disbelief, and he lunged forward to seize the edict, only to be restrained by the guards and pressed to the ground. He could hardly accept this outcome, his eyes bulging with fury as he roared, "You dare forge the emperor's decree? Release me! I demand to see the emperor." However, the head eunuch folded the edict away and, wiping his tears, announced solemnly, "Your Majesty has passed away." In an instant, everyone fell to their knees, a chorus of sorrowful wails filling the air. I could not be bothered to feign concern, simply observing Ji Lingli from a position of superiority. His expression was one of shock, as if he could not comprehend the meaning behind this announcement, gazing around in confusion. Then he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. In truth, I owed much to Jilingli. Had he not come to me in my previous life, recounting his struggles against the other princes and how he had systematically dismantled them, I would not have so effortlessly discovered their vulnerabilities and struck decisively, thereby successfully aiding Xiaoyu's ascension. With the memories of my past life and Jilingli's assistants, who had carved a bloody path through the ruthless competition for the throne, this unrefined Jilingli of this life was no match for me. However, Jilingli was indeed formidable. I had intended for Xiaoyu to divert his attention, yet unexpectedly, he unearthed the secret between Xiaoyu and me. Xiaoyu was indeed a woman. I had once called her a Yu. She was the most intelligent and loyal among the orphans I had aided outside the palace. After our mother passed away, I was left without supervision. And whenever I grew bored, I could simply spend a little silver to accompany the eunuchs who ventured outside the palace to buy provisions. It was then that I began to help those orphans who seemed to share my plight. As the other children grew up, they either left the capital to trade or married early, but a Yu remained behind to tend to the small charity hall, caring for the orphans I continued to assist. We grew up together, bonded like sisters. When I found her and boldly shared my plan, she accepted without a moment's hesitation. Even knowing that failure could lead to a gruesome end, she was willing to accompany me on this venture. Fortunately, we succeeded. With the support of the general's residence, Xiaoyu transitioned from being the crown prince to becoming the new emperor who held dominion over the realm. Her marriage to Xia Yunwan remained unchanged. The promise made to Xia Yunwan to be a consort had now elevated her to the status of empress. Minister Xia beamed with delight, repeatedly asserting that his daughter possessed an exceptional eye for men, as he suddenly found himself the father-in-law of the new emperor. Hearing this, Xia Yunwan could not help but roll her eyes. It is worth mentioning that this remarkable woman harbored a stunning secret, one that no one could ever anticipate. She did not favor men. Her affections lay with women. Thus, upon discovering Xiaoyu's true identity, rather than feeling fear, she was invigorated, pursuing Xiaoyu daily, calling out, "My dear wife." Although her exuberance was somewhat unrefined, with her backing as empress and Minister Xia's support, the rumors accusing Xiaoyu of being a woman swiftly dissipated. I was revered as the Grand Princess, positioned just below the Emperor, above all others. As for Jilingli, who conspired and trespassed into the palace at night, I imprisoned him in the dungeons, believing him to harbor rebellious intentions. After the solemnities for my father's passing, tranquility returned. With a cup of poison in hand, I visited him in his cell. Chapter 44. The Princess Strikes Back, Part 6. Jilingli, having endured torture, appeared disheveled, yet sat upright on the floor, his expression surprisingly calm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and met my gaze, whispering, "Yuana, I have wronged you." The familiarity in his eyes and tone sent a jolt through my heart. I dismissed the attendants and focused intently on him. Jilingli smiled ruefully, his expression sorrowful, recounting how, the day after I died at his hands, he had broken off his engagement with Xia Yunwan. "Your Honor," he continued, "when I topped the imperial examination and paraded through the streets on horseback, I declared that I would only wish to grow old with you. I have never wavered in my promise." As poison overtook him, he began to cough up blood, yet, enduring the agony, insisted, "In my heart, there has always only been you." I found myself growing weary of his lamentations. In his final moments, it seemed that his mind was consumed solely by this love that had long since soured. Witnessing the effects of the poison, I felt a wave of relief, and turned to leave. Suddenly, Jilingli raised his voice, "Your Honor, I have left you a warning. Be cautious of the seventh prince and his maternal clan." I halted mid-step. Just as I intended to turn around, a loud crash resounded behind me. Jilingli had collapsed. He was dead. His final warning proved true. The seventh prince, long perceived as timid and ineffectual, had actually been biding his time, concealing his brilliance.
Jilingli,
who nearly claimed the throne in his past life, had fallen at his hands. I had also been deceived, suffering a significant loss. A nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. Ministers urged the obstinate and grieving Xiaoyu to ascend the throne promptly, to which he reluctantly acquiesced. However, chaos erupted in the capital on the eve of the coronation. The seventh prince had vanished from the palace. By the time Jilingli warned me to be wary of him, I had already mobilized troops to raid his palace, only to find that he and his mother had disappeared without a trace. Had I not swiftly organized the imperial guards and entrusted the valiant Gu family to defend the capital, the moment the seventh prince launched a surprise attack with his army of 50,000, the city would have surely fallen. Although his initial assault was thwarted, the situation remained dire. There were traitors within the capital, and orders dispatched to various regions were intercepted, leaving local armies oblivious to the impending peril. Despair overwhelmed me. Xiao Yu, though composed, was still young and lacked experience, unable to devise a viable strategy. Most pressing was the disappearance of Xia Yunwan. One could easily surmise into whose hands she had fallen. Consequently, Minister Xia feigned illness, withdrawing from the palace and ceasing to assist us. We all understood that Xia Yunwan was safe. The seventh prince was forcing Minister Xia to make a choice. It was indeed a desperate situation. I had done all that I could, yet I could not conjure an army from thin air to aid me. Just then, my cousin from the Gu family burst in, brimming with excitement.
Cousin,
My brother has returned. Reinforcements are here. I sprang to my feet, nearly losing my balance in my exhilaration. The Gu family had a legacy of loyalty, yet only one member, Gu Xianing, remained. He had risen to fame at a young age, undefeated in battle, and at 16 was appointed as general of the Northern Front, guarding the borders with unwavering resolve. After going missing for months during the last campaign, everyone presumed him dead. Yet unexpectedly, in this critical moment, he returned triumphantly with his victorious troops. My reinforcements had arrived, the mightiest and most formidable army of invincibility. The seventh prince, battered and broken, attempted to flee but was captured alive by Gu Xianing. The nation rejoiced. Xia Yunwan was rescued, and upon learning of her father's opportunistic actions, she publicly scolded him until he blushed. Only when Xiao Yu intervened did she reluctantly grant him some semblance of respect. I could not help but chuckle. But then I sensed someone approaching from behind, a dangerous instinct causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. I turned to find a figure clad in blood-stained, yet gleaming armor. As my gaze rose, I beheld a tall, imposing man, strikingly handsome with a fierce and cold demeanor. He exuded a commanding presence, yet, upon locking eyes with me, he averted his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering. He stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Yu. I am Gu Xianing, here to pay my respects to your majesty. I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid. The formidable soldiers behind him echoed, Long live your majesty. Long live the emperor. With Gu Xianying's support, Xiao Yu's and my positions were firmly secured. However, a few days later, outside the princess's residence, Gu Xianing, astride a magnificent steed, turned his face away, his ears slightly flushed, and inquired, When shall we fulfill our marriage contract? My smile faltered as I suddenly recalled our betrothal. It was a proposal I had initiated, drawn to his valor in battle and the uncertainty of his fate. Yet now, I felt a twinge of anxiety. I could only imagine how my boisterous cousins had regaled him with exaggerated tales of my infatuation with him before the late emperor, declaring that I would marry no one but him, leaving him now awkward and flustered in my presence. Having waited in silence for an extended period, Gu Xianing assumed I was merely shy and kindly offered to postpone the matter for another day, at most 2. Before departing, he summoned my attendant and whispered something to him. The attendant nodded, approached me with an air of secrecy, and said, Princess, General Gu claims that he has no concubines in his household. Since childhood, he has accompanied his father in military campaigns and has never indulged in the company of women. As I raised my gaze to see him, Gu Xianing seemed to sense my attention and immediately spurred his horse away. Well then, it appears that his character is reasonably commendable, albeit somewhat timid. When he next visits, perhaps I could invite him into the manor to discuss our marriage in detail. Chapter 45, The Poisonous Beauty, Part 1. The general harbors an affinity for beautiful women, a fact known throughout the city of Qinchuan. When I was delivered after a thorough cleansing, there were several other women akin to me in the military camp. Why are you crying? Do I appear so fearsome? The general remarked. If you dislike serving me, then you may return. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely, bowing to the general, and left with a beaming smile. Yet later, I discovered her pale corpse in the hills behind the camp. Today marks the 8th day since my arrival in Qinchuan, where I have gained a modest reputation for my steamed buns at a street-side shop. Many have remarked that my buns are not only large and fragrant but also affordable, 2 for a single coin. This desolate Qinchuan is now overrun with beggars and refugees, with displaced souls in abundance. General Cheng's presence has seemingly doubled the food requisitions, rendering our lives increasingly arduous. Indeed, they claim it is to quell the Yuzu uprising. Yet months have passed without a single sighting of an Yuzu person, merely the oppression of our own. Be cautious with your words. You might be overheard by the soldiers. Just yesterday, they arrested some individuals. I lower my head, pretending not to hear their conversation. Although I had witnessed the soldiers capturing several beggars and 2 young maidens the previous night, that was why I established my bun shop here. It would not be long before they came for me. On the 15th day of selling buns, they indeed arrived. Patrons scattered like startled birds, and the lively atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the approaching soldiers. I stood frozen until the leading officer approached, at which point I hastily abandoned my dough and fled.
Miss.
Someone called from behind. I turned quickly to see a soldier in black on horseback amid swirling dust. A white veil suddenly fluttered before me, and I reached out but failed to grasp it. It was the veil from my face. That evening, I was taken to the military camp. The troops were stationed not far from the city, and I was escorted by several soldiers. Perhaps due to my peculiar circumstance, I was the only one apprehended this time. I was ushered into a tent filled with water basins, and as soon as I entered, several maidservants approached to remove my clothing. I could hear snippets of conversation from the men outside. This one is truly a beauty. I've never seen such loveliness. Indeed, with such delicate skin. The general will surely take a liking to her. Do you dare to touch a woman of the general's? Aren't you afraid of losing your head? The voices gradually faded as the maidservant stripped me bare and led me to a steaming pool of water. As dusk fell, I was finally brought out, and along the way, I saw many people hurrying past with food trays, seemingly toward the same destination as I. The main tent was indeed considerably larger than the others, adorned with faint golden hues and intricate gilded patterns. What are you staring at? A nearby guard admonished, prompting me to lower my gaze to my new shoes, which resembled shoe brocade, a style that had also been popular in Dongluo before my arrival. Just as I approached the entrance, I heard voices inside. Do I appear so fearsome? Why are you crying? If you do not wish to serve me, you may return. An emotionless male voice spoke, followed by a young girl's voice tinged with tears. Thank you, General, thank you. The soldiers stationed at the entrance quickly entered, bringing out a woman of similar age to mine, her face streaked with tears yet smiling joyfully. Reporting to the general, we have brought today's beauty. Bring her in, a low, authoritative voice commanded from within. Upon entering, I found the tent significantly warmer than outside. Clad in thin silk, I had been shivering in the cold, but now I felt warmth, even a touch of heat. Inside, there were several other women. I cautiously lifted my gaze to glance at the general. A scar adorned his jawline, and a beauty mark graced the corner of his eye. Perhaps sensing my scrutiny, he abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate on me. I hastily lowered my head, preparing to kneel, but he spoke.
Come here.
At the sound of his voice, my body trembled, yet I still stepped forward to his side. In that moment of kneeling, whether from fear or anxiety, I inadvertently fell against him. A warm hand gripped my waist, and as I slowly raised my head, my eyes reflected a mix of alarm and feigned composure. He regarded me for a long moment before extracting me from his embrace. The young lady is quite forward, he remarked, handing me a wine jug. The general finds amusement. I have never encountered such a spectacle, merely feeling a bit flustered, not intending to offend. With utmost respect, I filled his cup and, in a moment of boldness, dared to glance at him, only to find him studying me intently. Perhaps he had never seen a woman captured in such a manner who dared to meet his gaze. He laughed heartily, then pulled me down to sit on his lap, lifting the wine to my lips. The fiery liquor spilled over, causing tears to well in my eyes. It was far too potent. Yet he appeared delighted, cradling my face, his gaze lingering on the tears that had not yet fallen. A beauty deserves fine wine. I met his playful gaze and, seizing the cup he was about to bring to his lips, closed my eyes and drank the entire contents in one go. When I opened my glistening eyes to look at him, I asked, am I considered a beauty? I was well aware of my beauty. Even in my childhood, my sister and I had garnered a reputation as renowned beauties in the vicinity. It was likely because of my striking features that I found myself in Qinchuan, ultimately captured and seated in this warm tent, sharing a drink with the general beneath the flickering candlelight. I wondered if my sister had faced a similar fate upon her arrival. I held the cup in a daze, memories of my sister and parents flickering before me. Shaking my head, I returned to the present, facing the face that filled me with revulsion. General, do you see those 3 dancing flames? Have the sister dancers multiplied as well? I leaned against the cup, swaying into the general's embrace. You are intoxicated. The man before me steadied me, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on mine, filled with an insatiable desire. I am not intoxicated. I slowly rose, circling around him. I felt as if I were indeed inebriated, for how else could I envision my sister and parents? Yet I knew I was not, for I clearly understood that the man before me was the very one I sought to kill, because he killed my parents and took away my sister. In truth, my sister is not my biological sibling. I found her beneath a tree. Chapter 46, The Poisonous Beauty, Part 2. I discovered Shuriwa when I was merely 5 years old. At that time, my parents were preoccupied with farming, while I roamed the mountains and fields. Shuriwa stood beneath a tree, her tiny frame twisting her fingers, silent and calm, even smiling at me as I approached. I took her home with me. My parents welcomed this unexpected girl with open arms, filled with compassion and pity. And seeing her frail body, I quietly shared some of my meal with her. Initially, my parents searched for her family, hoping to return her. However, as time passed, they gave up. Although we were not wealthy, the fruits of our labor allowed us to care for 2 children. Unfortunately, this period of tranquility was short-lived. After 3 years of severe drought, our border region yielded no harvest. Thus, when I turned 14, my parents decided to lead us south to Dongluo City, rumored to be blessed with favorable weather and fertile lands, where we might find a means of survival. We endured a long and arduous journey for several months, suffering greatly before we were nearly at the outskirts of Dongluo City. Yet, during one moment when I ventured out with a few other children to scout the path, Shuriwa was forcibly taken away by passing soldiers, and my parents were injured in the struggle to protect her. Despite their efforts, she was still abducted, leaving them with severe whip wounds. Aunt Shin, who had traveled with us, tearfully informed me, whining, "Your sister has been taken by the soldiers." I gazed at the distant, unsettled dust and immediately rushed to pursue them, but she grasped my arm tightly, warning, whining, "They are killers. Your parents were nearly beaten to death just for protecting a child. You must check on them first." Exhausted and starving, my parents' already fragile bodies could not withstand such injuries. The relentless sun and continued travel caused their wounds to fester, and they suffered from high fevers for several days, rendering the medicine I provided ineffective. In just a few days, they departed from this world. At that time, we were merely half a day's journey from Dongluo City. I looked at the various colored military flags hanging at the city gate, recognizing that the flag of the soldiers who took Shuriwa was red. The army's destination was Chinchuan. That night, the general kept me in the main tent. The north wind howled outside, reminiscent of distant wolves' howls, seeming both far away and close at hand. When I awakened the following day, he was no longer by my side. I rose to retrieve the garments placed beside my bed when a young maid entered. She knelt before me, extending her hand to take the clothes. "Miss Ning, I have come to assist you with your attire." Hearing that familiar voice, I lifted her chin and, as expected, found an unfamiliar and unattractive face. But I felt the scar on her chin. It was her. Mo Yen had come to Chinchuan with me. Aware of my quest for vengeance, she had resolutely followed me. Whining, "We have relied on each other for so long. How could I let you go alone?" The unfamiliar face before me reminded me of that snowy night when I carried her, bloodied, back to the medical hall. The innocent girl from that time had now grown capable and resourceful, able to disguise herself and infiltrate the military camp to protect me under a different, less conspicuous identity. "You have done remarkably well, Mo Yen." I smiled at her, and she lifted her head, a glimmer of brilliance shining in her eyes. Over the years, she had become increasingly adept in her skills. I donned my clothes and led her out of the tent. The guards outside lowered their heads and greeted me as Miss Ning. I understood that this was merely the prelude to the general's intention to bring me into the inner courtyard. Unfortunately, he would not have the chance to see that day. I became the general's new favorite, attending to him daily. On the 3rd day of serving the general, Lady Bai paid me a visit. I was in my tent, perusing military texts acquired from the general, when a woman entered. Unlike my red attire adorned with jewels, she wore a plain white garment, her long hair pinned up with a silver hairpin, presenting an unadorned yet captivating presence. I raised my eyes to regard her but remained reclined in my chair, making no effort to rise. Noticing my demeanor, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I was unaware that my sister possessed such a carefree disposition. With that, she seated herself in the primary position within the tent, evidently establishing her authority. I set aside my book, intrigued, and observed her. Indeed, She was an uncommon beauty. Her simple attire accentuated her delicate allure, evoking sympathy. Yet her demeanor was undeniably formidable. I recalled that Mo Yen had mentioned a concubine of the general, surnamed Bai, who had been brought from the manor. The general's courtyard was clean, devoid of a legitimate wife, but home to 3 stunning concubines. The fact that the general had chosen to bring her along spoke volumes of her cunning nature. Upon meeting her, I confirmed her reputation. Though she appeared pure and innocent, she concealed considerable guile. I wondered what Lady Bai sought in her visit today. Sister, do not misunderstand. I merely heard last night that the general has acquired a beauty of unparalleled grace, and I came to indulge my eyes. Indeed, the rumors do not disappoint. I smiled and raised the military text in my hands. If Lady Bai has finished her inspection, then I must kindly ask you to take your leave. No sooner had I spoken than a maid beside Lady Bai exclaimed angrily, "How dare you? You are merely a newcomer serving the general. How can you disregard etiquette before the lady? It is truly laughable that you think yourself worthy." I glanced at her, and to my surprise, Lady Bai remained composed, showing no signs of anger. "I've been in service to the general for too long. I am unwell. Lady Bai, please excuse me." Upon hearing this, Lady Bai's perpetually smiling countenance finally shifted, though she quickly restored her smile. It seemed I would need to be cautious around her. My encounter with Lady Bai had been contentious, and true to form, the general did not seek me out that night, likely having gone to appease her. Thus, I spent several days in the military camp, and Lady Bai did not trouble me again. However, Mo Yen informed me that Lady Bai had sent someone back to Dongluo City. This concubine was indeed clever, opting to investigate my background first. She could uncover my details, but not Shuri's, as the few refugees who perished during our escape would have gone unnoticed. During my days here, I had secretly searched the entire military camp but found no trace of Shuri. Although I had prepared myself for the possibility that she might have been killed, the reality of searching face after face without finding hers deepened my despair. Having been taken by the general, her beauty would have made her one of his favored. And within the camp, the only person who might threaten her position would be another woman. I resolved to meet this Lady Bai. That night, Mo Yen hurriedly informed me, "Miss, Anshin has been captured by Lady Bai." I abruptly sat up, gripping the military manual tightly in my hands, the murderous intent in my eyes betraying no hint of disguise. This Lady Bai possesses some cunning, having brought the person directly here. I must devise a way to ensure that Aunt Shin returns safely. Before arriving in Qinchuan, I had lived in Dongluo City for 3 years, where Aunt Shin was my neighbor. I knew she feared I might act rashly. After the death of my parents, I had contemplated seeking out Shiryu in Qinchuan, but each time, Aunt Shin dissuaded me. "Huan Ning, you cannot venture to Qinchuan alone. Regardless of whether you find Shiryu, the perils of the journey are beyond your endurance. Moreover, retrieving Shiryu from the general is not a simple task. You should wait for the general to return. Perhaps Shiryu will come back with him." I waited endlessly, yet their return remained elusive. Thus, I began preparing to journey to Qinchuan on my own. I immersed myself in medicine, martial arts, music, dance, disguise, and any skill that might aid me. I then resolved to use my celestial beauty to glean information regarding General Cheng. Thus, a new courtesan, one who sold her art but not her body, graced the halls of Qingfeng Tower, making but a single appearance each month. This monthly reveal ignited a fervor among the esteemed nobles of Dongluo City, sparking fierce competition for my attention. From snippets of conversation, I pieced together the true reason for the general's journey to Qinchuan. It turned out he was not there to suppress the Wissa tribe. Rather, his growing power had incited envy, and he had fallen from favor with the emperor, leading to his deployment to the border, a euphemistic exile. A general, once illuminated by glory, began to succumb to arrogance, corruption, and desire. The imperial authorities served as a warning. Yet he remained oblivious, believing his efforts warranted a noble fate. He was gravely mistaken. The position of general was not solely his to occupy. Others could claim it as well. Should the emperor spare him, there would be those who would not hesitate to strike. Chapter 47. The Poisonous Beauty, Part 3. Lady Bai had confined Aunt Shun within the military camp, ensuring she would not divulge any information regarding Shiryu. The only leverage against me resided in my past at Qingfeng Tower. Until the banquet, when Lady Bai suddenly stood to toast me, I realized she intended to expose my history before all. "The general has recently acquired a new companion. Your sister is truly a vision of celestial beauty. I must toast her. Yet one wonders how she came to Qinchuan. Did she not once reside in Dongluo City? Such a fine place. And yet she abandoned it? As her words fell, the gazes of several vice-generals turned toward me, including that of the general himself. I raised my cup and stood, directing a toast toward Lady Bai, downing the drink before kneeling at the center of the tent. General, I am not from Dongluo City. Upon hearing this, the general, seated at the head, glanced at me with a frown. The onlookers watched with keen interest, their eyes darting between Lady Bai and me. I caught a glimpse of triumph on Lady Bai's face. She likely believed I would fabricate my background. However, with Anshin present, any lie would be easily unraveled, and my fate would surely be dire. Yet I spoke the truth. I hail from a small border town, where a 3-year drought left us with nothing, prompting my journey to Dongluo City for survival. Along the way, I lost my parents, leaving me utterly alone. In Dongluo City, I found myself desperate, eventually entering a brothel, though I only sold my art, not my body. As I spoke, I lifted my gaze, tears welling in my eyes, looking at the general with a pleading and pitiful expression. Though I have entered a brothel, I remain pure. After years of hardship, I redeemed myself and returned to my hometown. To be favored by the general is a blessing for me. I did not intend to conceal my past, but feared being cast out from the military camp. My voice trembled, laden with sorrow. The vice-generals remained silent, perhaps taken aback by my honesty, or perhaps looking down upon someone from a brothel. Lady Bai, too, appeared astonished, having not anticipated my candidness, which rendered her scheme moot. She had hoped to tarnish my reputation through my association with the brothel, but now I had spoken out first. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she rose to speak. General, how could a courtesan be worthy of serving you? One cannot discern whether her claim of selling art is genuine. What if she were to contract a disease from the brothel? Her words ignited murmurs among the men present. Indeed, could a woman truly sell her art without selling her body in such a place? I suspect she arrived in Qinchuan out of desperation. What a shameless woman. Brought to the general's side, whoever fetched her must not value their life. I lowered my head, listening to the gossip around me. Yet I noticed the smug smile on Lady Bai's lips. I paid little mind to the chatter, only calling out with a quivering voice, General. The commotion on stage halted as he approached me, kneeling to help me rise, wrapping his arm around my waist. Huan Ning, I appreciate your honesty. He gazed into my eyes, filled with depth and a hint of compassion, showing no sign of skepticism. Anyone who beheld such tenderness would likely fall under his spell. Yet I knew he had investigated my background before Lady Bai's arrival. He was no fool. He addressed the crowd. I am already aware of Huan Ning's origins, and I assure you, I know well whether she is pure. As he held me close, more tears streamed down my face, realizing Lady Bai's plans had unraveled. In the following days, the general remained by my side, his demeanor growing more affectionate. Occasionally, his tent would host several vice-generals for drinks and conversation, and he made no attempt to exclude me. I served wine with a smile, eliciting joyful laughter from the men below. The beauty by the general's side is indeed a rare gem, surpassing even the palace concubines. I blushed, nestled comfortably against the general, while the men below exchanged lewd remarks. The general's fingers on my waist grew fervent, subtly parting my clothing as they ventured beneath. I quickly grasped his hand, looking up at him with a blush creeping onto my face. His gaze deepened, shadowed with an intensity one could not fathom. Huan Ning, you are truly a temptress, he whispered hotly in my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. I clung to his shoulder, exerting a bit of force to push him away. Yet he remained unmoving, compelling me to bury my face in his embrace. General, you jest. Seeing my evasive eyes brought him delight. He tightened his grip around my hand, intertwining our fingers as if to signify a bond unbreakable. I looked down at our clasped hands, a smile gracing my lips, wondering if he had once held my sister's hand in such a manner. That night, the general indulged in drink, retiring early without further tumult. I rose from the general's tent, where several soldiers were standing guard. Upon seeing me, they bowed and greeted me as Miss Whining. Feeling somewhat stifled, perhaps due to the wine I had consumed the previous night, I asked, "Do you know where the kitchen is?" I wished to prepare a hangover soup for the general. "Just walk straight ahead and turn left. The duty officers will guide you," they replied. "Thank you for your hard work." After a brief exchange, I departed. The kitchen was located at a corner of the camp, adjacent to the back mountain. As I made my way there, I inadvertently wandered onto the mountain. It was pitch dark, and I relied on the faint light from the camp to navigate. As I walked, I stumbled over something. Crouching down, I felt a fabric reminiscent of the sheer garment I had once worn. Just as confusion set in, I heard the sound of galloping hooves approaching. "What are you doing?" The voice grew closer, and the flickering light behind me expanded, illuminating my surroundings. In that moment, I realized I had touched the lifeless body of a woman. Her eyes wide open, blood trickling from the corners of her eyes and mouth. I recognized her as the woman who had tearfully thanked the general that very night. When I awoke again, I found myself lying in bed, and a maid hurriedly exited upon noticing I was awake. "General, Miss Whining has regained consciousness." The sound of footsteps filled the area outside the tent as the general and the military doctor entered. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of overt emotion, though he frowned slightly upon seeing me. "There is no serious issue. With timely medication, you will recover," he said. "Understood. You may leave now." The general interrupted the doctor before he could finish, and everyone in the tent promptly dispersed. Chapter 48. The Poisonous Beauty, Part 4. As I attempted to rise, the general pressed me back down. "You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." His warm hand enveloped mine, his dark eyes fixated on me, unwavering. "Is there something on my face?" I asked, feeling self-conscious under his intense gaze. I reached up to touch my face. His somber expression softened as he lazily grasped both of my hands before asking, "What were you doing?" Confused, I furrowed my brow, recalling the deceased woman I had encountered. Lowering my head in a flurry of anxiety, I tried to withdraw my hands, but he held them tightly, rendering me immobile. "I intended to make you a hangover soup that night, but somehow I ended up there." I saw a woman who was dead, her face covered in blood. As I spoke, fear gripped me, and my eyes brimmed with tears as I frantically shook my head, desperate to banish the horrific image from my mind. Yet the crimson hue seemed to deepen in my vision. "General, I am frightened. Will I end up like her?" The man before me paused, then enveloped me in his arms. "You will not, Whining. Do not be afraid. Everything will be fine." My tears soaked his collar as he held me until exhaustion overcame me, and I fell asleep. In a daze, I seemed to hear him conversing with someone. "Are you certain? Is she truly pregnant?" "General, I have practiced medicine for 20 years. I would not make a mistake." "Miss Whining's pulse indeed indicates pregnancy." The deep voice fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "Understood. You may leave." "Who is pregnant?" "Am I pregnant?" I felt a smile creeping onto my lips. The general had been particularly kind to me these past few days, likely due to the doctor's revelation, though he had not mentioned it to me, so I feigned ignorance. I could see the affection in his eyes, a tenderness that had not been there before. The general, who once delighted in pouring wine for me, had recently refrained from doing so. Snuggling closer, I purred, "General, I wish to taste the new grape wine you have acquired. I have yet to try it." I looked up at him, batting my eyelashes. He set down his wineglass, gazing at me, and suddenly pressed his lips against mine. The fragrance of grapes filled my mouth, mingling with the unique scent of the man before me. "You are not to drink wine. Only grape juice is permitted." With that, he personally poured me a glass of grape juice and held it to my lips. I stared at him in astonishment. The general seemed different. Perhaps he had developed a fondness for me. This was fortuitous, bringing me a step closer to my ultimate goal. I placed my hand on my stomach, a silent smile gracing my lips. The concoction prepared by Moyen had indeed deceived the doctor. After all, how could a physician accustomed to camp life discern the subtle differences in the signs of a false pregnancy? It appeared that because the general believed he had fathered a child, he was increasingly indulgent with me. Yet, was he not merely a means to my end? Recently, the soldiers and officials in the camp no longer called me Miss Ning. They began addressing me as Madam. Though I was unsure of what that entailed, did it imply I was the general's wife? Bai Eunyoung's jealousy grew as she began to hurl insults my way, insinuating I was a seductress from a brothel who had ensnared the general. One day, unable to contain himself, Moyen retorted, "Is our madam's precious body something you can defame so easily? Besides, our madam has spoken, and yet you fall silent." "Moyen, return," I said, turning to leave. That night, someone relayed the news of my pregnancy to her, and she could not remain still. A few days later, Bai Eunyoung hosted a banquet, inviting me and the general to grace the occasion, claiming that a group of exotic beauties had arrived at the camp and wished to showcase them. It was evident she sought to divert attention from her waning favor by bringing in others. I observed the captivating women dancing in the hall, then glanced at Bai Inyang, wondering how she felt sending other women to her husband's bed. General, I toast you, she said, raising her glass, taking a sip before approaching me and raising her glass towards me. Sister, I toast you as well. You are truly fortunate. We shall serve the general together in the future. I smiled in response. If I err in any way, I hope sister will offer guidance. Our glasses clinked in the air, and we both drank deeply. I was acutely aware that her wine was poisoned. Days earlier, Moyen had informed me that she sent someone to the city for various herbs, claiming it was for treating typhoid, but among them were combinations that could induce dizziness, vomiting, and potentially even death in excessive amounts. Having studied medicine in Donluo City, I was not easily fooled. Thus, I discreetly added an antidote to my own glass, ensuring that a few drops splashed into her drink as our glasses collided. The amount I used would be sufficient to keep her safe. However, she would never suspect that she had poisoned herself, just as I had taken precautions for myself. The banquet concluded chaotically, as both Bai Inyang and I felt unwell. Moyen assisted me back, and I discovered I was bleeding. When the general and the military doctor arrived, my bed was already stained crimson. The general held me tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. Doctor, I command you to ensure this child survives. The subsequent conversation became a blur, and when I awoke again, I found the general seated by my bedside, with Bai Inyang kneeling beside me, tears streaming down her face. General, it is truly not I who has committed such an act. How could I ever harm your child? Even if I were granted 1,000 lives, I would not dare. Lady Bai knelt upon the ground, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her tears cascading down like pearls strung loose. When I awoke, this was the scene that met my eyes, and I felt my heart almost soften. Yet the general merely furrowed his brow, and upon seeing me awake, inquired with concern. Whining, do you still feel unwell? He assisted me in rising and recounted the events of the night. As the principal instigator, how could I be unaware? The poison in Lady Bai's wine had indeed been applied by my own hand, but it served as her evidence of malice against me. Within her tent, a multitude of medicinal herbs and powdered poison had been discovered. Of course, Mo Yen had visited and mixed in some additional substances. Lady Bai found herself at a loss for words. Sister, you have no grievances with me. Why would you seek to poison me and my child? I feigned shock as I questioned her. She gazed at my face, as if struck by a thought, and in a frenzy, attempted to grasp at me. It is you. You vile wretch who has accused me. That poison was not my doing. It was not me. The general intervened, blocking her frenzied actions and forcefully pushing her away. Someone, take her out. Whining, you wretched creature. Why have you ensnared me? Lady Bai was dragged away, her voice resembling that of a vengeful spirit. I clasped the general's hand and gently spoke. General, I have not slandered Lady Bai. I do not comprehend why she would poison me. I am so frightened. The general tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes and patted my head, saying, Do not fear. I am here. Yet within his gaze, there was a hint of doubt. Chapter 49, The Poisonous Beauty, Part 5. Lady Bai was confined, placed under house arrest within the tent. Although I had been poisoned, after a few days of recuperation, my health gradually improved, and the child within me remained. Additionally, those around me treated me with heightened respect. I spent my days beside the general, requesting his company to watch horse races one day, and asking him to take me to observe military drills the next. Recently, I had even implored him to take me to witness a beast show. This was sparked by overhearing a few soldiers mention the name Shuriwa, the first time I had heard anything about her since arriving at the military camp. I hear the general is quite fond of that whining girl. How long do you think she can remain by his side? I reckon at most 2 months. That young lady will likely. I believe the girl possesses courage. Perhaps longer than that something month from before. You mean Shuriwa? She has been here for several months. During that time, the general was fond of beast fighting. It was in a moment of impulse that she was injured. Perhaps she might stay even longer. As they continued their conversation, I could scarcely hear their words. My body trembled uncontrollably, and warmth trickled down my face. Upon hearing that name, I lost all composure. The name echoed incessantly in my mind, my sister, the sibling I had not heard from in 3 long years since fleeing to Donluo City. Seeing my interest in the beast show, the general consented and arranged for the preparations. My face lit up with joy as I endeavored to amuse the general, yet inwardly, my heart brimmed with hatred and murderous intent. I was determined to see how this beast troop and the military camp played their games. During the days when the beast stage was being constructed, I often went to watch, where many cages held various wild beasts. I would cautiously approach, only to flee back into the general's embrace, trembling in fright. The general would always wrap his arm around my shoulders and pat my head, reassuring me. What is there to fear? I am here. Nothing can harm you. In the following days, when the general was occupied with duties, I ventured there alone. In the troop, I noticed a few girls slightly younger than myself, likely sold into this life due to their family's poverty. When I visited, I would quietly bring them some snacks. And soon they were willing to converse with me, their faces pale and drawn, reflecting the hardships they had endured. One day, while observing the lions, I inadvertently struck up a conversation with them. Is it true that during your performances, the lions sometimes become uncontrollable? Such occurrences are rare. This lion has been raised since childhood and typically does not easily become enraged. But I heard that it once injured a girl. There was such an incident. One girl whispered as she cautiously approached, glancing around before continuing. That girl was once the general's woman. On the day of our performance, the general appeared quite pleased. Perhaps he had drunk too much. They tossed several captives into the lion's cage, and the lion did not react. A few onlookers suggested putting in the general's beauty to see if the lion preferred women. The general waved his hand and had her thrown in. Suddenly, the lion became furious, tearing her apart. I heard her body was left in pieces. As I listened to the murmurs around me, my heart sank deeper, my body growing weak. I gripped the iron bars of the cage tightly to steady myself. Noticing my silence, the girl beside me looked at me with concern. Are you alright? I opened my mouth, but my throat emitted only a hoarse sound, unable to voice my thoughts. She was likely speaking of Shuriwa, the woman who had been harmed by beasts in the military camp. She was the only one I had managed to glean information about during my inquiries. My fists clenched tightly, my gaze fixed on the resting lion, my murderous intent steadily rising. The beast show stage was erected swiftly. The general chose a bright sunny day to summon most of the soldiers to experience the spectacle. The opening acts feature monkeys and rabbits, mere appetizers. I sat beside the general, lazily indulging in lychees and grapes that had traveled 1,000 miles, awaiting the main event. The general, seated next to me, let his fingers glide through my hair, a rare silence enveloping him as he occasionally glanced my way. I pretended not to notice his unusual demeanor, maintaining my fade of delicate innocence as I offered him peeled lychees and grapes, yet he did not partake. Huanink. I hear you are quite fond of the lion from the troop? He suddenly inquired, his voice devoid of warmth, leaving me uncertain of his true emotions.
He was testing me.
Perhaps my inquiries regarding Shuriwa in the troop and military camp had been too hasty, but I quickly steadied my resolve. Our connection, aside from Aunt Shin, remained unknown to others. During our flight from disaster, Shuriwa and I had initially disguised ourselves as boys, fearing someone might take notice. I, along with a few other children, had paved the way while Shuriwa, being younger and Frylia, had eventually cast aside her disguise. Yet aside from our neighbor Aunt Shin, no one knew I was a girl. They only believed Shuriwa had an older brother, when in truth, I was her sister. These truths could not be uncovered even if they turned Dongluo City upside down. I do not like it, I pouted, wrapping my arms around his neck. I heard that lion devoured your woman. I am afraid. I gazed up at him, tears glistening in my eyes. He studied my expression for a long while before pulling me into his embrace. Is that truly all there is to it? My face pressed against his chest, obscuring his expression, yet I discerned the unspoken words and a hint of anger within him. I curled my lips in a sardonic smile, certainly not merely that. The lion had slain my sister, and the true culprit held me in his embrace. The lion was a beast, and the man cradling me was no better. It was not just that. The lion had devoured someone named Shuriwa, whom I recognized as she had once stolen my food while fleeing.
Oh.
He pulled me from his embrace, regarding me with keen interest, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a plaything, much like the lion had with my sister. Indeed, I had grown to despise her. Her parents were ailing, and she seemed to have a brother, yet she dared to snatch my sustenance when I could scarcely feed myself. Initially, I had felt pity for her during our flight, even aiding her a few times, but when she began to steal and rob, my fondness vanished. He listened as I spoke, seemingly lost in thought, a fleeting profundity flickering in his eyes. What could he be recalling? Perhaps that youthful, beautiful maiden. Or merely a woman who fell prey to a savage beast. Suddenly, the general chuckled, gently peeling a lychee and tenderly placing it in my mouth, and whining. Those we disdain deserve death. Indeed, the person I loathed most was you. You are the one who deserves it. As the lion ascended the stage, the audience erupted in cheers, mirroring the previous occasion, tossing several captives into the arena. This time they even hurled a few women and children. Yet the lion refrained from tearing them apart. Witnessing each individual emerge unscathed from the cage only deepened the weight in my heart. Thus, my sister's death was no mere coincidence. Someone had orchestrated it deliberately. Surely, someone had placed something upon her that incited the lion's fury, resulting in her demise. Most likely, it was Lady Bai who had ensnared her. Today, during the beast performance in the camp, Lady Bai had somehow persuaded the general to allow her presence. I locked eyes with her from a distance. Clad in white, her rage was unmistakable despite her attempts to conceal it. Upon withdrawing my gaze, I noticed the general had been watching me intently for some time. He toyed with his dagger, a half-smile gracing his lips. Whining, I dislike those who lie. General, I have never spoken falsehoods. My loyalty to you is unwavering. I began, but before I could finish, an arrow suddenly shot from the distance, aimed directly at him. He had been pointing the dagger at my throat, but, in a split second, deflected the arrow with his blade. Yet, to my dismay, a second arrow swiftly followed. I lunged forward, pushing him. General. In that instant, the arrow pierced my left shoulder, an excruciating pain coursing through me, nearly rendering me unconscious. Blood gushed forth, and I saw the arrow's tip embedded in me, having also struck the general's shoulder. Our blood mingled, staining my light-colored attire. General, I love you. I managed to smile weakly as I uttered this before succumbing to darkness. In my daze, I heard shouts for a physician, powerful arms lifting me, my blood seemingly unstoppable. Not only from my shoulder but also pooling beneath me. I heard the general's anxious voice calling out to me, yet gradually, his words became indistinct. When I awoke, I found myself on the general's bed, a figure leaning beside me, his scarred jaw evoking a sense of dread. Pain radiated from my shoulder, prompting a soft gasp from my lips. Whining, you're awake? The general, weary yet filled with concern, gazed at me. It was the first time I had seen him in such a state, bloodshot eyes and dark circles beneath, indicating he had remained by my side for days. I reached out to touch his face, the stubble on his chin pricking my palm. Each detail revealed his care for me. It seemed he had no doubts left. But, General, your concern signifies your defeat. Whining, once I bring you back to the capital, we shall have our own children. General? Children? What children? I feigned confusion, my eyes reflecting bewilderment. Upon seeing my reaction, he pulled me close, holding me tightly. I could only scoff internally. Children? He was unworthy of such a legacy. Due to my ailment, the general had neglected military affairs for several days. Upon my awakening, he hurried to confer with his deputies regarding the recent attacks and the assassination attempt. The arrow that day had been shot by Mo Yen. She had discerned military movements, aware of the impending unrest in Wusu, and seized this opportunity to fire the arrow, which would conveniently be blamed on Wusu. The general's guards had increased, yet I found myself moving more freely within the camp. Mo Yen soon gathered information. Unrest along the border indicated that Wusu would act swiftly. I remained within the general's tent, passing the time idly. He consistently carved out moments to accompany me, tending to my wounds. However, my shoulder's injury showed little improvement, likely exacerbated by the changing weather, frequently reopening. Yet, he diligently wiped the blood from my shoulder, cleaning and dressing the wound. Each night, he held me close while sleeping, mindful of my injury, but his own fatigue was increasingly evident. The dark circles under his eyes deepened, and whenever desire flickered in his gaze, he would immediately retreat to bathe in cold water. Observing his condition, I noticed the bruises on his hands as well. Concerned for his well-being, I summoned the physician, who assured me it was merely fatigue and nothing serious, prescribing soothing herbal remedies. On the 7th day of changing my dressings, he cradled me, yet his eyes held a profound depth. As he gently laid me down, I could not suppress a pained cry. Whining, are you alright? Is it bleeding again? He hurriedly propped me up to examine my wound, the freshly wrapped bandage indeed tinged with red. The emotion in his eyes turned to guilt. Whining, it is my fault for allowing you to suffer. Once we return to the capital, I shall marry you. He grasped my hand, gazing at me earnestly, uttering words that stirred my heart. I feigned shyness, burying my face in his embrace, and replied, "Very well, General, I shall await you." Not to await his marriage proposal, but rather his demise. He turned to the adjacent tent to prepare for his bath, but today Lady Bai awaited him there. She was not summoned by me. She would naturally keep a close watch on our movements. Given that the general bathed daily, she surely deduced the reason. Today presented a fitting opportunity, for it was her birthday. Mo Yen quietly approached me, whispering in my ear, "It's done." I merely smiled, a familiar fragrance wafting through the air, one I recognized all too well, reminiscent of the night I first encountered the general. However, this time it was not my scent, but rather that of Lady Bai. The night was thick, yet the room was filled with allure. The flickering candlelight illuminated the tent as if it were day, casting a glow upon the generals clad in silver and black armor. The general had fainted. At the moment Lady Bai called out, her attire was still askew. Yet she could no longer afford to ponder, for the general had succumbed to unconsciousness in her presence. When the camp's physician hastily arrived, I was assisted by Mo Yen into the chamber. "This poison is exceedingly insidious," the physician declared, shaking his head at the gathered officers. Upon hearing this, several commanders rose in protest, demanding to know how the general, who had exhibited no symptoms of poisoning until now, could suddenly be in such a dire state. Who could have poisoned him? The general has always been robust, merely fatigued of late. What poison could be so potent as to incapacitate him? "Lady Bai, you must speak." Vice Commander Chen regarded her gravely. At the time of the general's collapse, she was the sole companion present. Lady Bai knelt beside the bed, weeping inconsolably, her attire disheveled. She was oblivious to the reason for the general's sudden fainting, yet dared not confess, for she had indeed tampered with matters within the room, having surreptitiously introduced a powder into his water and lit a fragrant incense. Her intention had been to bridge the gap between them, fearing the general's lingering reservations might prevent him from sharing a bed with her, yet the outcome had taken an unforeseen turn. I approached the general, whose pallid visage lay upon the couch, hastily shedding a few tears in unison with Lady Bai. Chapter 51, The Poisonous Beauty, Part 7. Perhaps overwhelmed by guilt and fear, she failed to notice the smirk that was barely concealed at the corners of my mouth. The murmurs of the assembly crescendoed, ultimately directing their ire toward Lady Bai. The servants dispatched for a search soon uncovered traces of the powder in her tent. I feigned the resurgence of an old injury, collapsing in tears. The onlookers, filled with sympathy, urged the physician to attend to me. Meanwhile, Lady Bai was besieged by accusations, ultimately dragged away by the vice commander to join the captives. Before dawn, I awoke in the general's tent, where the candles still flickered brightly, though an unspoken understanding hung in the air as everyone awaited to bid farewell to the general. At that moment, the horn of the Uru tribe resounded, signaling an attack. Though the situation was frantic, the previous day's military arrangements had been meticulously planned, and Vice Commander Chen promptly led the troops into battle. Observing him rally the soldiers with the demeanor of a general, I mused that if General Cheng were capable of holding such a position, then others too could aspire to it. The camp was now sparsely populated. I entered with Mo Yen, and upon seeing me, the physician waved his hand, leading the soldiers away. He likely wished to afford me a final moment with the general. Oblivious to the fact that I was the architect of this calamity, I settled beside the general's bed, retrieving a silver needle from my sleeve and inserting it into the acupoint on the back of his hand. In mere moments, he stirred awake, his eyes weakly opening to meet mine, as if he wished to speak, yet realized he could not control his body, rendered utterly immobile. Fear gradually filled his gaze, mingled with confusion and embarrassment. "General, do not attempt to move. You are powerless," I cautioned him. His dark eyes flickered toward me, now imbued with a cold reproach and a veiled menace. "You have been poisoned. The physician claims there is no remedy. This night, you are likely to perish." Upon hearing this, the silver needle in my hand trembled involuntarily, though only for a fleeting moment before it stilled. I leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Indeed, the poison was my doing." The malice in his eyes could no longer be concealed, resembling a pack of wolves poised to pounce upon me. "Do you remember Shuriwa? The child you snatched from the refugee camp?" My grip on the needle tightened, driving it deeper. "You merely pointed her out and condemned her parents to death outside the city, leaving her sister without a home." As I spoke, my vision blurred, and my nose prickled with unshed tears. I thrust the needle deeper, and blood began to flow profusely from the wound, slowly seeping from the corners of his mouth as well. How commendable of you to avoid letting the physician witness my body, tending to my wounds daily. Yet the salve is laced with poison you could never fathom. General, you have lost. His eyes widened in terror, a reflection of sheer dread.
Oh.
And I forgot to mention, I am not pregnant. I merely took a few measures. Your physician's skills are lacking, insufficient to discern the signs of pregnancy. A man like you is unworthy of fatherhood. As the blood continued to pool, staining the bed and darkening his attire, I watched his breath weaken. His gaze toward me filled with hatred and fear. I withdrew the bloodied needle, wiping it upon his robes before stowing it away.
Montakian.
Go inform the physician that the general has coughed up blood and needs to be examined. Several physicians rushed into the general's tent, yet they bowed their heads in silence. Exiting the tent, I felt the moistness in my eyes. Shiriwa, did you witness this? Sister has succeeded. Seizing the moment while those remaining in the tent hastened to the general's side, I sought out Lady Bai. She sat in a cage, covered in filth. Her once pristine white garments now soiled beyond recognition, no longer resembling the figure I had first encountered, emerging from the mud untainted. Lady Bai, I softly called. And upon recognizing me, she grinned broadly. Huaning, you truly possess cunning. That night I was utterly oblivious. I merely used an aphrodisiac. Yet it cost the general his life. You are intimate with him daily. It was you who poisoned him. Huaning. You killed the general. She laughed and cried in a frenzied manner. I gazed down at her. Yes, I was the one who administered the poison. He tended to my wounds, cleansing them daily. Yet my injury refuses to heal due to the poison I applied. I consume the antidote daily without issue, but he is not so fortunate. The incense and his desires were merely triggers for the poison, and at the moment of eruption, he lay upon you, did he not? You accuse me? Yet who would believe you? They would merely think you are slandering me. My expression grew colder, my voice laced with venom. Now, I must also take your life. Can you guess why? Lady Bai appeared bewildered, her thoughts racing as she recounted her past deeds against me. I sought to expose your origins and spoke ill of you, vying for the general's affection. I brandished a torch, leading the way while Mo Yen pushed Lady Bai behind me. She prattled incessantly, answering my inquiries and hurling insults, interspersed with pleas for mercy. Huaning, I was wrong. Please spare me, I beg you. I scoffed. Lady Bai, do you truly comprehend where you went astray? Do you understand why I seek to end your life? It is not merely because of your animosity toward me, but because you murdered Shiriwa. I turned to face her, gripping her chin to compel her gaze into mine. You erred in killing my sister Shiriwa in your quest for favor. As I uttered these words, a flicker of contemplation crossed her face, swiftly followed by raucous laughter. Isn't she just that refugee you brought along? Merely a pretty face, having captured the General SI. While I remained unseen for 2 months, she spat with malice, just a lowly wretch, feigning pity for whom? The General has a peculiar taste. I had only made minor adjustments to her clothing, and during the beast performance, I incited the crowd to toss her into the cage, and the General permitted it. She was immediately torn to shreds. You cannot imagine the sight. The blood was so vividly red, it was truly splendid. I struck her across the face, my eyes ablaze with uncontainable hatred and intent to kill. Very well, today I shall grant you a death akin to hers. She laughed increasingly maniacally. I told you. She is scheming. Yet none of you believed me. We 3 traversed the night, passing several soldiers who seemed to glance right through me, saluting before moving on. They were aware that Lady Bai was the murderer of the General. As the General's favored concubine, it was only natural for me to punish Lady Bai. But my intent was not merely punishment. I sought her death. I approached the tent where the beast performance troupe resided, the lion not far from the encampment. As we neared, Mo Yen hastily stuffed a pill into Lady Bai's mouth, rendering her voiceless instantly. She looked at me, terror and panic evident in her eyes. I splashed some blood upon her and tossed her into the enclosure. She pounded on the cage in a frenzy, yet no sound escaped her lips. I watched as the lion tore into her, her blood staining the earth beneath my feet. I imagined that by next year, this patch of grass would flourish even more. As dawn began to break, Mo Yen and I silently departed from the military camp. I galloped along the dust-laden path, faint echoes of battle drifting from afar. My conflict was concluded, and soon I would embrace a new life. Chapter 52. The Cuckoo Occupies the Magpie's Nest, Part 1. I had been by Miss Zhang's side since the age of 12, teaching her how to curry favor with her father and evade the subtle daggers of her stepmother and half-sister. Our bond deepened, to the point where I acquiesced to her tearful plea to don a human skin mask and marry into the general's household. However, after 5 years as the general's wife, she returned to me, weeping, adamant that she had been drugged, waking to find herself in my likeness, abandoned in the wilderness, her life hanging by a thread. I beheld the exquisite woman before me, sobbing inconsolably. My in-laws, my parents, my husband, appeared stricken, glancing between her and me, speechless. I understood their astonishment. This striking woman resembled me exactly. Yet, I was colder in nature, perhaps lacking the softness that endeared her to others. I remained seated, raising my gaze to my husband, the newly appointed General of the North. General, whom have you wed, Miss Jiang or your wife? He surveyed me, then the woman standing on the floor, mirroring my appearance. His face darkening, rendered mute. After a moment, he continued to glance between us, unable to voice his thoughts. I smiled slightly, understanding that she was an interloper, occupying a momentary advantage, but not one that could endure. I extended my hand to the woman. The potion, please. It is time for us to switch. She ceased her sobbing, regarded me with a glance, then lowered her gaze and stepped forward, handing me the vial. I opened the porcelain bottle, the crimson liquid resembling blood. I poured it into my hands, rubbed them together, and applied it to my face. Soon, I heard gasps from those in the hall. I knew the potion was taking effect, and my mask fell away. I commanded a maidservant to fetch a copper mirror, and upon glancing down, I saw no longer a beauty, but a visage plain and unremarkable. 5 years later, I was returned to my true form, a mere maidservant. The woman standing on the ground was the rightful bride of the General of the North, Miss Jiang, while I was merely her personal maid. When I first came to her side, we were both 12. She was a delicate young lady of the gentry, while I was a destitute orphan. Our circumstances could not have been more disparate. At that time, the legitimate wife of the Jiang family had fallen from grace, and she and her mother were being oppressed by her stepmother and half-sister, unable to lift their heads. It was rumored that the General of the North sought a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, with only 2 daughters. The Jiang family was at the mercy of the powerful general. Whichever daughter he married would elevate her mother's standing in the family. Although she was a legitimate daughter, her mother was weak and less favored than her stepmother, who consistently undermined her, much like a royal consort might find herself in a cold palace. As her maidservant, I was naturally intertwined with her fate. Moreover, witnessing her being bullied, her demeanor perpetually timid, stirred my heart with sympathy. I taught her how to appear clever and kind before her father, how to subtly advocate for her mother, and how to guard her heart against the overt and covert attacks from her stepmother and half-sister. She was inherently intelligent, and my teachings allowed her to think critically. Within a year, not only was she cherished like a prized jewel, but we also schemed together to turn the tables on her stepmother. I took great comfort in knowing that my young mistress was establishing herself within the household, making my own existence as a maidservant more bearable. Occasionally, she would inquire how I discerned the dark hearts of so many and taught her various cunning strategies to deceive the worldly Jiang patriarch. I would smile and say that I had fled from hardship and thus learned the harsh lessons of life. While she grew up in luxury, I had to navigate the bitter realities of existence. Together, we engaged in the clandestine battles of the household, our bond transcending the ordinary. Her stepmother was now firmly under our control, unable to stir trouble. We had suffered little, for her stepmother was merely seeking power within the household, a far cry from my indifference to such trivial gains. My final confrontation occurred when her stepmother attempted to lure me to her side with promises of silver, hoping to sway my allegiance. Naturally, I refused. My ambition lay in following my mistress into the general's household. Such petty temptations held no allure for me. However, her stepmother, still wielding influence, grew furious at my defiance and, taking advantage of my mistress's absence, ordered her servants to beat me. A chill ran through me, fearing for my life that day. Just as I was about to succumb to my injuries, my mistress returned. I still recall how, in her urgency, she had no time to scold the servants, throwing herself upon me to shield me from the blows. The servants were taken aback, their strikes landing upon her head, blood streaming down, nearly marring her beautiful face. A lady of high birth being assaulted by servants, instigated by her stepmother, would surely become a scandal. Upon hearing the commotion, The Jiang patriarch was incensed, and with my mistress's tear-streaked face and my veiled accusations, her stepmother faced total defeat. My mistress was secured a match with the general of the north, a matter as solid as a rock. I lay on the servant's bed, nursing my battered body. My mistress, eyes swollen from crying, brought me a bowl of medicinal soup she had prepared herself, insisting on feeding me. I could not refuse her. Watching her shed tears of concern for me warmed my heart. Few would leap to shield me from harm. I held her hand, silently vowing that regardless of whether her act was one of genuine compassion or a strategic ploy against her stepmother, from that day forth, I would treat her with unwavering sincerity. I reflected that no memory could warm me as much as that day. With the overthrow of her stepmother and the imminent marriage to the general, two great joys unfolded simultaneously, lifting her spirits immensely. With her adversary gone, she no longer had to fear harm, allowing her to revel in the beauty of the season, wandering freely, unlike before when she was confined within the household. The Jiang patriarch, concerned for her near disfigurement, was no longer overly strict with her. Among all, I was the only one to advise her that soon she would marry, and she could not afford to be willfully absent. Yet she, having suffered such oppression, found it difficult to restrain herself once granted freedom. After much persuasion from me, she chose to leave the house without me. As a mere maid, no matter how close I was to my mistress, the distinction between our statuses remained, and I could only remain silent. Fortunately, with the wedding date approaching, I thought she would soon settle down and marry after indulging in her whims for a few more days. In less than 2 months, the wedding day drew near. I was occupied with the myriad preparations for her marriage, leaving me little time to pay attention to her. I noticed her growing increasingly silent and emaciated. But I truly had no time to be concerned. In the span of 2 months, I overlooked her situation, and then calamity struck on the very eve of her wedding. Chapter 53. A Nest Occupied by Crows, Part 2. That day, I was busy sorting through her dowry late into the night, preparing for her marriage. She merely watched me in silence, pursing her lips without a word. Sensing something amiss, I approached her, and she fixed her gaze on me, dismissing everyone else. Her eyes reddened with emotion. After a long pause, she suddenly uttered a shocking declaration. She would not marry. I staggered, nearly losing my balance. Reflecting on her previous demeanor, the doubts I had harbored but dared not voice surfaced. "Do you have someone else in your heart?" She nodded and, without waiting for my inquiry, explained that the person was a scholar whom she had encountered by chance. In just a few months, they had pledged their lives to one another, vowing eternal love. I questioned her, pointing out that she was on the brink of marriage. What difference did it make if she had feelings for someone else? Her subsequent words thundered in my ears. "You shall marry in my stead." Her face flushed with a desperate resolve. She quickly outlined her plan. The scholar descended from a family of martial artists, and there were legends of a family heirloom, a human skin mask. She proposed that we swap identities. She had arranged for her likeness to be captured by the scholar, and now the mask was ready. If we donned it, we would exchange appearances. I would marry on her behalf, while she would flee to find the scholar. I placed my hand on my forehead, feeling a deep sense of concern for my mistress, who seemed utterly infatuated, her wits entirely lost. I implored her that she would be reduced to a concubine. Running away, without proper arrangements, would complicate her future marriage, making it impossible to secure a marriage contract. She dismissed my fears, declaring that true love needed no such documents. I further cautioned her that her beauty would be concealed beneath the mask, and once hidden away, she might find it impossible to reveal herself again. If recognized, her life would be irrevocably ruined. She smiled lightly, assuring me that the scholar loved her for who she was. I remained unconvinced, warning her that if the mask were to falter and fall away, we would both face dire consequences. She produced 2 delicate masks, as thin as gossamer, assuring me that they were fortified with a special elixir from the scholar's family, impervious to failure. Yet I was still reluctant. Suddenly, she knelt before me, tears streaming down her face, pleading for my assistance. She promised me the wealth and splendor of the general's household, asserting that all my efforts on her behalf were to escape the confines of servitude and become a lady in the general's residence.
Now,
she offered me the position of the legitimate wife outright.
I gaze deeply ahead.
She had once shielded me from harm, losing a tuft of hair in the process, and now, only a few sparse strands had regrown. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth, conceding, "I shall help you." She rejoiced, and I continued, word by word. I do this out of the bond of friendship that saved me. Otherwise, I possess my own pride. I would prefer to establish my roots as a maid in the general's household rather than living under the shadow of your name as a legitimate wife. That night, we sat together in tears until dawn broke. At daybreak, she packed her belongings and eloped with the scholar, while I entered the general's residence as the mistress. All rites of marriage, from the wedding ceremony to the bridal chamber, were performed in my stead. I transformed into the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the new mistress of the northern general's residence, while she became a maid who stole away with gold and silver. The general's household was sparsely populated, with only my husband as the sole heir. Yet, this heir turned out to be a debauched scion, spending his days listening to music, watching plays, and training birds of prey, much to my father-in-law's chagrin. It was rumored that before the crown prince was deposed, he had favored my husband as a potential son-in-law. Fortunately, this arrangement was made only shortly before the prince's downfall, and his only daughter passed away. In hindsight, it was a blessing that it did not come to fruition. Otherwise, the prince's son-in-law being a wastrel would have tarnished the prince's reputation and brought disgrace upon the general's household. Now that I was wed to him, I resolved to prevent him from continuing his reckless ways. Knowing he responded better to kindness than harshness, I endeavored to win his favor daily, learning the songs he adored and the plays he enjoyed. However, my attempts were laughable. My singing was so off-key that even the mockingbird in the courtyard outperformed me. I fed the birds he raised and trained the hawks he cherished, providing them with the best nourishment, and within months, those scraggly beasts became as plump as pigs. He noticed that someone in the household shared his interests, and he began to take an interest in me. However, my lack of musical talent caused him headaches. When sleep eluded him, he would rise to offer me pointers. I learned diligently and grasped quickly, and he gradually became more attentive, waking me before dawn to practice my voice. I nurtured his hawks until they were robust, which infuriated him, prompting him to insist that I exercise them daily until they slimmed down. Fearing for their welfare, he followed closely behind me, ensuring I did not harm them. Through our interactions, I grew increasingly close to him, and we began to share everything. I learned to prepare delightful meals and tell captivating stories, which made him increasingly fond of my company, resulting in him venturing out less frequently. This delighted the northern general and his wife, who praised me as a wonderful daughter-in-law. Each day, I regaled him with tales, from my harrowing escape to the royal secrets whispered among the people, striving to make them as entertaining as possible. He remarked that I surpassed even the best storytellers, rendering visits to tea-houses unnecessary. One day, inspired, I recounted a story about his ancestry. The northern general's lineage was hereditary, and he had a commendable great-grandfather who, in his youth, safeguarded the common folk from thugs, and in his prime, served valiantly in the military, achieving numerous victories and saving countless lives. In folklore, he was revered as a heroic figure. Though my husband was aware of his great-grandfather's military achievements, he had never heard the popular tales surrounding him. My father-in-law, cautious in his approach, refrained from sharing heroic family stories, fearing it would further indulge my husband's already proud nature. Now, I took it upon myself to share these tales with him. Initially, he listened with great enthusiasm, but as I continued, he grew increasingly pensive, though his eyes sparkled with interest. Since I narrated the various exploits of the old northern general, my husband began to walk with his back straight and a newfound vigor. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, learning from renowned masters in both literature and warfare. Yet, he had been too frivolous to apply himself diligently. Now, he resumed his studies with determination, rising early to practice swordplay and burning the midnight oil to study. No longer lingering outside. Within a year, his instructors remarked that he had become outstanding among his peers. During my journey to escape, I had absorbed many folk tales. And now, amidst the turmoil in the court, I shared the rumors I had encountered. The crown prince had been deposed, and many were vying for the throne. His family enjoyed peace and stability, unlike my tumultuous escape, where I had witnessed and heard much. He listened intently to my accounts of the common people's whispers, his brow furrowing tightly. I interspersed my narratives with tales of the righteous heroes throughout history who had defended their countries and families, captivating him late into the night as he sat in the study, contemplating the political landscape with my father-in-law. My father-in-law was eager to pay homage to the ancestors, grateful that this heir had finally come to his senses. After several days of contemplation, my husband expressed his concerns that if matters continued as they were, chaos would surely ensue. As a man, He felt a responsibility to act and restore order, honoring the legacy of his great-grandfather. Soon, my husband's predictions came true. The fourth prince allied with the northern barbarians to incite rebellion, and it was said that on the day of his ascension, he would cede 16 provinces to the invaders. The emperor secretly fled the capital, and an era of turmoil ensued, with battles erupting frequently. The northern general took up arms to defend the borders, and my husband joined his father in the military. Starting as a messenger, he quickly rose to the position of vanguard officer, accumulating minor victories and capturing dozens of barbarian leaders. Just like his great-grandfather, my husband became a hero in the eyes of the people. Yet, in his letters to me, he mentioned none of these achievements. He only spoke of how he missed the stories I used to tell him. Occasionally, in the midst of battle, he would pluck a flower or gather a few beautiful stones, sending them back through messengers from the battlefield, a token of his affection. Chapter 54. The Nesting of the Cuckoo. Part 3. My mother-in-law, aged and frail, entrusted me with the management of all affairs within the general's residence, which I organized with meticulous care. As the young mistress of the general's household, it was my duty to alleviate any concerns from my husband, allowing him to focus solely on his pursuits of valor. In my leisure, I would admire the dried flowers he sent back and play with the stones he had chosen for me, often smiling to myself at his endearing foolishness. In his final battle, my husband led his troops to triumph over the barbarian foes, earning his youthful fame through this victory. However, with the main forces stationed at the borders, their reach was limited, and the fourth prince had already seized control of the capital. He sent envoys to declare that past grievances were to be forgotten, promising that as long as allegiance was sworn, the position of the general of the north would remain hereditary. Seeing the situation unfold, my father-in-law and the military leaders could only sigh in resignation and acquiesce to the fourth prince's proposal. Yet my husband was unwilling to accept this fate. Upon his return, he would often request that I recount stories of his ancestors and tales of loyal heroes from folklore. I noticed the gloom that clouded his spirit, and though I longed for our days together, I yearned even more for him to embrace the vigor of life as a man. Thus, I urged him to find a refuge for his parents while I devoted myself to serving and honoring them. He could then pursue his endeavors unencumbered. The future, whether fraught with peril or reward, was to be left to fate. I assured him that I would manage the household with ease. After a night of contemplation, my husband departed at dawn without a word, accompanied by his trusted comrades from the battlefield, embarking on a journey to confront the fourth prince and safeguard the throne. This endeavor was fraught with peril, yet against all odds, he emerged victorious, supporting the deposed crown prince in reclaiming the throne, while the fourth prince was captured and reduced to commoner status. My father-in-law submitted a formal request to resign, citing his advancing age and the need for rest, and he implored the emperor to bestow the title of General of the North upon my husband. The emperor consented, personally elevating my husband's rank, and thus I, as his wife, was honored as the true general's lady. At that moment, my former self returned, weeping inconsolably. She insisted that she had been drugged, awakening to find herself transformed into my likeness, abandoned in the wilderness, barely clinging to life. After encountering a wise man who recognized the human skin mask she wore, he restored her over a few years and provided her with a potion to remove the mask, instructing her to seek me out. No one believed her tale. Yet the scar on her forehead, a remnant of the blow meant for me, was irrefutable proof. Moreover, she had publicly revealed her true face by washing away the mask. I remained silent, observing her play out her story, while she averted her gaze, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, continually bowing her head to expose the sparse hair covering her scar. I examined her hands, rough and darkened, suggesting that the scholar had not afforded her a life of ease. A concubine, she had chosen to elope with a man, disregarding her reputation, and it was fortunate that he had not abandoned her in their time of despair. However, this hardship had hardened her resolve. Now that she had returned, what was I to do? I turned to look at my husband. Over the years, he had grown increasingly handsome, no longer pale, but rather exuding an aura of iron and blood, commanding respect without uttering a word. Such a man, who could willingly relinquish his heart to another. I inquired, "Did you marry the daughter of the Jiang family, or did you marry your wife?" In truth, I had long ceased to wish to present myself as the daughter of the Jiang family. I had trained my husband, served my in-laws, and it was I who held the title of the general's lady. The one with whom my husband shared a deep connection was none other than myself, not the daughter of the Jiang family. I awaited his response, feeling a twinge of anxiety as cold sweat formed on my palms. One was a lady of nobility, while the other was merely a servant with whom he had shared vows. Regardless of what others might say, I was solely concerned with his opinion. Yet my husband remained silent. His silence enveloped me, transforming my warm chest into an icy void as he continued to withhold his voice. I smiled wryly. It was futile to expect miracles in matters of the heart, having long since discerned the fickleness of human emotions. I reached out, taking the potion from my former self's hands, and removed the mask. My true face emerged, plain and unremarkable, far from the beauty that could captivate an entire village. It was no wonder my husband hesitated to speak. Given a choice between a genuine beauty and a mere servant, even I would know which to choose. I departed from the general's residence, retreating to a small estate they provided for me. The general's household did not pursue me for my impersonation, granting me considerable wealth along with attendance. I indulged in leisurely days, rising only when the sun was high, tending to dogs and cats, nurturing birds and hawks, and inviting performers to entertain me, reliving the days of my husband's bachelorhood. I could only wonder what he was doing now. Perhaps he was considering remarriage. Despite my usual indifference, the thought brought a pang of sorrow to my heart. I had a treasure trove of stories yet untold, and the most delightful tales remained unheard by him. With a sigh, I crouched down to pet a cat in the courtyard, and inexplicably, tears began to fall, drop by drop, onto its head. The startled cat yowled and fled, leaving me there, crouched in solitude, as my tears flowed freely, unstoppable. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared before me. Before I could look up, the person knelt beside me, their large hand brushing my cheek, wiping away my tears. "I have never seen you cry before." I raised my gaze to find my former husband, and through my tear-stained vision, he smiled broadly. "I have come to take you home." I was filled with uncertainty. Did he require my presence to stabilize the household for his upcoming campaign? Or had the past transgressions of my former self and the scholar been uncovered? Or perhaps my in-laws were unwell? Before I could ponder further, he chuckled. "Stop overthinking. There is nothing amiss at home. You deceived me for years, willing to wear a mask rather than reveal your true self. Now, I must repay you, to make you feel a fraction of my pain." I looked up at him, overwhelmed with joy, my voice trembling with disbelief. "You are not remarrying?" He pinched my cheek playfully, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Why would I seek another? I have not yet heard enough of your stories." After a brief pause, he added, "Indeed, I could never tire of them." Tears of laughter streamed down my face as I leaped into his arms, eager to share a new tale with him. Once, during the reign of the deposed crown prince, the fourth prince ordered the execution of the crown prince's only son to eradicate any threats
To protect her child.
The crown prince disguised his daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to him, as a boy and sent her away to evade capture. He concealed his true son, masquerading him as a daughter and claiming he had succumbed to illness, hiding him away. As the escorting party was relentlessly pursued, the crown prince's daughter, in a bid for survival, joined a prominent household as a servant and unwittingly married the man she had nearly wed before. Her husband fought valiantly across the land, ultimately supporting her father's ascension to the throne. Now that the deposed crown prince had become the new emperor, she chose to remain hidden behind her mask. Unwilling to reclaim her status as a princess, seeking only a tranquil life with her husband. Little did she know, the complications of the cuckoo's nesting would soon unfold. My husband was left speechless, finally uttering, "Did you intentionally infiltrate the Jiang family, training me to be what I am today, all for your father's ambitions?" I gazed at him, my heart fluttering with anxiety, and whispered, "Whether yes or no, what will you do?" He squeezed my cheek, his voice laced with frustration. "I cannot be without you now. What else is there for me to do?" I looked at him, the sun shining brightly, casting warmth across the courtyard. His smile revealed a set of white teeth, reminiscent of the naive young man I had first encountered. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and my husband turned alertly. I laughed and reassured him, "Those are my escorts from the palace, ready to take me back. Prepare yourself, my prince." Chapter 55. The Empress of the Newly Established Dynasty. Part 1. I am Xie Jingwei, a woman of noble birth from the esteemed Xie family. When my country fell and my family perished, the new emperor saved my life and chose me as his empress. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he was already bound by a prior engagement, and the woman he had wed, though reduced to a concubine, retained her cherished status within the imperial harem. Upon the city wall, archers took aim at a dark figure amidst the vast fields. In the chilling atmosphere, arrows soared like meteors, startling the wild geese and striking down the silhouette. From their elevated perch, they might have heard the dull thud of the body stumbling to the ground had they been closer. Xie Jinghui coughed up blood, lying on her back, a cold arrow deeply embedded in her left chest, staining her tattered garment crimson. The pain was excruciating. Each breath felt like a knife. The brisk autumn wind whistled past her ears, and for a fleeting moment, Xie Jinghui believed she would perish on the desolate plains outside Yi City. The autumn breeze tousled the girl's disheveled hair, exposing her bloodied visage. A crow perched nearby, preening its feathers while observing her quietly. Yet she could not succumb. There were still tasks left undone. The instinct for survival overcame all, and Xie Jinghui finally managed to turn over, unsteadily rising to her feet. The cold arrow aimed once more at her head, and from the distant horizon, the faint rumble of thunder approached. As Xie Jinghui saw the arrow hurtling towards her face, it was too late. Memories flashed before her like a revolving lantern, of days when both her parents were alive and she was free to bask in their affection. Content as the cherished jewel of the Xie family, death did not arrive as expected. She collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at the dagger that had felled the arrow, and then turned around. This was a scene Xie Jinghui would never forget in her lifetime. The setting sun painted half the sky red, and Wei Jie stood amidst the heavens, displaying a warm smile. Behind him, the army loomed, clad in armor yet silent, their expressions grave. She stared in a daze, summoning her last ounce of strength to call out, "Uncle." Suddenly, a person and a horse dashed out from the side. In the residence of the Jing'an Marquis, Xie Jinghui's wounds took a full month to heal. For most of that time, she lay in a stupor, often plagued by nightmares, her hands grasping at the void as she called for her father and mother. The Marquis's wife, Xie, felt her heart shatter. In years past, the Xie and Lu families were related by marriage. She was both Jinghui's aunt and her maternal aunt. After the physician removed the arrow, Xie personally bathed and changed Jinghui's clothes, discovering horrifying scars beneath the thin fabric. After the family's downfall, she must have endured immense suffering to survive and reach Yi City. The last emperor of the previous dynasty was brutal, prompting various factions to rise in rebellion. The once great noble families bore the brunt of the turmoil. The Xie family was fortunate, as her husband, the Jing'an Marquis, commanded a formidable army and was known for his virtue, making him an ally sought after by various rebel leaders. Jinghui, however, was unfortunate. The general who breached the capital besieged the Xie residence, demanding that the family head, Xie Mao, surrender the hidden imperial seal. A court eunuch claimed that the last emperor ordered the palace maids to deliver the imperial seal to Grand Tutor Xie Mao under cover of night. The imperial seal, engraved by Li Si under the command of the first emperor of Qin, had been revered by successive emperors as a symbol of legitimacy. Possession of the seal signified divine mandate, while its loss indicated a fall from grace. Regardless of the general's threats, Xie Mao steadfastly denied having the seal and chose death over compliance with a false official. The rebels then set fire to the century-old estate, and the Xie family perished in the flames. Fortunately, Jinghui survived. When Xie Jinghui awoke, the first sight that greeted her was her aunt's joyful face. Grasping her own hands, tears welled in her eyes as she thanked the heavens. "Jinghui, you have finally awakened." The Xie family inquired how their niece had escaped the inferno. Jinghui remained silent, lowering her head, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "Xuepe was my maid. When the soldiers captured people to threaten my father, she took my place. My father refused to surrender to the general, and Xuepe died in disgrace on the battlefield. As for me, my mother hid me in the secret passage of the study, and I escaped through it when the rebels set fire to the house." As she spoke, she clenched her fists tightly, allowing her nails to dig deep into her palms, leaving them pale and bruised. Everyone had perished, yet she remained alive. When reflecting on the dead, she could not claim to be guiltless. The Xie family listened in horror. "Your uncle is away at war with the king of Donghai, and the hearts of the people in Yi City are uneasy. The soldiers on the wall looked at you from afar, believing you to be a spy. Had it not been for the triumphant army, the king of Donghai might have thought you were a refugee and shot that arrow to save you." The more Xie thought about it, the more frightened she became, embracing her slender shoulders. "Good child, we are together now. We shall never part again." Just then, the Jing'an Marquis strode in, overhearing his wife's words. With a raised eyebrow, he remarked, "You are all grown up. Why speak such childish words?" He turned to his niece with concern. "Stay here and recuperate. What was true before shall remain true henceforth. Once the world is at peace, your uncle will find you a suitable match, and you shall marry with great pomp." Jinghui gently extricated herself from her aunt's embrace and knelt in reverence. Bowing deeply, she vowed never to forget her uncle and aunt's protection. From above, her uncle's voice called out, "Jinghui, tell your uncle where the imperial seal is now." That night, under the flickering candlelight, Xia expressed her displeasure, questioning her husband. "By day, you seem like a different person. Jinghui has endured great tribulation. Yet you first mention marriage, and then the imperial seal. What is the meaning of this?" The Jing'an Marquis' expression darkened. "Now that Jinghui has come to us for refuge, we must plan for her marriage. If, indeed, the imperial seal is in her possession, then even an innocent person may suffer for it. We must ascertain the truth early to make our plans." Reflecting on Jinghui's demeanor, Xia sighed. "Let us hope, as Jinghui said, that she has no connection to the imperial seal." The Jing'an Marquis remained silent. Amidst the chaos of the world, while the outside raged with storms, Yi City stood resilient as iron. The troops of the Jing'an Marquis and the king of Donghai camped outside the city, while the city within remained as prosperous as ever. After Jinghui recovered, she went to express her gratitude to Wei Jie for saving her life. The king of Donghai, Wei Jie, hailed from the royal family. His grandfather had been the deposed crown prince during the reign of Emperor Wenzong. When the general first rebelled, the last emperor called upon the realm to support the righteous, and Wei Jie seized the opportunity to rise. On her path to escape, Jinghui often heard people praise Wei Jie for valuing life and adeptly utilizing talent. Before entering the manor, her aunt informed her that Wei Jie's mother was a concubine of the royal family, and after the death of the young master, his father petitioned the last emperor to recognize him as heir. After the king of Donghai's untimely death, he became the youngest feudal prince of the current dynasty. Much of it was dictated by fate and destiny. She bowed her head in submission. This humble girl, Xia, thanks the king of Donghai for saving her life. The etiquette of noble families had seeped into her very bones. Since Wei Jie did not call her to rise, she remained still, her expression unchanged. Eventually, Wei Jie stepped forward to support her lightly. When Xia Jinghui moved, she met his gaze, which held a glimmer of warmth. Then she heard him say with a smile, "After many years, Miss Xia has grown even more radiant than before." The girl once cradled in Grand Tutor Xia's arms had blossomed into a young woman. Slender and graceful, her beauty now secondary to her poise. Xia Jinghui lowered her gaze slightly, offering a faint smile. Chapter 56, The Founding Empress, Part 2. In her memories, there was no trace of Wei Jie. He spoke. "When I entered the capital in my youth, I sought guidance from Grand Tutor Xia regarding the Book of Documents. In terms of classical learning, none can surpass him. It is a pity that he has left no writings for posterity." Hearing him mention her father, Xia Jinghui felt a tumult of emotions. How could her father have left no writings? His lifelong dedication was encapsulated in the Book of Documents, with commentaries. Alas, that book had not yet been published, and both her father and the Xia family had perished. As she lay mortally wounded outside Yi City, she recalled this matter. If she were to die, who would ensure that this work saw the light of day, that future generations would learn of the literary talents of Xia Mao? Who would rather die than surrender to the bandits? In the years that followed, Xia Jinghui devoted herself to two pursuits, writing and archery. The years spent in the warmth of familial love, attending feasts amidst fragrant incense, feel like a distant past, as if from another life. In the first year of the new era, King Wei Jie of Donghai quelled the regional powers outside of the Shihou, unifying the nation and resurrecting the great Qi dynasty, establishing Yi as the capital of the realm. Compliments poured in like snowflakes, praising His Majesty for cleansing the seas and holding the divine mandate, deeming the Shihou insignificant. However, the selection of a successor stirred debate among the court officials. When Wei Jie was a common-born son, his biological mother had arranged a betrothal for him. The lady in question, Hui Yuanjun, came from a humble background, relying solely on wealth for her standing. Once Wei Jie raised his banner in rebellion, the marriage was set aside. In the tumultuous struggle for power, each contender gambled their lives and fortunes, none daring to claim certainty in victory. Now, As Wei Jie ascended to the throne, his empress emerged from a merchant lineage, an unprecedented occurrence in history. The Hu family was well aware of the implications. Over a month into His Majesty's reign, Hu Yuanjun petitioned the local governor to write to the emperor, humbly stating her lowly origins and requesting that he choose a noble lady as empress instead. She expressed her willingness to serve as a concubine, attending to the empress's needs. The esteemed ladies of the late emperor's time had long since perished during the chaos of war. Presently, the few eligible daughters within Yi's city hailed from families of those who contributed to the founding of the dynasty. The court remained in heated discussion, prompting Wei Jie to relinquish the matter to the Astronomical Bureau and the Ministry of Rites. As the emperor was ordained by heaven, so too must the empress be. The newly appointed officials at the Astronomical Bureau quickly directed their attention to Xie Jinghui. They reported that the star of the empress appeared in the northeast, signifying a prosperous reign. The northeast of the capital was indeed the residence of the Jing and Marquis, whose noble lineage, beauty, and virtue made it inconceivable that anyone within the household of the Marquis could be inferior. She wrote on behalf of her father, and her work, Shangshu Jingyi, gained immense popularity, securing her a formidable reputation among scholars. Her aristocratic background made her a fitting choice for empress in the eyes of the old ministers, and her connection to her uncle, the Jing and Marquis, would silence the voices of the new nobility. Although she hailed from a noble family, she was an orphan, dependent on others, which alleviated any concerns regarding external influences, should she be appointed empress. This was the word of the Astronomical Bureau. Yet were they not the voice of the emperor? With their endorsement and the support of the literati, the decree to appoint her as empress swiftly reached Xie Jinghui. She graciously accepted the honor, and after receiving the edict, retreated to a secluded spot to practice her archery. She understood the weight of the title of empress. Prior to the emperor's ascension, her uncle had discussed the delicate situation of the empress with her. The Shi host still lingered in the southwest, but the emperor would not alienate his loyal subjects. However, it was only a matter of time before the southwest was subdued, and he would not permit the power of the imperial family to grow unchecked. What she possessed was the reputation of her father's lineage and the support of her maternal uncle, the Jing and Marquis. Her uncle, unlike the other founding officials who rose from obscurity alongside the emperor, held a noble status from the previous dynasty. By the time he joined the emperor, the latter had already established his reputation, thus diminishing the prominence of her uncle in the new regime. Were she in Wei Jie's position, she would likely make the same prudent choice. As the wind rustled, Xie Jinghui narrowed her eyes, drawing her bowstring taut, and with a single arrow, struck the target's heart. The first task was accomplished. Her father's works would be known wherever scholars dwelled. The second awaited the opportunity that fate would bestow upon her. In July of the first year of the new era, the emperor and empress were wed. Within the Changla Palace, the attendants were dismissed, and the lights extinguished. Throughout the night, Wei Jie remained silent. The following day, Hu Jiu came to pay her respects, kneeling to return the phoenix seal. She had entered the palace slightly before Jinghui. Wei Jie was not a ruler swayed by beauty, simplifying the structure of the imperial harem. In the harem, there existed only the empress, the Jiu, and beneath them, the ranks of beauties, palace maids, and maidens. Before the empress was officially crowned, she was the highest-ranking lady in the harem. Possessing a round face with plump cheeks, her smile revealed charming dimples, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Jinghui recalled the beloved snow spirit who had perished for her sake, resembling this delightful lady in appearance. She ordered a serving of sweet 8-treasure tea, which Hu Jiu clearly relished. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I adore sweet flavors," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. In that moment, Jinghui comprehended Wei Jie's fondness for her. She was simple and joyful. Another palace maid presented a dish of osmanthus sugar lotus root, piquing Hu Jiu's interest. With excitement, she rolled up her wide sleeves, revealing her delicate arms, and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Her accompanying matron interjected, "Jiu, please mind your decorum." Hu Jiu glanced at her matron, reluctantly setting down her chopsticks and lowering her sleeves. The matron, unbeknownst to her origins, exerted control over the Hu family. Xie Jinghui subtly continued her conversation with Hu Jiu. Before long, however, Hu Jiu rose to perform a reluctant curtsy, stating, "Your Majesty, I am unwell. Please allow me to take my leave." Jinghui had already discerned the matron's actions. When Hu Jiu had been speaking, she had discreetly tugged at her sleeve. A smile graced Jinghui's lips as she slowly removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, saying, "This bracelet is of decent quality. Consider it a gift from me to you."
Jiyu.
A palace maid was instructed to deliver it to the matron in attendance. As she extended her hand to receive it, unexpectedly, the jade bracelet slipped and shattered into two pieces. The palace maid gasped in horror and hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Matron, why were you so careless as to drop the bracelet bestowed by the Empress?" Jinghui did not grant the matron the opportunity to speak, commanding, "Take this disrespectful servant away and punish her." Rising to her feet, she led Huijiu to the long staircase to witness the punishment. The matron, having been silenced, was met with the terrifying sound of the board striking flesh, prompting Huijiu to plead for mercy after a dozen blows. The Empress merely replied, "Such a servant, who lacks decorum and attempts to control her master, shall be dealt with by me. Let her be beaten to death. There is no need for your pleas, Jiyu." The midday sun shone brightly upon Xie Jingwei. Hua Yuanjun secretly observed her, from the golden crown upon her head to the golden threads of her skirt, her heart growing increasingly troubled. The matron sent by the Palace Affairs Bureau imposed rules at every turn, wielding the palace regulations to intimidate. She yearned to retaliate, yet the entire court displayed a effet of compliance. Complaining to Wei Jie, he advised her to comply with Xie Jinghui when she met her, for the Empress would take action. However, Wei Jie did not disclose that the Empress would resort to lethal measures against the matron. Behind her, the grand palace loomed, and she stood composed before the hall, a single word dictating the matron's fate. This was the essence of what an empress ought to be, was it not? No one informed her that an empress could be such a radiant beauty. They only extolled her filial piety and talents. From her perspective, she observed the long lashes casting shallow shadows beneath her eyes, her skin delicate as if just peeled from an egg, her lips a luscious hue. Could Wei Jie truly remain unmoved? As this thought crossed her mind, Hu Yuanjun startled herself. No, it could not be. Wei Jie had promised her. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to suppress her thoughts. Knowing she had been the one betrothed to Wei Jie and had told him that if she could not become his legitimate wife, she would prefer not to marry at all. Yet, things had transpired as they did. She entered the palace as Huijiu. Chapter 57. The Founding Empress, Part 3. On the night of their marriage, she clutched her wedding gown and wept for half the night, asking, "Why am I a concubine and not a wife?" Wei Jie knelt to gaze into her tearful eyes, comforting her as he had in the past during her moments of anger.
Yuan.
No man dares to take a woman who had once been betrothed to the emperor into his household. My intentions regarding the Xie family were never mine. When the time is right, I will surely appoint you as empress. In my heart, you are my only wife. Their bond was forged through shared hardships. The Hor family had amassed great wealth, yet the Donghai royal household faced neglect due to the emergence of a deposed crown prince. The royal residents struggled financially, relying heavily on the Hor family's support. The Hor family, known for their business acumen, would never engage in transactions that resulted in loss. They proposed a marriage alliance, believing that even a withered camel from the Eastern Sea royal family was worth more than a horse. Thus, their union was arranged at that time.
Naya.
A son born out of wedlock faced harsh treatment from the Eastern Sea princess. During the frigid season, the young Wei Jie lacked even a cotton garment. However, following the engagement, the Hor family's wealth began to flow generously into the royal palace, considerably improving Wei Jie's circumstances. Once he ascended to the throne of the Eastern Sea, it was expected that he would marry her. Yet, due to the chaos in the realm and the passing of his grandmother, she was obliged to observe a 3-year mourning period. Suddenly, she regained her senses and turned towards the palace maid who had called her name. The maid's smile was as tranquil as her mistress's. "Lady Hua, Her Majesty just spoke with you." In the courtyard, a eunuch dragged the body of the matron away, and in the blink of an eye, the bloodstains on the ground were swiftly dealt with. Xie Jinghui's gentle voice reached her ears, advising the lady to return to the palace for rest. As her complexion appeared pale, Hu Yuanjun, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, unconsciously sighed and returned to the palace accompanied by her maid. Xie Jinghui watched her silhouette disappear down the corridor before retracting her gaze. The Hor family resembled a clear brook, transparent and straightforward in their expressions of deep respect towards the emperor. She did not believe that the Hor family would retreat from their noble stance and petition the emperor to decline the title of empress. She suppressed her smile and personally pushed open the heavy palace doors, allowing a sliver of daylight to pour in. That night, Lady Huor's Zhaoyang Palace was ablaze with light, devoid of sleep. In the depths of winter, the most exhilarating news was the pacification of the southwest and the arrival of the Marquis to the capital. As the Marquis entered the city, the streets of Zhuke-chang were packed with people. His notorious temper was common knowledge. Whenever children cried at home, mothers would threaten them, saying, "If you keep crying, the Marquis from the southwest will take you away to eat you." Yet, when the onlookers finally caught a glimpse of the captive in the cart, they could not help but feel disappointed. The Marquis turned out to be an unremarkable elderly man. A 7-year-old boy stared at him and exclaimed to his mother, Doesn't he look like he would eat anyone?" The Marquis, observing him, seized the moment when the boy relaxed his guard, lunged forward and bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The child, having failed to hold onto his family's garment, fell to the ground in fright and began to cry. The Marquis laughed heartily, unfazed by the glares from the crowd. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, striking his left eye and bursting into a cloud of blood. The onlookers recoiled in terror. As soldiers drew their swords, a second arrow pierced his right eye even deeper than the first. A commander pointed to a tavern by the roadside, shouting, "There, up in the building." The assailant was determined to confront him before the words left his lips. A third arrow viciously embedded itself in the Marquis's throat. In the steamy confines of the bath, the warmth enveloped every inch of Xie Jinghui's skin, spreading heat throughout her limbs. She raised her hand to inspect it, still pale but no longer delicate, with calluses on her left wrist and right middle finger from archery practice. Today, she had personally slain the Marquis. Outside the capital of Yi, she had nearly lost her life, yet she discovered that a bow and arrow were indeed excellent weapons, capable of taking a life from a distance. A smile curved her lips as her fists clenched, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only upon hearing the announcement from a palace maid did she take a deep breath and submerge herself in the water, resurfacing with droplets cascading down her cheeks. Wei Jie entered the bath directly. He stood at the edge, casting a commanding gaze upon his wife in the water, his eyes sharp like those of a hawk. His demeanor was devoid of the usual warmth. Instead, he spoke coldly. "The Marquis has been assassinated." Xie Jinghui could not help but chuckle. Lifting her chin, the elegant curve from her jawline to her neck was striking. Her eyes glistened with moisture, resembling blooming flowers. "Your Majesty, do you remember what I said during our wedding? At that time, you did not respond, and I thought you had acquiesced." He paused, then slowly crouched down, drawing her closer. His right hand grasped her delicate chin, scrutinizing her as if seeking to pierce through her soul. "I hope that as sovereign and subject, we shall never betray one another. Yet you have taken it upon yourself to kill the Marquis." Xie Jinghui retorted, "Would your Majesty have killed him?" She grasped Wei Jie's hand in return, asserting that he had far too many concerns to fret over. To maintain the loyalty of the southwestern generals, the life of the Marquis had to be spared. Yet the Marquis bore the weight of so many lives. Why should he continue to live under her watch? She could not tolerate it any longer. The grip on her chin finally loosened. Xie Jinghui rose from the water, slowly approaching him. Wei Jie's gaze fell upon her feet. Her arches were narrow, and her toes delicate, akin to finely crafted jade, albeit with a slight imperfection, a long scar on the top of her foot, likely a remnant of her flight from danger. Xie Jinghui's voice broke the silence. "Whether you believe it or not, I genuinely wish to share my life with you. I killed the Marquis. Do with me as you will. Do with me as you will." Wei Jie suddenly recalled a moment from his childhood in the kitchen of the Eastern Sea Royal Palace, where a robust cook caught him stealing food, and he had spoken in the same manner. Once the act was committed, he had prepared himself for the consequences. Once caught, it mattered not whether he was punished or killed. Even in death, one should at least die satiated. Xie Jinghui's mindset was likely similar to his back then. Wei Jie suppressed the unusual feelings swelling within him. His handsome face flickered in the dim light, and he finally replied, "This matter, I will conceal for you." Xie Jinghui was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment, her heart warming as a gentle smile involuntarily graced her lips. She knelt before Wei Jie, bowing deeply, revealing the slender elegance of her neck. "If I am offered a papaya, I shall repay it with a precious jade. Not for any obligation, but to foster everlasting goodwill." Your Majesty has quelled the turmoil and pacified the realm. If the imperial seal of the nation is not presented now, then when? The imperial seal had remained in her possession all along. Years ago, when the Marquis besieged the Xie family, Schwepper endured humiliation on her behalf. And she had fled with the seal, eventually submerging it in the river's depths before seeking refuge with her uncle. That was a last resort. A trump card to be used only in dire circumstances, yet just moments ago, she had resolved to present it to Wei Jie, allowing him to claim the throne with legitimacy, free from the scorn of schemers who might mock him as a puppet emperor. With her head bowed, she could not see the complex emotions etched on Wei Jie's face. The kneeling Xie Jinghui was unable to rise again. Darkness enveloped her vision, and her body collapsed uncontrollably. Wei Jie swiftly scooped her up, noticing her flushed complexion and faint breathing. The imperial physician arrived promptly, after taking her pulse. A smile broke across his face. Your Majesty, the Empress is with child. She is weak and should be cared for diligently. Calculating the dates, it appeared she had conceived shortly after their wedding. However, His Majesty did not respond, his gaze fixed on the still unconscious Empress, his expression cold and devoid of joy. The physician felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Chapter 58, The Founding Empress, Part 4. As dawn broke, Hui Yuanjun arrived at the Changla Palace to pay her respects. The Empress, now pregnant, had an unpredictable rising time. She waited beneath the corridor, undeterred by the heavy snowfall. Although the Empress was with child, she remained a favored consort of the Emperor and had no reason to feel inferior. Only Hui Yuanjun understood that her early visit was not merely adherence to protocol. She desired to spend more time with the Empress. In attire, manner, and knowledge, she hoped to emulate Xie Jinghui. Upon entering the palace, she found the maids attending to the Empress's hair. The Empress lay with her eyes closed, reclining on the couch, her dark hair cascading behind her like silk, shining brilliantly. Naturally beautiful, her later maintenance was but a mere embellishment. Hui Yuanjun exchanged glances with the maid, silently taking over her duties. The silken strands slid through her fingers as the jade comb glided downward. In such close proximity, she could detect the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from the queen. Wei Jie would also be staying at Changla Palace. Within the confines of her chamber, did he, like her, feel his heart sway at this enchanting aroma? Lost in her thoughts, her movements naturally slowed. Xie Jinghui gradually opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of her flushed face. It's you, Jiu," she smiled. "Did I hurt the queen?" she quickly inquired. Xie Jinghui sat up and grasped her hand. Nonsense. She casually instructed a palace maid to fetch a warm cup of milk for Jiu and some milk cakes from the kitchen. Hui Yuanjun bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. Upon returning to the queen's palace, she certainly would not go hungry. As the maid presented the milk, the imperial physician sent someone with medicine. The bitter concoction, as dark as ink, Xie Jinghui did not even glance at before ordering it be poured into a flower pot. Hui Yuanjun was puzzled, wondering why the queen would discard the medicine meant to soothe her pregnancy. Was she averse to its bitterness? Xie Jinghui shook her head and took a piece of milk cake. Her mother had often advised that medicine is often toxic. Nourishment from food is preferable. I know my own body well. I had already instructed the imperial physician not to send any more, yet they insisted on using the emperor to pressure me. Hui Yuanjun felt a pang in her heart, her smile turning somewhat forced. The emperor is concerned for the queen. She shifted the topic. When I was at home, I saw my cousin pregnant, lying on the couch daily, refusing to use any scented garments and consuming only ginseng and donkey hide gelatin. I thought pregnancy was always like this. Xie Jinghui replied. Unless the mother is weak, she should remain active. If the fetus is too large, childbirth can be perilous. As for fragrances, I am indifferent. Hui Yuanjun remarked just now. As I styled the queen's hair, I noticed her scent differs from the dragon's saliva and sandalwood scent from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. As the mistress of the harem, Xie Jinghui was well aware that this year's tribute of dragon saliva incense had all been sent to Hui Yuanjun's Xiaoyang Hall. She smiled. This is a recipe passed down in my family, which I enjoy concocting myself. If you appreciate this fragrance, I shall write the recipe for you.
Hui Yuanjun then asked,
In these long and dull days, may I learn the art of fragrance blending from you? It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them a fish. Seeing the expectation in her almond-shaped eyes, Xie Jinghui recalled her own snow-white spirit and nodded, though she admonished, Since I am with child, do not use musk while blending. Hui Yuanjun cheerfully agreed. In Jiaoyang Hall, pearls the size of an infant's fist were scattered about. Hua Yuanjun nestled in Wei Jia's embrace, squinting her eyes and requesting him to massage her shoulders. The fragrance surrounding her was like a net, gently ensnaring Wei Jia. Lilac, sandalwood, sweetwood, and plum blossom powder felt familiar. He asked, "Did you spend a long time in the Queen's palace today?" Hua Yuanjun opened her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wei Jia's neck, her warm breath tickling his ear. Sweet and fragrant, even more so than that of the Queen. "Did you notice? I didn't go today. I attempted to recreate the fragrance the Queen gave me. The almonds were a bit bitter, so I added more honey." Wei Jia smiled indulgently, leaning down to touch his forehead to hers. Hua Yuanjun shifted her position, resting on his lap, her tone growing somber. "The maidens from various regions have been in the palace for quite some time. The Queen mentioned yesterday that I should also participate in the selection." She poked his chest with her finger, simultaneously reminding herself, "You are the Emperor. The Emperor has many women, yet in your heart, none can surpass me." That night, she shared a bed with Wei Jia, her foot brushing against his as she whispered, "Wei Jia, I too wish for a child." It had been a long time since she had addressed him in such a manner, usually referring to him as Your Majesty. Wei Jia turned to kiss her. Amidst the tender kiss, she seized the opportunity to ask, "When will the time be ripe? When can I become the Empress?" He paused for a moment, calling her name softly, his tone imbued with both helplessness and reassurance. Hua Yuanjun understood, managing a strained smile as tears momentarily welled in her eyes before she quickly turned away. Wei Jia encircled her waist from behind, and she felt the weight of his presence, heavy and suffocating against her abdomen. In the face of a man, a woman often possesses a cunning intuition. Doubts began to stir within her. Seeking clarity on the matter felt like a double-edged sword. The man she had long cherished, the lover she had known for so long, seemed to have changed his heart. If only Xie Jinghui were a villain, it would grant her a legitimate reason to blame her, to harm her through various means. Yet, Xie Jinghui was so gentle, treating her with kindness. Human hearts are tender. She was acutely aware of whether Xie Jinghui's affection was genuine or feigned. Hua Yuanjun bit down on her lip until it turned white, refusing to allow herself to cry out. Xie Jinghui's labor began on a stormy night. When the inner palace servant arrived with the news, Wei Jia sprang into action. Hua Yuanjun followed closely behind, witnessing his figure vanish into the vast night, unadorned with raincoat or crown. A palace maid reminded her, "Your Majesty, you should hurry inside. The ground is cold." Only then did she realize her bare feet, a bitter smile forming at the corner of her lips. By the time Wei Jia hurried to Changla Palace, Xie Jinghui had already safely given birth. This was Wei Jia's first prince, a legitimate heir of great significance. Joy radiated from everyone in Changla Palace, yet Wei Jia rushed straight into the delivery room. Xie Jinghui remained in a deep slumber. He inquired of the midwife, "When will the Queen awaken?" The midwife, cold sweat beading on her brow, explained, "Labor is exhausting. The Queen will awaken after some time. After a while, she would rouse on her own." She was accustomed to the high society and was no fool, but the Emperor's tone was so chilling that she could not help but feel afraid. Madame Xie of Jing'an Marquis looked on with a faint smile, pleased to see the Emperor's concern for her niece. Holding the newborn prince, she stepped forward. Wei Jia exchanged pleasantries with her, but did not extend his arms to take his child, nor did he even glance. This felt amiss, Madame Xie pondered, returning home still perplexed. The Marquis of Jing'an noticed her gloomy expression and, after inquiring about the cause, was equally at a loss. Madame Xie remarked, "The Emperor braved the rain to arrive, drenched, and his words revealed deep concern for the Queen, yet he shows no interest in the eldest prince. The palace is a place filled with many watchful eyes. It would not be long before whispers spread throughout the capital that the Emperor had no affection for his legitimate son." She was right. The eldest prince, both legitimate and the firstborn, had not received a grand pardon from the Emperor, nor had he been given a name. Even the full moon feast was held privately in the Queen's palace, less extravagant than that of Huijiu's unborn child. Hua Yuanjun, blessed with pregnancy, felt favored by heaven, as it bestowed upon her this child at a time when she was utterly despairing of love. She cradled her still flat belly in Jiaoyang Hall and cried bitterly. The Emperor's gifts flowed in like water, even hosting a banquet for officials in honor of this unknown child. During this time, rumors began to circulate that the Emperor harbored thoughts of deposing the Queen. Yet, The palace attendants and close aides could clearly see that the emperor did not favor the eldest prince, but held the queen in high regard. The phoenix seal remained firmly in the hands of Empress Xia, and the emperor's visits to Changla Palace were no less frequent than to Jiayong Hall. Xie Jinghui was mindful of this matter, acutely aware of Wei Jia's indifference toward the eldest prince. Chapter 59. The Founding Empress, Part 5. Throughout history, many emperors have been indifferent to their own offspring, some disliking the mothers of their princes, while others fearing a power struggle. But what was Wei Jia's reason? That night, he even spoke of having another child with her. Xie Jinghui firmly rejected. Given the current circumstances, should they have a second child, the eldest prince would find himself further marginalized. Moreover, if Wei Jia treats the eldest prince in such a manner, can he genuinely prioritize the second child? After a 10-month gestation, Princess Hui gave birth to the second prince, bringing immense joy to Wei Jia, who proclaimed an amnesty and bestowed the namejin upon him. The namejin signifies being blessed by divine favor, through sincere devotion. With the Ministry of Rites presenting the request, the eldest prince was also granted a name, Wei Si. This clearly reflects the emperor's intentions. Regardless of Wei Jia's thoughts, Xie Jinghui adored this child immensely. He bore a striking resemblance to her, with features that echoed the Xie family lineage. The bond of blood is perhaps the most indelible connection in the world. She remained by Wei C's side daily, her previously lonely existence gradually enriched by his presence. As Wei Si grew older, he began to sense his father's disdain towards him. The emperor would speak kindly to his younger brother and would lift him high in his arms. Xie Jinghui noticed his disappointment, but said nothing, instead lifting him in the same manner beneath the tree. She vowed to protect him. While Wei Jia was sparing with paternal affection, she would compensate with maternal love. Xie Jinghui never aspired to be empress. She understood that Wei Jia would not allow Ah Si to become the crown prince. His affection lay with Ah Zhen. While the children were still young, when the time comes, she would voluntarily renounce her status as empress and relinquish her position as his legitimate wife, thereby granting Ah Zhen a rightful lineage. This thought she shared only with Princess Hui. Upon hearing it, Princess Hui knelt down, expressing her fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Jinghui understood her feelings. Within the depths of the palace, who is free from worry and who leads an untroubled life. Her own family had been destroyed by bandits, and Hui Yuanjun, from wife to concubine, shared her husband with others. Her sorrow and helplessness were not diminished. Xie Jinghui helped her up, speaking earnestly. We have known each other for many years. You should understand my character. If I speak of it, I shall see it through. The Supreme Emperor is indeed noble, yet he has his own constraints. Ah Si possesses average talents. All I desire is for him to live peacefully as a leisurely prince in his fief. This was indeed her deepest longing. Nevertheless, she wished for Ah Si to comprehend that claiming solitude in the south might not necessarily be a fortunate circumstance. Alas, fate did not align with her wishes.
Ainsi pérished.
Having just celebrated his 5th birthday, he and Ah Zhen fell into the Tay pool. He died, while Ah Zhen survived. When Xie Jinghui rushed over, all she found was her son's lifeless body. She collapsed to the ground, trembling as she reached out to caress his cheek, feeling the coldness of his skin. She held her son tightly, gently patting his back. Ah Si, awaken. Your mother cannot bear this fright. Later, Princess Hui and the palace attendants knelt by the Tay pool, accompanying the queen from dusk till midnight. No one dared to utter a word. During this time, the emperor arrived, ordering the separation of the queen and the eldest prince. However, as a eunuch approached, he received a resounding slap. She held the eldest prince even tighter, rebuking the emperor. Leave. Do not linger here. You do not favor Ah Si, and neither does our Ah Si favor you. The emperor fell silent, merely instructing the imperial physician to remain. She sat there, desolate, through the night. With her child's death, the light within a mother's heart was extinguished. When dawn broke, Xie Jinghui finally released her son, unsteadily rising to ask the attendants, how did Ah Si fall into the Tay pool? The attendants dared not lift their heads, stammering, there was a boat in the Tay pool. The eldest and second princes went to row, but the boat capsized. Xie Jinghui commanded them to throw one of the attendants into the water. A splash echoed as the attendants struggled violently, causing the water to churn. Xie Jinghui's expression grew increasingly cold. No one knew Ah Si's character better than she, his mother. He was obedient, and she had often warned him against playing in the water. She said coldly, I demand the truth behind the prince's fall. I would rather misjudge than let this go unpunished. You now have the choice. Die swiftly or face torturous death before you perish. Will it be alone? Or will you take your entire clan with you? Xie Jingwei interrogated them for 3 days before confronting the troubles at Zhaoyang Palace. The second prince, Wei Zhen, sobbed. We were playing on the bridge when we saw a boat. My elder brother took me there. But halfway through, the boat capsized, and we fell into the water. Xie Jingwei delivered a sharp slap across his face. Wei Zhen was stunned. At only 4 years old, he burst into tears, seeking refuge in Hui Yuanjun's arms. Hui Yuanjun, bewildered, murmured, he's so young. How can you strike him? Xie Jingwei seized Wei Zhen by the collar, thrusting him down, pressing her dagger against his right ear. Si is dead. If I were to kill Wei Zhen, what would you do about it? Hui Yuanjun gasped in horror and frantically lunged forward. A slight movement of Xie Jingwei's hand caused the dagger to nick Wei Zhen's ear, prompting him to wail even louder. Xie Jingwei sneered, speak again and tell me. How did the fall happen? Wei Zhen, terrified, finally confessed, Mother, I was wrong. Please don't cut my ear. It wasn't he, my elder brother. I wanted to go row on the lake. I was afraid of being scolded by Mother, so I asked my elder brother to accompany me. Then the boat capsized. This revealed the cause of Si's fall into the water. Yet, while both fell, Wei Zhen was saved in time. Whereas her Si met his demise at the bottom of Tai Lake. Xie Jingwei coldly stated, Hui Yuanjun, Si's attendants could not swim, but Wei Zhen's attendants could. After Si's death, one less attendant remained for Wei Zhen. I had promised not to let Si compete with your son for the position of crown prince. Why then do you persist in your actions, attempting to sabotage him in the water? A fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she raised her hand and severed half of Wei Zhen's ear. While Yuanjun screamed, her vision consumed by her son's injury. As she frantically cried, who would dare to harm a bastard? The emperor himself declared that my Zhen is his legitimate son. Even if you wish to contest for the crown prince position, on what grounds would you do so? When Wei Jia arrived, he overheard Hui Yuanjun's words and his expression shifted dramatically.
Bastard.
Xie Jingwei unconsciously bit her tongue, the bitterness flooding her mouth. She thought Si's death had cornered her, yet she did not anticipate that there was still something capable of tugging at her heartstrings. It was at this moment that Wei Zhen ran back into Hui Yuanjun's embrace. Hui Yuanjun, seeing his ear, fell into further despair, and upon catching sight of Wei Jia, she grasped at him like a lifeline. She has harmed Zhen. Anyone present could see that the queen had lost her sanity from her bereavement. Yet, the emperor remained silent, and the queen remained the queen. Wei Jia instructed Hui Yuanjun to take the child for treatment, dismissing the attendants while turning to Xie Jingwei. We can still have more children. In response, Xie Jingwei delivered a cold retort, we shall not. Wei Jia had never seen Xie Jingwei like this before. She had always been gentle, serene, and resolute, occasionally displaying a lively side. She had always been beautiful. Before him now, Xie Jingwei's hair was disheveled, resembling a madwoman. Chapter 60, Empress of the Founding, Part 6, she asked him, why is Si a bastard? Without waiting for an answer, she continued, to be cautious during childbirth. I specifically invited my aunt to accompany me in the palace. Si is flesh of my flesh, a child I bore after 10 months of gestation. Yet, from the moment he was born, you have never favored him. I cannot comprehend how a father could lack affection for his child, unless he is not the child's true father. Countless absurd tales unfold within the palace walls. Wei Jia recognized her intelligence, but felt an intense anger towards her cleverness at this moment. If it were Hui Yuanjun, she would never deduce the truth solely from the phrase wild seed. She slowly crouched down, feeling utterly drained, her wide sleeves falling limply to the ground. The hidden murderer was not Hui Yuanjun. It could only be the emperor before her, revered for his virtues. Who is Si's father? The deaths of his mother and the brothers of Wei Jia should have remained a secret in the world. Throughout his life, Wei Jia had never fully revealed his heart to anyone, yet those destined to die carry their secrets to the grave. He simply sat on the ground and began recounting his past to Xie Jingwei. His biological mother was a foot-washing maid of the princess, and he was nominally a bastard son of the East Sea Duke's residence, yet lived as a servant to the heir. He indeed met the young Xie Jingwei, but sought counsel from the East Sea Duke's heir. He stood behind the heir, watching him ask the Grand Tutor Xie absurd questions.
Why?
Later, When the East Sea Duke needed to arrange a marriage with a Hor family, they unhesitatingly pushed him forward, discarding him like a useless piece on a chessboard. Hua Yuanjun was the only one who treated him sincerely. She was naive, believing everything he said, to prevent him from being bullied in the Duke's residence. She even offered him money. They looked down upon the Hua family's merchant status, forgetting that wealth can open doors. With money, he could accomplish many things. He tampered with the heir's horses. After the heir's death, he found his father's concubines, blackmailing and coercing them until they spoke daily, ultimately establishing him as the heir. Once he became the heir, everything went more smoothly. He easily administered slow poison in the meals of his father and the princess, watching them succumb to illness over the course of a year or two. Becoming the East Sea King, chaos ensued. At that time, the Hua family changed their minds, fearing being tied to him, and only covertly supported him with money, using Hua Yuanjun's mourning as an excuse to delay the marriage. After he ascended the throne, the Hua family was indeed proactive, but it was too late. He refused to let the Hua family bask in the glory of his lineage. Yet, he also despised the officials who flaunted their daughters. Good birds choose good trees to alight upon. They had merely gambled and won, daring to claim credit. Xie Jinghui was the best candidate for empress. It must be said that he indeed had a connection with her. Outside Yedu, had it not been for my timely intervention, the empress would not have survived. Yet, even after Xie Jinghui was shot, she managed to survive and, upon recovery, devoted herself to writing and archery. Her tenacity was admirable, yet made one wary. With Xie Jinghui as empress, it would be hard to find fault with her. He planned to create a mistake for her. On their wedding night, he found a man of similar stature to consummate the marriage with Xie Jinghui. In Wei Jie's premeditated scheme, as long as Xie Jinghui bore a wild seed, she and the Jing'an Marquis' residence would become malleable clay in his hands, easily suppressed should they ever disobey him. Once she was deposed, the entire clan would be implicated, and it would be justifiable. Moreover, Yuanjun had also suffered some grievances. Compensating her with an empress position was not out of the question. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Though at the time, he did not expect to develop feelings for Xie Jinghui. This affection was different from what he felt for Yuanjun. He was not curious about Yuanjun but was intrigued by Xie Jinghui. She was like the ember beneath an iceberg, outwardly serene but with a tempest of passion within. Like a living being, he had never anticipated that Xie Jinghui would dedicate all her energy to her child, repeatedly rejecting him. In his childhood, his mother, the foot-washing maid, had never acted this way. Had he known, he would have instructed the physician to induce a miscarriage for Xie Jinghui. If not for the physician warning that it could harm her, how would he have allowed Wei Si to be born? That child was too much of an eyesore, constantly reminding him of the imperfections in his initial plans. Eventually, he found an opportunity to conclude his tale. Upon finishing his story, he shook his head and smiled at Xie Jinghui, saying, "Empress, you could have been a bit more foolish. What good comes from knowing the truth? You ought to learn from Yuanjun." He opened his arms in a gesture of intimacy between lovers. Their movements almost synchronized. Wei Jie incredulously looked down to see a dagger deeply embedded in his chest. The golden hairpin in his hand had pierced Xie Jinghui's throat. He smiled through the pain, exerting more force. "Empress, how unfortunate. My heart has always been slightly askew." Xie Jinghui finally collapsed. Her eyes widened in a desperate attempt to speak. Yet blood flowed ceaselessly from her mouth, her gaze fiercely fixed upon him. Wei Jie gently closed her eyes, a tear falling upon her forehead. He stepped through her blood, slowly exiting Zhaoyang Palace. The setting sun hung low, casting a long shadow behind his staggering figure. His eyelids grew heavy, yet Xie Jinghui opened her eyes. She could not survive. Her vision gradually blurred into a haze. Xie Jinghui whispered to herself, "If there is a next life, I will surely avenge Si by slaying Wei Jie." In this life, it had only been a farce. She recalled the wild winds outside Yedu. Wrong. Hua Yuanjun always thought of the Xie family. What transpired in Zhaoyang Palace that day remains unknown, yet the outcome was evident. The Xie family perished, and the emperor was injured. The emperor unleashed a massacre, executing maids, eunuchs, physicians, and concubines in the name of burial. As for herself, Wei Jie had gripped her neck, questioning her with murderous intent in his eyes. How dare you tell her that a Si is a wild seed? Xie Jinghui was a mother, and so was she. When a mother is cornered, she dares to say and do anything. At a Zhen's full moon banquet, Wei Jie, inebriated, rested here. She spoke of the meaning of the character Jean, and he personally said, "My first child, what is wrong with the character Jean? If a Jean is the first child, then what about a C?" Upon asking, Wei Jie scoffed, "Ha, that wild seed." She leaned against him, her heart racing, believing the Xie family had sullied the palace. Blinded by interests, she did not believe in the Xie family's innocence. From then on, she tread cautiously around the emperor until 20 years later, when she suffocated the ailing him with a curtain. By killing the emperor, she no longer had to fear being killed by him. Time changes all things. Many years later, the tomb of Emperor Guangwu of the Great Qi, Wei Jie, was unearthed through rescue excavation. Astonishingly, 2 skeletons were found within the coffin. Experts, through the study of burial items, identified the identities of the 2 skeletons. The male skeleton belonged to Emperor Guangwu, while the female skeleton was his wife, Empress Xie. In the car's radio, an expert spoke eloquently. "Through our research, we have discovered an intriguing situation. The mausoleum of Emperor Guangwu was constructed during his lifetime, and the burial items and murals exhibit strong Buddhist influences. However, he himself did not practice Buddhism, and there are no records indicating he participated in Buddhist activities or interacted with Buddhist figures. This starkly contrasts with the situation presented in his tomb. We speculate that Emperor Guangwu and Empress Xie shared a deep bond, and since Empress Xie passed away at a young age, he placed these items in the tomb to pray for their reunion in the next life." The expert's voice abruptly ceased as a young woman slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. A deafening crash ensued. She opened the car door, braving a rain to inspect the front, her face turning pale as she trembled while on the phone. "Dad, I hit someone. It was definitely a green light just now. I don't know why he suddenly appeared. Please hurry." The person she struck lay in the distance. She looked down, discovering a business card smeared on her leather boots, the name barely visible, Wei Jie. Chapter 61. What does it matter that I am a woman? Part 1. A favored concubine's humiliation, a brazen younger brother, and an indifferent father? It matters not. Simply eliminate him. What does it signify that I ascend to the throne as a woman? Prologue. Jiang Yulin gazed upon her lifeless son, bereft of the time to grieve, as a violent pain seized her abdomen once more. The wet nurse at her side marveled with delight. "Your Highness, there is yet another." She had no time to mourn the deceased child. Instead, she fought desperately to bring forth a second. A resounding wail echoed throughout the Yunling palace, as the palace maids knelt in reverence, congratulating their sovereign. From a young age, I was unlike others. My mother resided in the secluded Yunling palace, which had long been shut away from the world. The wet nurse recounted that my father had once intended to execute my mother. Yet, due to my birth, she was spared, confined within the palace's walls, devoid of freedom. "What wrong has my mother committed?" I inquired. The wet nurse sighed. "The emperor deems her at fault. Thus, she must bear the blame. But why does she continue to live?" "Because you are a prince." "But I am not a prince," I protested, seeking my mother. She held me close, declaring me her good son. Yet, moments later, she erupted in anguish, berating the heavens for allowing me to survive while my brother perished, leaving her to live in trepidation. At that time, my mother was with child again. The emperor had few offspring, and so the birth of a prince led to the banishment of the Jiang family to the northern frontier. However, had I been a princess, my mother would have faced death, leaving only a daughter. The emperor showed no favor towards me, and neither did the entire palace. It was not until the valiant guard Song Mian observed me that he remarked, "Your Highness appears so frail. It is no wonder you are bullied." From that moment, he began to instruct me in martial arts. At the age of 12, my third brother was bestowed the title of Princeton. Among the princes and princesses, he was the only one who treated me kindly, though he was not the emperor's son. This was a secret of the harem. My third brother's father was the emperor's brother, who had perished at the hands of rebels to ensure the emperor's ascension. Grateful for his brother's sacrifice, the emperor brought my third brother back to the palace to raise as his own. Initially, my third brother enjoyed the emperor's favor, but things changed. The title of Shen was both a reward and a warning, as he was dispatched to the South Sea for battle. Just the day before, I had patted his shoulder, asking him to bring me a South Pearl. The following day, I received an imperial decree to accompany him. This was the machination of consort Exine. Over a decade ago, she was merely a maidservant to my mother, but upon gaining favor, her entire family ascended in fortune. I suspected she wished for my demise in the outside world, so she could persuade the emperor to execute my mother. Upon learning this, My mother was consumed with panic, collapsing to the ground in tears. I reached out to wipe her tears, and though her eyes cleared momentarily, she embraced me and lamented, "My dear Chinga, you are so beautiful, dressed as a girl. You would be a celestial being. It is I who has wronged you, forcing you to endure this life." I replied, "Mother, you are mistaken. It is the emperor who orchestrates your fate. To him, gender is of no consequence. To escape such a destiny, one must strive for greater heights." With Yu Ming at my side, I ventured to the humid, sweltering shores of the South Sea, witnessing the brutal realities of battle for the first time. I sought solace in Yu Ming's embrace as the deputy commander, Nan Rongi, jested about my frailty while recounting tales of the fierce pirates who charged ashore, mercilessly attacking all in sight. As time passed, I gradually acclimated, recalling the martial skills Song Mian had imparted, and I felled several enemy commanders. The soldiers no longer perceived me as a pampered prince. When they beheld me, they respectfully addressed me as Your Highness. Yet I was still young and had sustained injuries. I hesitated to allow others to tend to my wounds, relying solely on Yu Ming for bandaging. Within 2 months, my third brother quelled the turmoil in the South Sea, and I basked in the glory of 1,000 gold reward. Though lacking a formal title, I had nonetheless made a name for myself among the troops. The journey had not been in vain. Upon returning to the palace, I did not accompany my third brother to pay homage to the emperor. Instead, I returned to Yunling Palace with the South Pearl I had sought during the night. When I encountered my mother, she sat on the steps, gazing vacantly at the sky. I approached quietly, presenting the jewelry box as if it were a treasure. In the isolated Yunling Palace, she remained unaware of the army's triumphant return. Upon seeing me, she paused momentarily, then burst into tears of joy. She enveloped me in her arms, whispering in my ear, "It is well that you have returned." Noticing the increased strands of white in her hair, I felt a pang of guilt. "Mother, I have brought back a South Pearl. Would you permit me to craft a set of hairpins for you?" Only then did she regain her composure, wiping away her tears, laughing and crying simultaneously. "That would be wonderful." After she had retired for the night, I returned to my chamber. Yet I felt a heavy pain in my lower abdomen and called for Yu Ming. Soon, my trousers were stained with blood, and I experienced my first menstruation. I was unlike others. I was a princess masquerading as a prince. My mother had once been pregnant with twins, yet the physician had failed to detect it. The first male fetus had perished, and in her despair, I was born. However, I did not bring her solace, for I was a girl. In the eyes of ordinary families, the birth of a dragon and phoenix was a tremendous blessing, yet for my mother, it was a great calamity. To preserve the Jiang family, my mother falsely claimed I was a prince. The emperor, indifferent to my existence, overlooked my deceased brother, and thus everyone believed I was male. In the days that followed, my mother lived in constant fear, reproaching herself for allowing me to exist in a state of neither male nor female. Yet, she also blamed me for the death of her son, condemning her to a life of despair. Due to the discomfort of my first menstruation, I remained indoors. One night, my mother entered with a steaming bowl of medicine. I noticed her pallor was not well. "You have never been nurtured properly. Your body is frail and cold. This is a warming medicine for your womb. It may be bitter, but you will feel much better after taking it." I accepted it without suspicion. The concoction was indeed repugnant, yet I gulped it down. Standing before me was my mother, and I failed to notice her worsening complexion. She ceased to speak further, and I caught sight of the South Pearl dangling from her hairpin, swaying back and forth, agitating my mind, as I grew faint. Soon, an excruciating pain gripped my abdomen, and I felt an uncontrollable flow from my lower body. It was not merely menstruation. At that moment, my mother finally broke down, collapsing to the floor, her voice trembling as she said, "Chinger, do not blame your mother. You are a prince. How could you possibly menstruate? It is all right. Endure this pain once, and you shall not feel it again." In that instant, I harbored a genuine hatred towards her. She was my biological mother, yet she treated me thus. Her heart was filled with thoughts of those I had never met, raising me solely for their sake. Struggling, I reached out to grasp her, but tumbled from the bed. She stumbled back in shock, then crawled over to embrace me. I wished to push her away, yet I lacked the strength, allowing her tears to soak my garments. All night, I was in agony, unable to utter a word. The sensation of losing something within me gradually drained my spirit. My mother kept vigil over me through the night, and as dawn broke, when the first rays of sunlight pierced the room, I asked her, What do you truly perceive me as? I began to practice diligently, immersing myself in military strategy. Song Mian warned, success cannot be achieved overnight, Your Highness. Be cautious of impatience, for it may lead to failure. I dismissed his caution, tossing a spear to him and challenging him to a duel. In my youth, I could not withstand 3 moves against him, yet now I matched him evenly. I declared, I firmly believe that diligence is rewarded. I am determined to fight for my destiny. Chapter 62. What does it matter that I am a woman? Part 2. As a prince attending school. My mentor often imparted the strategies of governance. One day, during a discussion on national affairs, he summoned me to respond. I felt my answer was cautious, yet unremarkable. Yet he praised my unique insight. A sense of foreboding gripped me, for indeed, upon leaving class, Chu Heng mocked me. Royal brother, does your mother not resemble an old crone now? I do not wish to acknowledge him, yet he obstructs my path. Brother, if I were you, I would keep a low profile to avoid dragging down our mother, who is despised by all. My resentment towards the Empress is profound, yet I cannot tolerate others mistreating her. In a fit of fury, I seized Chu Heng's leg and forcefully threw him to the ground, demanding, What are you? Go back and inquire with Lady Xian about her feelings when she served my mother. I paid dearly for my reckless actions. My mother perished. The emperor named a crown prince but demoted his mother, while in a blink of an eye, Chu Heng was granted the title of Duke of Yi, and Lady Xian ascended to the esteemed rank of imperial concubine. This is the emperor's art of balance, yet it undeniably granted Lady Xian substantial power. She began secretly eliminating her rivals, with my mother as her primary target. After I threw Lady Xian's precious son, she manipulated me into hunting with third brother, accusing my mother of cursing her. Within a mere afternoon, my mother was dragged into the inner prison, tortured nearly to death. When I saw her, her eyes had been gouged out, her limbs severed, and her bloodied face revealed her hopeless state. Yet she still comforted me, her weak voice repeatedly assuring me that it was of no consequence. The eunuch by Lady Xian's side frowned in disdain, shrill voice delivering her warning. The lady has decreed that the Jiang family has overstepped, and you must not grieve for those who err, lest it reaches the emperor and brings you misfortune. I remained silent until my mother drew her last breath, then I rose to confront the eunuch. As lightning flashed across the sky, looking into his eyes, it felt as if Lady Xian stood before me, and I declared, I shall surely kill you. I held my mother's lifeless body and hid in the Yunling Palace for 3 days, surrounded by flies and maggots, yet I could not leave. My mother was here. I hated her, yet I loved her most deeply. She had robbed me of the hope of having descendants, and I had yet to exact my revenge on her. Lady Xian, this serpent disguised as a beauty had so shamefully brought about my mother's demise. The emperor had long since grown weary of her. Upon hearing of these events, he merely admonished Lady Xian. I sought out the Empress Dowager, who muttered prayers and shook her head, lamenting the sin of it all.
I have no one to seek justice for me. What sin do we truly bear?
I recalled the words of the wet nurse. It was simply that they deemed us guilty, and thus we were sinners. Though we appeared noble, our lives were in the hands of others. Why should we accept such a fate? I resolutely defied such a destiny. As the year progressed, third brother prepared for battle once more. This time, I volunteered to join the fray, leveraging my mother's death to petition the Empress Dowager for 2 imperial edicts, one to send the right Ming out of the palace, and the other to allow Song Mian to accompany me to the battlefield. Chu Heng, having learned of this, came to mock me with great delight. I smiled and warned, Be careful, royal brother, I will skin you alive. From then on, I accompanied third brother on campaigns, and my valor on the battlefield elevated my standing among the soldiers to an incomparable level. Yet I yearned to go further. I did not wish to remain overshadowed by third brother. My relationship with Nanrong Yi Yao transformed during this venture. The Nanrong family was a prominent clan in court, yet Yi Yao was a son of a concubine, struggling to make his mark amidst the talented members of his family. Following third brother, he saw no path forward. He laughed dismissively, saying, Isn't it all about interests? I have known Chu Lang since childhood, and our bond is unlike any other. I envied such camaraderie, yet his choice of words made me roll my eyes. For he indeed chased after me relentlessly. We continued this playful banter, and though he was older, third brother remarked that he lacked decorum when accompanying me. Before long, third brother and I found ourselves ambushed in the northern frontier, both sustaining grave injuries. We fought for our lives and survived, yet upon seeing Yi Yao, I fainted. I felt as though I had entered a long dream, where my mother cradled me in the imperial garden and the emperor hoisted me onto his shoulder. I reached for a leaf from the tree, but before I could grasp it, I tumbled down from him, and the scene shifted. My mother's bloodied face appeared before me. Lady Xian laughed maniacally, and the emperor remained indifferent, while the empress dowager repeated the word sin. I suddenly awoke, pain coursing through my body, and realized Yi Yao was sleeping beside my bed. I stirred slightly in discomfort. Upon hearing the movement, he awoke, eyes brimming with surprise, and anxiously asked if I felt all right. However, my thoughts were with third brother, who had said, Chu Lang is gravely injured. He will need time to recover. I fell into contemplation, recalling how third brother had unflinchingly shielded me from blades, and my heart ached. At that moment, Yao appeared troubled, hesitating as if engaged in a lengthy internal struggle before asking, Chu Qing, did you see me during your bandaging? I inquired. You saw? His face flushed and he stammered, I didn't mean to. How could I help but notice your beauty? Rest assured, I won't speak of it. Regardless of whether I believed him, the reality of him knowing I was a woman could not be changed. Sighing, I thought if I were a princess, my mother would still be dead. Regardless, she was gone. After that day, his care for me became even more evident, prompting Song Mian to question me. I did not conceal the truth, merely stating, why not trust him? Third brother had sustained grave injuries to protect me, and once I recovered, I took his place and, alongside Yi Yao, led the army to annihilate the northern royal family. Before the assembled soldiers, I beheaded the king of the north and hung his head upon the royal banner, marking the beginning of my renown as a youthful war god. The northern kingdom harbored my maternal relatives, those who had burdened me throughout my life, unfamiliar kin who had lived there for many years, forgotten by the emperor. The bond of blood is always moving. I wept as I shared my plight with my mother, and tears streamed down my grandfather's aged face as he lamented having wronged his daughter. Words alone could not suffice. Something had to be done on my behalf. Shortly after our victorious return, the Western Wana invaded. Third brother could not lead the expedition, so I petitioned to do so. His army had just endured a bloody battle and required recuperation. These words reassured those who had just returned from the front lines, and they remembered my valor. However, the emperor was not reassured, appointing the crown prince as commander and myself as his deputy. This time, Yao did not accompany me. On the eve of departure, he gifted me a dagger, one that had been blessed at the national temple, sought for me by my mother, claiming it to be quite effective. Seeing him so serious made me chuckle, and I teased him, it may protect you, but it might not protect me. To my surprise, he embraced me and whispered, then I shall protect you. I did not respond but instead asked, do you think it is possible for me to scheme and attain the supreme position? Yi Yao appeared taken aback, stammering, are you suggesting we conceal this for a lifetime? I replied, have you seen the women in the palace?
They squander their lives for that man.
I too am a child of the emperor. Why should I not aspire to the throne? I had become a mortal enemy of Lady Xian. Should the Duke of Yi ascend, I would face death. I refused to be the fish on the chopping board. I had to fight for my own destiny. He found my ambition astonishing, but still inquired what I needed him to do, warming my heart. I said, if you truly wish to assist me, the Jiang family is in the north. Send some trustworthy guards to protect them. He understood my intent. The Jiang family had once been a family of martial generals, and they certainly had their own methods of training soldiers, though the distance to the north posed a challenge. I embraced him, saying, apart from my third brother, you have treated me the best. The crown prince did not disappoint my expectations. The hardships of military life stripped away his usual effet of virtue, and he became quite frantic, often directing his ire towards me. The soldiers held him in disdain. And one fateful day, a 1,000-man officer was caught by the crown prince for sneaking out of the camp at night. The crown prince insisted on executing him as a warning to others. At that time, I was not in the camp, and upon my return, I witnessed the officer's desperate cries as the executioner's blade fell, blood spilling onto the ground. Song Mian explained, his wife has long been gravely ill, and he had ventured out to gather the miraculous herbs the doctor spoke of. I understood his presence had been overlooked, yet I refrained from intervening for a reason. The crown prince had already incited the wrath of many, but I still felt sorrow for a man who thought of his wife. I clenched my fists and walked over, draping my cloak over his lifeless body, turning to the crown prince and saying, beyond the law, there exists humanity. How can a commander indiscriminately execute a loyal general? Where is the righteousness in that? His face flushed with anger as he replied, disobeying military orders warrants death. Otherwise, where would the rules lie? I ceased my words, contemplating that if he truly ascended to the throne, it would spell disaster for our Liang. The strategic terrain of Wana was easily defensible yet challenging to conquer. And after the incident with the 1,000-man officer, the crown prince lost the support of those around him. Eager to restore his dignity, he insisted on accompanying us to launch an ambush. I conferred with Song Mian, planning not only to eliminate the enemy but also to lead the crown prince into a trap where we would sever one of his arms. Among the Wana troops was a female general, Princess Tasha. Before the decisive battle, she departed from the army, and shortly after, Wana sent an envoy of surrender. Tasha presented the severed head of the Wana king to our camp, seeking reconciliation with Liang. I stated, the declaration of war came from Wana, and so does the proposal for peace. How can Liang be manipulated at will? She smiled slightly, saying, esteemed general, the people of Wana yearn for peace. If you agree to a ceasefire, we are willing to offer 10 cities and tribute annually to the Liang dynasty. I raised an eyebrow and asked, are you truly in a position to make such decisions? The new king is but her 7-year-old brother, and I had no faith that he orchestrated this. She gazed at the box containing her father's head, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she said, you doubt my sincerity. General, I witnessed your clever stratagem that day, how you lured your crown prince into a trap. If this were to be revealed, your return to court might not be met with favor. Is that so? Then I shall kill you, destroy Wana, slay your brother, and massacre your people. At that point, who could spread the word? She feigned panic, leaning closer to me, pleading for mercy. Noticing her alluring demeanor, I realized that the experienced concubine's demeanor paled in comparison to hers. I discerned the same desire in her eyes that mirrored my own. An idea flashed in my mind, and I proposed. Whether or not Wana is destroyed is not for me to decide. Rather, you should return with me to the capital and personally present your case to my father. Song Mian cautioned. This woman is formidable. She has ambitions of usurping the throne. Tasha proved to be quite persuasive, winning my father's consent for her terms upon entering the palace, while the crown prince, having lost an arm, was swiftly deposed by my father. The one most delighted by this was the concubine Exine, yet I felt compelled to present her with another gift. So, I spread rumors of my gender throughout the court. One day, upon returning to the palace, I was summoned to the Dragon Hall, where my father sat, a scowl upon his face, while Exine appeared quite pleased. My father thundered, you possess tremendous audacity to deceive me thus. I shall have your life to relieve my resentment. Exine fanned the flames from the sidelines, accusing me of treason, her haughty demeanor eliciting my amusement. I replied, Father, do you truly intend to execute me? The value I bring far exceeds the worth of my life. I was confident that my father would not truly kill me, for I had labored for 10 years to reach this day, beginning my journey on the battlefield at the tender age of 12. As an uncherished prince, I found it challenging to grow up in safety, yet my third brother's campaigns inspired me. I deliberately instructed Yu Ming to mention a word to the maidservants around Exine, and she, predictably, seized the opportunity to whisper in my father's ear. Her miscalculation became evident when I returned unscathed, allowing her to continue her petty torments against me and my mother. However, my mother has passed away. I must ensure her demise. Thus I needed to take further action, and willingly followed my third brother into battle. He was an insurmountable figure in the hearts of the soldiers, and I sought ways to prevent him from leading further expeditions. That time, I could have avoided the ambush, knowing my third brother would come to my aid regardless of the danger. Yet, I did not foresee the extent of his injuries, rendering him unable to ride again. But I achieved my aim of seizing his military command. Guilt and sorrow could not allow me to live honorably. I had no path to retreat, and I resolutely refused to turn back. My father dismissed everyone but me, and in that moment, we could speak openly. I declared, I merely wished to live with integrity. My father still confined me, so I requested paper and ink, practicing my calligraphy in my cell, pouring my thoughts onto the page. This solitude was peaceful. Tasha came to visit me, and I instructed her merely to manage her own affairs. Tasha entered the palace, drawing away Exine's favor, but our agreement encompassed more than that. My father sought to execute me, and Yao, alongside the military generals, petitioned for my pardon. My father, having aged, could not withstand the collective resistance of the ministers. I intended for him to confront this matter, yet I had to be spared, for I was the prince commanding the 3 armies, a renowned young warlord known throughout Liang. Over the years, I fought for more than just my reputation. I garnered the loyalty of those valiant warriors on the battlefield. Lu Chuqing became a princess, and my father stripped me of my military powers, returning them to my 3rd brother. With the crown prince's downfall, the foundation of the state remained uncertain, and the ministers began to fret. My father contemplated Chu Heng, a man even less capable than the crown prince. Song Mian and I deliberated on how to respond. I remarked, Chu Heng is arrogant. The position of crown prince is precarious, and if he acts too hastily, he will only attract disaster. Once Chu Heng ascended as the heir apparent, Xian elevated herself to the rank of imperial noble consort, and her already wild nature became even more unrestrained. One day, she mentioned a distant cousin's son of marriageable age, insinuating that I should marry him, claiming my age rendered such a union acceptable. This ungrounded woman was truly foolish. How could a princess marry a commoner? I spread rumors among the maidservants that my father intended to establish a new empress, and Xian, predictably, became ecstatic, leading Chu Heng to become increasingly arrogant. 3 months after he became the crown prince, he forcibly abducted a common woman, who, unable to bear the humiliation, tragically took her own life by colliding with a pillar in the marketplace. I seized this opportunity to incite further discord. Song Mian drafted a petition from the populace, while Tasha conspired to frame Xian for harming her unborn child. Xian quickly fell out of favor with my father, and Chu Heng was subsequently deposed as well. From the wall beside the imperial guards, one could walk southward to the Jianan Gate. I donned male attire and strolled along the bustling streets, accompanied by Song Mian, and we ventured into a house of pleasure. As we entered a private room, Yuming joined us. I had not seen her in quite some time, and she wore a half-mask adorned with gold threads. This establishment was built with the riches bestowed by my father. I had sent Yuming out of the palace to create it. In recent years, my relentless efforts in managing the brothel, coupled with the arrival of the Vanna women brought by Tasha, have resulted in a flourishing business. I have successfully sent several beauties to various ministers' residences as spies. The girl who crashed into the pillar is one of my own. Her sacrifice has secured a worry-free future for her entire family. Was it worth it? I seemed to lack the standing to voice any opinion. As I exited the building, I chanced upon my 3rd brother, who appeared to be waiting for me. For a fleeting moment, I felt a pang of guilt, but my expression quickly returned to normal. Recent events had stirred something within him. He was aware of my actions, and it was no surprise that he had traced them to this place. He inquired about my desires, and I posed a question in return. Why do you think the small nation of Vanna dares to invade our great Liang? Does this relate to your schemes? Naturally, it does. This is precisely because our Liang, in its pursuit of pleasure, has neglected the necessity of military preparedness. While we may have triumphed this time, if this continues, the Vanna of yesterday may become the Liang of tomorrow. Chu Qing, do you harbor thoughts of rebellion? Do you wish to become an emperor? I gazed at the blazing summer sun, mirroring the fervor of my own life. My future should be illuminated like this, and unless absolutely necessary, I would never contemplate treason. He, ultimately soft-hearted, sighed and remarked that it was his fault for not caring enough, unaware that my brother was, in truth, my sister. I recognized my lack of qualification for such matters. Yet, compared to Chu Heng, my brother hoped that the one in question would be me, and he vowed to assist me. He affectionately ruffled my hair, and I, observing his demeanor, asked, "Do you blame our father?" He replied that there was nothing to blame. He and the emperor shared no blood relation, and it was only natural for him to be wary of me. These were matters of the elders past, and I should not speak too much. However, upon hearing his words, the tension in my heart eased. The notion of a 100-day prince was indeed laughable. Our father had no shortage of offspring, yet the number of princes was scarce. With 2 princes encountering misfortune in quick succession, our father fell ill with worry, and Tasha tended to him day and night, yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. The borders remained unsettled, and our father dispatched my 3rd brother to the northern desert. Having sustained injuries, he then thought of me. Within days, the emperor issued a decree to bestow a marriage upon Yao. I was intrigued that, even in his bedridden state, he could contemplate the illegitimate son of the Nanrong family. On the Shaanxi festival, Yao took me to the riverbank to release flower lanterns in a desolate place. Leaning against him, I listened to his heartbeat. His body radiated warmth, dispelling the slight chill of early spring. He apologized to me, but how could I bear to reproach him? All of this was due to our father, so I forbade him from speaking in such a manner and kissed him. In the end, I lost control, acting purely on impulse. Afterwards, I nestled closer to him and said, "In truth, marrying would be beneficial for you. I cannot bear children and provide you with heirs." He pressed his forehead against mine, asserting that his family had brothers to carry on the lineage. As a mere illegitimate child, offspring were not significant. It was only I who held his heart's desire. I recalled our recent moments of intimacy, my ears flushing with warmth. And thankfully, the night obscured my embarrassment as I buried my face in his embrace, where he could not see my discomfort. Due to the marriage decree, Yao did not immediately accompany my brother to the battlefield. When my brother asked if I felt sorrowful, I lifted my head and boldly declared, "I shall have ample opportunities to seize him in the future." Yet, that opportunity vanished. Yao perished. Just 3 days after our wedding, he hastened to the northern desert. Our Liang army, with its formidable might, was indeed invincible in battle. However, war brought suffering. And after our victories, the aftermath was filled with the starving and the desperate. My brother returned to report, while I remained behind to construct shelters and distribute porridge to the distressed populace. I deliberately donned women's attire, allowing the soldiers to call me princess. Song Mian spread tales among the people that I was a celestial being descended to save them. I aimed to demonstrate that the royal family of Liang was not solely comprised of men capable of leading armies. Lu Chuqing, if granted power, would surpass them by 100-fold. Days of joyful intimacy with Yao passed. He would style my hair each morning and gather flowers to weave into a crown for me. They all said we were a pair of celestial lovers. I became immersed in this rare comfort, letting down my guard. One day, while distributing porridge, an elderly man approached, his steps unsteady. Just as he received the porridge, he overturned the bowl and drew a dagger from his sleeve, lunging towards me. It was too close. I could not evade him. Yao suddenly shielded me, taking the blow. In the blink of an eye, the assailant was apprehended. Though I felt anguish, having experienced wounds on the battlefield myself, I never anticipated Yao would depart from me in such a manner. The dagger was laced with potent poison, corroding Yao from within. The military physician indicated that this toxin was designed to rot the internal organs, leading to death. Panic seized me as I watched Yao convulse, his handsome face drenched in sweat. I pleaded for a remedy, but the physician shook his head in despair. How did I endure that day? I held him tightly, listening to his anguished cries. Yao rarely expressed pain. The severity must have been unbearable for him to react thus. Blood began to seep from the corners of his eyes, and I clung to him, trembling as he whispered in my ear, "Kill me." Tears I had suppressed for so long erupted at that moment. I desperately wiped the blood and tears from his face, incoherently insisting that he must not shed them. I foolishly believed that if the tears did not flow, my Yao would not die. "No, I don't want you to go, Yao, don't leave me." He could no longer speak and began to cough up blood. I felt a chill run down my spine, ultimately grasping the dagger he had gifted me, and drove it fiercely into his heart. The moment Yao ceased to breathe, I understood that my future would no longer be bright. Song Mian possessed an extraordinary ability to extract information from even the most reticent of individuals. From the assassin's mouth, I learned the name of the instigator. After forcing the poison down the assassin's throat, I had him hanged at the military camp's lookout tower. Under the cover of night, I returned to the capital with Yao's lifeless body, while Song Mian went to the northern borders. My brother came to check on me, his eyes filled with concern. I merely reassured him that I was fine, though my thoughts were elsewhere. Our father's condition suddenly worsened, and ultimately, it became evident that his time was drawing near. He contemplated his sons and recalled Xu Heng.
Zhu Heng?
I severed his thoughts. Song Mian brought me into the capital's garrison in the northern borders and, taking advantage of the situation, led Xu Heng into the brothel. I gazed at his rotund figure, and as he cursed me, I severed his tongue. I said, "Royal brother, did I not warn you that I would skin you alive? How reckless you are to let me catch you." Song Mian sought out the finest butcher in Liang, and I observed Xu Heng's delicate flesh, instructing the master to be cautious and ensure he did not perish prematurely. That night, as Xu Heng suffered from illness, he naturally could not attend. Dressed in plain garments, I visited the dragon hall. After administering medicine to our father, I knelt beside his bed, observing the deep creases on his aging face. The once mighty emperor, who gazed down upon the world, too at age, no one could escape that fate. He said, "I have few children, yet I harbor no fondness for your mother or for you." I was well aware of this, and though his words stirred a fleeting emotion within me, it passed quickly. He continued, "You are truly audacious, deceiving me in such a manner. You and your mother should both face death." I listened, permitting him to vent his frustrations. Perhaps he sensed my lack of significant emotional response, for outside the window, the sounds of battle reached us, and the emperor inquired about the commotion. "I shall not respond, but only address you as father. You have never truly cared whether I live well or not, for in your heart, I am not your child." As I spoke, I rose to touch the jade-beaded curtain at the corner of the bed. In order to preserve her life and protect the Jiang family, my mother made me live for the sake of the prince. In my youth, I gazed at my sister's beautiful dresses, longing to wear one, as they remarked on my beauty and delicate disposition. "The child you cherish has humiliated me in private, and my mother has scolded me, lamenting why it is not I who has perished." I cast him a glance and continued, "From a young age, I have observed the women in the palace bending over backwards to please you in hopes of a better life. Yet, I fail to see what merits you possess that warrant such devotion. They yield to the throne, father, to the crown prince you hold in high regard, your cherished son, all of whom have perished at my hands, for they lack even the ability to survive, let alone govern." His face registered shock as he struggled to rise. But it was futile. The medicine he had taken contained softening powder, and in a moment, he would be rendered speechless. I added, "Let me speak plainly. The beloved Tasha has been poisoning your medicine daily. As the emperor, how can you not perceive this? Truly, you have grown old." He now regarded me with murky eyes, filled with resentment and helplessness, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Father, do you not hear? This is my retinue. They should have already dealt with the valiant guards you depend upon. Father, you are at the end of your rope. Therefore, must you cling to your son? Your daughter can also inherit well." He finally grasped my meaning, cursing me for disregarding propriety, as I unveiled the secret I had harbored in my heart for years. The exhilaration surging through my veins. My voice inevitably rose a few octaves. "This world is unjust to women. Why must the emperor be male? What propriety? When the late emperor was alive, he favored Princess Kangji above all. Had she not passed away, the throne would likely not have fallen to you, father. Even your own father did not mind this. Why must you be so enraged?" I retrieved a piece of bright yellow silk from my sleeve and declared, "However, I too wish for a stable future, so I hope you will grant me this." He exerted all his strength to utter one final question. "What if I refuse?" I sighed, lamenting, "Fear not, father. I have always been thorough. Which military general would defy me? You no longer have any sons capable of inheriting the throne. I shall eliminate all my brothers in the palace. Their willingness or unwillingness matters little to you." Subsequently, I took the poison I had prepared long ago, allowing it to dissolve in my palm. In his terrified gaze, I covered his mouth and nose. He struggled weakly against my grip, and as I looked upon him, I felt a twinge of sadness for this father who had never loved me. I too had never loved him. I said, "Father, your daughter will ensure that this Daliang becomes a prosperous nation. Just wait and see." In the aftermath, I knelt upon the ground, unfurling the edict of succession that had been granted to me, raising it above my head, and cried out in the dragon hall, "Father." Epilogue. I ultimately ascended to the throne, with military leaders chanting my praises, while the literary officials who condemned my usurpation were dealt with accordingly. This world is not devoid of literati. Should anyone wish to follow my father, I would reward them with a splendid coffin made of the finest golden silk Nanmu. Such is the emperor's grace. Once stability was achieved, I began to tidy up the inner palace. I skinned Shu Hung and fashioned a fan from his hide, bestowing his body upon Lady Exine. She scolded me for my ruthlessness, did she? I dragged her grandson to the Baoga Palace, and when the new guards inquired how to handle them, I replied, "Does Lady Exine believe in eradicating the roots of the weeds? I think it must be thoroughly done." I cried out, relishing her helplessness as she lamented. Once her grief subsided, I sent her to the inner prison. Following my mother's example, I gouged out her eyes, severed her limbs, and ultimately cast her into the dog pen. The pups within had already been starved for 3 days, and hearing Lady Xian's cries only left me feeling unsatisfied. In all my actions, Tasha was with me, still clad in her Vanna attire, beaming, entirely unaware of the impending disaster. She remarked, "Your Majesty is truly ruthless, but since you have achieved your desires, should you not fulfill your promise?" Initially, we had agreed that she would assist me in eliminating my foes and poisoning my father in the inner palace. I intended to return 10 Vanna cities to her and crown her as the Queen of Vanna, provided she refrained from taking action against Yao. I responded, "Is that so? I shall be even more ruthless." Using my father's edict as justification, I commanded Tasha to accompany me in death. She uttered nonsensical words in the palace, claiming to carry the late emperor's offspring. Unable to kill her, I silenced her with poison. Before she was sealed in her coffin, I ordered that the poison that had killed Yao be poured into her mouth. Upon seeing her, I noted her eyes filled with resentment, her hair disheveled, a far cry from her once captivating allure. I asked, "Do you not understand? I too do not comprehend why you would arrange a marriage between my father and Yao, severing my own prospects. I fail to see what benefit assassination holds for you. Yet now I understand. Were you not hoping for the birth of your child to become the Empress of Daliang?" I saw a flicker of panic in her eyes, coldly gazing at her as I uttered my last words. "Rest assured, I will march against Vanna. Where is the stability in a vassal state becoming its own territory?" With a wave of my hand, the coffin lid closed. The Empress Dowager remains in the palace. She is truly long-lived. I shall not kill her, allowing her to daily lament her sins within the palace. My harem has never lacked for men, many of whom bear some resemblance to Yao. My third brother remains my most capable assistant. Song Mian serves as the commander of my elite guards, allowing me some peace at night. Though dreams of old acquaintances still visit me, both good and ill, it matters not. I am the Emperor of Daliang, a sovereign unlike any other. I have welcomed all of my third brother's children into the palace, having already decided to pass the throne to one among them. Will they, like me, have blood on their hands to ascend to the highest position? However, by that time, our connections will be of little consequence. Chapter 66. The Imperial Flower, Part 1. My husband is the most handsome man in the capital. Yet, he seems to harbor great resentment towards me. On our wedding night, he yanked off my red veil, gazing at me with fierce, scarlet eyes, his long fingers taut with suppressed rage, veins visibly straining. With a cold laugh, he asked in a chilling tone, "How should I address you henceforth? Empress Dowager? Princess? Or perhaps Madam?" I drew a dagger from my waist and tossed it onto the ground, replying calmly, "There is no need for such sarcasm. Wang Huan is currently in the Tsinghua Hall. If you dare to kill him, I shall commend you as a true man." "You wish for me to kill your father?" he questioned, confusion etched across his brow, suspicion lurking in his furrowed brows. "Silence," I exclaimed in fury. "That old scoundrel is merely a treasonous dog unworthy of being called a father. Yet, despite this, the entire world knows I am Wang Huan's daughter. My name is Wang Jiuying, hailing from the Wang family of Shanin, the daughter of the Grand Minister Wang Huan, and one among his countless offspring. He has had numerous concubines and children throughout his life. Had I not been blessed with a visage of unparalleled beauty from a young age, he would never have paid me any heed. Yet I would rather he had never acknowledged me, for then I would not have been treated as a mere gift to be bestowed upon a man. Emperor Liu Yu had a queen long before, but Wang Huan forced her to her death and subsequently compelled me to enter the palace. As he wished, I became Liu Yu's new empress, yet he remained unsatisfied. A year later, he ended Liu Yu's life with a cup of poisoned wine. I shall never forget that day when I stumbled into the Tsinghua Hall. Liu Yu was curled on the ground in agony, his face pale, and his lips dripping with dark, foul blood. "Aang, Aang," he implored, reaching out to me with a look filled with panic and reluctance. He was my husband, inherently kind and perceptive. Despite my status as a daughter of the Wang family, he treated me with utmost tenderness. How could I not love him? But he was the emperor, and if he could not protect himself, how could I hope to save him? I held him tightly in my embrace, watching as the warmth of his once gentle body faded into coldness and rigidity. My heart turned to ashes, lost and bewildered, unsure of my surroundings. Yet Wang Huan was overjoyed. He wielded absolute power, quickly elevating Liu Yu's illegitimate son, Liu Jia, to the position of the new emperor and declared me the Empress Dowager. At just 3 years old, we, as destitute mother and son, tread cautiously under Wang Huan's watchful eye, with every decision resting in his hands. But soon he grew impatient. Deposed Liu Jia donned the dragon robe himself, and I, like a puppet, transformed from Empress Dowager back into Princess Huayang. He had slain my husband, usurped my son, and I wept daily in the Changla Palace, refusing to forgive him. In a misguided attempt to placate me, he devised a so-called clever plan. He surrounded the Longsha residence, imprisoning the entire Qin family of 96 members, coercing the renowned Qin Lu Gongzi to marry me. Qin Yuan, known for his filial piety, ultimately resolved to sacrifice his appearance to save his family and entered the palace as the Eastern Bed Prince. On our wedding night, I unhesitatingly threw a dagger to him, yet he hesitated. I knew the Qin family had once been close advisors to the Lu clan and that he harbored intentions of vengeance against Wang Huan. But the guards of Tsinghua Hall were formidable. Even though he had trained in martial arts since childhood, he could not reach Wang Huan. Qin Lu Gongzi, please take a seat. I personally removed my phoenix crown and invited him to sit. This marriage is not of our choosing. For your family's protection and to conceal my true intentions, let us mutually benefit from this arrangement. When the day comes that I can take down the old fool, we shall part ways. Of course, if you seek wealth and glory, you may report me to Wang Huan. The choice lies with you, Gongzi. I spoke candidly, without reservation. Under the flickering red candlelight, while Qin Yuan gazed at me intently, as if trying to see through me. After a moment, he coldly remarked, "Do you take me for a fool?" On our wedding night, we shared the same bed, fully clothed. The Changla Palace was rife with my father's spies. Since we were putting on a show, it had to be convincing. In the face of Qin Yuan's astonishment and embarrassment, I boldly shook the bed for half an hour, producing sounds that would make anyone blush. When my arms grew weary, and I had to stop, I noticed a faint blush on his otherwise flawless face. "Is this sufficient?" he asked somewhat awkwardly. I looked at him with confusion. "What? Do you think it was too brief?" Qin Yuan, a scion of a noble family, presumed that women should be demure and virtuous, yet was unprepared for someone as unrestrained as I. He turned crimson in an instant. "Not too short, it's enough." With that, he casually pulled a brocade blanket over himself, disregarding me, leaving only his slender back visible through the silver-red gauze curtain. The most handsome man in the capital, his reputation was well-deserved. Even a mere view of his gracefully contoured back was intoxicating. But I remained unmoved, having endured 2 dynasties and bearing the stigma of a treacherous empress. My heart was as still as water. My sole desire was for vengeance, indifferent to matters of love. Beneath the moonlight, we lay back to back on the same bed, each harboring our own thoughts, unable to sleep through the long night. The next day, we donned our attire, preparing to pay respects to Wang Huan. Just before leaving the Changla Palace, I quietly advised him, "If you wish to save the Longsha residence, you know what must be done." He nodded, extending his hand towards me, shimmering in the sunlight, adorned with a jade crown and silver hairpin, his demeanor charming. Together, we entered Tsinghua Hall, where Wang Huan awaited us, his face beaming with satisfaction. "My son-in-law, Qin Yuan, offers tea to our emperor." He did not kneel but bowed his head respectfully, personally presenting a cup of tea to him. "Ha ha ha," Wang Huan laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. He accepted the tea and glanced at me, feigning a paternal demeanor. "Sakura, I personally selected this prince for you. Are you satisfied?" I replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a matter of the flesh. If he is willing to give his all, I am naturally satisfied." I spoke brazenly, my expression devoid of shame. Nearby, Qin Yuan seemed taken aback by my audacity, subtly shifting away. "Ha ha ha." Wang Huan was pleased with my attitude. He stroked his beard and praised, "Truly, you are my daughter, bold and unyielding, a true heroine among women." I ignored him, pulling Qin Yuan's sleeve to sit down, while flamboyant maidservants served us tea, allowing Wang Huan to take the opportunity to speak grandiloquently to Qin Yuan. I disregarded them, my gaze fixed on a caged bird in silence. When it was time to take our leave, I suddenly turned to Wang Huan and said, "Now that Qin Lu Gongzi is my husband, the Longsha residence is my in-laws' home. I advise you to withdraw your guards to avoid complications with our in-laws." I deliberately defended the Qin family, which only pleased Wang Huan further. Naturally, their family now, he often wore a guileless expression, but such a fade could deceive others, not me. He was the most cunning old fox in the world, To take his life would require a careful and gradual approach. Chapter 67. The Flower of the Imperial Daughter, Part 2. In truth, I had long desired Wang Huan's life. For he was the one who had killed my mother. My mother was once a concubine of the Minister of State, Luan. Many years ago, Luan inadvertently offended him, and that night, he slaughtered the Lu household, claiming all the beautiful women for himself. My mother, possessing great beauty, could not escape his grasp. Once she entered the Sima residence, she was favored for a time, inciting jealousy among the other concubines. They often slander her before Wang Huan, claiming she secretly cursed him. Enraged, one day, intoxicated, he personally strangled her to death. I was 6 years old then. I hid in the attic, stifling my cries, even forgetting to weep. But from that day forward, I was plagued by nightmares, where my mother would appear with rolling eyes and a tongue extended a foot long. I do not know how I survived in the Sima residence, but I have always longed for vengeance against Wang Huan. After leaving Qinghua Hall and seeing no one around, I released Qin Yuan's hand. "Thank you." There was a sincerity in his tone this time. I shook my head, my voice calm. "No need. Today. You owe me a favor. Simply repay it in the future." Qin Yuan nodded solemnly, his eyes shining brightly. "I swear by the Longshire residence to repay this favor." I couldn't help but scoff. The Longshire residence is barely holding on. What use is it to make such vows? The world is in chaos. Treasonous ministers and bandits have declared themselves kings. You should prioritize your own safety. I understood Wang Huan too well. His guileless appearance masked a heart of a fox. Impossible to decipher. One moment he would be laughing and toasting with you as a brother, the next he could be ripping your heart out, severing your limbs, and casting you into a mass grave. The Changsha mansion has lifted the restrictions, yet Wang Huan remains skeptical of our intentions, necessitating a facade from both Qin Yuan and myself. We closed the gates of the Changla Palace, indulging in music, revelry, and copious drinking within the sleeping quarters. By night, I maintained my stoic demeanor while rocking the bedpost, unwearied. One day, Qin Yuan, with a newfound conscience and devoid of any doubts, pulled me onto the bed, awkwardly suggesting, "Allow me this night." I welcomed the invitation, softly acquiescing, and nestled into the covers fully clothed. Initially, we shared the same bed with minimal conversation, counting the drops of time until dawn. However, at some point, our dialogue began to flow. Wang Huan, though a treacherous usurper, possessed a modicum of governance skill, inciting considerable apprehension among the court. With my back turned to Qin Yuan, I whispered softly, under the moonlight. A derisive laugh emerged from behind. He disdainfully remarked, "How can a usurper truly win the hearts of the people? The Lu lineage's flame still flickers, awaiting its time. How long must we wait?" I mused. Though the ember exists, it must be ignited soon lest it cool and extinguish. Qin Yuan turned to face me, his eyes gleaming like stars, filled with an inquisitive depth. "It seems you harbor more hatred than I. The vengeance of a mother slain, the resentment of a husband murdered, the grievance of a nation usurped. Should I not personally exact retribution upon him?" In the frigid night, I heard the sound of my own teeth grinding. Fatigue and animosity surged within me, and amidst the gray dawn, I succumbed to a hazy stupor. In that indistinct moment, I thought I heard him softly inquire, "What was your first husband like when he ascended to the throne?" Half a month into our marriage, I scoured the realm for a beauty, ultimately discovering a woman of unparalleled allure. This maiden was delicate and voluptuous, possessing an innate charm that captivated all. I presented her to Wang Huan, who, upon seeing her, became utterly entranced, disregarding the presence of ministers as he hastily whisked her away to his chambers. The following day, she was dubbed the Cloud Beauty of the palace. However, the Cloud Beauty was quite capricious. Despite it being summer, she insisted on consuming chilled fish. Though the palace had a pristine pool, she insisted on taking the emperor's carriage to the countryside hot springs. Despite her humble origins, she reveled in the sounds of shattered pearls and silks. Wang Huan showered her with affection, enabling her increasingly unruly behavior. One day, the Cloud Beauty's carriage collided with the vehicle of the Grand Inspector, a man in his 60s, leaving him severely injured. Yet, she played the victim, weeping before Wang Huan, claiming the old man had called her a fox spirit and compared him to the tyrant King Zhou. "I cannot bear such insults. I may as well perish," she declared, throwing herself into Wang Huan's embrace, tears enhancing her allure. Wang Huan, distressed over the beauty's plight, publicly berated the old inspector before the court, causing the man to suffer a stroke on the spot. Despite this, Wang Huan ordered that, upon recovering, the inspector would receive 20 lashes. Such incidents only heightened the trepidation of the court officials. While Wang Huan indulged the beauty, I too was not idle. Since the downfall of the Desheng court, I bore an indelible reputation, labeled as the nation's scourge, the demoness of the Wang family, the lewd princess. While I appeared noble in public, my name was sullied in private. Thus I embraced the notoriety. Under my influence, Qin Yuan procured 2 exquisite young men with skin like jade and sent them to my Changlu palace, drawing ridicule from the entire capital. It seemed the Princess Huayang was indulging excessively, leaving her husband overwhelmed. The esteemed son of the Qin Changshe family, the prince consort, was willingly becoming a timid turtle to please the princess. No wonder his eyes grew dark and his frame thin. Perhaps the princess was a succubus, consuming the vitality of men. The gossip grew increasingly scandalous, yet neither Qin Yuan nor I paid it any heed. To achieve great deeds, one must endure the burden of slander. Mere words held no weight. With the palace gate shut, we continued our revelries, dancing and frolicking in broad daylight. Ultimately, these whispers reached Wang Huan's ears. He chuckled, embracing the cloud beauty, his hands wandering over her form. As long as the princess is pleased, what matter is it? She desires what she desires. I shall provide it all, for I owe her, he mused, finally setting aside his suspicions of me. Within the Changlu palace, Qin Yuan and I grew increasingly in sync. To the unknowing palace servants, he smiled as he adorned my brows, while I sweetly fastened his crown. Truly, we appeared a pair of lovers entwined day and night. One was a dashing noble, the other a captivating beauty. Together, we seemed perfectly matched. Wang Huan was quite pleased with Qin Yuan, the prince consort of the Eastern Bed, for his ability to win my favor alleviated Wang Huan's sense of indebtedness. He had usurped the Liu dynasty, slain my husband, and deposed my child, fully aware that he could not silence the public outcry. Yet he believed that presenting me with a handsome man would quell my resentment. Such naive thinking. In the Changlu Palace, Qin Yuan and I harmonized beautifully, while in the Chenghua Hall, Wang Huan and the Cloud Beauty were lost in their own world of passion. As August 3rd approached, the anniversary of Empress Xianlia's death drew near. Wang Huan's first wife, the Yu clan, had passed many years prior, and it was said that they shared a deep bond. After ascending to the throne, Wang Huan posthumously honored her as Empress Xianlai. Each year on this date, he would visit her tomb to pay his respects. And this year was no exception. That evening upon his return, Wang Huan dreamt of Empress Xianlai, who wept, seeming to bear countless grievances. Startled awake, he found himself unable to return to slumber. The Cloud Beauty, tender and alluring, nestled against his chest, gently inquired, "Does His Majesty harbor worries?" I dreamt that Empress Xianlai was wronged in the afterlife, yet I was powerless to assist her. The Cloud Beauty chuckled. "I have heard of a curious tale. A wealthy man's wife passed away, and fearing she would suffer in the afterlife, he arranged a ghost marriage, uniting her with a robust butcher who had also departed. Subsequently, she appeared in the man's dreams to express her gratitude." Wang Huan sat upright, astonished. Could such a thing be true? I dare not speak carelessly. However, Empress Xianlai is no ordinary woman. Should you wish, the male spirit you seek must be noble, long-lived, and someone of great renown. Noble, long-lived, and renowned. Does such a man even exist? Wang Huan furrowed his brow. The Cloud Beauty smiled. Is not the founding emperor of Desheng, Liu Shan, such a man? Wang Huan slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. What you say is indeed correct. Liu Shan fought tirelessly, securing the Desheng Empire with a spear. He was the founding emperor, thus noble, and he passed away at 76, certainly long-lived. Yet he hesitated. Empress Xianlai was my first wife. After my time, she must be buried with me. If she marries another, would that not separate us? Your Majesty is the true dragon of the heavens, destined for eternity. Should that day come, Empress Xianlia's love for you will ensure she remains by your side. The Desheng Empire belongs to you now. Need you fear a mere lubbrute? Wang Huan burst into hearty laughter, his hand playfully squeezing the Cloud Beauty's waist as he toppled her onto the silken couch. Your words resonate deeply with me. Allow me to cherish you well. True to his decisive nature, Wang Huan issued a decree the very next day to arrange a ghost marriage for Empress Xianlai. However, This decree stirred up a tempest in the court, akin to a small stone causing ripples across a vast lake. The so-called ghost marriage entails the union of the coffins of deceased men and women, yet Lu Shan, the founding emperor of the Great Qing dynasty, cannot be so lightly disturbed. Although the Lu clan has waned, the majority of ministers are seasoned veterans of the Great Qing. This absurd decree is a scandal unprecedented in history. Can the tomb of a founding emperor be so easily opened? Can a Lu emperor marry the wife of a Wang? Is this not the greatest disgrace in the realm? In an instant, memorials flooded Wang Huan's desk like snowflakes, and heated disputes erupted in the court, with some old ministers even colliding with pillars in their fervor. Regrettably, Wang Huan was notoriously obstinate and impulsive. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. Thus, Lu Shan's royal tomb was pried open, and Wang Huan, brimming with delight, united the coffin of Empress Xiaolai with that of Lu Shan. He commanded all ministers to attend the celebration of this joyous event, but who, other than himself, could find joy in such a farce? Even the descendants of the Wang family were left in a state of bemusement. With this burden lifted, Wang Huan finally found peace and sleep. Yet an undercurrent of unease began to swell within the court. The so-called hearts of the people he had indeed lost. Every individual possesses a bottom line. Above it, they endure, but below it lies a tangled web of untouchable nerves that, if reignited, could ignite a conflagration in an instant. Little did one expect Wang Huan to harbor such infatuation for his original wife. In the elegant chamber on the second floor of Chunfeng Tower, Qin Yuan gazed out towards the southwestern royal tombs, a hint of derision playing at the corners of her mouth. I let out a cold hum. Does he truly believe that old scoundrel is a man of sentiment? He is merely a thief with a guilty conscience. Oh, I would love to hear more. He settled down, idly toying with a teacup, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he looked at me. I averted my gaze, feigning a composure that belied the heat warming my cheeks. In the past, that old scoundrel had offended someone, and a band of fanatics pursued him relentlessly through the night. It was his plea to the Yu family that diverted the assassins and saved his life. Poor Yu, foolishly becoming a scapegoat, was said to have suffered indignities at their hands and was later disfigured, his entrails laid bare. Thus, his actions must bear deeper significance. It is said that the late Emperor Gaozu Lu Shan was a fearsome figure. Did Wang Huan pair you with him in hopes of pacifying Gaozu's restless spirit? Not entirely foolish, I mused as I sipped my warm wine and offered him a faint smile. To my surprise, this smile caught him off guard. You rarely smile so genuinely, he remarked. Today, you seem pleased. That old scoundrel has lost the people's hearts. Does that not bring us closer to fulfilling our desires? Aying. Qin Yuan gazed longingly at my flower-like smile, suddenly speaking, his voice imbued with an unexpected warmth. If you were to slay the old traitor, would you still remain in the capital? I tilted my head, casting him a sidelong glance, teasingly inquiring, What? Do you wish to keep me here? What if I were to stay for you? As dusk fell, a haze of smoke enveloped the distance, the evening mountains appearing lavender under the fading light. A gentle autumn breeze wafted through the window as I watched the lanterns flicker to life along the long street, slowly uttering, Let us hope that day never comes. Chunfeng Tower is the most opulent tavern in the capital, a favorite haunt of both Qin Yuan and myself. Following the uproar of the ghost marriage, the boarders soon ignited in flames of war. Among the Lu clan was a young talent named Lu Yuan, a cousin of Gaozu, who had been lost to the world since childhood and had not resided in the capital for years. It is said that Lu Yuan is not only a skilled warrior, but also renowned for his benevolence. Unable to tolerate Wang Huan's usurpation of the Great Qing and the disgrace of the Lu ancestors, Lu Yuan rallied an army of 20,000 within a month, erecting his banner at the border and advancing towards the capital. Rumor has it that Lu Yuan is quite the handsome lad. Lady Lu, the wife of the left general, often consorts with me, and on this day, as Qin Yuan and I indulged in wine at Chunfeng Tower, we chanced upon her. Lady Lu, graceful and alluring, was the epitome of charm. I playfully teased her. How fares your husband, the left general? 2 years prior, he had sustained injuries during a campaign, losing half of his ear to the enemy. Once a striking figure, he was now referred to as the one-eared general. Seeing my jest, Lady Lu pouted, pointing at Qin Yuan beside me. I cannot compare to you. You have the capital's most handsome man by your side, while I am far less fortunate. Afterward, she leaned in closer, raising her eyebrows and lowering her voice conspiratorially. You have seen many men. Do you share your insights? I shot her a sidelong glance. Raising an eyebrow in pride, the flavors of men vary greatly. The strong and the delicate are worlds apart. Ha ha, Lady Lu laughed heartily, playfully shoving me. You do dare to speak so boldly. No wonder the capital whispers that Princess Huayong is a wild and reckless woman. I too laughed heartily, raising my cup to drink several more rounds with her. Noticing our whispered conversation, Qin Yuan had retreated to the window with his cup, but when I inadvertently glanced up, I saw his ears flushed, as though he had overheard my audacious words. Before parting with Lady Lu, I grasped her sleeve gently, advising, "The left general is your lifelong support. The world belongs to others, but your life is your own. Do not sacrifice another ear for someone else's empire and wealth. The left general is Wang Huan's most valiant commander, and as a princess, I must show him due regard." Chapter 69, The Imperial Flower, Part 4. I had drunk too much at Chunfeng Tower and collapsed into bed upon returning to Changlo Palace. As dawn approached, I awoke parched, my eyes fluttering open to find myself clad in undergarments, entwined in an embrace with Qin Yuan. His arms were broad and warm, carrying the unique fragrance of a nobleman. Suddenly startled, I kicked off the soft quilt and extricated myself from his hold, leaping barefoot from the bed without a moment's thought. "Aang." He too awoke, his voice heavy with sleep as he called out to me. Even without turning, I knew he was gazing at me with deep affection. In the crisp autumn dawn, the chamber felt a touch cold. Clad only in thin white undergarments, I shivered involuntarily, though my face burned with a flush. "Aang," he said, noticing my discomfort and fluster, his voice suddenly light with amusement. "You speak so boldly of matters of men and women in public, yet behind closed doors, you lack the courage to meet my gaze? Qin Yuan, you are wonderful." I bit my lip, striving to quell the tumult within me, speaking as if to him, yet also to myself. "However, there is no possibility for us." "Why not?" he pressed. "You, Princess Huayong, are my wife. This is common knowledge." I remained calm, yet still could not meet his eyes. "Have you forgotten our vow on the day of our wedding? The day I take the life of Wang Huan will be the day we part ways." "I have changed my mind." "Yet I have not," I declared resolutely. "Qin Yuan, I cannot turn back. The world will not accept me, unless I am dead. The great Qing Empire was lost under my watch. I was once its empress and dowager empress, yet I failed to protect my husband and care for his only child. Lu Zhe. Just fate is cruel. He has been motherless since childhood, and his father was poisoned by treacherous ministers. As his rightful mother, I could only hide him in the desolate Yeding, fearing that Wang Huan would conspire to take his life. I owe Lu Yu a debt, and the Wang family owes a debt to the Lu family. This burden I must carry for a lifetime. Princess Huayong, what a noble title. Yet behind it lies a chorus of curses directed at me. Were it not for the desire to slay the traitor, I would have long wished to leave this world." Not long after, I fell gravely ill. Wang Huan summoned the most skilled physicians in the palace to treat me. Yet I remained in a state of lethargy and despair each day. Subsequently, the Astronomical Bureau advised that unusual celestial phenomena indicated a dire fate for the princess. It was suggested that only her most intimate companion could journey 1,000 miles southeast to Lingyin Temple to kneel for 3 days and nights, beseeching a sacred talisman. The one closest to me was undoubtedly Qin Yuan, and thus Wang Huan urged him to depart without hesitation. Wang Huan's devotion to me was not born of paternal affection. Rather, it was a performance for the world to witness. He wished to portray himself as a benevolent father, attempting to convey that despite having slain my husband and usurped my son's throne, he was still a good father. Naturally, I would not undermine him at that moment, for what I truly desired was his life. Was it truly necessary? In the early hours of the capital, it resembled a lethargic beast, swallowing the sounds of sorrowful lament while feigning forgetfulness of its bloody past. Within the Changla Palace, I personally prepared 2 winter garments for Qin Yuan. Confronted by his melancholic gaze, I had nowhere to hide and could only meet it head-on. Lu Yuanin, with his benevolent demeanor and adept military governance, was undoubtedly the rightful leader, and the restoration of order was imminent. I was aware of the Qin clan's deep-seated animosity toward Wang Huan. If not now, when would you offer your support to Lu Yuan? "Aang, come with me." He extended his hand to touch my temple. For the first time, I succumbed to my inner demons and did not evade. "Qin Yuan," I did not respond directly, but rather slowly articulated, "Do you remember the favor you owe me? Now, I wish for you to repay it by escorting someone out of the palace." Disappointment clouded his deep-set eyes as he gazed at my silent refusal, a profound sadness enveloping him. In the dim morning light, his slender figure appeared even more frail, his elegant visage shrouded in desolation. "Is it Lu Jie?" he inquired. I was astonished. "How did you know?" Qin Yuan smiled ruefully, a reflection of helplessness. "Having shared a bed with you for months, do you truly believe that I, the most handsome man in the capital, am merely an empty vessel? Aying, I am a man of substance, possessing flesh and blood, heart and emotion. I understand your thoughts and worries. I will save Lu Jie, but I also wish to take you away from this cage-like Chang'e palace." I smiled in return, yet somehow my smile was laced with tears of farewell. "Thank you, Qin Yuan." I spoke with restraint and composure, though my voice trembled. I had no intention of leaving. Our eyes met, and in Chang'e Palace, even the flickering candlelight seemed to resonate with sorrow. Ultimately, Qin Yuan departed, fulfilling his promise and quietly escorting Jie, who was in the inner courtyard, away. Watching his retreating figure, I smiled once more. The young scion of the Longsher family should be a vibrant and spirited youth. He should not be ensnared in this dark, sunless palace, embroiled in treachery with no escape. Raising a flask of strong liquor, I directed my toast towards the palace gates. "Farewell, Qin Yuan. May the spring winds fill the capital next year, and may the noble return in triumph." The next steps lay in his hands. Lu Yuan's Red Shirt Army, true to its reputation as iron cavalry, surged into the capital within 3 months, administering military discipline and treating the populace kindly, thereby winning their hearts along the way. Despite Wang Huan's efforts to disguise the truth, he could not evade the infamy of being a usurper, prompting many former officials to secretly align with Lu Yuan. As the army approached the city, Wang Huan hastily commanded the left general to defend the gates. However, the once valiant general hesitated to risk his life. Realizing the futility against the Red Shirt Army, he displayed wisdom and opened the city gates voluntarily. The citizens, initially filled with trepidation and shuttered doors, found that the Red Shirt Army not only refrained from pillaging but also distributed rations to the impoverished. Lu Yuan dismounted, bowing to the gathering citizens, his voice resonant and imperial. "The Wang family's treachery cannot be forgiven. Today, I return with the Red Shirt Army to ensure that hunger is banished and peace reigns for a century. The realm is in disarray, and the Lu family shall rise again." When the Red Shirt Army breached the palace gates, Wang Huan had just executed several close guards. His temper was increasingly volatile. Even in slumber, he would seize his sword to slay. He had long suffered from headaches, and while he could appear somewhat civilized when lucid, in moments of affliction, he was more beast than man. The bloodied guards rushed into the palace to warn their lord of the impending danger, but they unwittingly disturbed his dreams and were met with the cold steel of his sword piercing their chests. Loyal subjects perished at the hands of a tyrant. How tragically unjust. Yun Marin, once a drifting reed in tumultuous times, having enjoyed my wealth, vanished without a trace now that Wang Huan's fortunes had waned. A palace ignited in orange flames, reaching skyward as if to consume the darkened heavens. Amidst the cacophony of slaughter, Wang Huan stood in Chenghua Hall, stunned, his crimson eyes wide with shock and fear. He could not comprehend why none of his loyal followers remained by his side at that moment. Execute the traitor. Slay Wang Huan. The palace was in chaos, the clamor for retribution echoing relentlessly. He swung his sword, eyes glaring, uncertain of whom to attack. I, adorned in simple attire, my hair cascading to my waist, entered the hall alone, slowly pushing the door open. In the firelight, my figure appeared desolate and fragile, reminiscent of a lost soul amidst crumbling ruins. "Father, now surrounded by foes, do you regret your actions?" Wang Huan managed a sorrowful smile. Even if the Lu family slays me, they will not spare your life. In the eyes of the world, I am the usurper, and you are the daughter of a traitor, forever stained by my blood." I too smiled, a mix of coldness and mockery. "Life? What life remains for me? Wang Jiaoying has long perished, on the day you strangled her mother, on the day you poisoned her husband, on the day you forced her and her mother from the dragon throne. What lives on now is not your daughter, but a vengeful spirit, a ghost of dreams lost." "Ha ha ha." Wang Huan toyed with his sword, its ominous aura glistening in the flickering candlelight. "This world is meant for victors to slay the vanquished. I am not in error." I walked closer, gazing at the familiar pillars, long tables, and candle holders of Chenghua Hall, all so deeply etched in my memory. I recalled Lu Yu collapsing here, pleading for my help, yet how could I save him when I could scarcely save myself? Moreover, that cup of poison would challenge even the gods to rescue. Chapter 70. The Imperial Daughter as Flower, Part 5. Memories surged, and I fought against the pain in my heart, slowly articulating I could not save him. But as he closed his eyes, I vowed in the name of Empress De Chung to slay the traitor, even if that traitor is my father. You feign benevolence, sending Qin Yuan to me, deliberately bestowing upon me a reputation as a lascivious woman. But you were unaware, were you? The consort you gifted to me is now amidst the red shirt army, aiding Lu Yuan from the shadows. This is why you find yourself so utterly alone. You have always relished manipulating others. Perhaps today you realize the bitterness of that taste. You ungrateful daughter. Step by step, I advanced toward him, my cold words igniting his fury. Wang Huan, finally provoked, swung his sword, aiming for my heart. With a resounding clang, two valiant young men appeared in Chenghua Hall, steel blades in hand, flanking Wang Huan and forcing him into a corner. The old villain was pinned to the ground, spewing forth his rage. It was said that Princess Huayang favored handsome men, yet aside from Qin Yuan, no one knew that the two beautiful youths raised in Changla Palace were my carefully trained assassins. Young, valiant, and loyal, they had protected me, step by step, leading to this moment. I slowly approached, exerting all my strength to grasp Wang Huan's chin. My eyes were already clouded with fury. Father, your unfilial daughter shall take your life today. With that declaration, I unsheathed the dagger from my waist without hesitation and plunged it deep into his chest. In his shocked and terrified gaze, I glimpsed a frenzied version of myself. Wang Huan had never loved me, nor had I ever loved him. Yet he was more fortunate than I. Until his last breath, he clung to his ambitions and the power of his empire, while I found myself bereft of everything. I dismissed the youth, isolating myself within the desolate Chenghua Hall. Wang Huan's lifeless body lay at my feet, gradually losing its warmth. I longed to weep but found myself unable. I wished to laugh, yet laughter eluded me. I hummed an indiscernible tune, frantically tearing down the curtains within the hall, then retrieved a flint from my bosom and flicked it gently, igniting a crimson blaze. Wang Huan, you are not entirely wrong. My blood flows with yours. Very well. I shall return your kinship to you, I proclaimed. Amidst the roaring flames and searing agony, I laughed maniacally, spiraling into madness. In truth, I had long since lost my mind. The thick smoke stung my eyes, and I wept uncontrollably, feeling as though my skin had been scorched through. I even envisioned the bridge of helplessness. Once I crossed it, I could descend to the underworld. Should I reach the netherworld, I would beseech the judge to absolve me of my sins, to cease labeling me as the usurping demoness, or the daughter of a traitor. I truly detested those titles. Just as I contemplated how to negotiate with the judge, the doors of Chenghua Hall burst open, and a man rushed into the smoke and flames, calling my name loudly. How could he be more deranged than I? I forced my eyes open despite the pain, and through the firelight, I beheld a handsome man, his eyes reddened with fear. He reached out to me desperately, resembling a benevolent deity amidst the world's calamities. I awoke in the residence of the Grand Historian. When I regained consciousness, Lu Yuan had ascended the throne, the realm had stabilized, and everything had concluded. I did not see Qin Yuan at home. He seemed preoccupied. Accompanying me was Qin Yuan's mother, who gently called me Aang. There were no longer empress dowagers or princesses in this world. I was merely Aang now. Yuan assured me. With me around, you need not worry. He added, he remembers your wishes. Yuan also mentioned that the purple cherry blossoms in the estate were about to bloom. And if I wished, I could go and see. I smiled in response to her kindness, thinking how fortunate Qin Yuan was to have such a gentle mother. How wonderful it would be if my own mother were still alive. Children without mothers are often bullied by many, even by their own fathers. I fell into a deep slumber again, unaware of how long I slept. Upon waking once more, I discovered someone lying beside me on the bed, fully clothed yet holding me tightly. It was Qin Yuan. He must have been utterly exhausted. When I gently called his name, he did not awaken. I could not resist the urge to touch his face. A fresh scar marred his right cheek, which would have gone unnoticed on another's visage, but on his handsome countenance. It struck my heart acutely. It was a burn, I knew. Eventually, I disturbed his slumber, upon opening his eyes and seeing me. His wounded face instantly lit up with joy. Aang, he said, placing my hand against his chest, I have returned. Why did you not wait for me? I had a dream, I replied vaguely. In it, the entire capital hurled stones and rotten eggs at me, cursing me for causing Lu Yu's demise. For ruining the Lu family. I grew frantic to explain, yet my mouth felt as though it were sealed, rendering me speechless. In my desperation, I awoke. In the morning light, I saw Qin Yuan's eyes were red, a manifestation of his suppressed sorrow. He caressed my head with a tenderness tinged with indignation. The traitorous usurper has thrown the world into chaos. The men of this realm have cowered, hiding and submitting. Had they an ounce of courage, they should have stepped forth to shed blood for justice rather than cursing the weaker women from the shadows. Aying, you have been reborn. Your past life is ended. In this life, you must live for yourself. I listened, entranced by his words. His voice was so melodious. And it had been ages since anyone had spoken to me in such a manner. The chill of spring nights surged forth, and I suddenly felt tears welling up. Qin Yuan was right. A great fire had consumed Wang Jiuying, yet Aying had survived. I resided in the Grand Historian's estate, but since that day, I had not shared a bed with Qin Yuan again. With Wang Huan's death, it seemed we had returned to the beginning, reserved, restrained, and polite. Akin to all those who harbor mutual affections yet remain unable to breach the veil of ambiguity. My health gradually improved, and then, one clear morning, I departed without notice. I rode a small red horse, meandering outside the city, taking in the sights at a leisurely pace. The realm was now stable, and the waters flowed peacefully. Truly a scene of flourishing vitality. Having lingered within the palace for too long, I craved fresh air. It had been a long time since I felt so relaxed. Dressed in simple linen, with a bare face shining, I rode through the world, feeling remarkably at ease. Let everything conclude, Lu family, Wang family, and the world. They belonged to the bygone Wang Jiuying, while today Aying possessed only the moon that had not yet concealed itself in the sky. As the moon departed, so would I. Its luminescence was like jade, and I felt unburdened. As I continued my journey, I suddenly heard the crisp sound of hooves behind me, clip-clop, clip-clop. I had no inclination to turn, yet the horse drew nearer, and its rider reined in front of me. The man, with hair cut like a knife and features akin to a painting, held a child in his arms. He greeted me with a courteous smile, saying, "My lady, may I inquire where you are headed?" I halted my horse and raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. My mother always said not to speak with strangers. I apologize for my rudeness. Let us introduce ourselves anew. I am Qin Yuan, and this is my son, Qin Huaiyan. He gently stroked the child's head and asked, "Enter, how do you feel about this lady becoming your mother?" "Mother," the child sweetly called out to me. He had never addressed me as such before. He was a perceptive child, both attached to and fearful of me, for I was the daughter of the Wang family. Yet today, he no longer referred to me as Lu Jia, he called me mother. I wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom on that spring morning. It is said that a child is a woman's tether. Perhaps I am forever bound by that innocent voice. With tears in my eyes, I raised my head high. I had grown up without a father, and my mother had passed away early. My disposition was not charming, and my reputation was poor. If you wish to court me as a bride, you must think carefully. Qin Yuan laughed heartily, his laughter echoing like spring across the mountains and rivers. I am now a man of humble means, bearing scars upon my face, with an uncertain future. Finding a wife is no easy task. If you would consider marrying me, I shall heed your every command for life. The moon set and the sun rose once more. I looked up at the warm sunlight. It was truly wonderful. Every scar in this world may ache, but do not fear. A gentle partner will help soothe your wounds. He will always stand in the spring light, gazing at you with a tender smile, unwavering and devoted. For a good partner is one who cannot be driven away or discarded. A person who will forever remain steadfastly by your side. Thus, the remarkably talented scholar was compelled to marry a courtesan. Yet here I am, an unattractive woman of the night, elevated to the status of the scholar's wife. The moment Song Qinglin and I appeared in the courtyard of the inspectorate, it undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion. Naturally, the majority of the attention was directed towards me. After all, it is indeed a rarity for a newly appointed scholar's wife to emerge from a brothel, especially one deemed lacking in beauty. Whispers filled the air. Some were scornful, others dismissive, and a few were simply amused. Concerned for my well-being, Song Qinglin inquired if I wished to leave, but I hastily shook my head. This was his first social engagement since assuming the role of an editor in the Hamlin Academy, and I could not jeopardize his future. Today marked the auspicious occasion of Liu Baixing's promotion to Grand Inspector, and he had arranged a lavish feast at his residence, inviting colleagues and their families. As the recently appointed top scholar, Song Qinglin was naturally invited, and as the emperor's chosen wife for the top scholar, I was expected to accompany him. Despite the presence of a plethora of elegant and haughty noblewomen seated before me, I felt no fear. My time in the brothel had taught me the art of shamelessness. While they may falter, I found it a trivial matter to maintain my composure. With Song Qinglin's astonished gaze upon me, I boldly approached the gathering, seamlessly integrating myself into the crowd. I then grasped the sleeve of the wife of the Minister of Rights and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Yang, I have heard you are an aficionado of the game of Ma Diao. Though I may lack in many skills, I excel in Ma Diao. Would you allow me to accompany you for a few rounds in the coming days?" Without waiting for her ire to surface, I turned to the wife of the governor of Shuntian, feigning an exaggerated display of emotion, with tears and snot, declaring, "Sister Wang, I have long admired your unparalleled beauty. Seeing you today is akin to encountering a celestial being from my dreams. I am truly fortunate." Noticing the disdain etched on Wang's face, I swiftly took hold of the hand of the Crown Prince's tutor's wife, reenacting my tearful performance. From a distance, Song Qinglin observed my adeptness in navigating the situation and finally felt at ease enough to approach the male guests. Once he departed, I lost all pretense. The ladies glared at me with contempt, hastily producing handkerchiefs to wipe away any surface I had touched. How unfortunate it was to be sullied by such filth. I resolved to cleanse myself thoroughly upon my return. "Let us depart. Who knows if she'll come charging back." Indeed, they hurried off, leaving me alone in what was once a bustling garden. I reveled in my solitude, indulging in the delicious fruits and pastries laid out before me. I must admit, the delicacies of the inspectorate were truly exquisite. I resolved to discreetly take some home later. Stretching lazily, I prepared to digest my feast when I noticed a man and a woman by the lotus pond. The man was none other than my husband, Song Qinglin. I quickly leaned against a tree to observe closely, cursing myself for not having brought some seeds to snack on. The beautiful lady handed him a pouch, speaking earnestly. "I know you have a deceased wife whom you still remember fondly, but I am unperturbed. I would gladly be your concubine, for I can endure anything if it means marrying you." Song Qinglin remained silent. She continued, "That commoner, Chang Li, is utterly unworthy of you. Were it not for the emperor's anger, you would never have been subjected to such indignity. But I am the daughter of a minister, and my sister is a favored consort. I am willing to be a secondary wife. Once you marry me, no one will dare to speak ill of this unworthy union." Still, Song Qinglin did not respond. In the next moment, he simply walked away. The woman, distraught, attempted to grasp his sleeve, but only caught a wisp of dust. The nobleman, with the grace of a pine, did not even glance back as he departed. I pondered deeply. Song Qinglin not only rejected the proposal of a princess, but also spurned the advances of many noble ladies. Was he hiding an affliction? Or did he perhaps have an inclination towards men? I needed to uncover the truth. Word of Song Qinglin's public refusal of the emperor's marriage decree spread like wildfire throughout the capital. As the newly appointed top scholar, clad in a moon-white robe, he exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance, having triumphed in all 3 imperial examinations, truly a paragon of excellence. Countless nobles sought to wed their daughters to him, yet he graciously declined each offer. During the palace examination, the young emperor took a particular liking to him, intending to promote him, and thus publicly proposed to sister, Princess Huarong, as a bride. To his astonishment, Song Qinglin did not express gratitude but instead firmly declined, stating, "I am honored by your majesty's generosity. Yet I have long mourned my deceased wife. Though she has been gone for many years, she remains in my heart. Should the princess marry me, it would only bring her sorrow." His words were clear. Even if he were to marry, it could only be as a concubine. How could a princess ever accept such a role? The emperor, infuriated, demanded, "So you believe courtesans to be superior? Very well, I shall decree your marriage to one." Furthermore, he instructed his eunuchs, "Find him the ugliest one." Thus, no one anticipated that the illustrious scholar would be forced to marry a courtesan due to a single utterance. And that courtesan was me. I had never imagined such a fortune would befall me. Though I resided in a brothel, my scars rendered me unable to attract clients. The madam, frustrated by my lack of earnings and unwilling to incur losses, assigned me menial tasks, making me the only girl exempt from servicing clients. When the eunuch, clad in the attire of the imperial court, arrived at Chunfoam Tower to announce the decree, I was in the midst of enjoying a watermelon. Upon hearing that the top scholar was to marry me, my jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, resulting in a face full of watermelon pulp. I had seen Song Qinglin before. Surrounded by a throng of talented scholars, amidst the multitude, his brilliance shone through without a hint of concealment. His demeanor and grace were reminiscent of a nobleman, delicate as jade. To me, he was an unreachable star, a divine being gazing down upon the mortal realm. I felt so diminutive and unworthy. Yet, with the imperial decree issued, the die was cast, and we had no choice but to pay homage to heaven and earth. Perhaps the emperor himself deemed the punishment excessive. For while his words could not be retracted, he bestowed upon Song Qinglin the finest residence in the capital and appointed him as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. Attempting to mitigate the blow, everyone mocked the unsightly union, yet he bore no anger and never looked down upon me. On the second day of our marriage, he presented me with a set of keys, treating me as the mistress of a scholar's residence. I had heard gossip suggesting that Song Qinglin remained deeply attached to his deceased wife, offering daily tributes to her spirit tablet. However, upon searching every room in the house, I found no trace of her existence, no spirit tablet, not even a shadow. I could not help but question his words. Could it be that his late wife was merely an excuse, and that he harbored some hidden ailment instead? While returning from the Lu residence in a carriage, I subtly brought up the renowned physician, Dr. Zhang, known for his exceptional skills in treating various ailments. I had long heard of his prowess in healing, and it was said that anyone he attended to would soon be cured. Upon hearing this, Song Qinglin, who had been engrossed in his reading, abruptly closed his book, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Are you unwell?" "Oh, it's probably just the wind I caught earlier," I replied. "Driver, turn the carriage around. We must hurry to East-West Alley." As I watched him give the order to turn back, I thought to myself that I would first deceive him and then see how things unfolded. Upon arriving at Dr. Zhang's practice and finding no other patients present, I breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Song Qinglin was a court official, and it would have been quite improper for others to witness him in such a state. Dr. Zhang, not a young man by any means, possessed a long white beard that gave him the appearance of a reclusive sage. At that moment, he was engrossed in writing a prescription when he heard our entrance. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "How long have you been experiencing these symptoms?" Just as I was about to respond, Song Qinglin glanced at me and interjected, "Just now." A nearby servant, who was drinking water, promptly sputtered it all out, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Even Dr. Zhang's hand trembled, leaving a jagged line on the paper. He raised his gaze, alternating between glancing at Song Qinglin and me, before finally looking at the carriage outside. He cleared his throat and advised, "Young man, do not be overly anxious. Such ailments require patience. Furthermore, one should not excessively seek stimulation, as it is detrimental to one's health." Song Qinglin, seemingly puzzled, nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "How can one not be anxious when ill? I fear that if we delay, she will suffer further." This provoked Dr. Zhang's ire. "Your haste will only exacerbate her discomfort." Listening to their simultaneous yet misaligned dialogues, I found myself stifling a laugh. Eventually, I quickly interjected to diffuse the tension, "Please do not be upset. He is merely overly concerned. But can this ailment truly be treated?" Dr. Zhang stroked his beard and looked at Song Qinglin, instructing, "Extend your hand." Song Qinglin appeared bewildered, about to ask a question, but I swiftly took his hand and placed it before Dr. Zhang. After what felt like an eternity of pulse-checking, Dr. Zhang's furrowed brows deepened, and he muttered to himself, "This pulse seems fine. Could it be some other issue? I must examine further." With that, he grasped Song Qinglin's hand and led him toward the inner room. Just then, a burly man burst through the door, one hand clutching a chicken and the other a duck. Upon sighting Dr. Zhang, he knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Divine Dr. Zhang, you are truly miraculous. After taking your medicine, I revived in just half a month, and now my wife is expecting. We are eternally grateful for your help in ensuring our lineage." I sensed trouble brewing. Song Qinglin's expression darkened immediately, clearly realizing the nature of this place. He fixed his gaze on me. "So it is you. How could you be so unreasonable?" Observing his helpless demeanor, I felt a pang of sympathy. Scholars are indeed refined, unable to even utter a proper curse. He turned without a backward glance and climbed into the carriage. I hurried after him, cautiously gauging his mood. For the sake of my future, I apologized. Please do not be angry. I genuinely thought you were just fine. Now that all is well, we can rest easy. His expression soured further. I was perfectly fine to begin with. After a pause, he questioned, "But why do you care about my health? Do you wish to have a child?" I was taken aback and fervently shook my head. No, no, no. That has never crossed my mind. I merely care about your well-being. You must believe me. After all, if you were to take a new wife, I could leave with peace of mind. How could I dare to dream of bearing his child? Though I held the title of the top scholar's wife, I remained self-aware. I was merely a pawn in a farcical marriage decreed by the emperor in a fit of anger. Eventually, once he achieved glory, it would not be long before the emperor granted me a divorce. Moreover, I felt that a person as bright and virtuous as him should not be sullied by my presence. To my surprise, his expression grew more agitated. Rest assured, I shall never marry again. Should you face any issues in the future, simply approach me. Do not engage in such nonsense. I mumbled an agreement, but my thoughts drifted to the possibility that he might not marry again because he had a secret love for a young man. In truth, few people shared a close bond with Song Qinglin, most being former classmates. If I were to name the dearest, it would undoubtedly be the third son of the Yun family, Yun Su. He was the second-place scorer in the recent imperial examination and served alongside Song Qinglin in the Hanlin Academy, thus fostering a strong friendship. They shared similar aspirations and interests, spending hours together whenever he visited, either discussing poetry or engaging in chess and tea. Song Qinglin was typically serious and reserved, but only in Yun Su's company did I witness his genuine joy and laughter, indicating their special connection. However, I never anticipated that news of Yun Su's impending marriage would surface just days later. That evening, I heard a commotion at the entrance and hurried over to find Song Qinglin and Yun Su in a heated argument. Their faces were flushed, but upon seeing me, they quickly fell silent. I could guess the subject of their disagreement, but felt at a loss on how to mediate. Yun Su, not wishing to prolong the matter, instructed me to take good care of Song Qinglin and left without looking back. Clearly intoxicated, Song Qinglin stumbled as he walked, nearly colliding with a pillar at the door. I called for assistance, but before I could finish, he approached me, gripping my hand tightly and leaning his weight against me. This was utterly unacceptable. I attempted to push him away, but his strength was overwhelming. In my desperation, I realized that although it was nighttime, there were still passers-by. If anyone saw me holding him, his reputation would be tarnished. I had always maintained a respectful distance from him, and until now, we had even slept in separate rooms. The only physical contact we had was occurring at that very moment. To prevent anyone from witnessing this, I disregarded my reservations and dragged him into the courtyard. The servant attempted to assist, but Song Qinglin clung to my clothing like a child, refusing to let go. His rare display of stubbornness was both infuriating and oddly endearing. His flushed face, still youthful and handsome, lacked the usual solemnity, instead radiating warmth and a sense of belonging. The servant continued to pull him, but he suddenly lifted his head and blinked at me, asking, "I just want to stay with you. Is that so wrong?" The term madam nearly made me stumble, and my heart raced uncontrollably. The servant called my name multiple times before I regained my composure. "What shall we do?" he asked. I replied, "What else can we do? I must support him into the room." As the maid brought in a hangover remedy, before I could even serve it to him, Song Qinglin knocked it over, splattering the liquid everywhere. When the maid began to clean up, he shouted, "Get out." As I prepared to leave, he yanked me closer, gazing deeply into my eyes. "Did you not wish for a child?
I can help you with that."
His unexpected words left me in shock as he leaned down and sealed my lips with his. The aroma of sweet wine flooded my senses. I instinctively struggled, but he deepened the kiss, and soon I found myself succumbing to the moment. When I finally regained my senses, I realized I had nowhere to retreat. Well then, since we had crossed that line, perhaps I could seize this opportunity for a fleeting indulgence? At the very least, it would leave me with a cherished memory. The following day, I awoke early, feigning sleep. I was uncertain how to face him. Should he break down in tears, I could still preserve his dignity. Before long, I heard the rustling of sheets and the sound of clothing being donned. Thankfully, he did not seem to have crumbled under the weight of lost innocence, indicating a strong constitution. I intended to peek through my lashes to gauge his expression, but suddenly I felt his warm breath against my face, sending delightful shivers down my spine. I held my breath, pretending to be asleep, convinced I was fooling him. Yet he chuckled. "I know you are awake. Rise and shine. Today is the birthday banquet of the minister's youngest daughter. We must not be late." Sensing a trick, I remained unmoving, but he poked my cheek and laughed heartily. "You've been exposed." As I finally opened my eyes, my hand brushed against my cheek, which felt astonishingly hot. I resolved to rid myself of this embarrassing habit of blushing. Lost in my thoughts, I suddenly caught sight of him, his brows arched and lips curved in a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable warmth. It was a smile I had never encountered before, leaving me momentarily spellbound. He spoke, recalling the events of the previous night. I reassured him with fervent promises that I would keep the matter strictly confidential, ensuring that no third party would ever learn of it. However, within the hour, the entire shofu was abuzz with gossip. Upon arriving at the Yu residence, I soon realized that the youngest daughter of the minister was the very same girl who had confessed her feelings to Song Qinglin during our last encounter. She, as the center of attention today, exuded brilliance and beauty, engaging in conversation with several young ladies from noble families. Upon spotting us, she rushed over, addressing Song Qinglin with an air of familiarity. "You've come. I have been waiting for you for ages." Yet, Song Qinglin ignored her, bypassing her completely and heading straight for the main hall. Her face contorted in a mixture of indignation and disbelief, but then she suddenly exclaimed upon noticing me. "What happened to your neck?" Before I could comprehend her words, the other young ladies gathered around, their expressions a blend of disbelief and shock, fixated on my neck. It was only when I glanced into the nearby pool that I realized my neck bore the remnants of last night's intimate encounter. Alas, it was all Song Qinglin's insistence that led me to neglect a thorough inspection in the mirror. Now, his reputation was on the brink of ruin because of me. A resounding slap struck my face, igniting a fiery pain. Chapter 73, The Imperial Marriage of Misfortune, Part 3, Miss, you see that you must have resorted to despicable means. How else could a man of such stature be tainted by a woman like you? I warned him to be wary of you, yet he fell victim to your schemes. You are nothing but a lowly courtesan, filled with vile intentions. Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of all the guests, who began to point and murmur accusations. The courtyard echoed with derogatory remarks, insinuating that I was merely a product of the brothel, a woman who only knew how to seduce men. They speculated that I had resorted to any means necessary to secure my place in the minister's residence, perhaps even contemplating bearing a child to bind Song Qinglin to me. I listened to their vitriol without much reaction, neither angered nor dejected. Nor did I allow myself to feel diminished. After years of living in the depths of society, I had grown numb to such slander. A courtesan inherently resided at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Patrons could strike or insult us without regard for our dignity or lives. I once learned that survival was the most crucial endeavor. Indeed, this world is rife with suffering, and if one cannot even endure, then they truly have nothing left. I remained indifferent to their insults, though a pang of sadness and guilt struck me for dragging Song Qinglin into this turmoil. Just as I was lost in thought, he suddenly emerged from the crowd, gently caressing my bruised cheek, his gaze intent as he asked, "Does it hurt?" I shook my head. He smiled, ruffling my hair. "All right. We shall return shortly." He cast a glance at the onlookers, then firmly grasped my hand and addressed Miss Yu. "This lady is my legally wedded wife, and yes, I consummated our marriage last night willingly, without any ulterior motives as you insinuated. I ask that you apologize to her," he continued, "as my wife. I shall honor and protect her for the rest of my life. In my eyes, you cannot compare to her, so I hope you remember that." His words echoed in my mind, lingering long after that day. Despite the passing days, I remained deeply moved. I had never anticipated that Song Qinglin would defend me so staunchly in front of so many, but, reflecting on his character, I realized that his integrity and unyielding nature compelled him to act thus. Yet, I worried that by shaming Miss Yu, he might face dire consequences. Inevitably, that day arrived. He was drawn into a night of revelry with friends and did not return. I contemplated searching for him, only to be informed that he had succumbed to intoxication and was resting at an inn, intending to return the following morning. I thought it was merely a matter of one night, and surely nothing would go awry. To my dismay, disaster struck the next day. Rumors spread early that morning, culminating in a piercing scream from the inn. When the innkeeper rushed in, he found Miss Yu in disarray, weeping profusely, accusing the slumbering Song Qinglin of violating her. It turned out that Miss Yu had encountered a drunken Song Qinglin during her night out at the temple fair. He had covered her mouth and nose, rendering her unconscious, only for her to awaken and discover her virtue lost. Initially, people were skeptical, but the evidence was undeniable, prompting immediate notification to the Yu residents. Minister Yu arrived swiftly, commanding that his daughter be taken away before seizing Song Qinglin to present him before the emperor, accusing him of being a hypocrite, a wolf in sheep's clothing, pleading for justice for his daughter. Upon hearing of her sister's plight, the favored concubine hurried to the palace, imploring the emperor to vindicate her sibling. Despite Song Qinglin's fervent denials, the emperor dismissed him from his post and imprisoned him in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. When I learned of this news, despair overwhelmed me, and I collapsed to the ground. I could not fathom that Song Qinglin would commit such an act. I knew his character all too well. Even if the world turned against him, I would stand by his side. Yet, as a mere woman, I found myself powerless, unable to procure any evidence to aid his release. Thus, I sought out Yun Su. However, Yun Su was equally at a loss. This is clearly a frame-up. Qinglin has offended the Yu residents, and Minister Yu is determined to see him dead. Without evidence, he is doomed. I inquired, "Can you find a way for me to see him?" Yun Su shook his head. The emperor has forbidden any visits. This is a challenging situation. As I prepared to leave, Yun Su suddenly remarked, "I may not be able to save Qinglin due to my lowly position. But there is one person who can. Only he has the power to intervene." "Who is it?" I asked. "The Prince of Yen." The Prince of Yen is the emperor's younger brother, closely aligned with him. Everyone in the capital knows that there is nothing beyond the prince's reach. After bidding farewell to Yun Su, I hurried back home, rummaging through drawers until I finally unearthed a jade pendant from a hidden corner. Without pausing to sip water, I rushed to the Prince of Yan's residence. Initially, the guards at the entrance paid me no mind, but after I slipped them a few silver ingots, they finally agreed to deliver the pendant inside, and shortly thereafter, I was invited in. The Prince of Yen, upon seeing me, immediately inquired, "This is Yan Yan's jade pendant. Where did you acquire it?" I quickly responded, "Many years ago, I was favored by Princess Huayang, who gifted me this pendant. Though she is no longer with us, I hoped that perhaps, in light of your connection to the princess, you might consider helping my husband." The prince held the pendant with a sorrowful expression, his gaze filled with profound sadness, before carefully tucking it into his robes. I, too, cannot believe that Song Qinglin could commit such an act. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate this matter. I knelt in gratitude, and as he noticed I lingered, he asked, "Is there anything else you wish?" I implored, "Might you allow me just one fleeting glimpse of him? Just one moment." "Very well, I will arrange it for you." I could hardly imagine the horrors Song Qinglin faced. Just one glimpse would be enough to shatter my heart. He was battered and bruised, lying amidst a pile of straw, his clothes stained with blood. A far cry from the refined gentleman I once knew. Overcome with emotion, I wept uncontrollably, pushing through the prison bars a bundle containing clean clothes and some food. Hearing the commotion, he raised his head, startled to see me, and shouted, "What are you doing here? This is no place for you." My thoughts were solely focused on his injury as I urged him, "Just endure a little longer. I have already appealed to Prince Yen, and he assured me he would find a way to uncover the truth. You will be free soon." To my surprise, his emotions intensified, and he exclaimed, "Prince Yen? How could you seek his help?" "I am fully aware of my circumstances. There is no need for you to plead with anyone." Anger surged within me as I cried out, "What would you have me do? Stand idly by and watch you perish? That is beyond my capability. I cannot bear to witness another innocent life lost, especially when you have done nothing wrong and are merely a victim of deceit. Therefore, even if there is but a sliver of hope, I will find a way to save you. I want you to live. These past few days have been filled with dread. I feared that you might suffer because of me. I am, after all, a harbinger of misfortune, and those around me have never met with good endings. If I were to lose you, I truly do not know how I would continue to live." He fell silent, gazing at me with deep intensity, his tone softening with guilt as he said, "I apologize for losing my temper with you. Rest assured, I will be fine. Just wait for me at home." I nodded, stealing a few last glances at him, as if trying to imprint his image into my very bones before reluctantly departing. Chapter 74, The Imperial Decree of an Unfortunate Marriage, Part 4. 5 days later, news arrived from Prince Yan's residence, stating that a key figure, Du Fan, had been located. Du Fan was one of the candidates who had failed the examination. Consumed by jealousy at Song Qinglin's elevation to an official post and the substantial sum he received from Miss Yu, he deliberately orchestrated the framing of Song Qinglin. According to him, that night, he had intoxicated Song Qinglin excessively, and after their friends had left, he pretended to escort Song Qinglin home, only to rendezvous with Miss Yu en route, returning to the inn-s guest room to fabricate the illusion of Song Qinglin having insulted her. Yet, I could not comprehend why Miss Yu, of such noble lineage, would so recklessly tarnish her own reputation to ensnare Song Qinglin. Was it to coerce him into marriage? However, the reality was that Minister Yu would rather see Song Qinglin dead, having been humiliated multiple times by him. It was evident that the Ministry of Justice acted under his orders to impose severe punishment. Minister Yu had no desire for his daughter to wed Song Qinglin. Miss Yu could not possibly be ignorant of her father's intentions, yet as a woman who had lost her virtue, who would be willing to marry her in the future, was it truly worth sacrificing her purity merely for revenge? In my recollection, while she was indeed arrogant and headstrong, she was not foolish enough to act against her own interests unless she were still pure. The bloodstain on the bed was merely a fade. She harbored resentment towards Song Qinglin for his treatment of her, transforming love into hatred. Once she could assert that Song Qinglin had violated her, he was doomed. Once the matter faded, she could summon a midwife to confirm her innocence, claiming that she had fainted that night and mistakenly believed herself to have been wronged. As for the deceased Song Qinglin, he was beyond the reach of anyone's belief. I hurriedly conveyed my thoughts to those in Prince Yan's residence. They acted swiftly, sending a midwife skilled in medicine to infiltrate the Yu household. Under the cover of night, while Miss Yu slept, she took her pulse. Confirming my suspicions, she was indeed still a maiden. Prince Yan reported the findings to the emperor, who immediately dispatched the imperial physician to the Yu residence. Miss Yu's feeble attempts to resist were in vain. Her lies were unraveled. Minister Yu insisted he knew nothing, believing his daughter had genuinely been violated and was willing to bear all blame on her behalf. The Empress Dowager knelt before the steps, weeping profusely, pleading for her sister. Ultimately, the emperor, swayed by their pleas, pardoned Miss Yu, sentencing her only to house arrest for reflection. As for Song Qinglin, he was exonerated and reinstated, bringing this chapter to a close. As soon as Song Qinglin returned, I summoned a doctor to tend his wounds. Thankfully, they were all superficial injuries, and the doctor assured me that with daily application of ointment, he would heal. After the doctor departed, I intended to have a maid assist him with the medication, but he frowned and asked, "Is it not the responsibility of the wife to tend to her husband's wounds?" My cheeks flushed, and I dismissed the servants, carefully removing his shirt. His back was a horrifying sight, marred by vivid crimson lash marks, some still weeping blood, sending shivers down my spine. As I applied the medicine, tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. He seemed to sense my distress and gently reassured me, "It does not hurt. Please do not cry." I pouted. How could it not hurt? How could you endure such suffering? Here was a once dashing young scholar, a poet and painter of remarkable talent, now reduced to this pitiable state. He chuckled softly, revealing that he too had faced brutal beatings in his youth, suffering grievously, yet someone had avenged him and treated his wounds. I could not help but exclaim, "That person must truly be a good soul." He nodded, affirming, "Indeed, she is the finest person in this world." As I was about to inquire about this individual, he suddenly turned to me with a focused gaze, and I, feeling a bit uncomfortable, lowered my head. To my surprise, he smiled and said, "Silly girl. Even without Prince Yan's assistance, I could have saved myself." I was naturally skeptical. How could you possibly save yourself after such a beating? He appeared somewhat pleased. "Do you truly think I was completely oblivious that night? I merely feigned drunkenness to observe her true intentions." "So you were merely acting?" "Naturally." She believed I was insensible, even going so far as to accuse me of violating her purity. I witnessed everything, and I had already arranged for someone to expose her later. I simply did not expect my wife to be so clever, rendering all my efforts unnecessary. Flattered by his praise, I still felt a surge of indignation. "Then why did you not tell me sooner? I worried and feared for you, and even sought the help of Prince Yan, wasting a piece of jade." Suddenly, he grasped my hand, urgently asking, "Did Prince Yin say anything to you?"
Puzzled, I responded, "What about him?"
He quickly replied, "It's nothing," having finished applying the ointment to his wounds. I fetched clean garments to help him dress, but he abruptly pushed me down, looming over me. His gaze was intense and earnest, his eyes shimmering like countless stars, radiant and fervent. Each breath he exhaled brushed against my face, sending tingles through me, stirring my heart like ripples across a spring lake. He declared, though I was not completely intoxicated that night, she indeed intended to seduce me. Had I not resisted her temptations, she might have succeeded. I blinked. "So, you do not fancy women?" "I know about you and Yunsu," he sighed, restraining my hands gently, and explained, "Fool, it is not that I dislike women. It is simply that she is not you. Do you know how potent the aphrodisiac in that room was?" I was nearly driven to madness. But each time I felt myself weakening, I reminded myself that she was not you. As long as it was not you, I would rather die than touch her. Do you understand? I listened, captivated, unable to fathom how he endured that night. I was all too aware of the potency of such fragrances. In the brothels, once the incense was lit, whether a modest gentleman or a devoted husband, they would all succumb to overwhelming desire. I asked in a daze, "Why must it be me?" He enunciated each word, "Because you are my wife. No one else will do." Heaven knows how red my face turned. "You do not despise me? After all, I am," he immediately interrupted, "no matter what others say. That is not you. I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, pure beyond comparison. I have vowed to marry only you in this lifetime, and I will not break my word. So do not feel inferior or burdened. Simply be my song lady." He also said, "My parents passed away early, leaving me unburdened, while you have wandered alone for years. We are both solitary souls in this world. Now that we have finally formed this family, this happiness is hard-won. From this moment forth, we should rely on each other, support one another, and cherish our lives together." I was genuinely moved. How I had longed for a home, and now he was fulfilling this wish for me, sincerely offering a refuge from the storms of life. Tears streamed down my face once more. I knew I shouldn't agree. This gift was too extravagant, yet I hesitated. I did not wish to continue my aimless wandering, nor did I want to be alone anymore. I yearned for companionship, for love, for someone who truly wished to keep me by their side. Thus I nodded vigorously, affirming my willingness to stay. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "In a few days, it will be your birthday, and I wish to prepare a gift for you. Just wait patiently, all right?" I smiled back, "I will cherish whatever you give me." Chapter 75. The Imperial Bestowed Ugly Marriage, Part 5. However, before I could receive his gift, I heard news of him being punished by the emperor, forced to kneel in front of the Tai Chi Hall for 3 days. I did not understand what had transpired and hurried to find Yunsu, who wore a troubled expression and sighed repeatedly. I warned him many times that this matter should not be rushed, but he would not listen. Now look where it has led him, angering the emperor, and his fate hangs in the balance. I thought of the Prince of Yen, but Yunsu interjected, "This matter relates to the late emperor. Seeking the prince's assistance will be futile. The situation for Qinglin is dire." I refused to believe it. Even when Song Qinglin was in prison last time, he had a plan. How could he so easily face death now? He was always composed and assured. What could have caused this punishment? I pressed for answers, but Yunsu remained silent until, in resignation, he said, "Come with me. There are things you ought to know." His unusually serious demeanor unnerved me. We traveled a considerable distance by carriage, leaving the city behind for over 10 miles until we arrived at a bamboo grove. Following him across a stream and walking for a while longer, we reached our destination. I was utterly astonished. It was clearly a graveyard, with numerous tombstones standing, all blank except for one in the center, inscribed with a couplet, "Alive, one should return. In death, one should be long remembered." A sudden ache filled my chest, and I couldn't help but ask, could this be the wife he always speaks of? Yunsu nodded. Indeed, for 8 whole years. He has visited here nearly every month. This tombstone is his lifeline. It is what has kept him alive all these years. I knew I should not feel envious. Yet hearing this made me profoundly sad. Song Qinglin and I merely formed a family. What he truly cherished was his wife. No one could compare to her in his heart. Noticing my change in demeanor, Yunsu continued, "Do you know who lies buried here?" I certainly did not. "Do you know Princess Huayang?" The 50 tombstones here represent the 50 lives lost in the Zhong family tragedy. I gasped. Wasn't the Zhong family guilty of treason? How could Song Qinglin dare to? I stared at Yun Su in disbelief. Yes, how could he dare? Yet he did, Yun Su replied. 8 years ago, the entire Zhong family was executed by dismemberment. Their remains discarded in a mass grave. He painstakingly retrieved their bodies from the earth, carefully reassembling them, and personally buried their souls in this land. However, he could not give them names. Only these nameless stones bear witness to their existence in this world. Unbeknownst to me, tears had streamed down my cheeks, splattering onto the ground, disappearing into the earth. This tombstone belonged to Princess Huayang. How ironic that he called her his deceased wife. Did she ever agree to that? In life, he was not worthy of even carrying her shoes. In death, everyone wished to distance themselves from her, yet he, the fool, kept her forever in his heart, holding on for a lifetime, never willing to let go. Was his punishment today also related to the Zhong family? I stifled my tears, my nails digging deeply into my flesh. Is he not foolish? I asked. The Zhong family's treason was judged by the late emperor himself, regardless of the truth. Seeking the emperor to reinvestigate this matter is akin to slapping the late emperor's face. How could the emperor possibly agree? He deserves this. I was both anxious and angry. How could he be so naive? The Zhong family's affairs had happened 8 years ago. Why was he still fixated on them?
Yun Su interrupted.
Fixing his gaze on me, because her birthday is approaching, and he has finally found her. He wishes to present her with the finest gift. He aims to restore justice for the Zhong family, to allow her to stand proudly in the sunlight once more, to reclaim the illustrious Princess Huayang she once was. I was taken aback. How do you know this? Yun Su replied, 3 years ago at Chunfeng Tower, he happened upon you being scolded by the madam. When he came to your aid, he saw your eyes. Perhaps your beauty has faded, and the scars on your face conceal your former appearance, but your eyes remain unchanged. Others may not recognize you, but he does. Over the years, he has painted those eyes countless times. Tears, smiles, anger, sorrow. Thus he is certain you are Princess Huayang. You are Zhong Yuyan. To prevent others from discovering your identity, he had to suppress his joy and watch you from the shadows. He had never ventured into the brothel before, but since then, he has always found excuses to go, solely to catch a glimpse of you. He declined proposals from the nobility of the capital, wanting everyone to believe he was foolishly aspiring to something beyond his reach. When the emperor truly wished for him to marry the princess, he brought up his deceased wife, provoking the emperor's wrath, claiming the princess was no different from a courtesan. He knew the emperor's temperament well enough to expect a furious response, and sure enough, the emperor betrothed you to him. That day, I witnessed him happier than ever. While others mocked his marriage, only I understood how long he had awaited this day. He drank heavily, declaring that he had finally secured you and would never let you go. You were his love, his faith, his guiding light in life. I was already at a loss for words, murmuring after a long silence, Song Qinglin, how could there be such a fool like you in this world? It had been a long time since anyone had called me Princess Huayang, so long that I had almost forgotten my former identity. Once, Zhong Yuyan was indeed a celebrated beauty. My aunt was the late empress, and my father was the current prime minister. My aunt had no children, and only had the adopted crown prince. I grew up beside my aunt, and the late emperor cherished me greatly. When I was 5, he conferred upon me the title of Princess Huayang, a title of unparalleled nobility. I was naturally precocious, displaying remarkable literary talent from a young age. The late emperor permitted me to study alongside the crown prince and his peers. Despite being a girl, my abilities far surpassed those of the male students at the Imperial Academy. The Grand Tutor even praised me as a rare genius, taking me on as his apprentice. By the time I turned 12, I had become a renowned prodigy in the capital, my poetry and prose ranking among the best in the literary circles, rivaling any distinguished talent of the time. Moreover, I inherited my mother's unparalleled beauty, causing noble families seeking alliances to flock to the Zhong estate, only to be turned away by my father, for I already had someone in my heart. Raised in the palace, my closest companions were the crown prince and the current prince of Yen, the second prince. We grew up together, sharing innocent childhood moments, but as time passed, I realized my affection lay with the crown prince, viewing the second prince merely as an older brother. The late emperor discerned my feelings early on, and in the year I came of age, he publicly arranged my marriage to the crown prince, making me the future crown princess. That evening, a grand banquet was held in the palace, inviting all officials of the fourth rank and above, along with their families. In a moment of exuberance, I, intoxicated with joy, insisted on challenging the crown prince to a public display of our talents. He, ever indulgent towards me, readily acquiesced. In my youthful audacity, I was determined to prove my superiority. Thus I exerted every ounce of my skill in the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, triumphing over the crown prince in each contest. The late emperor, observing this with satisfaction, generously bestowed upon me numerous gifts, while the officials below eagerly sought to curry my favor. Some even remarked, in jest, that it was a pity the extraordinarily gifted princess was a woman. Otherwise, there would be no place for us in the court. Though spoken lightly, these words unwittingly heralded the onset of calamity. Merely 5 days before my wedding, an unprecedented deluge struck the Yellow River region, devastating the villages and towns along its banks. The court promptly dispatched a special envoy to manage the flood crisis. On the day of the envoy's arrival, a stone tablet surfaced from the waters, inscribed with 16 characters. Zhong's extraordinary daughter, the purple tenuity star, shall receive the mandate to establish the celestial and earthly order. It was these 16 characters that led to the ruin of my family overnight. In the face of national interests, personal feelings held no sway, especially when the royal authority was threatened. Although the late emperor feigned disbelief, he ordered troops to surround the Zhong residence on the third day and unearthed what was alleged to be evidence of treason, leading to my father's immediate imprisonment. I was acutely aware of the falsehoods behind these accusations, yet lacked any means to vindicate him, and thus found myself weeping as I sought the aid of the crown prince and the second prince. However, they dared not oppose the late emperor and merely reassured me that they would ensure my safety, urging me not to worry. In that moment, the harsh truth dawned upon me. There was no one I could rely upon. Not even those who professed to love me dearly would hold my hand in times of peril.